Chapter 1 Awakening. In a dense forest, towering trees surround dead Hyria, while it hate hinderus roar of gunfire verberata through the air, accompanied by whirling clouds soft smoke. A fireball erupted from the billowing smoky ahead, exploding in the sky and showering dozens soft fireballs, each the size of face exerble, in all directions. Onofty's fireball short led towards a soldier operating Gamertar. Winway, danger! Shoutneth their soldier Niarbi, rushing gover with his arm raised, conjuring an ethereal shield of earth light. With their sounding boom, the fireball struck the light shield, sending both soldiers flying backward, causing the towering trees behind them to violently. Before they could hear footing, the shield demed with the depletion of energy, and the residual flame is urged toward them. That woe hastily fled Theberningari alt haughty exposed heritage away. The special ned protective jewet spared them from an ill threatening injuries. The soul dear named when we brush the over the nat Sophies eyebrows and said, Fangu, you saved malefiancy again. Fange wiped the blood trickling down from the cornerofis forehead, as mal wound from colliding with a tree. It was manner, and the blood wasel ready beginning to coagulate. Water webbing polite for, brother? Quickly check if themerter is still operational. Artemis down to just that wu fusifio yurmer torisu tof commission, his mission will bsidelind. Fangu, whose name was Zhou Fan, and Winwei, whose full name was Li Winwei, both belonged to the same fire support unit, tasked with providing artillery support. Similarity surrounded them, with our remaining combat-capable teams unleashing their firepower toward the center of the smoke. Themertars the we did an iniquity sign, resembling small bunkers outfitted with thick pipes, requiring white crystal stow installing roofs and the base for each use. In the distance, larger caliber vehicle mounted cannon swirl so firing, and amidst the smoke, various flashes so flight flickered. Suddenly, a massive boulder was hurled from the battlefield, crashing down Arbjofen and Winway, gouging J deep trench into third hand sending several towering trees crashing down to halt his momentum. Gazing at the enemy before him, Li Win was wallowed hardand remarked, if that were a Tahadis, vood beredu sitanothing. Beside him, Zhou Fan stared at the enormous shadow within the smoke, sighing, after all, it's a Savinthier mutated beast. For lout yer ability users like Kuz, Mira brushescan inflict tharm, and direct contact spells dum. Weaken unless sustainable confrontation is left to the Hydiarabili users. Since the cataclysm 5 years ago, these world had transformed into an unrecognizable realm. Countless living beings shad morphed into zombies, and various ferocious creatures emerged, why the Vinsome plants gaining offensive capabilities. Humanity seemed to have plummeted from its previous position as the dominant species to Thelois dechelon of existence. Yet, hope was not entirely extinguished. Fortunate individuals discovered a unique fruit that granted them the ability and offered resistance against the zombie everas. This fruit was dubbed the fruit of hope, as it provided a glimmer of survival for humanity in the apocalypse. Furthermore, materials derived from mutated creatures led to significant technological breakthroughs, resulting in the creation of numerous new weapons sandrigants, empowering Gordoneri pleta combat zombies. Both Zhou Fan and Li Wen with possessed abilities. Zhou Fan wielded a defensive earth shield, while Li Wen specialized in energy amplification. However, they were not true ability users. As ordinary soldiers, they had acquired their powers through evolution serums developed by research facilities, requiring continual injections of higher-tier serums to enhance their ability and physical prowess. On light hosu ha consumed the fruit of hope could absorb certain energies to elevate themselves. Individuals sent out with a formidable ability to swear revered be ordinary survivors. Their current mission was to provide fire support for several 60-year-able users to eliminate the Savinthier giant beast, the dragon lizard. While a tech contribution soft low-tier ability users may seem minimal, their weaponry, often effective against the Savinthier dragon lizard, could irradiate energy shell off hightier creatures, rendering them vulnerable for a brief period, allowing hightier-able users to strike direct live. The dragon lizard roared in fury amidst smoke, abruptly whipping its tail, sending several boulders flying gone clearing space around it. At that moment, the surrounding artillery fire ceased, and several figures emerged, charging toward the dragon lizard, no devoid of its energy shield. My goodness, that's the Blade Master Wuxing. That's Iron Fist Lu Huan. My goddess, Shiminglan, Shesharitu. With the exclamations from the surviving soldiers, Thyden Tidius soft Hinokomers became clear. Li Wenhui nudged Zhou Fan with his elbow, saying, Shimin Glin has arrived that you must be here too. Zhou Fan nodded. I see him already. At that moment, an ability user standing at a distance cephal Zhou Fan's gaze, turned, and caught sight of the disheveled Zhou Fan. A sinister smile crept across his face made a gesture across his throat. Zhou Fan leered back, his mind racing, Wang Yuan long. Li Wenhui patted Zhou Fan's shoulder, Dontoverthin Kai The obtained disability is through Tefrutov Hope, while merely used the research facility ability zerums. How can we compare? In the 5 years since the apocalypse, Zhou Fan's squad had participated in countless skirmishes, and he was the enlightened irabili among them, while at Heather Swarmer Lizakondir. Fangu, Itwei Jia originally obtained Tefrutov Hope. Hito Okit Fromia, relying in his abilities, and no what clearly harbors ill intentions. You must be cautious, Li Wen was concerned for Zhou Fan was evident in his. Zhou Fan observed the Sultanth Dragon Lizard Dandra to Li Wenhui, Thebit Lyson Tavariat. As an external aid, Hessen likely to act against me otherwise, General Zhao wouldn't lethem officially. Thuffa spoke Ethis, Zhou Fan pondered that if Wang Yuan were to kill him, it would likely on liar sultana compensation of materials. With General Zhao's astutness, he would notice collate matter soveramin or soldier clashing with a Heidi Rabili user. Just then, Lu Huan, who had just charged in, wasn't flying back a tap at event greater than before, crashing to the ground as she tempted. His left arm was drenched in blood, clearly shattered, and his merlayantators, bonus protruding from the gapping wounds. In the direction Luwan had been thrown from, Atal could be seen slowly retracting. Several figures tover, one Eofwam, a young officer, inquired, What's the situation? Lu Huan, can you hold in? Lu Huang retedisteth, am not dead I just can't fight for a while. It was to reckless and get struck bethought be stale, but tistamidi it won't last much longer. Theong of Fisser ordered Lu Huan's companions, You will take Lu Huan back to Tinto he's wounds. Nund, Lu Huang grunted, realigning Theboness office left arm. He then retrieved a jade-like hevial from his waist and injected it into his body. Almost instantly, the bleeding stopped, and his wounds began to heal. Sutha zisp the liv feasin Cicerumof living kinja trula liv juptoits reputation, the ungo feisers I sparkled within v. Hepazesidon leon such serum, reserved for emergencies, and hadieto expert insight chillenge effects. A furious roar of Ted frumth dragon lizard amidst thesmoke, sendingus haqueva through he aired. The creature resembled a four-legged Godzilla, its stick-tail thrashing through the air, goddess Shiminglin, with a radiant white whitings, soared above, continuously firing dragon lizard. Her previous onslaught tattle really destroyed Machofit's Skaidenuzermer, and with Shiminglin's aerial attacks, new wounds were consistently inflicted upon the beast. In front of it, Wu Xing brandished a large blade with great vigor, leaving gash upon the dragon lizard shed, while Wang Wenlang stood behind, Hishins raised toward the creature. Every suftin, the dragon lizard's movements would abruptly freeze for a brief moment. Thighs was Wenlang's ability, the space lock. Report. A horde of zombies sis approaching, crackled an urgent voice from the Italy Jeddah Pfizer's radio. The officer quickly inquired, How many are there? When can we expect Thyra arrival? Sir, the main zombie horde ice expectatoriach the battlefield parameter in Twohors, beautif ghost shadow wamong Tim decides to launch asa lotak. It could arrive in 20 minutes. Notify the reservesto engage you must exertivere yefer to intercept the zombies. The logistics team should remain in stand be a the battlefield parameter to harvest materialese from the giant beast. There are artillery units who'd prepare to withdraw back to base. Ace area soft command swery issued as middly Jeddah Pfizer took a deep breath. Heshuted to Shiminglin, team leader Shi. The zombie horde isen thue please seek celerity our attacks. Wu Xing manifested a bludgered blade above him, merging jit with the large ablady and hishant, enhancing jit salridi formidable appearance and significantly increasing jit's damage against dragon lizard. These ways saw ni quezol manifestation possessed be ability user soft to fourth year and above, Ythiach manifestation offering different effects that could greatly augment their combat prowess. Thessal ways intrinsically link ketothi ability user if it sustained damage, their life would beandanger swell. Shiminglin slung her sniper rifle over her shoulder, and longbow appeared in her grasp. Drawing the bowstring with her right hand, she conjured the menu Sero Fromptonair. The next instant, Thero Waslust, piercing thruff thwound woozing had inflicted on the dragon lizard, detonating Upan impact hand leaving gay blood-eye crater in its wake. Lu Huan's injury had been alleviated within mere minutes, allowing him to rise Eon's Marian Dreadjoint Hefray, accompanied by a colossal bear charging alongside of him. Wang Yuanlang seized them and, summoning, Isoltaman Ifsta Black Asia Thetans, Nered the Dragon Lizard, rendering Jit powerless stored allied against Therilental's assault. Within a matter of seconds, the Creaturuous and Thebering cough collapsed under the combined efforts of several attackers. At the critical juncture, Wang Yuanlang's soul kij abruptly vanished, and he coughed up blood the strain of fixerting contra lover the dragon lizard waste immense, and to prevent further damage Toffel, furiously withdrew it. With its bottle liberated, the dragon lizard unleashed a damasive fireball towards Thun suspecting was Ing and Lu Huan. Beferether Coldevade, Thefrabal erupted, engulfing Lia Huan's barren Flamma sending both Lia Huan and Yuxing, hurtling away, with Lu Huan collapsing, his fitins retain, while Wu Xing struggled to maintain his footing, his weapon cricking under the pressure. Amidst this goes, Zimmelin, positioned in Thesky, released a long-anticipated colossal Itero. As Hilo said Thero, her bow disintegrate into radiant particles, and her luminous wings became increasing light translucent. Thegiane Taro penetrated the dragon lizard's motocular angle, detonating within its body and creating a gaping wound in its cyst. With aurora defiance, the newly ascended seventh the air dragon lizard fell to the ground. Report, the fierce interception team has been completely annihilated. There are over 350 shadow sandados and 60 rounds. Good heavens, their speed is astonishing. No, wait a crackle washier dover the intercom, followed by static. The Italy Jedi Pfizer she artsang Kadam comprised of those in soft forehand 50 ability. Eshad being wiped out in an instant. He hastily commanded, quickly, remove a thievital component and retreat. The Hordia Supinus. Wily an isolated mutated creature could be dealt with through sheer numbers, ensnerd by a horde, itwood by humanity thought-faced obliteration. Even ability swood faltier when exhausted, leaving them torlizally on their physicality, which paled in comparison to the relentless undead, leaving them with no cois but flay logging behind me in death. Under Theophyser orders, Jofan and his companions rushed to systologistic steam mine dismembering the dragon lizard's body. Remarkably efficient, they utilized specialized tools to dismantle the form of turtle, 10-meter-long dragon lizard in mere minutes. Jofan anly womus the inline band sprint toward the retreating convoy. As therein, Jofan felt the dragon lizard suddenly slip from his grasp. Turning around, Hebehel Dakamraid, Severed and Twoanling in a pull off blood, wily shadow fested upon him. Drop it. Run. Hurry. At that moment, the materials in the dragon lizard were of little concern preserving their livest to precedence. The others, not lacking common sense, prompt le discard depth the lizard's remain sand bolt head forward, recognizing that Tevena slighted Jane's speed could bolster their soft survival. With two shadows closing in rapidly, Jofampa shed himself farther, but suddenly, have found himself immobilized. A wavy of despair washed over him. Wang Yuanlong. Was the tide dothun dead portofio your calculation saswell? Thought has spatial cadonly brief fly effect the dragon lizard. Idiot silly held Jofan. Allowed your ability, sir. For several seconds essentializialing is fate. Ahead, Wang Yuanlong, having liaptontoak, glanced back at Thien's near Jofan. As Merc playing Gathi Cornero Fislipsishim Dathroats litigasture. Li Wenhui, sensing Jofan's plight, shouted in alarm, Fango. A thizmament, Jofang could Harthiaminus approach of Teshadows. Heshu Ted to Li Wenhui. Run. Wenhui, run. In the face of death, Li Wenhui understood hat nonables intimate soft shared fat would suffice survival as paramount. Asha turned to flee, the pursuing shadows were remora steps away, yet Jofan remained unable to move. The shadow, intrigued be motionless circled around Jofan, who, upon seeing the creature, thought bitterly, Toparishat the Hanso face of Inthier shadow way to stroke of misfortune. The creature, undeterred be theoditio Fitzbury, instinctively lunged. Suddenly, Jofan jolted awake, sitting upright to find himself alive, surrounded bune familiar yet familiar classmates, and the teacher thefront regarding him with curiosity. Youngman, I've mentioned Noterish. Well finish this problem before class ends? Doyo heavy and urgent matter? Regardless of Hecaotis images flickering through his mind, Jofan quickly recalibrated his thoughts and replied, Teacher, I simply couldn't hold it in any longer. My apologies. Perhaps this should just endure a bit longer. Hess said thrice with a bashful glance at the teacher. All right, this problem will be signed Asham work. Submit it next class. Class dismissed. Amidst hemurmur saw fist classmates, Zhofan exited the classroom, pondering silently, was it really a dream? Yet it felt so vivid. Huelkiden, reflecting on everything that transpired in his dream. Chapter 2, A Dream Amidst Garden. Zhofan, wait form, the voiceful Zhofan from his reverie. Turning around, has a friend Zhangbo, occupied the upper bunk. Zhangbo hurriedly caught up, throwing an arm around Zhofan's shoulder. I thought you went to Thurström with you? I saw you weren't just holding jitin, you must have a hate a nightmare. You were drenched in cold sweat. Zhofan offered Anna Kordsmal, scratching the backo fished. It'd have a dream. Beauty hour quite a impressive ethimament the bell rang, you just collapsed on your disk. In just a few minutes, you had a nightmare. Zhangbo gave Zhofan a thumbs up. Zhofan muttered, was it only a few minutes? It felt like several years. What did he say? Zhangbo didn't catch Zhofan's mumble and continued. Alright, enough of this. Are you going to Xiangshan Fru tortured? Of course, how cold to not go? It's 2091 per person for Li who can't eat fruit. With price soaring these days, it's a bargain. Zhofan laughed heartily, deciding to gird thoroughly experience's peculiar dream. How do you know it's 29? The flyer mentioned de la Tyria Thentrance whatever number you draws the price to pay. Zhangbo looked at Zhofan with suspicion, questioning his sanity. Zhofan felt perplexed them at Zhangbo mentioned Thefruder card, memory as off their previous visit flooded back paying 2091 each and encountering his ex-girlfriend, Sun Miao Miao. Unsure yo photo explain, Hesemplar replied, just a guess, let's hurry. Zhang Bachest his inquiries and the road off Tagather the Xiangshan Fru tortured. However, Zhofan Wei struggled to fit wasmerly a dream, how to deck now its food cost 2091? Glancing at this phone, Hessa would 8 was May 8, 2024 the day before the upheaval in his dream. If true, Zhangbo had on the 2 days left to live. Fist hot compelled Zhofan to glance at Zhangbo. Noticing Zhofan's intense gaze, Zhangbo asked, did you break up with Sun Miami? Ali die auto question your orientation? Just so you know, I'm straight in a funny business. Should it? Zhang Boss remarksonly deepened Zhofan's frustration. Yether responded sporadically, and that war arrived at Thefruder card. Situate against the mountain, the Xiangshan Fru tortured boasted Drosov Fru trees, and Zhofan marvel at a thoughty owner managed to cultivate various fruits to ripen simultaneously. Alan snaked at the entrance, wary visitor retrievadas lip off paper from a box, paying based on the number written on it. Ha! I drew 1 yuan. Unbelievable. Imp the luckiest. A self-satisfied voice rang out, eliciting envy from Thicrode. It's Yang Huan. Zhofan. Look, Yang Huan drew 1 yuan, Zhangbo exclaimed, calling out O Yang Huan. Wait for us. Yang Huan glanced back at Zhangbo and Zhofan, proclaiming, Imp the Kozanon. The modern day luckiest. You when fortunate sowls, see you inside. This guy. No Tevin waiting for us, well, what can waito? Wahave classes. After several notes, Zhofan and Zhangbo finally reached entrance, and as expected, both drew 29, amidst Zhangbo's astonishment, they skinned to Pathafi and dinter at Hjorshard. Inside, Hjorshard was now crowded with toits remote location, attracting mainly university students from the nearby campus. Under Zhangbo's relentless questioning, Zhofan found himself a talash for words, opting for silence while Zhangbo continued to inquired. Sensing Zhofan's reticence, Zhangbo smartly seized his careers. The orchard was vast, with pibble paths delineating various fruit gardens. Zhofan and Zhangbo eventually parted ways after all, personnel preferences differed. Along the way, Zhofan encountered Manyo Sindulgent fruit. Catching sight of a familiar figure out of T. Cornero Fizai, Zhofan halted, silently observing Gajerland the strawberry patch Sun Miao Miao. Beside her stood a boinum Blugin Tao, Hakama from all lawful yan spent Mona lavishly. At this moment, Zhofan shouldn't they recognized him, they had never crossed paths before. Zhofan Vigeli recalled that Sun Miao Miao had a fondness for strawberries, so heaven sure hair with the hope he of encountering her, and to his surprise, he indeed it. In accordance with the narrative Eo Fist dream, Sun Miao Miao all awkwardly agree them. Followed by Lugin Tor marking, is this your ex-boyfriend? Just average, now under your estil pine and foreign butitter tainly works in me favor. Ha ha. Ash spoke, Heple Fula slapped Sun Miao Miao's derriere, while Shwood lower her gazeta the strubber's other feet, as if some ethinge extraordinaire were a growing upon them. Zhofan wood thin turn and flate or shard, heading towards Bermarketa Balko Holtadrone his arouse. Awaken in Jananather world altogether. However, Hesser my said the theme might be overthin king after all. How could thievant so fad dream intertwine you with really? Shaking his head, Zhou Fan lifted his feet to Andral swear. Sun Miao Mio and Lu Jin Do exited the strawberry garden, naturally spotting Zhou Fan standing by the path. Zhou Fan, what a coincidence. Sun Miao Mio accordingly greeted him, considering she was Theo Ho Hayden dead he relationship. A moment Lu Jin Tao Kimidin. So, this is your ex-boyfriend? Just average. Now under you stealing at him bite. That just make he side to see your form. Ha ha. He slapped Sun Miao Mai's backside. Feeling Jim Bolden be Thespar sea crowed. As any witness s wooden lie amplify his bravado. Sun Miao Mai remain excellent. Her gaze fixate daunt the strawberry at their feet. As if it readorned with blossoms. The convergency of dreams Sandrila to momentarily as Zhou Fan ha felt no anger, calmly stating, it's understandable thought you all left, as I cannot provide the liffy you desire. Ishanti labora tefer the rightus wadatus. Tecario yourself from now. And with that, headern to leave. Hey, hodo is this good thinkies? Speaking so arrogantly, suggesting I can't a kekariofia? Lu Jin to seethed, watching Zhou Fan turn away. Girl, with him, you can only suffer with him, you'll savor the good life. Ha ha. Sun Miao Mio had been brought a Lu Jindo's gathering be a mutual friend and, after being intoxicated, had succumbed to his advances. Sun Miao Mio sensed something ways amiss with Zhou Fan hesi different from Zhou Fanshan sekno. Nevertheless, she said to Lu Jin Tao, let it goit do isn't matter what the say zim no taken jito heart. After all, Shadon Sekarishedim, and they had shared joyful moments. Since if he had parted ways, she wished to avoid any further entanglements. Observing Sun Miao Mai's demeanor, Lu Jin Tao, with his yourself experience in courting, concluded that Shesta larboard feelings for Zhou Fan. Not wanting Tolo's face in front of his new girlfriend, driven by a foolish sins of rivalry, heterogetoward Zhou Fan. At that moment, Zhou Fan had commatory allies a thought the dream from a class was not really a dream of full went according to plan. He had traversed back Tobfort heapocalypse. Regardless of Tyriusons behind this phenomenon, he resolved to seize a Thisican chancy and levita front lie tis time. A thev released, not amid a humble demise. Noticing Lu Jin Tao charging at him, Zhou Fan remained motionless. Thoughtful lacked enhanced physical ability as source supernatural powers, the combatant distinction dover 5-8 years and were still intact. Seeing Zhou Fan halt, Lu Jin recognized it had been detected. So be it, het hot, hadn't way intention o fambushing. He shouted toward Zhou Fan, you little brat, I'll make sure you don't recognize our own, thereafter him don't with ya. A preemptive strike, at least he had gained an advantage in morale. As Lu Jindo closed the distance at 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meters fist poised to strike the back of Zhou Fan's neck, Sun Miao Maya cried out in alarm. Be careful. Up in hearing her voice, Lu Jin Tao's malice intensified. One Sinok Thiska down. Well see how much he out care. If necessary, he'll just find another. Zhou Fan had stepped to the left, leveraging Thimmerman to deliver a sidekick. Lu Jin Tao, caught off guard, was struck in the inner side of his knee, collapsing to the ground in a most undignified manner, akin to a clumsy dancer. Thought fit ways a simple maneuver, it was a practical tech Zhou Fan had employed against zombies in his previous life. Such a kick could send an ordinary zombie flying several meters, as their defenses were rarether lackluster. Now, Lu Jin Tao was in his feet, clutching his mouth and nose, and muttered, didn't see thought come in Jurek with the fighter. Come on, let's practice see fuse. Huip had this nose bleedin' a near tree, a casual gesture amidst has. Thuff Wan Lucas had turned toward the commotion after Sun Miao Mia suit word while Dured Heihud and Twitness said how Zhou Fan had executed counterattack with such impeccable timing, leaving Lu Jin Ta in a room to just. Had Zhou Fan acted too soon, Lu Jin Dawald have evaded that he waited too long, he would have taken a harsh blow, given that Lu Jin Tao had held nothing back. Zhou Fan had undergone countless real effect tests, sharpened by life and death struggles, his sins often him to perfection. Lu Jin Tao, clearly trained asswool, wiped his nose and s'more, disregarding the fresh blood seeping out, and throw on a chat Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan crossed the disarms defensively, absorbing the impact hands to jaring back a few steps. In contrast to Lu Jin Tao, Zhou Fan appeared to the quintessential bookish chaler, which emboldened Lu Jin Tao to precious advantage. Seeing Zhou Fan retreat, Lu Jin Tao advanced, launching a flurry of strikes. Yet, Zhou Fan, quick-witted Dandagel, deftly blocked each attack, avoiding direct hits. However, duetto his inferior physique, Zhou Fan felt a distinct in his arms. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the threat soft death he had faced in the Westland. Sun Miao Miao, watching from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment, is this relive Zhou Fan I Ansanu? What has she endured in these 12 weeks? Little did Shek know, that true transformation off Zhou Fan had occurred in mere minutes during her timeline. Zhou Fan remained doblavistoessable shift in his character, which had begun to align with that of his dream self. The current Zhou Fan was not only unforgiving toward himself but even more ruthless toward his adversaries. As Lu Jintao continued his barrage, Zhou Fan slatin ferocity began tozer fist. Sizing themament when Ludentaswung a viva punch, Zhou Fan suddenly evaded, altering distance. Caught off guard by Zhou Fan's unexpected step, Lu Jintao, still lunging forward, tripped over Zhou Fan's foot, toppling into Amish humiliating full. Zhou Fan's elbow struck Lu Jintao's back, hastening his descent into disgrace. With their sounding thud, Lu Jintao hit a ground, groaning pitifully, clear unable Torizian enemies. Zhou Fan cast a glance at them before turning to depart, uttering no single word. Lu Jintao, staring at Zhou Fan's receding figure, bellowed defiantly, "You little brat, you that crossed mother won't be a pleasant ending for you. Just wait." Chapter 3. Preparedness. Zhou Fan departed from the fragrant mountain orchard, pulling out his phone to check the time. It was only 1:40 p.m. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, he rode his bicycle to the shopping center near the school. Although there was a supermarket within the school, it only stocked daily necessities, which were insufficient for Zhou Fan's needs. He first visited an outdoor specialty store to procure a set of mountaineering gear, along with a large and sturdy backpack. Next, he ventured into a military enthusiast shop to purchase a pair of high-quality combat boots and tactical gloves, in the absence of widely available gear crafted from materials derived from mutated beasts in his previous life. This ensemble was among the most practical options available at the outset. Additionally, Zhou Fan acquired 2 assembled entrenching tools and a climbing pick with a sharp edge. The proprietor of this shop, a fervent military enthusiast himself, had a collection of various blades he kept hidden from plain sight. Zhou Fan had only heard of this collection upon arriving at the survivor's base in his past life. After settling the bill for his purchases, Zhou Fan approached the owner and whispered, "Mr. Ding, I would like to see your collection." The owner's name was Ding Quan, as noted on the business card he had given Zhou Fan previously. "Who referred you, young man?" Ding Quan inquired cautiously, aware that this was not an ordinary transaction. "Mr. Ding, it doesn't matter how I learned about it. That person surely knows I can keep a secret. You need not worry, I am not here for any nefarious purpose, merely a genuine appreciation," Zhou Fan replied, feigning a casual demeanor as if he were truly informed about the owner's collection. Seeing that Zhou Fan did not appear to be an undercover officer, Ding Quan, perhaps convinced of his sincerity, relented. "Since you've said so, I am not one to be unaccommodating. Follow me." Ding Quan opened a side door next to the counter and stepped inside, with Zhou Fan hastily trailing behind. After walking a short distance through the side door and navigating a staircase, they halted in front of a small room tucked in a corner on the second floor. Ding Quan glanced around to ensure no one was watching before producing a key to unlock the door. Once inside, he promptly closed it behind them. Inside the modest room, Zhou Fan surveyed his surroundings. It was approximately a dozen square meters, with 3 walls adorned with an array of cold weapons, while a weapon rack in the center was filled with knives. "What do you think, brother? Quite a collection." "Isn't it?" Ding Quan said proudly as he closed the door. "Indeed. You must have put forth considerable effort, Mr. Ding," Zhou Fan replied. "My family has a history of blacksmithing, so I possess some knowledge myself." "Some of these are my own creations," Ding Quan said, picking up a cleaver from the rack. "This knife was forged on my 20th birthday. I've used it to chop through bones, pork femurs, and it cut through effortlessly." Without even a hint of dullness, as he caressed the blade, he spoke with palpable affection, though Zhou Fan found the rugged design unappealing, suspecting it would be favored more by a butcher at the market. Noticing Zhou Fan's silence, Ding Quan awkwardly scratched his nose and suggested, "You seem to be someone who knows quality. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount on the first item, 20% on the second, and the third will be at full price." "Why does the discount increase?" Zhou Fan inquired, puzzled. Ding Quan chuckled, "Because I only sell a maximum of 3 items to the same individual, and each piece holds a memory for me. Naturally, the value increases with each one. Brother, I am selling sentiment, and sentiment is priceless. Don't you agree?" Zhou Fan nodded, finding this reasoning acceptable. It was merely a means to garner more profit, and the pricing was ultimately subject to Ding Quan's discretion. Zhou Fan circled the weapon rack and selected a dagger. This dagger resembled a short sword, sharp on both sides, featuring a hooked edge and a blood groove, with the hilt wrapped in an unknown animal hide. This dagger was something I collected from the countryside. If you like it, you can take it for 200 yuan, Ding Quan thought to himself. Having once believed it to be an antique, having purchased it for only 30 yuan, thinking he had struck gold. Zhou Fan weighed it in his hand and found it satisfactory, though he suspected the price was inflated. That sounds good, he said, while internally thinking, I don't trust you. Perhaps you bought it for 20. Having survived 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, Zhou Fan was no novice. He then examined a second knife. A kukri, commonly referred to as a Nepalese army knife. This particular one showed clear signs of wear, unlike the smooth one displayed on the wall, indicating it had been forged by Ding Quan himself. Noticing Zhou Fan inspecting a somewhat rusted blade, Ding Quan introduced it. This is a replica my father made years ago. My family has a legacy of craftsmanship. My grandfather was the best, and I only learned the basics. My father's knives are certainly superior to mine. How about I let this one go for 600 after the discount? Ding Quan thought he could make a profit selling something his father had crafted on a whim. Zhou Fan immediately recognized that Ding Quan was attempting to swindle him. However, based on his experience, he could see that this knife had been repeatedly forged, resulting in an intricate pattern of overlapping markings. Such a knife would not only possess excellent durability but, with regular maintenance, would remain sharp. It was evident that Ding Quan's father had invested considerable time in its creation. Feigning astonishment, Zhou Fan remarked, "This is impressive. I've long desired a knife like this, but they're hard to come by." Ding Quan, grinning, replied, "Indeed. Since you like it, the price is quite reasonable, especially for a hobby. Sentimentality, after all, is priceless, Mr. Ding. You truly speak to my heart." Zhou Fan seemed genuinely moved, almost ready to clasp Ding Quan's hand in gratitude. Ding Quan thought to himself that this young man likely had a penchant for short weapons, given their convenience. Whatever the case, he would profit from the sale of any short weapon. And no need to be modest, brother. We share a common passion. For the sake of sentiment, why not choose another? I'll total it all up to 1,500 for 3 pieces. Zhou Fan approached a wall near the door and selected a long sword, measuring about 1.2 meters in length. Its blade was smooth, though not the kind crafted from alloy. Rather, its forging marks were denser than those on the kukri, nearly resembling a polished artifact. Upon seeing Zhou Fan pick up this sword, Ding Quan's expression shifted. He took up a similar long sword beside him and said, "Brother, that one you have isn't as good as this one. I put in considerable effort to obtain this one. Just look at how shiny it is." Zhou Fan glanced at the sword in Ding Quan's hand. Indeed, it appeared far more aesthetically pleasing, glinting with a cold brilliance. Yet it was clearly a decorative piece. If the two swords were to clash, Ding Quan's would undoubtedly shatter first. No, I prefer this one. To be honest, this sword was forged by my grandfather in his lifetime. It's merely a keepsake for me and not for sale, Ding Quan sighed, his demeanor suggesting sincerity. Mr. Ding, material possessions are lifeless. People are alive. Items have a price, but sentiment is invaluable. Otherwise, weren't you just trying to pull a fast one? Zhou Fan remarked, casting a knowing glance at Ding Quan. Ding Quan quickly defended himself. A businessman must be honest. I would never deceive you. It's simply that this is one of my grandfather's few heirlooms. Why not consider purchasing my sword instead? It's not inferior. He extended the sword toward Zhou Fan. No, I'm set on this one. Zhou Fan dismissed the notion of a decorative piece, believing practical utility to be of greater importance. Ding Quan's expression faltered as if he had made a firm resolution. This is one of my grandfather's rare heirlooms. I cannot part with it so easily. Are you implying that? Then the price must increase. After considerable haggling, Zhou Fan emerged from the shop, bearing a fishing rod bag slung over his shoulder, which contained the long sword. As he walked, he drew the curious gazes of passers-by, for who would stroll around campus with such a large bag? As Zhou Fan departed, Ding Quan found himself uncertain whether he had gained or lost from the transaction. His items bore no price tags, allowing him the freedom to set his own prices. Had a wealthy patron like Zhou Fan visited instead of this young man, the sale could have easily exceeded mere hundreds. Regardless, he had made a substantial profit today, and his mood was quite uplifting. Resolved not to dwell on losses or gains, Ding Quan returned to the counter to count his money, one of his favorite pastimes. Upon leaving the shopping center, Zhou Fan returned to his dormitory, where his roommates were engaged in conversation. As he entered, Zhang Bo hurried over. "Zhou Fan, where have you been? We heard you got into it with Lu Jintao and thought he might be seeking revenge. We were even considering whether to report it to the police." Zhou Fan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "I'm fine. I merely want to purchase some items. Sorry to worry you all." "Huh. What did you buy?" "Fishing rod." He Kuan, noticing the array of items in Zhou Fan's possession, inquired. Zhang Bo, equally puzzled, asked, "Why did you get such a large bag? Are you planning to go wilderness survival? It is said that you intend to invite Sun Miao Miao for a mountain hike." "With the ulterior motive of burying her, my dear classmate, such intentions are quite inappropriate." Zhou Fan admired Zhang Bo's imaginative thinking and shook his head, saying, "It is merely a matter of purchasing a few items, preparing to unwind in a couple of days. Why do you speak as if it is a grave situation?" He could hardly confess that the impending doom would arrive the day after tomorrow, and he was merely making some preparations in advance. Even his biological parents would deem him insane for such thoughts, and his several roommates might suspect that Lu Jintao had driven him to madness. As if they had not seen each other in ages, Zhou Fan engaged in conversation with his roommates for quite some time, leaving them somewhat astonished at his unusual verbosity. It was late into the night before they finally ceased their chatter. Zhou Fan lay comfortably in bed and drifted into sleep, where he dreamt once again of the apocalypse, envisioning his struggles for survival in that desolate world. Upon awakening the next day, the sky had already brightened. Zhou Fan rose to find that his roommates were nowhere to be seen. How could he have slept so soundly? This was peculiar. In the apocalypse, even the faintest sound of footsteps would rouse him from slumber. Yet he remained undisturbed by the commotion of his roommates getting up and leaving. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his phone's indicator light flashing. Picking up the device, he saw it was already past 10 o'clock, and opened a message from his roommates. "Seeing you sleep so soundly, we didn't want to wake you. We've gone to class. Rest well." Accompanying the text was a little emoji of someone striving hard. He rolled up his sleeve to examine the bruises left by Lu Jintao from the previous day. They were still quite visible, yet they posed little hindrance. After freshening up, Zhou Fan shouldered his large bag and ventured out. His first stop was the pharmacy, where he purchased some everyday medications. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, medical supplies were in short supply, and even a minor cold or a wound infection could prove fatal. Next, he visited the supermarket to procure daily necessities and food. Drawing from his 5 years of experience in the post-apocalyptic world, Zhou Fan opted for high-energy, compact food items. Although there were plenty of supplies in the supermarket after the outbreak, few dared to breach the zombie barricades to retrieve them, as the city was overrun with the undead, prompting everyone to flee to the suburbs. After his shopping spree, Zhou Fan gazed at his empty WeChat wallet and couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, he had managed to save some money, or else he would have found himself unable to purchase these essentials. Chapter 4. The final hours with his heavy backpack, Zhou Fan hastily devoured a simple meal before returning to the dormitory. It was indeed quite peculiar to wander around campus burdened by such a large bag. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Zhou Fan recalled that there was a Marxism class scheduled for that afternoon, but with the impending apocalypse, attending class seemed rather pointless. Was he to engage in discussions about socialist philosophy and surplus value with zombies? When Zhang Bo and the others returned from class and noticed Zhou Fan had not yet returned, they thought he had gone off to clear his mind, as seeing his ex-girlfriend with someone else was hardly a pleasant experience. They refrained from messaging him and went to class as scheduled. Upon returning to an empty dormitory, Zhou Fan reflected on the fate of his roommates in his previous life. Apart from Hikuan and Wang Tao, the others had remained in the dormitory. When the apocalypse erupted, Zhang Bo, Hu Run, Qian Jiahe, and he himself were petrified, locking the door tightly, fearful of the zombies outside. They endured a day without food, surviving only on half a bucket of remaining bottled water. By the next afternoon, when the outside world had fallen silent, Qian Jiahe, desperate from hunger, decided to risk venturing next door to procure some food. The neighboring dormitory had stockpiled numerous snacks for sale. When the zombies knocked on their door, they mistakenly believed it was fellow students wishing to purchase items and opened the door, only to be confronted by a zombie that lunged at them. Soon, a horde of zombies flooded in, and the bodies on the floor began to rise again, dragging their dismembered forms into the ranks of the undead. Zhang Bo produced a few firecrackers, which he had intended to use to scare off couples who were too affectionate on campus at night. He planned to use them to divert the zombies, while Chen Jiahe seized the opportunity to grab food from the neighboring dormitory, while Zhou Fan and Hu Run kept watch nearby. Cautiously opening a crack in the door, they found only a few pools of blood outside and no sign of zombies. Zhang Bo, feeling bold, peeked into the corridor, where only a few zombies wandered. Thus, he lit the firecrackers and hurled them toward the far end of the corridor, drawing the zombies away. Just as they prepared to execute their plan, zombies from various rooms began to emerge, and the corridor was suddenly filled with chaos. This commotion sent them retreating back into their room, locking the door in fear, and they remained hidden until a few days later when rescue teams arrived to save the inhabitants of their building. Zhang Bo ignited the remaining firecrackers to attract the military, who rescued them and transported them to a survivor's base. Afterward, Hu Run and Zhou Fan, due to their lack of physical strength, were assigned to agricultural duties, while Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe were selected for the search and rescue team. Soon, they discovered that the soil, inexplicably soaked by rain, yielded nothing, and Hu Run and Zhou Fan were also conscripted into the search and rescue team. When inquiring about Zhang Bo's whereabouts, they learned that their team had been surrounded by a horde of zombies while searching for supplies in City C, and none had returned. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Fan and Hu Run felt as though they had foreseen their own fates. Indeed, 3 months later, a pack of zombie dogs stormed the base, and the defensive forces were ruthlessly obliterated. This small survivor's base vanished without a trace. In the ensuing chaos, Zhou Fan managed to climb onto a pickup truck, which transported him to another base. At this new location, he joined the fighting forces, persevering until the battle with the dragon lizard. Perhaps this time, history will be altered by my actions, Zhou Fan mused as he dialed his mother's number. At the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life, communications and the internet had collapsed entirely, leaving only car radios and walkie-talkies functional. He would have to traverse 2 provinces to reach home, where countless zombies lay in wait. In his past life, he had lacked the ability to seek out his parents. Hearing his mother's long-awaited greeting on the other end of the line, Zhou Fan endeavored to control his emotions, concealing his unease. After exchanging pleasantries, he said to his mother, "Mom, I've heard that food prices will rise soon. Should we stock up on some supplies?" "Really? Then I must prepare accordingly. If you dare deceive me, you'll be in for it when you return." "How could I ever deceive you, Mom? You're far too clever for that." All right, I need to hurry and buy some. If too many people find out, prices will start to inflate." After his mother concluded her remarks, she prepared to hang up. "Wait, is Dad nearby?" "Yes, he is. Talk to him for a moment while I get the money." Hearing his father's voice on the line, Zhou Fan quietly asked, "Mom isn't beside you, is she?" "No, she isn't. Are you encountering difficulties that you wish to keep from her?" "Dad, please don't go out tomorrow. Just stay home and keep the door locked." "But I have work, son. How can I not go out? Just take a day off, spend some time with Mom at home, cook and chat. Think of it as a break." "Please listen to me." Upon hearing his son's serious tone, Zhou Fan's father agreed to the request. "Fine, I've been quite tired lately. I'll call my boss to take a day off tomorrow." Relieved by his father's response, Zhou Fan recalled a year when rumors circulated that salt would run out, prompting his mother to buy hundreds of pounds to stockpile. They had enough to last for years without finishing it. This time, she would likely buy even more. The food stored should last until the military came to rescue them, significantly increasing his parents' chances of survival. Zhou Fan busily organized his personal belongings in the dormitory before lying down to rest, only to be awakened by the sound of keys in the door. As his roommates entered, Zhou Fan exclaimed, "You've finally returned. Let us go out for a nice meal, my treat." "That sounds splendid. Zhou boss is treating us. Looks like you've come to your senses, realizing you deserve to indulge a little. Let us go, let us go. It's just a meal, not a life or death situation." "Haha, can't you see Zhou Fan is trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol?" "Indeed, haha." Amidst their playful banter, Zhou Fan and his friends arrived at a restaurant outside the school and secured a private room. Before long, dishes began to arrive one after another. The chef's culinary skills were impressive, and Zhou Fan eagerly devoured numerous servings, for such a meal had become exceedingly rare in the post-apocalyptic world. It was rumored that later on, some managed to cook delicious meals using the meat of mutated beasts. But such delicacies were beyond the reach of someone like Zhou Fan, as not all mutated beast meat was safe for consumption. On the rare occasions he obtained some mutated meat, he simply grilled it, which was still far superior to the army's rationed food. As for ordinary survivors, they probably had no concept of what it felt like to be full. Their daily rations merely sustained them, and only through hard labor could they earn enough to eat. As they feasted and drank, Zhou Fan found himself reminiscing about the life he had not experienced since the apocalypse. After consuming a few bottles of beer, the group began to feel a bit tipsy. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Fan posed a question. If tomorrow were the end of the world, what would you do? Zhang Bo boldly declared, why, I would slay zombies with all my might, gather as much gear as I could, and then marry a wealthy beauty, reaching the pinnacle of life. As he spoke, he excitedly rose to his feet. Beside him, Wang Tao pulled him back down, saying, you're getting a bit too worked up. It's as if you've conjured up a zombie apocalypse. It doesn't matter. After all, it's merely a figment of imagination. There's nothing excessive about whatever we conjure in our minds. Hu Run and Zhou Fan remained relatively quiet, occasionally sharing their thoughts. Chun Jiahe finished his beer in one gulp and declared, if it were me, I'd definitely rush to the supermarket, gather some food, and embark on an impromptu adventure. While the group was engaged in conversation, Hikuan's phone rang, prompting him to step aside to take the call. A short while later, he returned and said, I apologize, my girlfriend is calling for me. I must take my leave. Zhang Bo was displeased. Why bring up your girlfriend when Zhou Fan is treating us? You know the reason. I'm truly sorry, Hikuan replied, opening a bottle of beer and taking a swig. I really must be on my way. I've got my obligations to fulfill. My sincerest apologies. It's all right. Just remember to return before noon tomorrow. Zhou Fan reminded him. No problem, no problem. Hikuan acknowledged as he departed. Zhou Fan didn't concern himself whether Hikuan absorbed his words. As he rarely spoke much in their dormitory, the lively Zhang Bo maintained good relations with everyone. While the others had fewer interactions in the event of an apocalypse, Zhou Fan would assist those he could, but fate ultimately lay in one's own hands. After dinner, the group returned to their dorm, chatting and laughing, and soon drifted off to sleep. Lying in bed that night, Zhou Fan pondered that today was the final day of a peaceful world. Tomorrow would usher in a bloody reality. Regarding the apocalypse from his past life, Zhou Fan was aware that it all began with a strange rain, after which people started mutating. Once they transformed into zombies, they began attacking those around them. The initial zombies moved relatively quickly, comparable to the running speed of a normal person, but after a few hours, their bodies would stiffen, generally moving at the pace of an average human. Likely due to the rigor mortis setting in, however, others mistakenly believed they were merely afflicted with a disease, hesitant to attack for fear of legal repercussions, only to regret it after being bitten. Those bitten would quickly succumb to the virus carried by the zombies, transforming into one of them within a minute. Yet, if one was fortunate enough to survive a bite, the transformation would take longer, depending on the severity of the wounds and physical resilience. Zhou Fan had witnessed a robust man who endured a full day and night after being bitten, only to have his captain execute him just before he mutated. The next day dawned bright and clear, with sunlight bathing the earth, yet Zhou Fan knew that in just a few hours, everything would change. After washing up, Zhou Fan addressed his roommates. I'm thinking of starting a small convenience store in our dormitory. What do you all think? With that, he revealed his large backpack, showcasing its assortment of snacks. Wow, you've had a revelation? Haven TU. Realizing the importance of making money in this world. Without money, you're worthless. Once you have wealth, you'll find a girlfriend too, Zhang Bo exclaimed, patting Zhou Fan on the shoulder. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. I wasn't even considering that. Chun Jiahe, however, was less fanciful than Zhang Bo. He inquired, when do you plan to start selling? And isn't this a bit too little? You don't even have any drinks. Chun Jiahe's words reminded Zhou Fan. It was no wonder he felt something was amiss. In the early days of the apocalypse, water sources were contaminated with trace amounts of the virus, causing ordinary individuals to mutate if they drank too much. Later on, With the introduction of specialized purifiers, water was no longer a scarce resource, which explained Zhou Fan's oversight of this crucial commodity. "How could we not have water? Let us go buy some quickly, and we'll grab a meal on the way back," he said, pulling his companions towards the exit. "What's the rush? Besides, it's still early for lunch," Zhang Bo remarked, sensing something unusual about Zhou Fan's demeanor today. "Let us get this done swiftly. We'll open for business tomorrow," Zhou Fan insisted, dragging Zhang Bo along, with Chen Jiahe trailing behind. Hu Run and Wang Tao remained in the dorm, still asleep. Chapter 5. Prelude to Chaos. The three of them returned, each carrying a case of water along with some delightful snacks. Zhou Fan found these items cumbersome, yet felt it necessary to create a complete setup, which ultimately drained all his savings. On Zhou Fan's insistence, they ate before returning to the dormitory, as he remarked that this way, they wouldn't have to spend time on lunch later and could instead focus on determining the selling prices of their goods. After laboriously transporting their supplies to the remote dormitory building and hauling them to their fourth-floor room, they found only Hu Run still present. Zhou Fan asked, "Where did Wang Tao go?" Seated before the computer, Hu Run casually replied, "He just finished washing up and mentioned going to the gym." Zhou Fan's brow furrowed. With less than 2 hours until the apocalypse began, Wang Tao had ventured out. He had also been unable to reach Hikuan earlier, which seemed to mirror the scenario from his previous life when both were absent from the dorm. It dawned on him that he had not intentionally interfered with their fates, hence they remained unaware of the impending doom. The group organized and counted their supplies for sale, designating 2 cabinets as display cases and neatly arranging their items within. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Zhou Fan called home. Learning that his parents were preparing for their afternoon nap, he hung up, contemplating how startled they would be upon awakening to a world transformed. "Hey, come take a look," Hu Run exclaimed, startling the others. They gathered around as he adjusted the computer screen for everyone to see. The footage showed a multitude of people running toward the camera, seemingly pursued by something ominous. A group of security personnel, clad in uniforms and wielding batons and shields, advanced to intercept. Due to the shaky nature of the recording, the viewer could hear the cameraman panting as he spoke. "This is S-City Airport. It seems a riot has broken out. I'll do my best to livestream for you all, so you can witness the truth. I end the video." A young face briefly appeared. The cameraman had climbed atop an airport shuttle bus to stabilize the shot. Behind the fleeing crowd, a group of individuals pursued them, pouncing on those who stumbled and beginning to bite. The security team quickly formed a defensive line, successfully blocking the blood-soaked, frenzied crowd. The riot control formations they had practiced were now put to use. The cameraman remarked, "Those individuals remind me of rabid dogs. The idea of so many people going mad is truly unfathomable. However, our security is well trained and has managed to hold them back. Now we just need to wait for the experts." "What is happening now?" Just when it seemed the situation was under control, he turned the camera to show those who had been bitten lying on the ground, now rising to their feet one by one. The number of afflicted before the security line grew increasingly alarming, and the barricade began to falter. The individuals who had just risen were not aiding, but instead lunging toward the nearest security guards to bite them. The previously steadfast line of defense crumbled in an instant, as security personnel were overwhelmed by several, even dozens, of the afflicted, gradually falling silent. The cameraman climbed down from the bus and ran away, saying, "Folks, that's it for today's live stream. I'll be back with updates. Remember to double tap." The screen abruptly cut off. The group stood in stunned silence. Zhou Fan understood that this was merely the prologue. The main event was yet to unfold. He turned to look out the window, noting that the previously clear sky was now darkening ominously. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How is it that after watching this live stream, it looks like it's going to rain? Hu Run queried. Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe turned to gaze out the window, confirming the impending storm. "Hey Hu Run, where did you find this streamer? He wouldn't be filming a movie or a riot drill, would he?" Zhang Bo inquired. Hu Run replied seriously, "Impossible. While this streamer has only recently gained popularity, it's precisely because he presents unembellished reality that he has shot to fame so quickly." Just minutes later, the recently concluded streamer went live again. Holding a selfie stick and addressing his audience, he stood on a broad road, surrounded by throngs of people. "Isn't this strange, folks? Just moments ago, it was a clear day, and now it's raining. But it's not a concern, as this rain is quite light, just a drizzle. However, Take a look at this. The rain is red. The streamer stood in the rain, animatedly discussing, extending his hand to catch the crimson droplets. From the video, it appeared as though a red veil enveloped the area, mirroring the scene outside. This rain makes me feel a bit itchy, as the host spoke. He absent-mindedly began to scratch at an itch with his other hand. However, he scratched with such fervor that it drew blood, yet he showed no signs of stopping. The flesh was torn, and blood gushed from the wounds he inflicted upon himself. The camera shook violently, appearing as if it had fallen to the ground, revealing a scene reminiscent of the airport chaos not far away. Zhang Bo and his companions were immediately taken aback, gazing out the window to see a curtain of crimson rain falling. They rushed to the balcony, where they beheld couples downstairs gnawing on each other's corpses. Before long, the devoured bodies rose again, and in the distance, more similar scenes unfolded. Under the backdrop of the blood-red rain, the world itself appeared drenched in a sanguine hue. The apocalypse had officially begun. Downstairs, a dozen or so zombies invaded the building. It was midday, and many had left their doors ajar to enjoy the coolness of the afternoon breeze, inadvertently allowing the zombies to bite them, provoking terrified screams. These cries not only roused others from their slumber but also attracted nearby zombies, who surged into the dormitory. Many, bewildered by the source of the commotion, ventured outside, only to find themselves ensnared in the embrace of the undead. The few brave souls dashed back to their rooms to secure the doors, while the more timid were petrified by the blood-soaked, crimson-eyed zombies, standing frozen in place until they, too, became part of the horde. Amidst the cacophony of screams echoing through the building, Zhou Fan hastily shut the door, pouring a bottle of disinfectant at the threshold. He then joined Zhang Bo and the others on the balcony, sealing the door connecting to their room behind them. The group huddled together on the balcony, resolute in their decision to remain indoors, regardless of the harrowing cries from outside. After all, those creatures were undeniably akin to the zombies depicted in films. Venturing out to join them could mean a gruesome demise. Leaving nothing but bones behind, becoming a zombie was not even an option. Though puzzled by Zhou Fan's earlier action of pouring disinfectant, their questions were swiftly answered by the sounds of banging from next door, indicating that zombies possessed a sense of smell. Zhou Fan gazed out the window, watching the persistent crimson rain. He dared not open the window or extend his head outside, instead lost in thought, staring at the blood-soaked veil beyond. The cause of the apocalypse had eluded him even in the 5 years of dreams he had experienced. The most widely circulated theory suggested that it stemmed from a catastrophic biological experiment conducted by the United States. Yet such a claim would never be acknowledged by them. Why this time? The rain had ceased, and Zhou Fan and his companions found themselves spectators to a visually striking post-apocalyptic spectacle from the balcony. Bloodstains were rampant, as were the clusters of zombies feasting together. Fortunately, their dormitory was newly constructed and situated at the edge of the entire dormitory complex, thus sparing them from the overwhelming hordes that had besieged the central buildings. Some had even been driven to leap from windows, their falls crushing 1 or 2 zombies, yet they survived, writhing in agony on the ground until the advancing undead silenced them. The sounds of clanging and anguished screams, intermingled with cries for help, continued to reverberate throughout the building. A few individuals leaning against the window spotted a classmate from the first floor fleeing outside. Seizing the opportunity as the rain had ceased, he flung open the window and bolted out, followed closely by 2 others, one of whom limped with a bleeding calf but persevered to keep pace with the others. Before long, several zombies, drawn by the scent, began to converge, pursuing the trio. They darted toward the open field beside the dormitory. The first 2 leaped over a railing, escaping the confines of the school, while the injured one was soon caught by the horde, surrounded by a dozen zombies, leaving him no chance to transform into one of them. With the successful escape of the first 2, more individuals joined the exodus, yet they were pursued by an even greater number of zombies, leading to a considerable diversion of the undead. Zhang Bo, filled with trepidation, suggested, "Should we not run as well? As long as we move swiftly enough, the zombies will not be able to catch us. We might escape if we run now, but what awaits us beyond the school? There could be even more zombies outside, and if we are unfortunate, we might be cornered by the very creatures we are fleeing from." Zhou Fan cautioned, recalling the fate they had just witnessed. Chun Jiahe added, "Moreover, being on the fourth floor, we cannot simply jump down. If we are blocked in the stairwell by zombies, it would be equally perilous." Zhou Fan glanced at Chun Jiahe, admiring his calm analysis of the situation, recognizing that his abrupt demise in his past life had indeed been a misfortune. "What then? Are we to perish here?" Hu Run exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "Bah, speak not of such morbid thoughts. We shall certainly survive. In the wake of such a calamity, the government must have contingency plans. Perhaps the military will arrive by tomorrow to deal with these zombies." Zhang Bo asserted, displaying a degree of admiration for the might of the state. In the early days of the apocalypse, the military had indeed been the first to mobilize, rescuing survivors and establishing bases for the living. Zhou Fan reassured, "We have ample food and water. We can surely endure until help arrives." In their previous existence, they had awaited the military's rescue, albeit by then they had been too weak to stand, carried away by several soldiers. "Thanks to you, Zhou Fan, for considering establishing a small dormitory shop. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for what to do. At least now, we can await the arrival of rescue." Chun Jiahe remarked with a forced smile. With that stockpile of food at hand, the group felt less despondent, recognizing that their current predicament was not entirely dire. Chapter 6. On the road as night fell. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Although the power remained on, no one dared to switch on the lights, fearing they might attract the attention of the zombies. Zhou Fan understood this, but felt unable to articulate his reasoning to the others, as it would be difficult to explain. During this time, aside from Zhou Fan retrieving some food, none dared to leave the balcony. In the brief moments Zhou Fan was away, zombies had begun banging at the door, causing him to hastily return to the safety of the balcony. Without the scent of human flesh, the zombies eventually lost interest and drifted away, yet Zhou Fan knew they were still lurking nearby. In his previous life, it had been observed that some zombies retained a semblance of their past consciousness, lingering in the places they once inhabited. Following the emergence of higher-level zombies, the lower-tiered ones would follow suit, moving alongside their more powerful counterparts. If a leader emerged among the higher-level zombies, the horde would follow its lead to distant hunting grounds. However, even high-level zombies retained some remnant awareness, typically refusing to stray far from their territory, which ultimately rendered cities into forbidden zones for humanity and paradises for the undead. The group consumed some food and then squeezed together on the balcony to sleep. Fortunately, it was summer, and aside from the hard floor, they experienced little discomfort. This night felt especially long, with distant sounds and screams punctuating the darkness, occasionally interrupted by the crack of gunfire that roused them, momentarily igniting hope that rescue had arrived. However, after a few bursts, silence returned, leaving a sense of disappointment in its wake. Zhou Fan recognized the sound of gunfire as that of anti-riot weapons, likely the type issued to banks. He was familiar with this weapon from his previous life. Finally, dawn broke, yet rescue had not arrived with the sunlight. However, in comparison to the lengthy night, the arrival of day brought a sense of reassurance, as darkness often instills an inexplicable fear. Zhou Fan stood up to gaze below, feigning surprise as he proclaimed, "Look, those zombies seem to be moving much more slowly now." This was due to the fact that the human corpses had not yet fully cooled. Thus, upon becoming zombies, their mobility had not diminished significantly. Now, after several hours had passed, the bodies began to show signs of rigor mortis, and their movements naturally slowed. However, the duration of rigor mortis in zombies differs from that in normal corpses. When zombies begin to evolve, it signifies that they have transcended their humanity, becoming an entirely new breed of creature born from the virus's transformation, leading to the emergence of new zombie species. Upon hearing Zhou Fan's words, the previously lethargic group roused themselves, observing the sluggish movements of the creatures below, as if they were ambling about in a daze. They might still be waking up. Hence their sluggishness. If they see a person, they could very well bolt after us. Chun Jiahe voiced her thoughts. "Well then, it's simple. We shall test it," Zhang Bo declared before returning to his room, rummaging through his belongings for a few firecrackers and rejoining the group on the balcony. The zombies outside showed no inclination to bang on the door, as if they had truly wandered off. Zhang Bo lit the firecrackers and threw them out the window. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed, causing the surrounding zombies to pivot toward the source of the explosion, still moving at a leisurely pace, unlike the frantic rush they displayed the previous day. "Now I'm certain these zombies cannot catch up to me," Zhang Bo declared with newfound confidence. Beside him, Chun Jia scoffed, "If you can't outrun these zombies, you might as well choke on a gust of wind." "Hey, I was just joking," Zhang Bo retorted. "That in truth, I think we can venture out now," Zhou Fan stated matter-of-factly. The others were taken aback, initially believing they had misheard. Chun Jia asked, "Are you serious? We could easily wait here for rescue." The decision to venture outside had always been a part of Zhou Fan's plan. Even if it meant embarking on this journey alone, he was resolute, if memory served him right, in his previous life. The ranger Huang Feiyang had discovered a hope fruit in the fragrant mountain orchard, which later enabled him to become a renowned lone wanderer in the apocalyptic world. Such individuals rarely face death, provided they refrained from foolishly confronting zombies and mutated beasts that were beyond their capabilities. Moreover, upon reaching any base, they were met with considerable respect. Huang Feiyang, being of the 7th tier, surpassed the high-level ability users typically found in most bases and was quite famous among the lone wanderers. Zhou Fan's objective was none other than the hope fruit from the fragrant mountain orchard. He was not one to place his hopes in the uncertainty of waiting. When given a choice, he preferred to seize control of his own destiny. Zhou Fan continued, "If any of you wish to leave, we shall depart together. For those who choose to remain and await rescue, I will ensure there is enough food left behind." His words conveyed a sense of solidarity in their departure, and Zhang Bo turned to Chun Jia and Hu Run, seeking their agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Jia replied, "Then we shall go together. But we must first decide our destination." Zhou Fan proposed, "We will exit through the northern fence of the school and head to the fragrant mountain orchard. It is relatively secluded, with limited foot traffic. Thus we should encounter fewer zombies." Following the conclusion of the food distribution event at the orchard, only a few workers remained, and due to its remote location, it was seldom visited. Zhang Bo and the others considered this plan and began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. I would like to stay behind, if that's all right?" Hu Run's timid voice interrupted, causing the others to pause momentarily. "I have been frail since childhood, and if I venture out, I fear I won't last long. Waiting here for rescue seems preferable." The prospect of death loomed should they choose to leave, while the likelihood of survival appeared greater by remaining. They refrained from dissuading him. After all, if danger were to arise outside, it would be a disservice to push him into harm's way. The choice was ultimately his to make. The three companions left nearly half of their provisions and water for Hu Run, each shouldering a backpack as they prepared to embark. At that moment, Zhang Bo gripped his climbing axe tightly, while Chun Jia wielded a spade, and Zhou Fan brandished a long tang knife, its sheath secured to the side of his pack. As Zhou Fan retrieved the tang knife from its bag, Zhang Bo and the others stared in awe. Who wouldn't he desire such a striking weapon? They refrained from questioning its origin, grateful simply to have it at their disposal. Despite Hu Run's intention to remain behind, Zhou Fan still offered him a spade for protection. "Be cautious, and I hope to see you again in the future," were Hu Run's final words of encouragement. He did not retract his decision to remain, feeling content with the provisions left for him. Zhou Fan stepped forward, gently opening the door, peering through the crack to find 4 or 5 zombies wandering in the corridor. With an unknown number lurking within the rooms, he cautiously pulled the door wide open, and the trio crept out stealthily. The 2 nearest zombies seemed to sense their presence and began to approach, causing Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe to break into a cold sweat. "Prepare yourselves," Zhou Fan whispered. "I will handle the one in front. You two take care of the one behind, but be careful not to get hurt, no matter how minor the injury. It could be perilous. Stay alert for any zombies in the other dorms." The approaching zombie was now within 2 meters of Zhou Fan, allowing him to discern the gruesome wounds it bore. Evidence of having been bitten by at least 2 others. Its abdomen had a gaping wound, exposing a portion of its intestines, darkened with congealed blood. Zhou Fan felt no pity for the zombie, even if it had once been his classmate. He was now the Zhou Fan who had survived for 5 years in this harsh world. With a swift forward lunge, he swung his knife cleanly, severing the zombie's head from its body. Dealing with such isolated zombies required no elaborate technique. One simply needed to avoid being harmed. The virus within this particular zombie, as long as you can run fast enough. may not even be able to catch you, even if you dash past it. However, should it succeed in grasping you, that would be an entirely different tale. Zhou Fan, merely a slightly quicker zombie, had startled Zhang Bo to the point of stuttering. Zhang Bo, still reeling from the earlier encounter with Wang Ziwen's head, jested. Yet, Zhou Fan had no time for levity. He sternly commanded, "You two, hurry and climb over. Time is of the essence." Witnessing Zhou Fan's seriousness, Zhang Bo refrained from further comments, swiftly climbing over the iron railing, followed closely by Qian Jiaida, at that moment. The first-tier zombie was less than 5 meters away from Zhou Fan. It paused, tilting its head back. And Zhou Fan, disregarding the need to dispatch the zombie before him, immediately rolled aside. The first-tier zombie then righted its head and emitted a stream of viscous, foul-smelling black liquid, drenching the zombie in front of it. Had Zhou Fan remained in proximity, he would likely have met the same fate. However, upon observing the first-tier zombie, Zhou Fan deduced its type and capabilities from its appearance. A Tier 1 corrupted female zombie, typically arising from a mutated female human who was pregnant prior to her transformation. After mutation, her skin exhibited localized decay, accompanied by tumor-like pustules. Although this particular zombie's abdomen was not large, Zhou Fan recognized its identity from the tattered clothing fragments still clinging to it and the substantial pustule on its left shoulder. The zombie, now drenched in the corrosive fluid expelled by the corrupted female, began to deteriorate. Its clothing started to rot, followed swiftly by the epidermis. Within mere seconds, it resembled a victim of boiling oil. The corrupted female's venomous spray inflicted considerable harm even on zombies and would be exponentially more lethal to humans, as the human body lacked the viral strain present in her venom. Realizing that the corrupted female intended to spray again, Zhou Fan hurled his knife outside the railing, then grasped the top of the fence and vaulted over, retrieving the knife from the ground. He called out to the two still clearing zombies nearby, "Stop fighting and move." Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the area with fewer zombies. Zhang Bo and the others promptly followed, understanding that with the zombies now capable of ranged attacks, wielding close combat weapons was futile. The corrosive liquid from the first-tier corrupted female began to corrode the railing, with even the iron bars, as thick as a thumb, showing signs of decay. However, by the time complete corrosion occurred, it was likely that Zhou Fan and his companions would have long since vanished from sight. The corrupted female, witnessing its prey fleeing, let out a frustrated roar in the direction of Zhou Fan and the others before retreating back to the female dormitory from which it had emerged. Where many trapped victims awaited, those who would not flee but merely howl. Beyond the bustling district, only a handful of zombies wandered aimlessly. Zhou Fan and his companions made every effort to avoid them, dispatching those they could not evade. During this time, Zhang Bo managed to achieve several kills using his climbing axe. Zhou Fan's strategy was to traverse through the northern building materials market directly to Lingyi Road, and then to Xiangshan Orchard. He only knew that Xiangshan Orchard harbored hope fruit but was unaware of its exact location, necessitating further exploration later. "Zhou Fan, look, there are people over there," Zhang Bo exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby bus. Zhou Fan turned to see more than 10 zombies surrounding a large bus, with several inside and a person perched atop the roof, while the zombies below eagerly reached out with their enthusiastic hands, attempting to invite him for an intimate encounter. "Should we rescue him?" Chen Jiahe inquired, recognizing the individual's familiar attire. Upon spotting a survivor he recognized, Zhou Fan could not simply ignore it. "You two flank from the side. I'll take the lead. Once he descends, we leave immediately. We cannot linger here with so many zombies approaching." Wang Tao had, as usual, gone to the gym yesterday, only to encounter a zombie outbreak. After fleeing with others from the gym, he found refuge in a nearby residence. After dispatching 2 zombies within, he finally caught his breath. Outside, chaos reigned as several pursuing zombies relentlessly pounded on the door, producing a continuous thumping sound. The group contemplated remaining inside to await rescue, but one individual sustained a gash on his arm from a zombie's grasp. After a rudimentary attempt to stem the bleeding, the blood ceased to flow, while the others remained oblivious, resting in the clean areas of the room. As night fell, and they dozed in a haze, a blood-curdling scream jolted Wang Tao awake. The injured individual had suddenly gone berserk, lunging at the neck of a nearby person and biting down. In the darkness, one of the two remaining individuals ignited a cloth covering the sofa, illuminating the scene. The once screaming individual was now silent, with the one atop him ravenously chewing on flesh and blood. Wang Tao seized a nearby iron rod and struck the feasting zombie, while the other two quickly joined in, attacking until the zombie lay motionless. By then, the person on the ground was barely clinging to life. And the three individuals, having come to a mutual understanding, ceased to ponder further. They retrieved a modest supply of water and food from their backpacks, indulging in a brief repast before leaning against the wall to recuperate their previously expended energy. Upon awakening, Zhou Fan sought out some leather to wrap around his forearms, testing the mobility of his arms to ensure it did not hinder his ability to wield his blade. The sleeves of his mountaineering attire had been torn by the grasp of a zombie, leaving unsightly rips. Though his skin remained unscathed, caution was warranted. Zhou Fan addressed the others who had awakened. There are numerous resources at our disposal here. Let us utilize them to safeguard ourselves as best as we can. Zhang Bo, clutching a steel pipe and a roll of tape, proceeded to wrap a climbing pick around the pipe, having learned the hard way that short weapons were a liability. This time, he was determined to extend the reach of his armament. Chun Jiahe scavenged a metal bucket lid, intending to repurpose it into a one-handed shield, while he found himself increasingly adept with the entrenching tool he wielded, deciding against a change for the time being. Wang Tao gazed enviously at Zhou Fan's long knife. He had previously possessed only a metal rod, which he had carelessly left on the bus. Despite his envy, he felt too bashful to ask for a similar weapon and instead began to browse around the tool shop. "Ah, this is quite splendid," Wang Tao exclaimed, lifting a chainsaw with a grin. Zhou Fan shook his head and replied, "There are plenty of zombies outside. Should you employ that, I fear the nearby undead will flock to your location. Can you guarantee your safety?" At the mention, Wang Tao recalled his escape from the Bailey Commercial Plaza and dejectedly set down the chainsaw, opting instead for a fire axe from the nearby fire hydrant. "One in each hand, and I'll stick with this. I certainly do not wish to be surrounded by zombies again." Zhou Fan approached and observed the fire axe in Wang Tao's grasp. "I feel this does not quite suit your muscular build. Allow me to modify it for you. In the meantime, seek out materials to protect your more vulnerable areas." "That sounds wonderful, thank you. I too think this feels a tad light. If you could add some weight, it would provide me with a greater sense of security." Wang Tao expressed gratefully that no need for such formality. "We must support one another to increase our chances of survival," Zhou Fan remarked before taking the axe to find materials for modifications. Half an hour later, Zhou Fan returned with a formidable amalgamation of a sledgehammer and fire axe. Noticing the group seated in silence, he initiated the conversation. "What seems to be the matter? Why the long faces?" Wang Tao glanced up at Zhou Fan, wanting to speak but lowering his gaze once more. Sensing his hesitation, Zhou Fan felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Zhang Bo, you speak," he urged, directing his attention to Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo, stroking the thick bandages wrapped around his hands, appeared at a loss for words, his expression fraught with difficulty. Chun Jiahe beside him lifted Wang Tao's pant leg, addressing Zhou Fan, "You should take a look for yourself." Before them lay a faint wound on Wang Tao's calf, barely bleeding. Had it not been for the darkening skin surrounding the injury, one might have dismissed its severity. Chun Jiahe continued, "Wang Tao discovered it while wrapping bandages earlier. It must have been incurred when he exited the vehicle and was snagged by a zombie." Zhou Fan understood that any injury from a zombie, regardless of its size, meant that the virus would inevitably enter the bloodstream, leading to transformation. Wang Tao, disheartened, muttered, "I know I will become one of those repulsive zombies. I am aware. The person who was with us was injured and turned right before my eyes, tearing another person apart." As he spoke, his emotions surged. Zhou Fan crouched down, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "There is still hope. Indeed, given that it is a virus, there must be antibodies. Perhaps you possess them within you." Zhang Bo chimed in, offering comfort by patting Wang Tao's other shoulder. Wang Tao's eyes brightened momentarily, but he soon lowered his head again. If there were antibodies, the wound wouldn't be turning black. He looked into Zhou Fan's eyes and asked, "I just want to know, how much time do I have left?" For reasons unknown, he felt that Zhou Fan might hold some answers. Zhou Fan contemplated for a moment, assessing the size of the wound and Wang Tao's physical condition. You likely have 2 days at most. Wang Tao tried to muster a smile, but it eluded him. So, I have at least 1 more day than that person. Zhou Fan continued, I know you harbor many doubts. As do I. I cannot fathom how this world has descended into such chaos. Had it not been for that enigmatic old man, I would not have sought out these supplies. I believe there remains hope for this world. Perhaps we will encounter that old man again and learn how to combat the zombie virus. Who knows where that old man might be? You are the only one among us who has seen him. Zhang Bo remarked, to be honest, before yesterday, would you have believed that a virus could turn people into zombies? The three fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, had Zhou Fan spoken of such matters prior, they would have dismissed him as delusional. Zhou Fan pressed on. I cannot say whether this is luck, but I feel that since the old man appeared at Shangshan Orchard, he might still be lingering there. If we can find him, Wang Tao may just be saved. Chun Jia's eyes lit up with realization. So your intention in sending us to Shangshan Orchard was? Zhou Fan nodded affirmatively. Exactly. I wish to seek out that mysterious old man. Though his precise whereabouts remain unknown, we must search for him. Therefore, we need to hasten our pace. Despite the peculiarity of Zhou Fan's words, they paled in comparison to the sight of ravenous zombies lurking about. The prospect of potentially avoiding zombification sparked a glimmer of joy in Wang Tao, who smiled. After all, who would willingly embrace death when there was a semblance of hope to grasp? Seeing the renewed determination among the group, Zhou Fan handed the axe hammer to Wang Tao. Weighing over 20 pounds, it was a fitting choice for him, given his formidable physique. Wang Tao examined the weapon, observing how Zhou Fan had securely attached 2 fire axes to either side of the sledgehammer. Resulting in a sturdy construct devoid of any wobble, he swung it a few times. Though it required effort, he surmised its power would be formidable. With their supplies organized, Zhou Fan and his trio set forth once more. The 2 zombies stationed at the entrance remained steadfast in their vigil, eagerly anticipating the delicious morsels within. As they lunged forward, one was struck on the shoulder by Zhang Bo's extended climbing pick. Yet it continued to claw at the air. The other was cleaved apart by Wang Tao's swinging axe hammer, its head shattered, sending a spray of foul blood in all directions, nearly splattering Zhang Bo. Zhou Fan thrust the tip of his blade forward, piercing the skull of the zombie before Zhang Bo, who writhed for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Fan advised Zhang Bo, next time, aim more carefully. If there are other zombies around and no one to assist you, you could find yourself in peril. Through their encounters with the sporadic zombies along the way from the building materials market, the group gradually adapted to their weapons, especially Wang Tao. Though he would tire quickly, each of his strikes resulted in a zombie's demise. Desperate screams occasionally echoed from the nearby residential buildings, the cries of survivors who had been discovered by zombies. Each scream lasted but a brief moment, marking the end of yet another life. Initially, Chun Jiahe and the others had contemplated rescuing those in peril, but upon witnessing the throngs of zombies outside, they reconsidered. Meanwhile, some residents within the buildings observed Zhou Fan and his companions as they fought their way through the zombies, planting the seed of rebellion within them. Though fear held them back, the instinct for survival often overcomes trepidation when faced with no other options. On the road, they encountered several fallen shared bicycles, while their phones had long since lost connection, retained only for the sake of their remaining battery, which would soon render them useless. Wang Tao swung the axe hammer, obliterating a bike lock with a single strike, demonstrating the weapon's power, though he nearly toppled the bike itself in the process. Zhou Fan deftly wielded his sharp Tang Dao, slicing through the locks in a few swift motions, and soon, each person mounted their own bike, significantly increasing their speed. The zombies drawn by the commotion pursued feebly for a moment before returning to their aimless wandering. Awaiting fresh prey, as they cycled, they witnessed individuals seeking sustenance being cornered by the zombies, ultimately succumbing in a pool of blood. They also observed a driver recklessly barreling through, toppling zombies in their wake as they sped toward the outskirts of the city, and a young man on his balcony, feasting upon a victim while brandishing a fruit knife in futile resistance. Wordlessly, the group quickened their pace, hurrying toward Shangshan Orchard. Having left the bustling urban area behind, the red banner ahead read "Welcome to Shangshan Orchard," only 500 meters away. Wang Tao suddenly halted, dismounting his bike and doubling over at the roadside to heave. Zhang Bo and Chen Jia, witnessing this, felt their own stomachs churn violently, prompting them to join in the retching. Earlier, I was barely holding on in the vicinity of the zombies, but now that I have reached this asphalt road devoid of their presence, the moment I relax, I cannot help but vomit as I behold the contents of my regurgitation and recall the gruesome scenes I had just witnessed. My nausea intensifies. Zhou Fan stands vigilant not far from them. Recalling that during his first venture out of the dormitory in his past life, he too had succumbed to vomiting. After that, he felt much better and never experienced such revulsion again. Chapter 9. The presence of a malevolent canine, Wang Tao and the others emptied the remnants of their stomachs. Finally pausing to regain composure, Zhou Fan retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his bag and tossed it to Wang Tao. "Rinse your mouth," he suggested. "Thanks," Wang Tao gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "Let us take a break, eat something before we move on. There are likely more zombies behind us, and we cannot afford to travel on empty stomachs." "What a pity," Zhang Bo lamented. "I had consumed so much earlier, only to vomit it all out." Chen Jia took a few sips of water and felt somewhat rejuvenated. Addressing Zhang Bo, she remarked, "If you feel regretful, you can always eat it again. We'll pretend we didn't TC. Get lost? Let me see you eat one. Ha ha ha, I think I'll stick to bread." Chen Jia tore open a loaf and took a bite. After a rather forced meal, the four of them mounted their bikes and continued towards the fragrant orchard. The 500 meters were not far, and within minutes, they arrived at the entrance. The vicinity appeared tranquil, devoid of any signs of zombie activity. Once inside, they collectively shut and locked the gate, for should any wandering zombies enter, it would spell trouble. Not far within the gate, 2 small trucks and a pickup were parked in the yard, surrounded by scattered fruit crates and some unspoiled fruits strewn across the ground, some crushed underfoot. The aroma of fruit mingled with splatters of crimson blood, a scene far from pleasant. "Everyone, be cautious. The presence of blood indicates that zombies may be nearby," Zhang Bo warned. "You and Chen Jia will team up. Wang Tao and I will form another group. Let us carefully search these single-story houses, and if we encounter any insurmountable danger, shout out loudly." Everything in this post-apocalyptic world is fraught with uncertainty. Yet Zhou Fan possessed an inexplicable awareness of certain matters. As the de facto leader of the group, he succinctly divided them into 2 teams to explore different buildings. These single-story houses were merely 2 levels high, with the upper floor containing living quarters and reception areas, while the ground floor served as a storage space filled with various fruits. As they searched diligently, Zhou Fan only stumbled upon patches of dried blood and saw not a single strand of hair from a zombie, let alone a human. Wang Tao gripped his axe tightly, palms sweating as he wiped them on his clothing. He leaned closer to Zhou Fan and whispered, "Do you think the zombies could have retreated to another location? Why is there not a single one in sight?" Zombies typically do not stray far from their mutated domains. They are either led by higher-level zombies or have been drawn away by something else. It is prudent to remain cautious. After we finish inspecting the remaining rooms, we'll regroup with the others. The remaining rooms yielded no signs of zombies or even bloodstains. They were relatively clean. Zhou Fan and Wang Tao returned to the yard, and after a brief wait, they spotted Zhang Bo and Chen Jia approaching, appearing unscathed by any skirmishes. "Do you think the zombies were aware of our arrival and fled in advance?" Zhang Bo inquired. Chen Jia displayed a photo she had taken on her phone, revealing a roster of personnel and a duty schedule for the orchard. From this, it was evident that there should have been 17 individuals here. If all had transformed into zombies, they should have encountered at least that many. Yet after a thorough search, not a single one could be found. "This is what I think," Chen Jia proposed. "Could it be that during the outbreak, some individuals who had yet to mutate were chased away by the zombies to another location, perhaps into this vast orchard? If that is the case, does it mean these zombies could be playing hide and seek with us in the woods?" Zhou Fan furrowed his brow. "Have you noticed? The bloodstains, they seem to have been licked clean. It's not unusual for zombies to lick the blood off the ground after consuming flesh, much like humans do when they finish a meal," Zhang Bo quipped. "That joke is hardly amusing," Wang Tao retorted, already feeling the risk of transforming into a zombie. The thought of zombies scavenging and licking the floor sent a chill down his spine. Zhou Fan continued, "If the zombies were chasing someone, They wouldn't bother with the bloodstains on the ground. I fear there may be something else at play here, and that could be troublesome. At that moment, Zhang Bo suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Do you remember what was written on the fence to the right of the gate?" "What?" "Beware of the vicious dog." When we returned, I noticed a doghouse, but I didn't see any dogs around. They must have been confined. If that's the case, could it be that these zombies were devoured by the dog? In this post-apocalyptic world, while mutated animals were rare, each one presented a formidable challenge. However, not all mutated creatures were hostile towards humans. Based on the demeanor of this malevolent canine towards zombies, its disposition could hardly be described as friendly. Just then, a howl reminiscent of a wolf echoed from afar, seemingly emanating from within the orchard. Zhang Bo recoiled. "Shouldn't we hide for now? If it realizes there's nothing left to eat here, it might go elsewhere. We cannot afford to wait. Wang Tao can only hold out until tomorrow noon." Zhou Fan dismissed Zhang Bo's suggestion. "Oh dear, I completely overlooked that. What should we do then?" "We'll proceed together. Firstly, it provides mutual support, and secondly, only Zhou Fan knows what that mysterious old man looks like." Chun Jiahe proposed a more feasible plan. Though Zhou Fan had never tasted the hope fruit in his past life, he had seen it before. That old man had mentioned a fruit called hope fruit, which could grant one supernatural abilities and offer resistance to the virus. As we search, let us remain alert for any peculiarities. Perhaps the hope fruit is a product of some mutated plant. With that vicious dog lurking here, it's best if we stick together. The mysterious old man was unlikely to be found, and thus Zhou Fan led the group in search of the hope fruit. With their decision made, they ventured into the verdant orchard, yet encountered no signs of human presence. Upon reaching the location of the doghouse, they found no trace of the so-called vicious dog, only scattered remnants of bones, suggesting they had been there for quite some time, prompting them to heighten their vigilance once more. Zhou Fan was aware that Huang Feiyang had obtained the hope fruit in this very area, and not just one, although its exact location remained unknown. The hope fruit was rumored to be a mutation of certain fruits, though the odds of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. Finding 3 or 5 in this vast orchard would indeed be a stroke of luck. As dusk approached, the earlier wolf-like howl lingered in their ears. The 4 of them resolved to return to the single-story houses for the night, planning to resume their search for the hope fruit at dawn. However, as they retraced their steps, a pair of eyes watched them intently from within a dense thicket. Zhou Fan halted abruptly, and the disheartened Wang Tao bumped into his back. "Zhou Fan, why have you stopped?" Zhang Bo and Chun Jiahe queried, puzzled by Zhou Fan's sudden pause. "I feel as though something is watching us. Don't scare me like that, Zhou Fan. You know I have a fear of dogs." Zhang Bo exclaimed, gripping Chun Jiahe's arm tightly. Chun Jiahe forcefully shook off Zhang Bo's grip and asked, "Which direction?" Zhou Fan shook his head. "Perhaps it's just my imagination. Are you just being paranoid? Are you trying to frighten me?" Zhang Bo retorted, visibly irritated. Zhou Fan chose not to respond, continuing forward, with the other 3 quickly following suit. His fleeting sensation was merely an instinct honed over 5 years of survival in this harsh world. Yet, to ascertain the exact location of the threat would require the insight of someone possessing the ability to perceive their surroundings, and even then, the range was limited to 50 meters, expanding with the elevation of their abilities. Upon returning to the second floor of the single-story house, they dined in a relatively clean dormitory, enjoying a meal that included both meat and vegetables alongside fruits, quite a sumptuous feast. Setting alarms on their phones, they designated shifts of 2 hours each, ensuring at least one person remained awake at all times. The malevolent canine seemed aware of their heightened vigilance as the night passed without incident. When the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Zhou Fan and his companions prepared to set out once again in search of the hope fruit. Wang Tao's eyes began to show signs of bloodshot, and if they did not locate the hope fruit soon, he would no longer be himself. "Guys, if my luck turns sour today and I fail to find anything to combat the virus, I ask you to grant me a swift end. I may not be able to save anyone else, but I don't wish to become a zombie and harm others. The nation is in peril, and while I may not contribute much, I certainly do not wish to add to the chaos." Qin Jiao patted Wang Tao on the back, saying, "Have you finished your farewell speech? If so, let us be on our way." Wang Tao jumped in surprise. "Don't act on that now. I'm only saying if it comes to that." "Why the rush? I never suggested we send you off right now. I merely meant we should depart, Zhou Fan clarified. Ha ha ha, Wang Tao, with such a generous statement, I thought you were unafraid of death. You've cracked me up. Zhang Bo laughed heartily at Wang Tao's expression. Who wishes to die if they can live? To extend one's life by a few more hours is indeed a blessing, Wang Tao justified to himself. Seeing that Zhang Bo was still inclined to jest, Zhou Fan interjected, let us set off quickly. Otherwise, we may truly have to send Wang Tao on his final journey. Chen Jiahe, standing nearby, suppressed a chuckle and followed Zhou Fan's lead. Having found nothing in the locations they scoured yesterday, today, they decided to change their course entirely as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Wang Tao's complexion grew increasingly ghastly, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming more pronounced. This was untenable. The places they could search together were limited. We should split up, he suggested. But what about that vicious dog? Zhang Bo expressed his concerns. We can't afford to dwell on that now. We will reconvene here in an hour, regardless of whether we find anything, Zhou Fan resolutely declared. All understood that while encountering the mutated dog solo could lead to death, the absence of hope meant Wang Tao was certain to perish. They could only hope that the creature had ventured elsewhere in search of food. Wang Tao licked his parched lips and quietly proposed, perhaps I should go alone, while the three of you stick together. After all, my time is short, and I wouldn't want to endanger you further. If I happen to turn into a zombie, please do not let me harm anyone. Upon finishing his statement, Wang Tao exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter. Zhou Fan placed his Chen Jiahe gazed at the hope fruit in his hand, glistening with saliva, and an awkward expression crossed his face. Well, I suppose I shall consume it, he declared, promptly swallowing the hope fruit in one swift motion before sitting down to undergo the evolution into an extraordinary being. In his previous life, Zhou Fan had never tasted the hope fruit. He had merely injected himself with the evolution serum produced by the research facility. The transformation from an ordinary person to an evolved being had been excruciating, as the serum was far more brutal than the gentle nature of the hope fruit, carrying with it a certain mortality rate. Despite this, the serum's price had skyrocketed in the black market. It felt as though a current of energy flowed through the bodies of Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe, meticulously reshaping them. This process would not take long. It would be completed within mere minutes. Zhou Fan cast a glance back at Wang Tao, only to find his veins no longer bulging and his breath nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, Wang Tao's tightly shut eyes flew open, and Zhou Fan was startled to see his gaze. A pair of eyes marbled with black and red, coldly fixated upon him. Wang Tao, Zhou Fan tentatively called out. Wang Tao sprang to his feet, swinging an axe hammer towards Zhou Fan. Had it not been for Zhou Fan's memories from his past life, he would have certainly been unable to evade the blow. Barely escaping Wang Tao's attack, Zhou Fan shouted, Wang Tao, have you lost your mind? The prey had dodged the assault, inciting Wang Tao's fury, and he let out a guttural roar, his blood-soaked maw emitting a foul stench. At that moment, Zhou Fan understood that Wang Tao had succumbed to the virus's corruption and had transformed into a zombie, and judging by his condition, he was not an ordinary one, due to Wang Tao's inherent physical prowess. Coupled with the energy granted by the hope fruit, he had ascended to the rank of a first-tier zombie. Wang Tao wielded the axe hammer once more, aiming for Zhou Fan, who was compelled to lead him away to avoid endangering Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe. However, Wang Tao did not pursue him, instead striding towards the seated Zhang Bo, reasoning that with stationary prey, there was no need to expend energy chasing after the fleeing Wang. Seeing that Wang Tao was not following him but rather approaching Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe, Zhou Fan realized that he could not reach them in time to intervene as Wang Tao's axe hammer was about to descend upon Zhang Bo. Just then, a shadow darted past, colliding with Wang Tao and sending him tumbling aside, eliciting an enraged roar from him. Zhang Bo, regaining consciousness just in time, found himself shrouded in darkness. Looking up, he was met with the imminent threat of a husky's anatomy nearly colliding with his face, prompting a startled scream. Relieved to see Zhang Bo unharmed, Zhou Fan called out, Zhang Bo, protect Chen Jiahe. Wang Tao has already transformed. Upon hearing Zhou Fan's urgent command, Zhang Bo quickly rolled away from beneath the husky just as Wang Tao charged towards them, his presence exuding a menacing aura. As Zhang Bo pulled Chen Jiahe to flee, she too awakened, her expression filled with confusion at the chaotic scene before her. Wang Tao and the husky were locked in a fierce struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Fan approached Zhang Bo and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing the news, both Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe were taken aback, realizing that Wang Tao had not survived the transformation and had become a zombie. And not just any zombie, but an evolved one, while the anticipated fierce dog was engaged in combat with him. Zhang Bo felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on how he had been saved by the very dog that had nearly brought him face to face with its anatomy. Chapter 11. The bonds of battle. The husky emitted a pained howl, having bitten off one of Wang Tao's arms, only to be struck by the axe hammer in return, causing a significant gash on its left side. Blood seeping out. The husky retreated a couple of steps, bearing several scratches and a patch of fur missing from its hind leg, but clearly not inflicted by Wang Tao, whose bite was far too small to account for such an injury. Wang Tao refrained from further assault, standing still and emitting irregular growls, as his body continued to undergo transformation, his nails elongating, fangs protruding outward, and his height increasing from an original 1.8 meters to approximately 2.1 meters, nearly matching the husky's stature. The husky's gaze hardened, glaring fiercely at Zhou Fan and the others. Zhang Bo, feeling a surge of panic, grasped Chen Jia's hand, exclaiming, It can't possibly think we are more delectable than Wang Tao. Can it? Zhou Fan furrowed his brow and replied, It should have no interest in humans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back earlier. As he spoke, he glanced back and froze. A dog, nearly devoid of fur, stood behind them, confronting the husky from a distance, followed by 7 or 8 zombies that were slowly inching closer. In that moment, Zhou Fan's curiosity was satisfied. No wonder the husky had merely knocked him down and sniffed around before leaving. It had other enemies, the zombies. Having detected no zombie scent on him, it had confirmed its suspicions and departed. Realizing they were encircled, Chen Jiahe pushed Zhang Bo's hand aside and leaned toward Zhou Fan, whispering, What do we do now? What else can we do? We fight. You two should clear the surrounding zombies first. They are merely ordinary ones, perfect for you to familiarize yourselves with your abilities. As for the zombie dog, I suspect the husky will engage it, leaving Wang Tao to me. Zhou Fan swiftly organized their battle strategy. That won't do. We are both considered evolved beings now. Leave Wang Tao to me while you and Zhang Bo handle those ordinary zombies. Chen Jiahe insisted, feeling an abundance of power coursing through her, uncertain of its magnitude but convinced it surpassed Zhou Fan's. This is not the time for debate. You are still unaware of your own abilities and need to refine your control over your bodies. Trust me, I can handle a weakened zombie like Wang Tao, Zhou Fan asserted, his decision firm in the face of the approaching zombies and the mutated dog. As Zhou Fan charged towards Wang Tao with a long knife in hand. The mutated dog let out a howl and rushed forward as well. The injured husky engaged in battle, and though both dogs were evenly matched, the presence of zombies aiding the mutated dog had previously placed the husky at a disadvantage, forcing it to retreat after dispatching 1 or 2 zombies. The wounded husky and the mutated dog wrestled on the ground, with the husky in a precarious position. While it would not succumb immediately, prolonged conflict could tip the scales against it. Zhang Bo swung his extended climbing pick at a male zombie's head, attempting to channel his abilities. A warmth surged through his eyes, revealing several red spots on the zombie's body, the largest of which rested on its head. Instinctively aiming for that spot, he struck true, creating a gaping hole in the zombie's skull. Another zombie, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Bo was occupied, lunged towards him with malicious intent. As Zhang Bo struggled to extract the climbing pick, it became lodged. Chen Jiahe, having just downed a zombie, noticed Zhang Bo's predicament and dashed over, using her makeshift round shield to knock the zombie aside, simultaneously toppling another behind it. Thanks, Zhang Bo exclaimed, his heart racing. Chen Jiahe glanced toward Zhou Fan, who was agilely maneuvering around Wang Tao, occasionally inflicting additional wounds upon him. No more pleasantries. Let's finish this and go help them. As Chen Jiahe spoke, he charged towards a zombie. Zhang Bo stomped on the fallen zombie's head, forcefully extracting his climbing pick and flinging the tainted blood towards the remaining undead before rushing forward. Wang Tao possessed immense strength, capable of creating large craters with each strike. A blow from him was no trifling matter, as even the husky's defenses were rendered ineffective, leaving it severely wounded. The combat instinct stored within Zhou Fan's memory began to merge with his current form, allowing him to deftly evade Wang Tao's attacks. Although the mutated tyrant zombie's power was formidable, its speed was a weakness, albeit still faster than an ordinary person. After several strikes landed on the remaining right arm of the zombie Wang Tao had become, Zhou Fan finally severed Wang Tao's arm at the forearm, causing the axe to clatter onto the gravel path. With both hands lost, Wang Tao howled in frustration, unable to fulfill his aspirations, and charged once more towards Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan sidestepped, causing Wang Tao to lunge forward, colliding with Zhang Bo, who had just finished clearing the zombies. Zhang Bo raised his climbing pick, aiming for Wang Tao's head. Wang Tao tilted his head back in a howl. Zhang Bo's pick struck his teeth, producing a resounding clang. Zhang Bo felt a tingling in his arm, struggling to maintain his grip on the climbing pick, stepping back a few paces, while Wang Tao's teeth remained remarkably intact. Chen Jiahe and I will assist the husky. Zhang Bo, you handle this side. Be cautious not to engage him directly, Zhou Fan called out to the two approaching. At this moment, the trio needed no further words. They followed their assigned roles. The husky was pinned down by the zombie dog, fighting with great difficulty. Zhang Bo gazed at the pitiable state of his former roommate, hesitating. The previous attack had been driven by instinct, but now the prospect of killing him weighed heavily on his conscience. Zhou Fan surged forward, delivering a decisive blow to the zombie dog's hind leg, while Chen Jiahe thrust his extended entrenching tool forcefully into the zombie dog's hindquarters. Striking true, the zombie dog, yelping in pain, abandoned its assault on the husky and turned to attack Zhou Fan and Chen Jiahe, granting the husky a moment to recover and rise to its feet once more to take on the offensive. With the husky's allies dispatched, the zombie dog roared in fury, emitting wisps of crimson light from its body, its eyes filled with a deeper shade of bloodlust. However, whenever it attempted to eliminate the two humans first, the husky would always impede its movements. As the husky engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombie dog, Zhou Fan and Chen Jiahe continued to strike at it, with Chen Jiahe's entrenching tool being more manageable. While Zhou Fan's long sword inflicted severe wounds on Zhang Bo's side, despite his reluctance to strike, Wang Tao's charges were not easy to endure. During his evasive maneuvers, Zhang Bo recalled Wang Tao's earlier words, and thus began to swing the climbing pick towards the red spots on Wang Tao's body. After several exchanges, Wang Tao became noticeably limping, his charges growing weaker. With renewed determination, Zhang Bo disabled Wang Tao's other leg, leaving him powerless on the ground, howling in resentment towards Zhang Bo, who paid him no mind and joined Zhou Fan and Chen Jiahe in their battle against the zombie dog. Attack its vulnerable joints. Zhang Bo proclaimed with satisfaction. You can see it, Zhou Fan mused, considering whether Zhang Bo's newfound ability was akin to heightened perception. Chen Jiahe, what about your powers? Zhou Fan inquired while dodging. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Jiahe slashed at the zombie dog's ribs, retreating as he replied, You know the Byakugan from Naruto, right? I can see my surroundings even with my eyes closed. One had environmental awareness, while the other had weak point detection. Their abilities bore striking similarities. Be careful, Chen Jiahe warned, pulling Zhou Fan aside as the zombie dog swung its tail at them. The zombie dog's fur had completely fallen out, revealing its former identity as a once adorable golden retriever. Though now it exuded an aura of menace, its body suffused with red light, and its attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The already injured husky, now utterly exhausted, was sent flying by the zombie dog's powerful strike, landing on the ground and struggling to rise again. The absence of their main force put Zhou Fan and his companions in an increasingly precarious situation. The crimson aura surrounding the zombie dog dissipated as it caught its breath, glaring menacingly at Zhou Fan and the others. What now? Should we continue fighting? Zhang Bo inquired. Edging closer to Zhou Fan, of course we must fight. If it survives today, we will not live to see tomorrow. Chen Jiahe asserted he was correct. Had it not been for the husky drawing the creature away earlier, they might have met their doom yesterday. Zhou Fan now understood why they had encountered no zombies upon entering the orchard. Currently, the husky had lost all fighting capability and was crawling towards Wang Tao, tearing into his flesh to consume his blood and meat. Witnessing their greatest adversary feeding to replenish its strength, the zombie dog grew restless, desiring to intervene but wary of Zhou Fan and his companions. As the husky feasted on Wang Tao's remains, Zhou Fan and the others felt a pang of sympathy for him. Memories of their shared moments flooding back, yet this was not the time for nostalgia. Mutated creatures could absorb the energy contained within the flesh and blood of other life forms, allowing them to heal wounds or enhance their own power. We must buy time for the husky. We cannot allow that beast to interfere, nor let it consume the corpses of the other zombies, Zhou Fan stated, gripping his sword tightly and watching the zombie dog's every move. Just as the husky regained its footing, the zombie dog could no longer contain itself and charged toward Zhou Fan and his companions, lowering its head to break through their defenses. I'll take it. Chen Jiahe stepped forward, readying his defense to confront the zombie dog's assault head-on. The impact reverberated through the air as Chen Jiahe was sent flying 3 meters, his left arm's shield severely deformed. While the zombie dog shook its head, appearing momentarily dazed, as Chen Jiahe was propelled backward, Zhang Bo rushed over, retrieving the fallen entrenching tool while Chen Jiahe clutched his injured arm, grimacing in pain. "Are you all right?" Zhang Bo asked. "Easy for you to say. You try standing up to that," Chen Jiahe retorted. "I think my arm is shattered. That's not my fault." In the midst of their exchange, Zhou Fan seized the opportunity and swung his blade at the zombie dog, only to find it merely grazed the surface, failing to penetrate its skull. Disappointment flickered across Zhou Fan's face as the zombie dog, now roused from its stupor, lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Zhou Fan swiftly dodged, but the zombie dog's teeth clamped down on his backpack, causing him to toss aside his sword, freeing his hands to escape the straps and roll to the side. The zombie dog tossed the pack into the air, scattering its contents across the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhou Fan plunged his sword into the zombie dog's maw. Knowing that canine creatures had robust skulls, he resolved to attack from within. Zhou Fan's blade found its mark, piercing deep into the dog's brain. As the zombie dog thrashed its head violently, Zhou Fan was flung away, yet the sword continued to wreak havoc within its skull. Zhou Fan crashed to the ground, while the zombie dog let out a pained whimper and collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 12. Mysterious circumstances. Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo rushed to Zhou Fan's side, finding him unconscious. Having landed headfirst during the impact, a painful bump had formed on his head, and worse yet, his arm bore several deep scratches from the zombie dog's teeth, oozing a sinister mixture of dark red blood. The revived husky approached, having dispatched the zombie dog, and bit into its skull, consuming a gray crystal nestled within its brain. It then sniffed Zhou Fan, licking the blood from his right hand clean. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo could only watch in silence. Though they had fought together previously, that had been against a common enemy. Now, with the threat eliminated, the husky's intentions remained inscrutable. The husky barked lightly at the two, then turned and walked a short distance before glancing back. Chen Jiahe questioned Zhang Bo. "What does it mean? Is it asking us to follow?" "Who knows?" Zhang Bo replied, shaking his head. "I don't speak dog. Curse you, you think I'm a dog. You're not as impressive as it is." Seeing that the two had not followed, the husky barked once more before leisurely continuing on its way. "What should we do? Should we follow?" Zhang Bo asked, anxiety creeping into his voice as he watched the husky depart. "Carry Zhou Fan. We should follow. It might lead us somewhere that could save him." Zhang Bo insisted. "Are you suggesting it can guide us to that miraculous fruit?" "There's a possibility. After all, it's familiar with this area, more so than we are. But what about Wang Tao?" "Enough. Let's treat this like a dead horse we might still save. If we don't follow, it will be too far gone." Chen Jiahe hurriedly pursued the husky, who was moving away with Zhou Fan slung over his back. "Hey, wait for me," Zhang Bo called out, quickly following suit. The two of them, bearing the unconscious Zhou Fan, trailed the husky for quite a distance, exiting the orchard and arriving at a mountain gorge. Here, they discovered a recessed stone wall with a sizable opening. Upon entering the cave, they found it rather dim, prompting Zhang Bo to retrieve his phone, which still had 7% battery, and switch on the flashlight. Inside, they were greeted by a stunning display of natural stalactites. Their beauty remarkable, a clear pool of water lay within, revealing a bed of green algae at the bottom that emitted a faint luminescence. The husky approached the water, taking several laps before lying down nearby to rest. Upon noticing the two newcomers, it stood up and gently licked Zhou Fan's darkened wound. Then, grasping Zhou Fan's tattered clothing, it attempted to lift him. However, after enduring several battles, Zhou Fan's garments, already in tatters, gave way with a rip, and Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe swiftly supported him to prevent him from falling and incurring further injury. The husky appeared momentarily bewildered, dropping the torn fabric from its mouth and barking softly at the pool, then gesturing between Zhou Fan and the water with its large head. Chen Jiahe cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting we place him in the water?" The husky tilted its head, barking at Zhou Fan before barking at the pool again. Zhang Bo nudged Chen Jiahe with his elbow, remarking, "It doesn't comprehend human speech, but I suspect that's what it means." "How do you know that's what I meant?" Chen Jiahe retorted. "Because you understand dog language." Zhang Bo replied instinctively, eliciting a playful slap to the back of his head from Chen Jiahe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Bo quickly clarified, "Let us just try placing Zhou Fan in the water. If it's not what the husky intended, it will surely react differently. I can tell this dog possesses a certain intelligence." He nodded earnestly as he spoke. "I see you also have a certain intelligence." Chen Jiahe shot back as he carefully maneuvered Zhou Fan towards the pool, gently lowering him into the water. Zhang Bo, wary of disturbing him, refrained from retorting. Chen Jiahe placed Zhou Fan into the pool, which was shallow enough for him to sit with his back against the edge, ensuring his head remained above water. The husky observed the entire process without further action, lying down and closing its eyes as if it had fallen asleep. Can a mere bath truly heal him? Zhang Bo pondered, for Zhou Fan had been injured by that zombie dog, not the run-of-the-mill kind. He was perplexed by the husky's leading actions, having initially believed it was guiding them to a miraculous fruit, only to end up with a bath instead. What's next? Clean him up so he can feast? Chen Jiahe, having touched the water earlier, felt a tingling sensation and said to Zhang Bo, "You keep an eye on him, and make sure his head doesn't submerge. I'll go see if I can find that wondrous fruit. I'll go. I'd rather not be alone with this big dog. What if it suddenly decides to bite me?" Chen Jiahe dismissed him. "If it wanted to bite you, it would have done so already. How could you still be here intact? My abilities are far more adept at finding things than yours." Without further ado, Chen Jiahe left the cave, intent on locating the mysterious fruit to potentially save Zhou Fan. As Zhang Bo watched Chen Jiahe depart, he turned back to see the husky opening one eye at him, causing him to shudder at that moment. His phone, having reached a low battery, shut off, plunging the cave into darkness. A chill ran down his spine as he felt the husky's intimidating jaws seemingly about to snap at him, prompting him to let out a startled yelp that echoed through the cave and out into the open. After a moment of waiting and trepidation for the anticipated pain, Zhang Bo searched his pockets and found a lighter used for fireworks. With its feeble flame, he glimpsed the husky lying still and Zhou Fan leaning against the pool. Cautiously, he approached, bending down by the water's edge, gripping the few remaining fabric strips on Zhou Fan's shoulder. The lighter's flicker was fleeting, so Zhang Bo extinguished it, clutching the fabric tightly in the darkness. The solitude of waiting in the dark was palpable. Lying on the cold ground, the sound of the husky snoring beside him provided some comfort, alleviating his concerns about the animal's intentions. As the tension in his mind eased, exhaustion from the recent events washed over him, and he unwittingly drifted into slumber. A sudden gurgle roused him, and he saw Zhou Fan still seated in the pool, the fabric still clutched in his hand. Zhang Bo exhaled in relief, grateful that a brief nap hadn't led to Zhou Fan's drowning. Another gurgle echoed, and Zhang Bo noticed bubbles rising to the surface of the water. "Zhou Fan, what's this? You're not waking up but still making noise," he mused. "Hey, the more I talk, the more you seem to get lively. Trying to stink me out, are you?" Bubbles continued to rise around Zhou Fan, creating a series of ripples. "Wait, is that dog thinking of a hot pot?" Zhang Bo wondered, reaching into the pool, feeling that the water was surprisingly not hot. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. "Why can I see? There's no light. How can I see without light?" Zhou Fan was acutely aware of two forces battling within him, his consciousness awakening, yet his eyelids remained stubbornly shut. and even moving a finger felt nearly impossible. He had lost control over his body entirely. However, he could hear Zhang Bo's voice and see the sleeping husky and the stalactites in the cave. Zhou Fan knew not the pool's purpose, as he had never heard of anyone evolving into an ability user through water, awakening in this very pool, likely placed there by Zhang Bo and the others. The virus from the zombie dog was far more virulent than that of ordinary zombies, gradually eroding his body while he was unconscious. Yet, the water from the pool was seeping through his skin, combating the virus. Although Zhou Fan had lost control of his body, he was spared from becoming a zombie. The energy from the liquid in the pool continued to flow into him, joining the fight against the virus. Ultimately, the virus was but a rootless water, unable to compete with the ceaseless liquid from the pool. The virus was gradually losing ground, and Zhou Fan's awareness grew clearer. Slowly, the virus's hold on Zhou Fan's body diminished, now primarily concentrated in his head. The energy from the liquid was transported through his bloodstream, engaging in a stalemate with the virus, lacking the earlier ferocity of its attack through the skin. Consequently, Zhou Fan was still unable to regain control over his body. Fortunately, the virus, preoccupied with countering the energy from the pool, did not proceed to further invade Zhou Fan's head. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed to zombification. The husky awoke, its wounds nearly healed, stretching and wandering over to Zhou Fan. It sniffed at the exposed part of his head. While Zhang Bo lay still, fearful of making a move, the husky pressed its paw down on Zhou Fan's head, seemingly attempting to push him under the water. Zhang Bo could no longer contain himself, reaching out with his other hand to grasp the paw of the husky. The husky was perplexed. The night has descended outside, yet the illumination of the moonlight renders the surroundings far more favorable than the utter darkness of a cave. Unlike Zhang Bo and his companion, Zhou Fan does not possess the ability to see in the dark. After evolving into a supernatural being, the energy within his body enhances the cells of the evolved, thereby improving various bodily functions. However, the effects of the hope fruit are distinct, with different focal points for the areas being augmented. Zhang Bo and Chen Jia prioritized the enhancement of their eyesight, resulting in a lesser degree of augmentation in other areas, which rendered their physical attacks less formidable against the husky. Jia, let us go, Zhou Fan said, stretching his shoulders. For me, the distinction between night and day is negligible. Engaging with me will put you at a disadvantage. Chen Jia's environmental perception allows him to project the surroundings within a certain radius into his mind, adapting to even the slightest changes in the environment. It's fine, let us see. Zhou Fan expressed curiosity about the changes in his own body. But you should be cautious. Chen Jia launched a straight punch, his speed considerably surpassing Wang Tao's. Wang Tao, who had failed in his transformation, became a first-tier tyrant zombie, only to be eliminated before fully evolving, ultimately becoming a meal for the husky. Zhou Fan leaned back to evade, landing a punch under Chen Jia's armpit. In response, Chen Jia converted his punch into an elbow strike aimed at Zhou Fan, while his other hand reached around in an attempt to seize him. Zhou Fan pivoted, maneuvering to Chen Jia's right side, causing Chen Jia's elbow strike to miss. In a flurry, Chen Jia switched tactics to a sweeping attack, prompting Zhou Fan to drop to the ground and evade, executing a kick akin to a scorpion's tail towards Chen Jia. As a large foot approached his face, Chen Jia crossed his hands defensively. Just as he prepared to block, Zhou Fan lowered his foot, striking Chen Jia in the chest. Chen Jia stumbled back 2 steps, while Zhou Fan sprang back to his feet. Chen Jia, brushing off the impression left by Zhou Fan's kick, remarked, "Why do I feel like your strength hasn't increased much? Your body is quite agile. And you possess martial arts skills? Who did you learn from?" "This isn't martial arts. It's merely experience gained from numerous battles," Zhou Fan clarified. "But you fought no more than we have, right? How shall I put it? It feels as though I have undergone an exceptionally long dream, within which I experienced countless battles," Zhou Fan replied. "Are you boasting? Did you perhaps encounter Hong Qigong in your dreams?" Zhang Bo interjected quietly, observing the sparring matched. "Ha! You'll be able to learn it too in the future," Zhou Fan responded without further elaboration. "I believe it is due to that water pool. All the little grasses have disappeared, and there is no longer that tingling sensation when touched. It must have been drained by you. However, Zhou Fan, why weren't you infected by the virus and didn't become a supernatural being?" Chen Jiahe posed his curiosity. Through their recent exchange, he realized that Zhou Fan was not a strength-enhanced supernatural being, and his own strength far surpassed Zhou Fan's, which is why Zhou Fan had been dodging during their engagement. I sensed that the energy in the water pool didn't eradicate the virus from my body. Rather, how should I say it? It feels as if the virus has been tamed, Zhou Fan mused, resting his chin on his hand. Tamed? A virus can be tamed? Both Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo exclaimed in unison. There's no need for such expressions. I can feel it still resides within my body. But it poses no harm to me. It seems to be growing stronger. Zhou Fan attentively assessed his bodily condition. This situation was unprecedented in his previous life, as those who possessed the hope fruit were typically elevated individuals, untouched by the virus, while adventurers rarely acquired the hope fruit, succumbing to the virus instead. It's not that no one has attempted to use the hope fruit to heal those infected by the virus. The cost is simply too great, and few are willing to pay it. Moreover, the hope fruit is a coveted item, usually in the possession of powerful factions. It was only after the development of the evolution agent that the threat posed by ordinary zombie viruses diminished. As long as one was of youthful vigor, they could join the defense forces and obtain the evolution agent, gaining access to higher-tier evolution agents with accumulated merits. In contrast, the ascension of supernatural beings was far more flexible. They could absorb energy from zombie crystals to evolve, although the exact quantity required remained uncertain. Zhou Fan had minimal contact with supernatural beings in his previous life, but those who became supernatural beings often harbored a sense of superiority, looking down upon the evolved and ordinary people alike. Zhou Fan himself could have been among them, but Wang Yuanlang had seized the hope fruit he had worked so hard to obtain, severing his hopes. Ultimately, he was compelled to join the defense forces, becoming one of the evolved. And when Wang Yuanlang encountered Zhou Fan again, he sensed Zhou Fan's animosity and, adhering to the principle of eradicating threats, harbored intentions to kill him. Chen Jiahe handed Zhou Fan a hope fruit. Now that the virus is harmless, you should consume this, Zhou Fan. Both Zhang Bo and I are already supernatural beings. You are the last one left. Thank you. Zhou Fan accepted the gourd-shaped hope fruit and took a hearty bite. Observing Zhou Fan devour the fruit, Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo exchanged smiles, relieved that nothing was amiss. Though lamenting Wang Tao's fate, how does it feel, Zhou Fan? Do you sense anything? Zhang Bo inquired eagerly. Zhou Fan licked the juice from his fingers and replied, It has no distinct flavor. I asked if you felt anything in your body. Not about the taste, I don't feel anything. What sensations did you experience while consuming it? When I ate it, I felt a warm current surging through my body, especially around my eyes, which felt pleasantly warm. Me too. Then I suppose I can't relate. I felt nothing, Zhou Fan shrugged innocently. Chen Jiahe produced a handful of small, glowing fruits, estimating 4 or 5 in number. Would you like to try this as well? Wow, your luck is impressive. Zhou Fan marveled at Chen Jiahe's ability to find so many hope fruits. I utilized my supernatural ability to search and nearly turned the entire orchard upside down. I didn't even spare the ground. Yet this is all I found, Chen Jiahe explained, pulling out several dark fruits that emitted minimal light, still coated in some dirt. Zhang Bo's eyes sparkled as he stared at Zhou Fan, saying, It's not that consuming it had no effect. Try channeling the energy in your left wrist. Intrigued, Zhang Bo employed his supernatural ability on Zhou Fan, sensing something amiss. Really? What did you observe? Chen Jiahe queried. When I observed Zhou Fan earlier, nothing stood out. After he consumed the hope fruit, I focused on him, and the energy from the hope fruit flowed into his wrist, where it remained stagnant, Zhang Bo explained, ceasing to focus as his eyes began to strain. Zhou Fan attempted to channel the energy in his wrist, yet there was no change. Zhang Bo retrieved the long knife Zhou Fan had previously wielded, suggesting, try using the knife. As Zhou Fan reached for the knife, it vanished from sight, leaving Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo agape, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The long knife flickered in and out of existence in Zhang Bo's hand as Zhou Fan curiously experimented with his newfound ability, growing increasingly adept. Zhou Fan, what is this ability of yours? Although he had his suspicions, Zhang Bo sought confirmation from Zhou Fan himself. Zhou Fan retrieved the long knife and explained, when I utilize this energy, I can sense a space nearby. By applying the energy to the long knife, it gets absorbed into that space. Zhou Fan closed his eyes, carefully feeling the energy within him. Wow, a storage space? Zhang Bo exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Zhou Fan's hand, only for it to vanish. Zhou Fan, quickly release your ability. You've absorbed Zhang Bo. Chun Jiahe urged anxiously. Zhou Fan opened his eyes, and Zhang Bo promptly reappeared beside him. Having collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, Zhou Fan hurried to assist him, but Zhang Bo, fearing he might be absorbed again, took a couple of steps back. See, I didn't do it on purpose. I released the energy, so it's fine, Zhou Fan explained helplessly, but Zhang Bo declined his assistance, managing to rise on his own. Zhang Bo, still shaken, remarked, what a bizarre place. No light, no sound, and no air. I could only curl up in there. I couldn't even stand upright. It's probably about 1 meter wide and long. I can't specify the exact dimensions. How about you go in again and measure it for me? Zhou Fan suggested with a sincere smile. Zhang Bo resolutely declined. I'd rather jump into a horde of zombies than go back in there. It was unbearable. Then why not use your ability to examine me instead? That should work, Zhou Fan proposed. Zhang Bo's eyes glimmered with renewed determination as he scrutinized Zhou Fan, only to express confusion after a moment. The energy in your body has vanished. Is it a one-time use? Zhou Fan smirked mysteriously. I concealed the energy from the gourd with my own. It seems my internal energy has a built-in defense mechanism against your prying. Chun Jiahe remarked, I'm somewhat envious. You carry around a little warehouse. You are not lacking either. The enhancement of your vision is quite rare, Zhou Fan replied. You mentioned covering it with your own energy. What was the original effect of your energy? Zhou Fan remained silent, raising his clenched right fist, from which 3 bone spikes protruded between his fingers. Zhang Bo gasped, Wolverine? As Zhou Fan retracted the bone spurs from his hand, a series of bony spikes emerged from the joints of his fingers. Once these spikes vanished, long nails sprouted from his fingertips. Enough showing off. Come on, Zhang Bo, let us divide these fruits, Chun Jiahe called out to Zhang Bo, eager to share the peculiar abilities they desired. Ultimately, the fruits were entrusted to Zhou Fan, who stored them in his small space, as the 3 realized that aside from restoring some of their energy, the fruits held no other benefits. They decided to keep the remaining fruits for future needs. Chapter 14. The arrival of the army. After spending a night in the cave, Zhou Fan contemplated revisiting the pool, but was thwarted by the husky, which barred their passage. Unable to overpower it or reason with it, they reluctantly abandoned the idea. At dawn, they exited the cave, and the husky escorted them to the entrance. Zhang Bo was no longer as fearful of the creature. In fact, he felt significantly safer with such a formidable ally. Zhou Fan, can we take it with us? Zhang Bo inquired. Zhou Fan explained, once animals mutate, their intelligence undergoes a qualitative leap. Whether it chooses to accompany us depends on its own will. Zhang Bo hurriedly approached the husky. Hey, pup, do you want to come with us? He gestured while speaking. The husky barked a few times and wagged its tail before retreating back into the cave, leaving Zhang Bo standing awkwardly. All right, let us go. It doesn't he want to join us, Chun Jiahe said, pulling Zhang Bo along. Come on, you speak dog language. Whatever you say goes, Zhang Bo retorted as he turned towards the orchard. Chun Jiahe pointed at Zhang Bo and said to Zhou Fan, What's wrong with me? I really don't speak dog language. Zhou Fan patted his shoulder and urged, Hurry up and catch up. He then followed Zhang Bo. The trio arrived at the site of yesterday's battle, where zombies lay sprawled across the ground, with flies crawling over them. As they approached, the flies took to the air, revealing their blood-red eyes, a chilling sight. Zhou Fan knelt before the mangled corpse of Wang Tao. Jiahe, hand me your knife. Chun Jiahe promptly drew his dog-leg knife from behind his waist and handed it to Zhou Fan, who then swiftly sliced into the back of Wang Tao's skull. Extracting a gray crystal. What's this? Chun Jiahe inquired, eyeing the crystal in Zhou Fan's hand. This is a zombie crystal. Ordinary zombies develop this when they ascend to the first tier. Try absorbing it, Zhou Fan suggested. Tossing the crystal to Chun Jiahe, he fumbled to catch it, confusion etched on his face, while Zhang Bo looked on curiously. Ability users can evolve by absorbing zombie crystals. Try enveloping it with your energy, Zhou Fan patiently explained. The higher the zombie's level, the more energy the crystal contains, but it's best to absorb crystals of the same tier. Lower tier crystals have insufficient energy, while higher-tier ones have low absorption efficiency. Following Zhou Fan's advice, Qian Jiahe focused, channeling his energy to envelop the crystal, which gradually lost its luster and ultimately crumbled into dust. "How do you feel?" Zhang Bo asked eagerly. "I feel slightly stronger. Unlike the hope fruit, which merely replenishes energy, I can distinctly sense the increase in my internal energy," Qian Jiahe replied, excitement evident in his voice. Zhou Fan returned the knife to Qian Jiahe and remarked, "That zombie dog must have a crystal too. You can check." Zhang Bo responded, "But it was already devoured by that husky yesterday, and no worries, that's not a significant issue. There are plenty of these crystals around." Zhou Fan reassured them as the three departed, knowing that it would be a while before they encountered hope fruits again. Just as they exited, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, mingled with the sounds of explosions. Zhou Fan thought to himself that things were as punctual as ever in his previous life. The army had launched attacks at this very moment, rescuing countless survivors. Yet, when they approached the city center, they were unable to penetrate, as their primary mission was rescue, and their heavy firepower was limited, making it challenging to carve a path through the millions of zombies. Upon hearing the gunfire, Zhang Bo and Qian Jiahe felt a surge of excitement. "The army has arrived. The zombies will surely be cleared away, and we can return." Zhou Fan cautioned, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. Sea City is a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million. There are at least 8 million zombies inside, and with such numbers, there will be plenty of evolved zombies and various mutated creatures. Not every one of them is as easy to communicate with as the husky." His words doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. "So, the army is here to save us, but how many can they actually rescue? The rest will just have to fend for themselves." Zhou Fan continued, "But we can leave with the army to a safer place," Qian Jiahe argued, as the army always instilled a sense of security, especially in such dire circumstances. "You can go if you wish, but we should first procure some supplies," Zhou Fan suggested, revealing his past connection with the military, having spent considerable time within its ranks. "Procure what?" Zhang Bo and Qian Jiahe felt a sense of mystery surrounding Zhou Fan's intentions. "How would you feel about acquiring firearms?" Zhou Fan proposed. In a nation with stringent gun control, firearms were not easily obtainable. They had considered it before, but it remained a mere thought. Given our current skills, ambushing a lone soldier wouldn't be too difficult. Qian Jiahe boldly expressed his thoughts, only to be met with a sharp slap to the back of his head from Zhou Fan. "Regardless, do not entertain thoughts of robbing the military. We cannot afford to provoke them. They are individuals worthy of respect. We can seize resources from zombies, mutated beasts, or nefarious individuals, but we cannot unjustly rob others." Zhou Fan admonished, infusing his past experiences into his words. In his previous life, he had upheld his principles against all odds, never resorting to crime for profit. Seeing Zhou Fan's irritation, Qian Jiahe quickly reassured him. "Don't get worked up. I was just speaking hypothetically." "Indeed, Zhou Fan, Jiahe wouldn't actually go through with it. If he dared, I would be the first to deal with him," Zhang Bo chimed in supportively. Zhou Fan took a deep breath and said to them, "The army's offensive will inevitably attract the attention of zombies. We can seize this opportunity to head to the police station. The gunfire there ceased before we even reached the dormitory, so it's likely deserted. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry before someone else gets there first," Zhang Bo urged, excitement bubbling over. After all, what boy doesn't enjoy handling firearms? Meanwhile, atop a building in the city, a group of ragged men lay basking in the sun, waiting for death. Upon hearing the gunfire, they scrambled to sit up, gazing towards the source of the sound, witnessing zombies flocking towards the gunfire like streams converging into the sea. "Quickly, tell the boss. The zombies are being lured away. The army is here to rescue us," one man shouted in a panic. "Do I look deaf to you?" A bald man approached, a gruesome scar etched across his face. The man who had spoken first quickly corrected himself. Yes, I misspoke." With such commotion, how could the boss not notice? The scarred man waved dismissively, cutting off further excuses. "Enough with the flattery. Gather all the brothers. Let us make our escape while we can." Zhou Fan and his companions stealthily returned to the city, dispatching scattered zombies as they encountered them and deftly avoiding the waves of undead rushing towards the army. Being surrounded by a horde of zombies was no trivial matter. Even high-tier ability users could meet their end in such a dire situation. Through their journey, Zhou Fan and his friends honed their skills, growing increasingly adept at navigating the challenges before them. As they rounded a corner, an ambushing shadow zombie lunged at them. Zhou Fan's bone spikes manifested, and with a single punch, he shattered its skull, sending its crystal flying. Zhang Bo leaped forward to catch the descending crystal, brushing it off before pocketing it. Now I understand how vital eye enhancement is. That zombie thought we were oblivious, but Jaha was watching every move it made. Zhou Fan, you really went all out there. The shadow zombie was quick and aggressive, yet its defenses were lacking. As they continued, Zhou Fan began naming the zombies they encountered, crafting stories for each, including that of the Hope Fruit, which Zhang Bo and Jaha found quite fitting without raising any objections. Even so, I feel like your strength rivals that of Wang Tao, Chen Jia remarked, acknowledging Zhou Fan's prowess. Zhou Fan offered a sheepish smile, opting not to elaborate further. The density of zombies increased as they drew closer to the police station, heightening their vigilance. After all, they had worked hard to arrive at this point. Encountering unforeseen misfortune would leave them without a soul to collect their remains, if indeed there were any remains to collect. As zombies were indiscriminate in their hunger, on the other side, the Scarred Man and his crew burst from the building, each member stained with blood and grime. Boss, where to now? A young subordinate leaned close to the Scarred Man and whispered a question. Of course we're heading towards the gunfire, but first, we need to make a detour to the police station. The Scarred Man felt exasperated by his subordinate's lack of common sense, questioning such a straightforward matter. Boss, you only managed to escape the police station during the zombie attack 2 days ago. Why would you want to go back? The Scarred Man chuckled. Of course, I intend to retrieve some weapons. With a gun in hand, I can face anything without fear. I imagine those police officers are all dead by now. His subordinates, eager to curry favor, chimed in, the boss is truly valiant. The boss is truly valiant. Silence. You lot are nothing but parrots, squawking loudly enough to attract the zombies. The Scarred Man bellowed, causing the group of over 10 men to fall silent, cautiously making their way towards the police station. Several had perished just moments after exiting the building, and that was despite most of the zombies being drawn away. The zombie horde was intermittent, and seizing this opportunity was crucial. Failure to do so would result in being surrounded by the tide of corpses. Although gunfire attracted zombies, if one got too close, they wouldn't hesitate to seize their meal. After encountering several waves of the undead, only 7 of the Scarred Man's subordinates remained. They all shared a common trait. They could run fast. Those who couldn't had already been eliminated, and it was uncertain whether they would join the ranks of the undead. Leaning against a wall, the Scarred Man spat in frustration. What terrible luck! We haven't even reached the police station, and we've already lost half our men. He had once been a bloodthirsty individual, normally leading a gang to brawl, but he had never witnessed the phenomenon of the dead rising to consume the living. A typical person would have succumbed to a mortal wound, but these zombies could rise again and fight fiercely unless their heads were severed. Thankfully, there weren't many quick zombies inside, but each was formidable. Half of the recently fallen had succumbed to these relentless creatures. Chapter 15. The unpredictability of human nature. Zhou Fan and his companions were also in perilous circumstances, narrowly escaping being surrounded by zombies on several occasions. Chen Jia's still healing left arm was bitten by a zombie, but the bandages wrapped around his fracture provided him with some defense at last. They arrived at the police station, quickly dispatching the zombies clad in uniforms inside. The trio searched for scattered handguns and managed to find 11 in total. Remove the bullets. We only need to keep 3 guns. The rest can be discarded. Why? Even if we don't use them, they could still be sold for money, Zhang Bo protested, clutching several guns tightly, reluctant to part with them. It was his first encounter with real firearms, and were it not for the fear of attracting zombies with gunfire, he would have fired a few shots. Zhou Fan understood Zhang Bo's sentiment. In his previous life, he too had struggled to let go of firearms. However, he recognized that possessing too many was futile. Thus, he patiently explained, a gun without bullets is merely a piece of metal. Moreover, its usefulness is limited. Using it against zombies would only attract more. The military enforces strict regulations on firearms, forbidding their carry. As for selling them, do you think money still holds value? In the early days of the apocalypse, Currency had become worthless, akin to scrap paper. Only precious metals like gold could be used for trade. Once the corpse crystals began circulating, even gold lost its utility. As in the apocalypse, corpse crystals became the hard currency, and gold was deemed insufficient for weapon crafting. Following the development of crystal weapons utilizing corpse crystals as energy, the relevance of conventional firearms diminished further. So why are we going through all this trouble to acquire guns? They might attract zombies, and we can't sell them either. Zhou Fan's expression turned serious. The greatest danger in this apocalypse is not the zombies or mutated beasts, but rather, people. Having witnessed the unspeakable actions of humanity in his past life, he continued, the purpose of my possessing a gun is primarily for defense against people. In simpler terms, it's for establishing dominance. And look, the opportunity has presented itself. Hearing this, Chen Jiahe activated his ability and soon detected a few figures lurking not far away. However, he couldn't keep his ability active indefinitely, as his internal energy was limited. He had already consumed 3 small fruits to restore his strength during their journey. Approximately 20 meters away, 7 individuals were approaching. Chen Jiahe glanced at Zhou Fan, who seemed oblivious to his use of abilities. Did Zhou Fan also possess some form of ocular ability? Noticing Chen Jiahe's gaze, Zhou Fan remarked, "Don't look at me like that. There is a significant difference between the footsteps of zombies and humans. If you listen closely, you can discern it." "Are you kidding? You can hear that from over 20 meters away?" Zhang Bo clearly doubted Zhou Fan's claim. "All right, let's hide for now. There will be a good show to watch soon," Zhou Fan said, discarding the emptied guns around them, and promptly scaled the police station's wall, with Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe following closely behind. "Bo, how obedient you are, but I have no intention of recognizing you as my son." Zhang Bo and the others burst into laughter. The scarred man now dared not retort. He lacked the confidence to gamble, and the group of younger followers behind him were caught in a dilemma. Unable to laugh or refrain from laughing, "No, don't act recklessly. Murder is a crime," the scarred man declared with righteous indignation, presenting himself as a model citizen. However, paired with the grotesque scar on his face, he was clearly not a good person. Zhou Fan, twirling the gun in his hand, remarked, "Just a moment ago, you were eager to talk about killing. I doubt you considered the legality of your actions. And from what I can see, you and your companions hardly appear to be law-abiding citizens." No, that's not true. I have always been a good citizen. I even helped an elderly lady cross the street." The scarred man hurriedly defended himself, but even his followers could hardly believe him. They were all too aware of their leader's true nature, collecting protection money from the old lady without a hint of mercy, only to end up in the police station after being reported. Zhou Fan feigned a troubled expression. "Then, since we are all good people, what exactly does this standoff signify?" Seizing the opportunity as Zhou Fan's tone softened, the scarred man eagerly proposed, "Brother, you make a valid point. This stalemate is indeed unproductive. How about this? You join me, I'll be the leader, and you'll be my right-hand man. Together, we can thrive in this apocalyptic world and achieve greatness." The scarred man's enthusiasm grew, and his hands waved animatedly. "And what about me? I have a gun too," Zhang Bo interjected, "and I, Chen Jiahe, have something to say as well," he added. The scarred man, with a forced smile, replied, "No problem. We can reserve the positions of 3rd and 4th for you." It was evident that the scarred man was experienced in the underworld. He recognized that Zhou Fan was the leader of this group. Once he secured the leader, the other 2 would surely follow. However, Chen Jiahe chimed in, "But I don't want to be 3rd or 4th. I aspire to be the leader." "What do we do about that?" "Oh dear, I too wish to be the leader." Zhou Fan remained silent, but regarded the scarred man with amusement, making it clear that his group could not accommodate these 3 newcomers. Yet, the 3 guns undoubtedly held ammunition, and deceiving them would not be easy. They needed to keep them around while slowly plotting their next move. With this thought, the scarred man smiled smugly. Just as he was about to persuade them further, Zhang Bo raised his hand and fired a shot. The scarred man and his crew were startled, covering their ears as the sound of the gunshot echoed, and the fallen bodies made a noise that frightened them into closing their eyes. Chen Jiahe activated his ability and whispered to Zhou Fan, "The commotion has attracted zombies. We must leave quickly." "Then let us hurry. What are we waiting for?" Zhou Fan nimbly vaulted over the wall and dashed off, with Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe hastily following. With Chen Jiahe using his abilities to clear the path, they managed to evade the hordes of zombies ahead, and when encountering first-level zombies that strayed from their groups, they were able to collect crystals. When Zhou Fan had previously used his abilities to eliminate a first-level zombie, he discovered that a surge of energy flowed through the bone spurs into his body. He could absorb crystals and gain energy by defeating evolved zombies, though it seemed ineffective against ordinary zombies. While it wasn't as rapid as absorbing crystal directly, it was certainly better than nothing. Thus, whenever they encountered first-level zombies, Zhou Fan would take the lead in eliminating them, while Chen Jia was in charge of reconnaissance, and Zhang Bo focused on collecting crystals. Their collaboration became increasingly seamless. One of the bolder individuals cracked open an eye and realized that Zhou Fan and his companions had vanished, turning to see that the fallen bodies were not of their own, but rather a zombie that had stealthily approached from behind. He shouted, "Boss, they've gone. The one they killed was a zombie." The scarred man let out a sigh of relief. A bunch of reckless kids. Scared off by me, huh? Yet, no one believed him, nor did anyone respond. The scarred man awkwardly muttered, let us go, what a waste of time." Upon exiting, he was greeted by a throng of zombies. And he despondently remarked, "This is it." Chapter 16. Journey to the safe zone. Zhou Fan and his companions meandered through the outskirts, finally reaching the rear of the combat zone, their bodies marred with grime. Zhou Fan had several clean outfits stored in his spatial compartment, all conveniently pilfered from a clothing store. He had no desire to run around adorned with rags like last time. It wasn't that they didn't want to change clothes. Rather, appearing too pristine in the apocalypse would draw unwanted attention, and they wished to avoid that. The military encampment was situated near their school, and as they approached, 2 soldiers on guard spotted them from a distance. Dealing with zombies did not require stealthy surveillance. Zombies relied primarily on smell, so a straightforward watch was sufficient. Zhou Fan and his group noticed the 2 soldiers as well. "Where did you come from?" One of the soldiers called out as they were still over 10 meters away from the sentry post. "During the outbreak, we fled to the outskirts. Hearing gunfire from this direction, we came to investigate." "Are you here to rescue us?" Zhou Fan delivered the prepared lines. The soldier did not express any doubt. He had been startled during the outbreak as well, and fleeing to the outskirts was a normal reaction. The troops had gathered many scattered individuals from the outskirts along the way. "Come over here, remove your clothing for inspection, one at a time. Have you been bitten by a zombie? If so, speak up and leave." The soldier instructed as he secured his Type 95 rifle and stepped forward. Zhou Fan understood the military's protocol regarding rescues. Anyone with injuries was strictly excluded, as there were no effective means of testing for the virus, and the military couldn't afford the risk. So, he calmly stripped down to just his shorts. The inspecting soldier circled around Zhou Fan, then pointed at his shorts, saying, "You need to remove your underwear as well." "Do I really need to take off my underwear?" Zhou Fan thought back to his previous inspections and didn't recall such a requirement, wondering if the soldier was trying to embarrass him. Seeing Zhou Fan's hesitation, the soldier explained, "Don't worry, I have no interest in you. But there's blood on your underwear, so I need to confirm if you're injured." Zhou Fan looked down and saw that indeed there was a stain of blood on the waistband, likely trickling down from his abdomen. He chose not to argue and simply removed his shorts, standing bare in the wind. "All right, you can go now. Inside, there's a decontamination station in the basketball gym. Go wash up. Then wait in the square. A vehicle will take you to the safe zone." The soldier gestured to another armed soldier nearby, who opened the barricade, signaling for them to pass. "If we encounter those infected on the way and injure them, will we get arrested?" "We're only acting in self-defense." Zhou Fan voiced the concerns that Zhang Bo and the others had on their journey, questioning whether they would be apprehended for killing those who had turned into zombies. Given that it was a rule of law country, and citizens were generally quite aware of their legal rights. However, Zhou Fan's words elicited a round of silent scoffing from Zhang Bo and the others. "Injured? You blew them to bits along the way. The tyrant zombies could barely withstand a couple of punches from you, and the Spectre had no chance to resist at all with Chen Jiahe around. The Spectre's ambushes and sneak attacks were no different from handing over their lives." Zhou Fan had barely finished speaking when the soldier interrupted, "Don't worry about injuring them. Killing them is no problem. We've killed so many that there's even a reward." The soldier explained to Zhou Fan that anyone brave enough to confront zombies could potentially become comrades in arms, and he didn't mind elaborating further. Oh, is that so? Zhou Fan nodded, casting a reassuring glance at Zhang Bo and the others, signaling that he had said it would be fine. All right, hurry along now. More people are coming, the soldier urged as figures appeared in the distance. I'll wait for you both up ahead, Zhou Fan said to Chen Jiahe and the others before departing. Soon, Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe joined him. Their underwear bore no blood stains, so they didn't follow Zhou Fan's example of being exposed to the breeze. As for Chen Jiahe's previously fractured arm, crafting a believable excuse was a cinch for a university student. In the distance, two figures approached, one in front of the other. When the soldier shouted, receiving no response, he raised his gun and aimed. Two gunshots rang out, and two zombies fell to the ground. The soldier standing by the barricade noticed that Zhou Fan and his companions had yet to leave and asked, "Since you're still here, could you lend a hand and drag these two bodies to the side?" "Not a problem, it's a small task," Zhou Fan replied. He had no complaints about the soldier's marksmanship, but the gunfire would surely attract nearby zombies. The three of them moved forward to drag the bodies to the roadside, using only the strength of ordinary people. Just then, more figures began to appear in the distance, staggering toward them, clearly not alive. "You all need to leave quickly. More zombies are approaching from afar," the soldier urged while aiming at the incoming zombies. The gunfire was too loud and would attract zombies from all around. Zhou Fan feigned a nervous demeanor, as if genuinely frightened of the zombies. "Oh no. I forgot about that. If I had known, I would have used a bayonet. I didn't pay attention to this issue the other day in the camp. Of course, back then, we were still worried about whether the zombies would come." The two soldiers exchanged banter, revealing that this was their first mission. "We're here to help as well. We have some experience dealing with zombies from our journey here." At this moment, Zhou Fan and his companions were all armed, casting a glance at the weapons in the hands of the three individuals, each stained with blood, clearly having endured a battle against zombies. Zhou Fan stowed his Tang sword into his portable space, now gripping a bloodied steel pipe. However, the soldier shook his head in refusal, stating, "We appreciate your good intentions, but you should hurry inside. We cannot allow civilians to take such risks with us." Gunshots were fired earlier. Reinforcements will be on their way. Chen Jiahe leaned closer to Zhou Fan and whispered, "Zhou Fan, there are only a dozen ordinary zombies, none at the first tier. Without first-tier zombies, they lack the desire to engage." He reasoned that 2 soldiers should be sufficient to handle a mere dozen common zombies, especially with reinforcements on the way. Zhou Fan conceded, saying, "All right, just be careful." He decisively made his way toward the temporary station. And not far along, the rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed. A small team of 5 approached them, likely on their way to provide support. Chen Jiahe remarked, "With so many people, there should be no problems." After walking a short distance, patrolling soldiers led the 3 of them to a decontamination station. Upon emerging from their showers, the trio was engulfed by the strong scent of disinfectant, which, due to the heightened sensitivity of their abilities, was even more pronounced to them. Currently, there were few ability users, and many were still unaware of their significance in time. As public understanding of ability users grew, there would be no need for such decontamination at other camps. Seeing the expressions of his companions nearly suffocating from the scent, Zhou Fan took a moment to explain. At the entrance of the decontamination station, 2 soldiers stood with stoic expressions. Upon seeing Zhou Fan and his companions exit, they instructed, "Walk straight ahead to the stadium and wait there. A vehicle will take you to safety shortly. You must surrender your weapons. Personal firearms are not permitted within the camp." After walking a few dozen meters, they arrived at the stadium where dozens of others were seated on the ground. Survivors continued to arrive, yet none spoke, creating a profound silence. The arrival of 4 military trucks shattered this tranquility, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy, clamoring to board the vehicles before they had even come to a complete stop, reminiscent of a tide of zombies. Zhou Fan and his companions remained unperturbed, knowing that the spacious trucks could accommodate over 100 people with a bit of squeezing, and they were not in a hurry. The normally delicate elderly were now toppled by the crowd, rising unaided to push forward toward the trucks, yet only a few managed to board after a considerable struggle. Soldiers attempting to maintain order found their efforts in vain, and one fired a shot into the air, which momentarily quieted the crowd. Only a child, separated from their parents, continued to wail. An officer responsible for crowd control seized a megaphone and addressed the throng. Everyone, do not push, form 2 lines behind each vehicle. Elderly and children at the front, young adults toward the back. Any further disobedience will result in being sent to the front lines against the zombies. The officer's words had an effect as the chaotic crowd began to disperse. Lining up as instructed, a few brazen men who had pushed to the front were ruthlessly shooed away by the older women, who insisted they return to the back. Those 3 fools should stop lollygagging and get in line. The officer shouted again, pointing at Zhou Fan and his companions, who were still standing idly by. Zhou Fan's smile faltered. Indeed, they were the only 3 remaining stationary. Reluctantly, they joined a line of people, yet no one had the time to mock them. All eyes were fixated on the trucks as they filled. Once the vehicles were sufficiently occupied, the convoy began its journey toward the safe zone, with Zhou Fan's truck positioned at the rear. Sitting at the back, they grasped a chain hanging from the door to steady themselves. As they left the city, sporadic zombies roamed the roadside. Previously, the convoy had traversed this area multiple times, and the zombies lingered. Unwilling to depart to the sound of the engines, they began to excitedly pursue. Zombies drawn to the vehicles were soon engulfed in clouds of dust, while those standing in the road were mercilessly knocked over, crushed under the relentless wheels, causing the occupants of the truck to bounce around. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt, and the passengers lurched forward due to inertia. Zhou Fan and his friends clung tightly to the iron chain. Avoiding collision with others, the cabin erupted in angry shouts, mingled with the cries of children and the curses of women, creating a cacophony that overwhelmed Zhou Fan, prompting Zhang Bo to cover his ears. Amidst the clamor, a soldier disembarked from the driver's seat and explained to the passengers, "The vehicle ahead has encountered a malfunction and is currently being repaired. We will ensure your safety, so please remain quiet to avoid attracting more zombies." The transport convoy had made several trips that morning, gathering numerous zombies along the roadside, with dozens nearby and more arriving from afar. Under the threat of the undead, the crowd inside the truck ceased their shouting and cursing. A child, recently injured, had a large bump on his head, and his mother tightly covered his mouth to prevent any piercing cries. The soldier who had just spoken observed this scene and sighed deeply. No matter how loud the passengers were, it could never match the sound of gunfire, which posed a far greater lure for zombies. However, some of the curses were indeed quite unpleasant and affected the mood. The sound of gunfire soon echoed, and the passengers curled up tightly in the truck, with the once crying child reduced to mere sniffles. Zhou Fan peered out the door, watching the soldiers expertly pick off zombies below. Other survivors dared not be as carefree, fearing the jostling of the vehicle might throw them off or that they might fall prey to the approaching zombies. Thus, they huddled toward the interior, leaving the rear relatively spacious, allowing Zhou Fan and his companions some ease. Some bolder survivors peeked outside to observe the shooting soldiers, their envious gazes fixated on the firearms in their hands, occasionally glancing toward the distant sight of fallen zombies. Yet, only Zhou Fan and his companions sat casually by the door, watching. Chapter 17. Is this so? The repair of the vehicle ahead was remarkably swift. Thanks to the robust military truck, once the jammed tire was pried free, the convoy resumed its slow advance. As the soldiers providing cover emptied their magazines, they hurriedly climbed back into the driver's seat, now crammed with 5 individuals, rivaling the cramped conditions of the truck's cabin. As the figures of the zombies receded into the distance, the tense atmosphere within the truck eased, yet silence prevailed. Observing Zhou Fan and his companions remain perched at the door without falling. Others began to inch closer, as the interior had indeed become quite cramped. After nearly 3 hours of jostling, the convoy entered a camp surrounded by high walls. The sentry at the entrance saluted the convoy, prompting cheers from the passengers, who eagerly leaned against the doors to catch a glimpse of this heavily guarded place. The truck halted in a spacious area, where over 20 tents had been erected, and individuals were still at work. Upon noticing the approaching convoy, some shouted, prompting heads to pop out from the tent entrances. A few ventured out, seeking familiar faces among the newly arrived crowd. After disembarking, Zhou Fan attempted to locate anyone he recognized within the throng, but regrettably found no one familiar. Soon, all passengers had exited the vehicles, and the squad leader once again wielded the megaphone, stating, without permission, "You are not allowed to leave this designated area." He gestured toward a rough boundary, indifferent to whether anyone understood where the restrooms were situated in the corner. In the evening, food will be distributed. For now, you may proceed to the designated area to collect tents from the vehicles. 4 tents per vehicle, men on the left, women on the right. Set them up yourselves. You can rest assured tonight. There will be no zombies here. After the squad leader finished speaking, he departed in the truck, heading to inspect the vehicles. Once they confirm everything is in order, they will return to the city to pick up more people. Under the guidance of over a dozen soldiers maintaining order at the scene, individuals began to find their designated tents to set up. Noticing some who struggled with the assembly, the soldiers offered assistance and guidance, causing tents to sprout up like mushrooms after a rain. On the vehicle that Zhou Fan was on, there were 47 people, 22 women and 25 men, resulting in 2 tents for each gender. After erecting the tents, Zhou Fan found little pleasure in staying inside. There were no beds, no chairs, and the plastic sheet laid on the ground had already been trampled into a sorry state. The people, unkempt and indifferent to their surroundings, had little regard for comfort, with some choosing to lie directly on the ground, falling into a deep slumber. The tension that had been taut was now released. Zhou Fan sat beside the tent, contemplating their next course of action when he was abruptly interrupted by the sounds of a dispute emanating from the women's camp. A group of older women surrounded 2 or 3 young soldiers, gesturing animatedly, while soldiers in the distance attempted to intervene but were blocked by a throng of women. After listening for a while, Zhou Fan discerned the crux of the matter. None of the women had the capability to set up tents, and under the soldiers' guidance, some were unwilling to lend a hand, resulting in a chaotic situation where one side was propped up while the other collapsed. The soldiers tasked with instructing the women were only those 3, while the rest were occupied with standing guard and patrolling, leaving them unable to assist. One soldier lamented that those unwilling to help should sleep under the stars, igniting a barrage of verbal attacks from the women. The soldiers stationed here were mostly fresh recruits with less than a year of service, and they could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of verbal assaults from the older women. "Is this really how they treat us? What do they think this is?" Chinjaha remarked beside Zhou Fan. The commotion drew many from inside the tents, with several well-meaning individuals assisting in setting up tents for those blocked from entering. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse as people focused on their own tents. Soldiers who had been obstructed were finally able to enter and rescue their beleaguered comrades from the verbal barrage. One older woman, upon seeing the soldiers approach, dramatically collapsed in front of them, crying out, "Oh dear, they hit me. The soldiers have assaulted me, even an old woman like me. This is outrageous. I must speak to your superior." "You're looking for a leader, are you?" A middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a major stepped forward from the crowd and approached the fallen woman, kindly inquiring, "I am their leader. Please share your concerns with me." The officer's face bore a warm smile, presenting an air of approachability, yet those familiar with him among the soldiers understood that his smile was not a harbinger of good fortune. Wang Dekai, the stern instructor, was known for his unforgiving demeanor. Whenever he smiled at someone, it often meant trouble for them, a fact well known to the new recruits under his command. Seeing a seemingly amicable official, the woman rose, theatrically wiping her tears, although her hands merely smeared some mucus across her face, with no real tears in sight. In her narrative, she claimed the soldiers had spoken harshly to them and even teased them. She painted a picture of profound suffering, leading to the soldiers' violent outburst. "Sir, that is not how it happened." Someone could not resist defending the unfortunate soldiers, while the nearby crowd began to murmur and point at the women. The older woman in the reddish-brown top flushed with anger, tugging at the curly-haired woman who continued to speak, signaling her to cease. Yet, the curly-haired woman's words flowed like an unending stream. With a smile still plastered on his face, the middle-aged officer raised his hand to interrupt the woman's tale, stating, "I have grasped the basic situation. Can you tell me who it was that struck you?" The woman, surprised by the officer's promptness, gratefully replied, "Oh, you are such a reasonable official. It was him, and him, 3 in total." She pointed out the soldiers who had previously assisted with the tents. "Sir, we are not unreasonable people. I understand this is a critical time. If you could simply instruct these 3 to help set up my tent, I would consider the matter settled. I do not wish to trouble you further." Upon hearing the request from the curly-haired woman, the older woman beside her released her grip, realizing the request was not unreasonable. It was merely a matter of the leader's word, nothing more, Sun Yu. Lu Ku, and that one called. What was it? Chen Shi. Did you strike the elderly? Wang Dekai called out the names of the new recruits, who felt a sense of trepidation. Report, instructor. We did not lay a hand on her. Not even a word in retort, replied the private named Chen Shi. Wang Dekai turned to the other two, asking, "Is that correct?" Affirmative voices echoed in response. Wang Dekai then surveyed the other soldiers and continued, "Is that true?" A louder chorus of agreement followed. Wang Dekai scanned the crowd, raising his voice. "Is that true?" Many, caught up in the fervor, echoed back, while the curly-haired woman's expression darkened. Wang Dekai chided, "What nonsense is this?" In the midst of the woman's hopeful gaze and the surrounding crowd's puzzled expressions, he turned to the soldiers. "Since this woman claims you assaulted her, how could she possibly fabricate such a story at her age?" At this point, the woman's face blossomed with a smug smile. Wang Dekai continued, "If you did not strike her, would that not be a slight against her?" As soon as his words left his lips, silence fell upon the crowd, and the woman's smile froze, slowly fading as she observed the eager soldiers. She grasped Wang Dekai's arm, exclaiming, "Sir, I will not pursue this any further." Wang Dekai replied with a grin. No, if you assert they struck you, then they must indeed strike you. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. Rest assured, I guarantee they will not strike too hard, for honoring the elderly is a cherished virtue of our Chinese culture." The woman thought to herself that even a light blow would still hurt, and she promptly capitulated. "Sir, I realize my mistake. I should not have wronged them. I was in the wrong, truly wronged." As she spoke, she began to slap her own face, believing that self-inflicted pain was preferable to that of another. Observing the woman's comically weak self-punishment, Wang Dekai proclaimed, "These young soldiers fought against zombies just yesterday and today are engaged in rescuing you. What do you think they are saving? Undoubtedly, many are good individuals, but there will always be a few rotten apples that spoil the batch. Can you justify your actions against those who risk their lives to save you? Their hearts cannot be trampled upon." He then turned to the soldiers, scolding, "The soldiers I, Wang Dekai, have trained do not shy away from the weak. If someone is strong, you must be stronger. You are here to maintain order. If anyone behaves like a ruffian, age does not matter. Whether old or young, you deal with them directly. I will bear any consequences. Now, return to your posts." Wang Dekai's words silenced everyone present, and those who had intended to sneak into the women's tents had no choice but to abandon their nefarious intentions. With no one obstructing them, the soldiers departed with composure, a sense of profound emotion lingering in their hearts. Observing the shrinking figure of the older woman, Wang Dekai felt a surge of anger. Had this been one of his own soldiers, they would have been left scrambling for their teeth. Moreover, such aged individuals were not even recruited into the army. He paid no further heed to the women, but it was clear that no other tents would be willing to shelter these rotten apples that night. If they did not set up their own tents, they would have to sleep beneath the starry sky. Wang Dekai made his way toward the men's quarters, as people parted to allow him passage. Not far from Zhou Fan and his group's newly erected tents, he announced, "We are currently in dire need of manpower. Many areas require one person to fulfill the duties of several. Among the previous groups, some volunteered to join us. Once the main force retreats, we will provide necessary training to those who join, ensuring they become competent soldiers. Now, is there anyone willing to enlist? Sir, could you tell us what we will be doing?" Came the inquiries from the crowd. Is it dangerous? Will we be issued firearms? Wang Dekai reverted to his stern demeanor, explaining, "You will accompany our soldiers on missions. In hazardous areas, you will be issued bayonets, but firearms will not be distributed, as you would not know how to use them. Rest assured, once you complete your training, you will receive firearms. As for danger, I do not believe you have gone these past few days without encountering peril. This world is in such a state. If you fear danger, you might as well hide your heads in your pants like a turtle." Following Wang Dekai's address, 14 individuals among the nearly 100 present chose to enlist, while the majority remained unmoved, preferring to watch others risk their lives. Zhou Fan and his two companions naturally fell among the 14. Emboldened by their prowess, they felt confident in their ability to dispatch even a low-tier zombie together. Engaging with the outer perimeter to fight zombies was far preferable to languishing here, and perhaps they might even acquire some crystal cores. Chapter 18. Internal and external strife. The 14 individuals who followed Wang Dekai arrived at a 3-story building. Wang Dekai called out, "Xiao Bo, coming." A private promptly responded, rushing out. Wang Dekai addressed the newcomer. "Xiao, please register these individuals who wish to enlist from this batch." When Instructor Wang takes charge, the difference is palpable. He surpasses several of the previous batches, if it weren't for the dire shortage of personnel. I wouldn't have needed to make this trip, and to make matters worse, I encountered a scammer posing as an elderly lady, which infuriated me. Had I not been in uniform, I would have certainly given her a few slaps. Wang Dekai spoke with a visage ablaze with rage. Sergeant Xiao, trying to soothe him, said, "Calm down. Such individuals rarely meet a good fate. There's no need for you to be upset." Once he had finished speaking, Wang Dekai departed, striding directly into a nearby building. My surname is Xiao. You may call me Sergeant Xiao or Clerk Xiao. Now, let me take down your details. Please state your name, age, place of origin, and what you did previously. One at a time, in order. Sergeant Xiaobo opened his notebook and began recording each individual's information with a pen. "Sergeant Xiao, may I inquire if there is a person named Hu Run among you?" Upon completing his registration, Zhou Fan posed the question. Sergeant Xiao paused to ponder before replying, "I don't recall. Let me check." He flipped through the first few pages of the registration form, scanning for the name, but indeed found nothing. Xiaobo cast Zhou Fan a sympathetic glance. He attended the same school as us. Since the school is deserted, how could he not be here? Xiaobo directed his gaze towards Zhangbo, who had spoken. As far as I know, there are 3 units participating in the rescue operation in the city. The university students you mentioned were part of the first rescue group, which isn't stationed here but rather with the other 2 units, assuming he is still alive. Zhou Fan mused, now understanding why everything felt out of sync upon entering the camp. In his previous life, he had been carried onto a vehicle by soldiers, which he now realized must have been the first rescue team. With his confusion resolved, he refrained from asking further questions. "Let us move on. I'll take you to the supply depot to collect your gear, and afterward, I will guide you to your designated location." Sergeant Xiao continued. Under his guidance, the 14 individuals received individual tents, personal first aid kits, and a day's worth of compressed biscuits. Just as they exited the supply depot, an old sergeant intercepted them. "Xiaobo? We only have a few old-timers on our side who haven't slept a wink all night. Now that there are so many newcomers, you must allocate some to us." "Sergeant Tian, these new arrivals haven't even undergone basic training. Sending them would only complicate matters. Please hold on a little longer. Once they are assigned, the others will surely come to assist you," Xiaobo responded, feeling overwhelmed. The area Sergeant Tian and his men were guarding was near a landfill, where the corpses of the zombies cleared from the camp were being incinerated. Some bodies, not entirely burned, had been consumed by mutated rats, leading to several casualties among the unprepared soldiers. Unfortunately, most of the main force had gone to the city, leaving a minimal number of personnel behind, and nearly all the seasoned sergeants had been dispatched to prevent the zombie rats from infiltrating the camp. "I don't care. I've already reported to Instructor Wang, and he instructed me to select first, leaving the leftovers for you to distribute." "Very well, you may choose," Sergeant Tian replied. With Wang Dekai Al in Chanjia's mind, he reflected, "You have only killed a few. If it weren't for the fear of exposing the identity of an ability user, I could guide you from the underground. The subterranean tunnels have nearly been hollowed out by the rats, scurrying back and forth, and one is currently digging its way toward our location." With force, Chun Jiahe plunged the dagger he held into the ground not far in front of him, resulting in a small spurt of blood. Tian Shangshi, startled, widened his eyes and stepped forward, brushing aside the loose earth to reveal the dagger embedded in the head of a zombie rat, unmistakably dead. Tian Shangshi, lifting the zombie rat, which was about the size of a chicken, inquired, "Can you even see underground?" Chun Jiahe explained, "I noticed the soil shifting, so I thrust down. I didn't expect to have killed it outright." "Well done. This creature even attempted a sneak attack. Let us retreat to the concrete path," Tian Shangshi advised, drawing on his experience to recognize the need for caution in their current location. However, Chun Jiahe was unwilling to withdraw, stating, "Once we reach the concrete path, I won't be able to see the rats here." Tian Shangshi replied sternly, "You are a promising recruit. We cannot risk your safety for the sake of a few rats. As long as we prevent them from escaping, we can deal with them together when the main force returns. Rest assured, Captain Tian, my eyesight is keen. If they dare to dig their way over, just watch me handle it. You deal with the distant ones while I take care of the nearby threats. We won't allow a single one to escape." Most of these zombie rats had only recently mutated and were not even first-tier threats, so Chun Jiahe dismissed them lightly. "If you, a new recruit, are unafraid, then I, old Tian, have no reason to be scared either. Should you feel overwhelmed, we will retreat without hesitation." As dusk approached, Tian Shangshi estimated that by nightfall, Chun Jiahe would no longer be able to see, and they would likely retreat after dispatching a few more, believing there to be no imminent danger. Chapter 19. The Great Battle of Cats and Dogs. As night fell, the sergeant accompanying Zhou Fan suddenly awoke and noticed Zhou Fan still seated at the edge of the tent. After exchanging a few words, he returned to his rest, exhausted from the past couple of days. The moment he stopped, fatigue washed over him, making it impossible to relax. Hearing the sergeant fall back asleep, Zhou Fan rose and re-entered the family area. Although he lacked Chun Jiahe's keen eyesight, he could still see by the light of the moon at night. Zhou Fan made no attempt to conceal his presence, waiting for the mutated cat to launch a surprise attack. As long as it approached within a 2-meter radius, he would sense it. Unlike Chun Jiahe's environmental perception, Zhou Fan's ability had its limitations. The moon was not full, casting silvery light upon the ground, with distant gunfire echoing. Walking along the path of the family area, Zhou Fan found himself frustrated by the absence of the mutated cat, which seemed uninterested in making an appearance. Suddenly, Zhou Fan felt a strange intuition, and in an instant, a long knife materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he slashed backward, cleaving the creature that had pounced from the shadows in half. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the mutated cat. Earlier, he had engaged it to test the strength of his bone spikes, but now he had no time. The young man, Zhou Fan, was oblivious to the immense fright his sudden disappearance had caused the officer. Based on their earlier encounter, he had anticipated that he would swiftly deal with the zombie cat. However, he had not expected the resilience of the zombie dog, nor the presence of another cat. Judging by its size, this cat was also on the verge of advancing to the second tier. Zhou Fan followed the direction in which the zombie dog had fled and discovered its lair. Contrary to his expectations of a pack of dogs, he found only a ground strewn with shattered bones, while the zombie dog feasted upon the remains of deceased zombies, a significant portion of which were evidently not human. The zombie dog's feeding ceased. The injuries Zhou Fan had inflicted were not ones that could heal rapidly. It needed to absorb this energy to evolve. Otherwise, even if Zhou Fan spared its life, the foul black cat would seize the opportunity to strike. Moreover, Zhou Fan had no intention of letting it live. He approached the zombie dog, which radiated a faint white glow, and met its fierce gaze. Yet Zhou Fan remained undeterred. During the evolution process, creatures were at their most vulnerable, but upon completion, the energy would mend their damaged bodies, albeit at a significant cost to their internal energy reserves. In his previous life, Zhou Fan had participated in the hunting of many newly evolved mutated creatures, and that dragon lizard had been in a critical stage of evolution. After inflicting severe injuries, its natural body repair mechanisms had nearly exhausted its remaining energy, allowing Wang Yuanlang and others to finally slay it. Zhou Fan bent down to retrieve the tang knife that had fallen from the zombie dog's head. The black cat lunged at him once more, its claws glinting like blades, aimed directly at Zhou Fan's back. "I was prepared for you." Zhou Fan had already gathered all his energy, which coalesced into a sharp-boned spear at his back. The approaching black cat could not adjust its movements in time. Utilizing its strange ability, it merely managed to twist its head as Zhou Fan's bone spear pierced through its chest, impaling it upon the sharp protrusion. The zombie cat, about the size of a leopard, weighed between 80 to 90 pounds, and the immense bone spear Zhou Fan had conjured nearly depleted his energy. Carrying the still struggling black cat on his back was becoming increasingly strenuous. Zhou Fan retracted the bone spear, causing the black cat to fall to the ground, where it struggled to support its body with its limbs, attempting to distance itself from Zhou Fan, blood foam escaping its mouth. The black cat was not merely a zombie cat, it was a mutated feline. Generally speaking, the distinction between zombie animals and mutated ones lay in their fur. Zombie creatures would lose their fur upon reaching the first tier, much like the zombie dog nearby that was still in the process of evolving, while the black cat's fur remained smooth and lustrous. However, Zhou Fan would not spare the black cat simply because it was a mutated beast. After all, it had just attempted to kill him, demonstrating its ill intentions towards humanity. To eradicate the root is essential. Otherwise, it will rise again with the spring breeze. This time, the black cat had fallen victim to Zhou Fan's cunning. But who could say who would ultimately prevail next time? Zhou Fan had witnessed the black cat's speed. If it managed to escape, it could wreak havoc. Armed with the gleaming tang knife, Zhou Fan aimed for the black cat's neck, and this time, the strange energy did not manifest. The injured black cat could not evade his strike, and Zhou Fan's knife plunged into its neck, warm blood flowing down his wrist and onto the ground. Simultaneously, a surge of energy flowed into Zhou Fan's body. Perhaps due to his own energy reserves being nearly depleted or the black cat nearing its evolution, this time the energy he absorbed was significantly greater than before, replenishing some of his lost energy and noticeably raising his energy threshold. Once the energy absorption was complete, Zhou Fan casually stored the black cat's corpse in his spatial pocket. The already cramped space felt even more crowded, but fortunately, the black cat's body was not excessively large. Had it been the size of the zombie dog before him, he would have had to cut it into pieces for storage. Mutated animals did not possess corpse crystals. Instead, they had beast crystals, which were similar to corpse crystals but contained far purer energy. Excessive absorption of zombie corpse crystals could lead to adverse effects, while beast crystals did not carry such risks. Moreover, their flesh and blood also contained energy. Ordinary individuals could enhance their physical strength by consuming it, while those with abilities could gain a slight boost in energy, and the taste was quite delightful, a rare delicacy. After dispatching the black cat, Zhou Fan did not rush to deal with the zombie dog. Instead, he remained beside it, as the white glow emanating from the zombie dog faded. Its injuries visibly healed at an observable rate. Before the zombie dog could rise, Zhou Fan lifted his tang knife and thrust it into the creature's eye, penetrating its skull and damaging its brain. Having absorbed the energy emanating from the zombie dog, Zhou Fan felt himself inching closer to the second tier. After all, the zombie dog was a genuine second-tier creature, with energy density and purity far superior to that of an ordinary first tier. He deftly retrieved the white corpse crystal from the zombie dog, which was slightly larger than that of the black cat. After securing his findings, Zhou Fan retraced his steps back to his tent. Chapter 20. Relocation. Upon returning to his original spot, Zhou Fan noticed that the officer's tent, which he had been with, was open, yet the officer was nowhere to be found. Just as he began his search, he encountered Yang, the squad leader, along with two new recruits rushing towards him. "Where have you been?" Yang inquired, a hint of irritation evident in his tone. Zhou Fan, taken aback, replied, "I had a stomachache and went to the restroom. I was afraid of offending the squad leader with the smell, so I wandered a bit farther away. I told you from the very beginning not to wander off, at the very least. You should have informed Xia Zhan before leaving, so we wouldn't have had to worry and search everywhere for you." Realizing he was in the wrong, Zhou Fan sheepishly smiled. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect such a situation would arise from a trip to the restroom." Having searched around, Xia Zhan, upon seeing several figures nearby, hurried over. Upon spotting Zhou Fan, he let out a sigh of relief, panting as he addressed him. You little rascal, didn't I tell you to call me if anything happened?" Zhou Fan remained silent, while Yang interjected, "All right, as long as you're fine, I'll take these two back now. You all need to remain vigilant. The main force will retreat tomorrow. We just need to survive the night." As Yang departed, he cast a puzzled glance at the hole in Zhou Fan's clothing. Once Yang and his group had moved away, Zhou Fan spoke to Xia Zhen, "Squad leader Xia, I just went to the restroom. Feel free to continue sleeping. This time, I'll be sure to call you even if it's just for a trip to the restroom." "How could I possibly sleep?" Xia Zhen retorted. "I was completely startled by you earlier. And I didn't get a wink of sleep. I was also scolded by the squad leader. Though be honest, I would have preferred you had run away. If that black cat had encountered you, you'd have ended up as a pile of cat droppings by morning. What Xiaojun was unaware of was that he was not the only one who had been reprimanded that day. After distributing personnel, Xiao Bo went to report to Wang Dekai, only to receive a harsh scolding from him as well. The sergeant surnamed Tian had been fabricating his own authority, failing to report to him. However, Xiao Bo, understanding the difficulties faced by Sergeant Tian due to the mission, did not dwell on the matter. Zhou Fan sat at the edge of the tent, eyes closed, sensing the changes in his internal energy. Xiaojun would occasionally glance at the surrounding walls and then back at Zhou Fan, fearing that the black cat might silently strike him down. Yet, only Zhou Fan was aware of the black cat's whereabouts. After absorbing the black cat's energy, in addition to the increase in energy, some residual energy lingered within Zhou Fan's body, which he had not had the chance to digest while dealing with the zombie dog. Once he finished absorbing the energy left behind by the black cat, Zhou Fan attempted to harness it. As this energy was activated, a magnetic field enveloped his body, and he watched as the dagger in his hand swirled according to his will. This must be the peculiar ability of the black cat. However, its effectiveness could only be determined in battle. At a certain moment, Xiaojun, glancing at Zhou Fan's tent, felt as though Zhou Fan's form appeared somewhat blurred. Upon a second glance, it returned to normal. Surely, he was merely fatigued and experiencing hallucinations. He resolved to get a good night's sleep once the main force returned, as he thought to himself. The black cat's enigmatic energy did not remain stagnant in a specific area of Zhou Fan's body, but rather integrated with his own energy, enhancing his already feeble sensory abilities. However, the effectiveness diminished the further it was from his body. The following day at noon, Zhou Fan and his companions heard cheers emanating from the distant training ground. The main force had undoubtedly returned. Xiaojun exclaimed excitedly, "This is excellent! The camp can finally be fully reclaimed." That damned cat. Xiaojun's eyes were bloodshot. He had not slept all night, fearing the black cat might suddenly launch an attack. After nearly half an hour, they awaited the arrival of a messenger, who turned out to be Xiao Bo. He was riding a bicycle to notify all camp personnel to convene at the office building. Yang, the squad leader, hurried off, while Xiao Bo continued pedaling to inform others. "Now that's good. That damned cat has met its end. Along with that dog," Xiaojun proclaimed, his spirit soaring. "Squad leader Xia, it seems you harbor a deep-seated hatred for that cat. Isn't it obvious? It ambushed us, killing 2 of our comrades in succession, one of whom was my brother sleeping in the bunk above me now. That brother can only reside in the solitude of my memories." Xia spoke with a hint of melancholy. Zhou Fan thought to himself how fortunate he had been to encounter a husky that bore no malice towards humanity. Otherwise, he might have ended up as fertilizer for the fruit trees. And worse still, fertilizer that had been processed by the husky dye in the conference room of the office building. All the officials had gathered. Normally, someone of Yang Tingue's rank would not be required to attend, but with so many personnel having sacrificed their lives, even the rank-and-file officials had come, yet the room remained far from full. Seated in the center, a colonel spoke up. "It seems those who were meant to come have mostly arrived. Let us begin. The political commissar has already fallen in the battle within the city, and many comrades have also departed from us. This operation has seen too many casualties. Last night, as darkness fell, a horde of corpses launched a fierce assault, with many evolved zombies mixed in, along with a few second-tier zombies among them. After a day of defending the line, a breach was opened under the relentless assault of the second-tier armored zombies, followed by a tide of corpses like a crashing wave. It was only thanks to the barricades created from explosives and gasoline that we managed to hold out until this morning's retreat. Everyone who participated in the battle knows how brutal this operation has been. All rise." The assembly stood in unison. "Let us observe a minute of silence in honor of our fallen comrades." A minute passed. Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. As of now, we have yet to receive any directives from higher authorities. Our regular means of communication have failed, and our shortwave radio cannot reach the military district. We must preserve our remaining forces. Under the leadership of the battalion commander, the meeting proceeded swiftly. Xia occasionally exchanged words with Zhou Fan, sometimes speaking excitedly to himself, while Zhou Fan responded intermittently. After what felt like an eternity, they finally caught sight of the figure of squad leader Yang. When squad leader Yang returned, his countenance was far from favorable. He showed none of the excitement he had exhibited before the meeting. He brought back the latest news. The troops were about to relocate to another unit station, consolidating the forces of 3 regiments near City C into one, thus ensuring a more secure means of survival. This camp could not accommodate so many people, and there was also a rodent infestation. The threat posed by the rodents was far more serious than it appeared. The decision to move to another regiment's camp was unavoidable. Have they not taken their revenge on that section of C? Xia expressed his indignation. Yang glared at him and replied, "Revenge? Do you even know how many people are left in our regiment?" "How many?" Xia inquired. "Including those left behind, there are fewer than 900 combatants remaining. Of course, if we count these survivors, we might muster over 3,000. Yang revealed a staggering figure, leaving Xia astonished. He vividly remembered that when they set out yesterday morning, they had left 100 behind to guard the camp, while over 2,000 had gone to the city to rescue survivors. After a day had passed, fewer than 800 had returned. We must quickly organize our supplies and prepare to move to Battalion Commander Zhao Donglai's location. They dispatched troops to suppress the outbreak at its onset and have already recaptured the nearby Wupiang County, which is now the area with the highest concentration of survivors," Yang continued, delivering another shocking piece of news. Xia felt a deep sense of frustration. They could hardly reclaim even a family district, while others had already secured an entire county. This was largely due to Zhao Donglai's early precautions. Though the initial zombies were swift, there were no evolved zombies at the start, and most of the newly mutated zombies remained on the streets, where their bodies were promptly incinerated. Thus, the area remained relatively safe if, like here, the zombie dogs and black cats had been allowed to develop for a few days. Reclaiming the county would likely not have been so straightforward. Seeing Xia silent, Yang continued, "We must minimize losses. Hence, we are preparing to abandon this area. Our next task is to escort the convoy to Battalion Commander Zhao's station. Can't we just send a few people with each vehicle? It shouldn't take many." Xia still harbored thoughts of taking risks. Yang patiently explained, "To avoid attracting too many zombies, it has been decided that we will relocate all at once. Several trucks and buses are coming back from there. The transfer will begin in 1 hour. Get ready and gather at the large playground." Xia had nothing more to say. Yang Tingue noticed his expression, patted his shoulder, and sighed as he left. "Remember, we depart from the large playground in half an hour." That was Yang's final remark before he went to relay the message to several posts. He felt as though he had become a mere echo, parched and weary. Xia sat on the ground, punching the muddy earth beneath him. "I said those people were beyond saving from the start, yet the higher-ups were afraid of incidents, resorting to restraints and isolation. Only when those they had bitten transformed did they realize the need to kill. What a bunch of bastards. They're just afraid that something might happen and hinder their own advancement." Xia's words brimmed with dissatisfaction towards the leadership's handling of the situation. However, issuing orders to kill at the onset of an outbreak required immense courage and decisiveness, qualities that individuals like Zhao Donglai possessed, but they were indeed rare. Noticing Xia's frustration, Zhou Fan tentatively suggested, "I heard the dogs barking fiercely yesterday. Perhaps they were fighting with that black cat. Should we go take a look?" Xia's venting was entirely due to the black cat. Zhou Fan could hardly produce the cat's corpse to say, "Look, it's right here. I killed it yesterday," for that would likely send Xia into a frenzy. "No, you can't come with me. I will go alone." "Damn it, what's the worst that could happen?" Xia picked up his gun and walked toward the gate of the family compound. Zhou Fan wanted to follow but was stopped by Xia. "This is my business. You stay behind. If I'm not back by the time we assemble for departure and Yang asks, you just say I died." With both the zombie dog and black cat dead, there should be no formidable presence remaining inside. So he simply said, "Be careful, class leader," and refrained from saying anything more. More than 10 minutes later, Xia emerged, his face a mask of disappointment, filled with confusion as he told Zhou Fan, "Isn't it strange? I went inside for a look, and not only was there no sign of the black cat, but I didn't even see a single bone. It was completely empty." Zhou Fan found it equally peculiar. The zombie dog was undeniably dead, its corpse crystal safely within his spatial pocket, and it couldn't possibly have escaped. There were so many remnants of zombies. The only explanation was that some other entity still existed within the family compound. One that he had failed to notice yesterday. It seemed this camp was indeed not safe. Chapter 21. The rampaging rodent tide when young squad leader came to summon Zhou Fan and the others. They had both recovered from their daze. For Xia, not encountering the black cat had resolved one of his worries. Zhou Fan, on the other hand, thought, regardless of what that thing was, he would soon be leaving. So why concern himself with it? At the large playground, Zhou Fan saw Zhang Bo and another person, discreetly handing over 2 crystals to them. They didn't need to look to know what they held, having already absorbed quite a few on their journey. Chen Jiahe felt a slight surge of energy upon grasping the slightly larger crystal. As this, could it be a second tier? Chen Jiahe cautiously glanced at the white crystal in his hand. The corpse crystal did not emit light, and anyone unfamiliar would merely mistake it for a piece of white glass. Zhou Fan gave him an affirming nod. Throughout their journey, it had been Chen Jiahe who utilized his abilities to guard against zombies. And most of the corpse crystals they had obtained were used to restore his energy, continuously enhancing his power level. He was now likely at the late stage of the first tier, with only a step remaining to reach the second tier. The energy contained in the second tier crystal, with a stroke of luck, could be sufficient for him to evolve. Once he reached the second tier, his abilities would also be enhanced, making early avoidance of danger crucial. Thus, Zhou Fan had given the second tier corpse crystal to Chen Jiahe. Have you already resolved everything over there in just one night? Fortune smiled upon us. It was a close call, and we found an opportunity. Zhang Bo murmured, I wish I could stumble upon such luck. Zhou Fan smiled but chose not to dwell further on the matter. Did you find nothing over there? Don't even mention it, Chen Jiahe replied with a bitter smile. Just a bunch of little mice. Not a single shard of corpse crystal. A few people went missing in the late hours of the night, and we only discovered this morning that some were absent. The number of individuals at the landfill, along with the 5 personnel brought by Tian Shangshi, has swelled to around 10, yet only 6 had assembled earlier. As they spoke, Zhou Fan and his companions boarded the vehicle. On the survivors' truck, soldiers armed with rifles provided protection, while Zhou Fan and the newly inducted reserves were relegated to riding alongside the supply trucks, barred from undertaking significant tasks or being regarded as ordinary survivors. Zhou Fan boarded a truck designated for equipment transport, where the driver's cabin housed him, the driver, and 2 armed soldiers. The latter were required to be ready to disembark at a moment's notice to manage any unforeseen circumstances. Leaving Zhou Fan solitary in the back of the cabin, he felt a slight tremor and craned his neck to look outside, only to find that the vehicle had not yet departed. The driver had not even started the engine. The command to commence was issued over the intercom, and the colossal convoy gradually set forth, a medley of military and civilian vehicles comprising more than 80 in total, with trucks laden with soldiers leading the way, while supply vehicles brought up the rear, encasing the survivors in a protective bubble. The earlier sensation of vibration returned, yet from his position in the back of the driver's cabin, Zhou Fan could only witness the situation ahead, oblivious to what transpired behind him. After the vehicle exited the camp, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that rattled the windows. The commander of the armored vehicle at the front of the convoy, upon receiving reports over the intercom, pinched his brow in contemplation. The decision to demolish the landfill would undoubtedly eradicate a multitude of the zombie rats, serving as a form of atonement for the missing personnel. The lost individuals had surely been dragged away by the zombie rats, and their fate was all too clear. The deep pits left behind led to unknown depths, with bloodstains lingering in the vicinity, indicating they had not been taken for a pleasant visit. After resolving to abandon the camp, the commander ordered the detonation of explosives and the incineration of the landfill with the gasoline that could not be transported. Aiming to eliminate as many zombie rats as possible in the moment of ignition, countless dismembered limbs and zombie rats soared into the air, torn asunder by the blast, only to plummet into the inferno below. Crackling and igniting in a sub, the colonel leaned against the back seat of the vehicle, murmuring to himself, "Is it not less than 10 kilometers? It feels as though we have traversed hundreds." Chapter 22. Encountering danger again, had Gao Yang and the others delayed their actions any further, the vehicle carrying Zhou Fan would have become the next target of the rodent swarm. Faced with the ominous mass of rodents, even Zhou Fan, an ability user, would have succumbed to the overwhelming assault in his past life. There were also survivor bases that fell under the siege of rodent hordes, and without exception, they were left as desolate ruins. When others from different bases ventured to investigate later, they found not a single soul remaining. Only those with flight abilities or exceptional speed managed to escape. But if they could not break free from the encirclement before exhausting their powers, it was a certain death. Fortunately, mutated animals retained some of their primal instincts from before their transformation. Many would prey on zombies rather than attack survivor bases unless in extraordinary circumstances. Thus, humanity's greatest adversaries remained those undead creatures. Zhou Fan heard a frantic voice crackling through the driver's radio. "Accelerate, accelerate, full speed ahead." The driver muttered in response, "We're already going over 80 miles per hour. Any faster, and we risk flipping the vehicle around the bend up ahead." The soldier near the door glanced in the rearview mirror and then craned his neck out to observe the rodents. Noting their absence, could they be ahead? But from the back, we can't see anything. What is going on? The convoy of dozens of vehicles maintained a basic safety distance, stretching nearly a kilometer long. With trees and sporadic houses lining the route, rendering the scene ahead virtually invisible. A few minutes later, the radio crackled again. "We are about to encounter a zombie tide ahead. Accelerate and break through." Meanwhile, the sound of fierce gunfire and explosions echoed from the front. The zombie horde, having been drawn out by the chaos in City C, converged on the junction where the convoy was located. Although the assault by this tide was not as swift as the rodent swarm, their numbers were equally formidable. The driver floored the accelerator, and within seconds, the ghastly figures of zombies came into view. However, under the onslaught of the speeding truck, these clusters of 3 or 5 zombies posed little threat, even with some armored zombies among them. "I'll crush you, wretched creatures," the driver shouted frantically, his comrades having perished in battles with the undead, and his family's fate hanging in the balance. Now facing utter despair, his emotions erupted uncontrollably. With the lead vehicle clearing a path, the zombies that had slipped in front of Zhou Fan and the others posed minimal danger. However, as they delved deeper, the pace of the front convoy visibly slowed, and the surrounding zombies multiplied, slamming against the vehicle with a cacophony of thuds. Zhou Fan, seated in the rear, felt increasingly uncomfortable and resorted to crouching. No longer caring if he soiled the cushions, their vehicle passed a toppled van on the roadside, inside which people were still crying out, while the zombies fought to break in for a feast. Vehicles behind could opt for alternative routes to Whooping County, as the road ahead had been completely blocked by the horde, rendering passage impossible. Once again, the warning echoed. More than 10,000 people. An endless tide, and the zombies here may number in the hundreds of thousands. The horde obstructed the convoy, preventing the vehicles behind from advancing, while 1 or 2 managed to break free from the tide, leaving the pursuing zombies to watch helplessly as their meal escaped. Before long, the lead vehicles were halted by the zombies in the already dense mass. The vehicles found it nearly impossible to regain their initial momentum. Zhou Fan could hear the roar of the engine, yet the vehicles struggled to move forward amidst the throng of the undead. Once trapped within the horde, options were limited. Either charge through or unleash overwhelming firepower. Neither condition was currently feasible. Zhou Fan urged, "We must turn back quickly while the surrounding zombies aren't densely packed." The driver skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel to execute a U-turn, but in that moment, a shadowy zombie leapt at them, its sharp claws piercing the glass, mere centimeters from the driver's neck. Startled, the driver broke out in a cold sweat, halting his movements. A soldier in the passenger seat raised his weapon and shot the ghostly figure down, which fell motionless to the ground. However, the gunfire shattered the glass and attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, who began to converge on the truck. "This is bad. The wheels are stuck," the driver exclaimed, pressing the gas pedal, but the vehicle remained immobile. Without the speed to crash through the zombies, they could only crush them beneath the wheels, risking being ensnared in their bodies. "Can you do it? Brother Jiang, we're counting on you," the soldier who had just fired urged, as zombies began pounding on the windows nearby. Driver Jiang was now drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "No way, we can't move, damn it. Let us fight back. When I say go, everyone run." The sergeant by the door smashed the window with his rifle butt, then opened fire on the encroaching zombies outside. After depleting one magazine, he immediately took another from a nearby soldier and continued firing. As the second magazine neared empty, he shouted, "Run with that. He leaped from the vehicle, stepping on the scattered bodies of zombies, firing at the advancing undead. The 3 men inside scrambled to exit as well, racing toward their escape route under the cover of gunfire. The surrounding first-tier zombies were few. As long as they could break free from this ordinary horde, they would be safe. However, the continuous gunfire attracted more first-tier zombies from a distance, with ghostly figures swiftly approaching, their speed making them difficult to hit amidst the ordinary zombies. Further back, armored zombies advanced with a brutish force, clearing a path through the regular undead like a small bulldozer. Once entangled with a ghostly figure, escape from the pursuing armored and bone-gnawing zombies would be impossible. Zhou Fan no longer held back. He drew his long blade, and upon witnessing its gleaming edge, the sergeant exclaimed, "Nice blade, little brother. Let us take them down together." With a swift stroke, Zhou Fan dispatched a ghostly zombie attempting to ambush them. "Are you familiar with ability users?" he inquired. The sergeant, firing as he spoke, replied, "There are several ability users in Captain Zhao Donglai's team. They're formidable. Whenever those peculiar zombies break through our defenses, it's the ability users who take them down, while we expend our lives in the effort." These peculiar zombies were those that had evolved to the first tier, possessing abilities that ordinary zombies lacked. As they continued to evolve, their powers would only grow stronger, with some even multiplying. "I am an ability user," Zhou Fan declared, "but I will explain in detail later. I'll hold the rear. You all break through ahead as quickly as possible." Since being an ability user was no longer a secret, Zhou Fan decided to unleash his full potential, swiftly decapitating any ordinary zombie that drew near while sending ghostly figures flying with powerful punches. The energy within him surged incrementally as they neared an open area devoid of zombies. Zhou Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, prompting an instinctual roll to the side. Before he could rise, he swung his blade, taking down 2 zombies in front of him. A splash of red and green liquid landed where he had just been, splattering outward. Another soldier cried out, writhing on the ground as the liquid burned his calf, causing smoke to rise from the affected area. The sergeant turned to shout, "Old Jiang, help Xiao Huang." The driver reacted swiftly, assisting the fallen soldier as they moved away, but the flesh on the soldier's leg was rotting away, exposing bloodied bone beneath. Despite the excruciating pain, the soldier clutched his weapon and fired at the approaching zombies. But his agony impaired his aim, with some bullets even flying skyward. The nearby ghostly figures fell to Zhou Fan's blade, while others, witnessing the fate of their companions, hesitated to approach, circling cautiously. Zhou Fan continued to slice through the encroaching zombies while searching for the second tier. For the rapid decay of flesh indicated that the secretions of a first tier were insufficient. Once again, a splash of red and green liquid was hurled in his direction, and Zhou Fan caught sight of the hidden behind an armored zombie. "Watch out!" he shouted, swiftly dodging to the side. The second tier could spit its corrosive secretions over considerable distances, and as long as one remained vigilant, the threat was manageable. Hearing Zhou Fan's warning, the 3 men turned just in time to see the liquid flying toward them. The sergeant sprinted a few steps, but the driver, supporting Xiao Huang, realized they could not evade the attack. Xiao Huang pushed the driver aside, staggering as the liquid struck him. His body, along with his weapon, began to decay. The corrosive material hit his chest, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, and in moments, he was lifeless, reduced to a puddle of gore. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan, with his long blade in one hand and a handgun in the other, fired several rounds at the location of the, hitting only twice, while the remaining bullets were blocked by the armored zombies in front. After firing, Zhou Fan turned to see the soldier on the ground, succumbing to rot. This soldier had said little throughout their ordeal and left no final words, yet Zhou Fan felt no sorrow in that moment. He merely offered a silent tribute to his fallen comrade in his heart. Zhou Fan wielded a long knife in one hand, while his other hand sprouted a bone knife resembling a tang sword, albeit shorter in length. He dashed to the front, urging his companions to follow closely and remain vigilant. With both hands in motion, he swiftly dispatched any zombies obstructing their path, while the driver, Old Jiang, and the officer hurriedly kept pace, their speed noticeably increasing. However, this came at the cost of Zhou Fan's rapidly depleting energy. The bone knife he had conjured could only endure for approximately 5 minutes. If they failed to escape within that time, their fate would be dire. The driver was soon overwhelmed by a zombie, and before Zhou Fan and the officer could intervene, a horde descended upon him. In a desperate act, the remaining officer hurled a grenade towards the spot where old Jiang had fallen, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent both him and the surrounding zombies to oblivion. However, the officer, slightly delayed by the grenade toss, was ambushed by a ghostly zombie, leaving a long gash across his left arm. This was precisely why Zhou Fan had refrained from using his powers to charge ahead. From the rear, he could guard against stealthy attacks, but once at the forefront, he would leave his companions vulnerable to such assaults. The advancing horde of first-tier zombies drew nearer, and Zhou Fan could no longer afford to concern himself with the situation behind. He sensed the plight of both companions through his faint perceptual field, yet he was powerless to aid them. The strength of one person was ultimately limited, and he was still merely a first-tier being. "Little brother, run. I've been injured, and it won't be long before I turn into one of them. You are a formidable ability user. Even Zhao's subordinates cannot compare to you. You must survive." With those words, the officer pulled the pin from his last grenade and charged into the horde of zombies, prepared for a final stand. Zhou Fan shouted urgently, "Don't be reckless. There's still hope. Throw it away." He still had hope fruits in his spatial storage, and though he was uncertain of their efficacy against first-tier zombie viruses, it represented a glimmer of possibility. The officer, however, did not heed Zhou Fan's plea. His ammunition had run dry, and now injured, he understood the grim fate that awaited him, having witnessed fellow soldiers transform into zombies just the day prior. Addressing the approaching armored and bone monsters, he declared, "I, Chun Xiaolian, will never become like you." As the surrounding zombies surged forward, he was overwhelmed. The grenade's pin dislodged, followed moments later by a deafening explosion. Chapter 23. The lone journey before his energy was entirely spent. Zhou Fan broke free from the encirclement of the zombies and sprinted into the woods. In the forest, even with zombies in pursuit, he was safe from being surrounded, as long as he was not cornered. The danger remained minimal. It was only when the sun dipped low in the west that he finally evaded the zombies, unbeknownst to him that the first-tier zombies chasing him were merely a fraction of the horde. The majority had diverted to pursue the fleeing convoy, drawn by the survivors' vehicles at the rear like bees to honey. Among the pursuing ranks were even third-tier zombies. Having shaken off the zombie threat, Zhou Fan consumed a dark hope fruit to restore his energy, simultaneously clutching a first-tier corpse crystal he had casually collected. The woods presented their own dangers, and his remaining energy was scant. Traveling alone in the wilderness was perilous. Upon reaching the banks of a small river and confirming no immediate threats, Zhou Fan began to tend to the corpse of a black cat. He gathered stones and branches to kindle a fire and skewered pieces of the cat's meat to roast over the flames. Next, he removed the cat's skull and extracted its brain matter, knowing that the mutated beast's brain contained the most energy. However, Zhou Fan had no desire to consume it, opting instead to store it in his spatial storage, pondering whether he might later use it to nourish his own mutated beast. Using the cat's skull as a pot, Zhou Fan prepared a meat broth over the fire. Now immune to the viruses of similarly tiered zombies, he was unaffected by the lingering pathogens of the natural world. For an ordinary person, drinking river water for an extended period could likely result in zombification, but it could also lead to the emergence of at the moment when the fish's head expelled a jet of water. Zhou Fan immediately sensed it, owing to his innate ability akin to a diluted version of Chen Jiahe's supernatural powers, a combat instinct forged in the crucible of survival over 5 years of apocalypse. This instinct allowed him to perceive his surroundings without the need for supernatural support. However, given the proximity, the black magnetic field proved ineffective against the water jet, compelling Zhou Fan to deftly shift his body, redirecting the water jet that was initially aimed at his back to his left shoulder. Simultaneously, he summoned his powers to form a bony defense around that very shoulder. When the water jet struck, it splashed harmlessly, leaving Zhou Fan feeling somewhat duped by a mere fish. Yet, when he turned to locate the fish, the school had dispersed, extinguishing any thoughts of grilling one for dinner. After evolving to the second tier, Zhou Fan experienced a significant enhancement in his internal energy. When consuming the roasted meat from the black cat, he found no discernible increase in energy as before, only a slight improvement. Adhering to the notion that a little sustenance is better than none, he resolved that the recently grilled meat would serve as his next meal. Currently, he was approximately 60 kilometers from Wuping County, but a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies lay in between, forcing Zhou Fan to choose a longer detour. Although he was now a second-tier supernatural being with considerably superior physical capabilities, reaching Wuping County in a short span was still an impossibility. Zhou Fan pressed onward in the general direction, wary of the numerous zombies on the main road, avoiding close proximity lest he attract a large horde and be forced to flee. As dusk approached, he spotted a sturdy tree, climbed it, and set up his tent atop. After cutting several branches to secure the tent, he proceeded to set up a few rudimentary alarm devices in the vicinity. Despite escaping injury from the fish's ambush, his alertness had certainly heightened. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Zhou Fan had relied on his 5 years of experience to navigate relatively smoothly, at least avoiding death. The incidents of being pursued by rat swarms and encircled by zombies were not his fault. After discovering his ability to effortlessly deal with zombies of the same tier, Zhou Fan had grown somewhat complacent. Even the ambush by that second-tier zombie woman had been a consequence of level suppression. Today, however, he had been ambushed by a fish that was not even of the first tier. Had it possessed even first or second-tier abilities, he might have been the first supernatural being assassinated by a river fish, an utterly humiliating prospect. In summary, he acknowledged his own negligence. This experience had instilled in him a newfound caution. The sunset was undeniably beautiful. Yet Zhou Fan had no time to revel in the scenery. In his recollections, aside from the fragrant mountain orchard, another place named Jitong Village also held the promise of hope fruit. Jitong Village was over 30 kilometers away from Wuping County, and he could gather Zhang Bo and the others to search for it together. With this thought, Zhou Fan glanced towards the direction of Wuping County, concerned about the fate of Zhang Bo and the others after their convoy was ambushed. Remembering the dire situation of being surrounded by zombies, he realized that if the horde had been more dense, he too might not have escaped. As night deepened, Zhou Fan gradually drifted into slumber, albeit fitfully. Each time his alarm devices triggered, he was jolted awake. Aside from a first-tier mutated rabbit, none of the other triggers activated by the alarms were even of the first tier. He attempted to catch the rabbit, but it darted away with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. Next time, he vowed to set a hunting trap beside the alarm device. Watching the rabbit disappear, Zhou Fan returned to his tent and resumed sleep. Finding a more restful slumber in the latter half of the night, undisturbed by further disturbances. Chapter 24. Conflict. Meanwhile, the convoy on the other side sped ahead, successfully evading the zombie pursuit, and rolled into Wuping County amidst a cloud of dust. Upon disembarking to tally their numbers, they discovered the loss of over 1,000 individuals. All equipment at the rear had been abandoned, and several survivor vehicles had been surrounded by zombies, leaving those within to tragically become fodder for the undead's evolution. Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe encountered each other amidst the crowd, both in unison asking, "Have you seen Zhou Fan?" only to shake their heads simultaneously in response. Zhou Fan had boarded a vehicle behind them, and they were oblivious to which one he occupied, necessitating their search for the officer responsible for vehicle assignments. However, this officer was preoccupied with counting personnel and supplies, leaving them to wait on the sidelines. At a nearby junction, several officers adorned with stars were embroiled in a heated argument with the reception staff. The arrival of the regiment commander brought an abrupt halt to their quarrel. As he coolly inquired, "Captain Liu, where is Zhao Donglai, whom you were assigned to receive?" Captain Liu forced a smile, replying, "Li Commander, our Commander Zhao is currently occupied with directing the cleanup of scattered zombies around the county town and cannot spare the time. Which is why I am here to receive the survivors." Li Commander scoffed. "Receive? What does Zhao Donglai mean by that?" Realizing his slip, Captain Liu hastily clarified, "I misspoke. I have been responsible for receiving the survivors who have come to seek refuge. Although you are not ordinary survivors, Commander Zhao's absence means you cannot enter our camp directly. I apologize for the inconvenience. You will have to stay in Wuping County until Commander Zhao returns." "Enough," Li Commander interrupted Captain Liu decisively. "If Zhao Donglai does not wish to see me, There is no need for you to concoct more lies. We are going to your camp. I want to see just what he is directing." With that, he prepared to lead his men towards Zhao Donglai's camp. Meanwhile, Zhao Donglai was not far off in the command vehicle, having clearly overheard the exchange between Captain Liu and Li Commander through the intercom. He turned to those beside him, saying, "Li Peiji, that old fellow is a bit stubborn. You three go and talk some sense into him. Remember, no casualties." 3 uniformed individuals acknowledged and exited, while a dark-skinned man beside Zhao Donglai remained seated, asserting, "In my opinion, we should just eliminate that old coot. Anyone who dares to stick their neck out should be killed. Why go through so much trouble?" "Shao Hai," Zhao Donglai replied, "if we did as you suggested, how would we assimilate the survivors? If we kill the leader of a survivor group upon their arrival, how would the other survivor groups dare to come and seek refuge? Each leader is a valuable asset. We must recruit them. If they can't be retained, let them leave. But even if they wish to depart, their subordinates may not be willing to follow. If the leader leaves, it is tantamount to seeking death. Even if they survive and manage to form another group, they will not dare oppose us. After all, we have not mistreated them. Moreover, Li Peiji and I are of equal rank. No one can ascertain the current situation in the capital, so we must not dig ourselves a grave prematurely." Zhao Donglai placed significant value on Zhao Shaohai, thus elaborating extensively. Zhao Shaohai remarked, "Third uncle, what if we quietly eliminate him and pin it on the zombies? While murder may address immediate issues, I implore you to remember that in this apocalypse, our primary goal is survival. Zombies are our greatest adversary. We must not squander our resources in human infighting. At present, we have cleared the zombies from the county town. Any further incidents of zombies harming people would shatter the survivor's sense of security." Seeing Zhao Shaohai nod in partial understanding, Zhao Donglai chose not to elaborate further. His nephew had not even completed middle school and had only joined the military through his connections, fortuitously consuming a hope fruit that enabled him to evolve into a second-tier supernatural being. However, at this stage, his ability to absorb zombie crystals yielded minimal effect, likely due to their low quality. Zhao Donglai's ambition was to establish his own army amidst the apocalypse and create a fresh beginning. He recognized the importance of winning hearts. He did not require unwavering loyalty from those who sought refuge, only obedience. The more people there were, the easier it would be to accomplish tasks. He was apprehensive that employing bloody tactics would frighten away potential recruits. While Zhao Donglai and his nephew conversed, the 3 individuals had already positioned themselves in front of Li Peiji. "Commander Li, the route ahead is blocked. Perhaps you should consider going that way," one suggested, pointing towards Captain Liu's direction. Noticing that the rank of the obstructing officer was merely that of a lieutenant, Li Peiji, filled with indignation, retorted, "Who do you think you are? Get Zhao Donglai to speak with me." The lieutenant continued, "Commander Zhao is busy and does not have the luxury to run around like some people do." This incited a furious response from Li Peiji and his entourage. "You little brat. What are you blathering about? Where were you when I was battling zombies? I enlisted when you weren't even born." As the tension escalated, he reached for his sidearm, fully aware that this lieutenant was one of Zhao Donglai's empowered subordinates. Known as Wu Mingxian, who had previously been a local thug until fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to become a supernatural being and subsequently rise to the rank of lieutenant. Wu Mingxuan's companion chided him. "How can you speak to Commander Li like that? Show some respect." Hearing this, Li Peiji gestured to quell the outburst from his men. Wu Mingxian attempted to interject, but his companion silenced him with a look. Stepping aside to refrain from further comments, "I am Wang Kai from the Supernatural Combat Team. Commander Li, it would be best not to pursue this direction, lest any unpleasant incidents arise." Wang Kai spoke with an air of calmness, showing no intention of yielding. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Li Peiji adopted a more serious demeanor. He had witnessed the formidable abilities of the supernatural beings, and it was no exaggeration to say they could tear apart zombies. "Wang Kai, you were once the squad leader of the 2nd Company in the Engineering Corps. Does your newfound status as a supernatural being grant you the authority to speak on behalf of Zhao Donglai?" Wang Kai replied with a smile, "I certainly do not represent Commander Zhao, yet it is indeed his intention to prevent you from passing. I hope, esteemed leader, that you will not put me in a difficult position." Li Peiji's expression shifted. There was no way Zhao Donglai could be unaware of his presence here. Without Zhao's directives, these people would not obstruct his entry into their camp. Moreover, the radio communication along the way had been unsuccessful. It was possible that Zhao Donglai was observing from somewhere nearby. Contemplating this, Li Peiji turned his gaze towards the direction from which Wang Kai and his companions had come. Meanwhile, Zhao Donglai, seated in his vehicle, was also looking in that direction. Although Li Peiji could not see him, he knew that Zhao Donglai was certainly present, their gazes engaged in an unspoken duel. After a moment, Li Peiji stated, "I hope you understand that we are the military of the nation, the armed forces of the people, not merely servants to Zhao Donglai. Thank you for your guidance, Commander Li. We shall certainly take the protection of the people as our solemn duty, and we pledge absolute loyalty to our nation." "Rest assured in this, Commander Li," Wang Kai replied, saluting Li Peiji, before calling out to the nearby Commander Liu, "Commander Liu, I would appreciate it if you could arrange suitable accommodations for Commander Li and his team." "Of course, Commander Li, right this way," Commander Liu responded enthusiastically. Although Wang Kai's rank was lower than Commander Liu's, Liu was obliged to heed his words. This was due to Wang Kai's reluctance for rank, as otherwise, he could have easily been promoted to a battalion commander in no time. Even Li Peiji had to afford him some respect. With their cooperation, Li Peiji had no choice but to lead his men towards Wupiang County. Having utilized his insight ability to scan the crowd and confirm that Zhang Bo and the others were not present, Chen Jia sighed quietly. He had been observing the spectacle, noting how the formerly high-ranking Li Peiji was now bowing to his former squad leader, and could not help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. Presently, Commander Li's forces had dwindled to a mere 400 soldiers, barely 2 battalions, and only around 300 remained capable of combat. Chen Jia's sigh caught the attention of Wu Mingxian, who assumed Chen was mocking him for being overshadowed by Wang Kai. He pointed at Chen Jia and exclaimed, "You there? Why the sigh?" Chen Jia looked around and replied, "Why should my sigh concern you? I know full well that your sigh has nothing to do with me," Wu Mingxian retorted. "Still dare to argue? Let's see." He moved to confront Chen Jia, but Wang Kai intervened. Pulling him back, Wu Mingxian turned to Wang Kai, saying, "That old man is off limits, but I must teach this guy a lesson. Otherwise, I won't feel right today." Wang Kai hesitated for a moment before releasing Wu Mingxian. Having not been a soldier before, Wu Mingxian was under Zhao Donglai's orders to be handled with care. His significance was far greater than that of an ordinary person like Chen Jia. Wang Kai thought it best to ensure no one was seriously harmed, and if necessary, he could ask Hu Jia to treat Wu Mingxuan's injuries and provide some supplies to appease him, which was not a grave concern. Chen Jia, observing the unfolding drama, realized trouble was brewing. Zhang Bo had noted that the 3 individuals were all at the 2nd level of abilities, with Wang Kai possessing a denser energy than the others. Chen Jia had recently evolved to the 2nd level as well, and although his energy was slightly inferior to Wang Kai's, it was comparable to that of the brash Wu Mingxian. Wang Dekai, standing beside Li Peiji, remarked, "Commander, should we not assist him? After all, they are people we brought along." He recalled the 3 young men who had been together, now down to 2. The third was likely lost to the horde. Li Peiji furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, calmly stating, "It is merely a minor conflict. In public, it should not escalate to bloodshed. We can take him inside shortly and have the medical staff treat his injuries." Wang Dekai was taken aback. Had his old commander truly lost his fighting spirit and completely surrendered? Wu Mingxian charged forward, and while to the onlookers he seemed fast, to fellow supernatural beings, his speed was unremarkable. He underestimated Chen Jia, perceiving him as an ordinary person and disdainfully refraining from using his full strength. Wu Mingxian merely intended to vent his frustration and had not yet resorted to his powers. Having only recently become a supernatural being, he could handle zombies but was uncertain about taking a human life. Seeing that Wu Mingxian was merely seeking to release pin-up anger, Wang Kai relaxed. If Wu Mingxian were to cause an irreparable incident, he would face difficulty explaining it to Zhao Donglai, who had strictly prohibited any killings. Fortunately, Wu Mingxian had some restraint and wouldn't create an unmanageable situation. Chapter 25. The initial battle of supernatural beings. Even without using his powers, Chen Jia could easily evade Wu Mingxuan's attacks. When Wu Mingxuan's fist struck empty air, he was astonished, as Chen Jia had deftly sidestepped each blow. You dodged quite well. How long can that luck of yours last?" Wu Mingxian declared as he lunged at Chen Jia once more. Chen Jia smiled nonchalantly. My luck has always been quite favorable. As the two exchanged blows, Wu Mingxuan's fists remained just a hair's breadth away from Chen Jiahe, yet he found himself utterly incapable of landing a hit. Wu Mingxian pondered, could this guy also be a supernatural being? But the old man Li Peiji doesn't seem to recognize him. He glanced at Li Peiji and his entourage standing nearby, solidifying his belief that Chen Jiahe was merely fortunate. If Li Peiji did not acknowledge him as a supernatural being, then who would overlook an ability like that? Li Peiji noticed Wu Mingxian glancing at him amidst his attacks and wondered, what does that mean? A warning. He quietly instructed a nearby communications soldier. Go fetch some armed men. Wang Kai, observing the situation, sensed something was amiss. With the abilities of a supernatural being, even without using their powers, one could easily handle several ordinary soldiers. Wu Mingxian, now at the second level, should not be unable to subdue a single ordinary person. Wu Mingxuan's anger had transformed into a blazing fury. He halted his advance, pressed his hands against the ground, and sneered, "You forced my hand. If I accidentally kill you, it will be your own fault." As Wu Mingxian activated his abilities, Wang Kai refrained from intervening. Chen Jiahe's peculiar demeanor, evading each of Wu Mingxuan's strikes without resorting to his powers, piqued his interest. If he were not a supernatural being, he must be an undiscovered martial arts master. Regardless of the outcome, it was essential for Wu Mingxian to test his strength against Chen Jiahe. To Wu Mingxian, Chen Jiahe replied, "Your words echo my thoughts. You've compelled me to accede." As he spoke, his eyes transformed into a sea of white, granting him complete awareness of his surroundings. After evolving to the second level, his perceptive range had expanded significantly. He could see the astonishment on Li Peiji's face, the surprise etched on Wang Kai's expression, and the energy Wu Mingxian was channeling into the ground, forming deadly spikes that surged towards him. In the ensuing 7 seconds, Chen Jiahe danced gracefully among the chaotic spikes, akin to a nimble butterfly. The ground erupted with the sharp protrusions, some appearing in front of him, others behind, yet none ever touched him. After 7 seconds, Wu Mingxian withdrew his energy, having exhausted a third of it on an attack that still failed to affect Chen Jiahe, leaving him considerably fatigued. Even now, realizing that Chen Jiahe was also a supernatural being, he felt compelled to retaliate, but this time, it was not out of anger but rather a desire to compete. Zhao Donglai's nephew, Zhao Shaohai, had dismissed him. Wang Kai had suppressed him, and Hu Jia, possessing healing abilities, would not engage him. Now, with a fellow supernatural being emerging, he finally had the chance to measure his strength. As Chen Jiahe ceased his movements, the spectators finally comprehended what had transpired. The spikes littering the ground resembled a thicket of thorns, a stark reminder that the previous events were not a mere dream. Li Peiji gripped Wang Dekai's shoulders, shouting, "Why? Why was I unaware that there was a supernatural being in my ranks? What sort of preparatory work have you done?" "I don't know. Had I known, I would have reported it long ago," Wang Dekai exclaimed, feeling utterly innocent. He longed to ask Chen Jiahe, "Why didn't you reveal you were a supernatural being earlier? Wouldn't this situation have been avoided?" Li Peiji was evidently furious, having just yielded to Zhao Donglai's demands under the pressure of a supernatural being, only to discover that one of his own ranks possessed abilities. Had he known from the outset, he would have dared to stand up to Zhao Donglai, particularly since this supernatural being appeared no weaker than those under Zhao's command. Chen Jiahe caressed a spike towering above him, asking, "Is this all you're capable of? I have yet to unleash my full power. Do not become too complacent. Mere luck has granted you the title of supernatural being. I am at the second level. And I refuse to believe you are as well." After defeating the first wave of zombies at the raid defense line, Wu Mingxian and his companions stumbled upon zombie corpse crystals and discovered their function. Consequently, each time they repelled a zombie attack, a dedicated team would scour the battlefield to collect these crystals, enabling them to swiftly ascend to second-tier ability users. Well, give it a try then. With the second-tier corpse crystal provided by Zhou Fan, Chen Jiahe absorbed it completely during the journey, yet the extent of his newfound ability remained uncertain. He decided to test it on Wu Mingxian, who stood before him. With a stomp, sand and earth began to envelop Chen Jiahe, forming a mound around him, leaving only his head exposed. "Ha ha ha, Where will you hide now? This is my newly acquired ability from this morning, which I call Sands of Entombment. Unless you can fly, you can't escape as long as you remain on the ground. Wu Mingxian exclaimed, reveling in his success as he trapped Chen Jiahe, who had previously evaded him like a slippery fish. Now, Chen Jiahe resembled a fish caught on a cutting board, unable to escape. As Chen Jiahe struggled, Wu Mingxian smugly remarked, "Don't waste your energy. Only strength-type ability users might have a chance to break free, and you can only defeat me to escape. But right now, it's a one-on-one duel. Surrender and call me Big Brother, and I shall let you go." Wu Mingxuan's first ability was Earth Spike Attack, which had proven effective against zombies. Initially, he thought his second ability was redundant, but after this battle, he realized its significance. Tailored perfectly for evading agile opponents, it was nearly unstoppable. Watching this unfold from the command vehicle were Zhao Donglai and his nephew, Zhao Xiaohai. They understood that should Wu Mingxian unleash another Earth Spike, Chen Jiahe would undoubtedly perish. Zhao Xiaohai couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, this is an ability user. Are we really just going to let him be killed by Wu Mingxian?" Since becoming an ability user, Zhao Xiaohai had grown indifferent to the fate of ordinary people, but he still cared about the lives of fellow ability users. Zhao Donglai appeared deep in thought, visibly conflicted. If Wang Kai were present, he would surely intervene. "It must end now. Let us see how you evade my Earth Spike Attack," Wu Mingxian declared, placing his hand on the ground to initiate the attack. "Stop! Save him," commanded Li Peiji, as he ordered a dozen armed soldiers to point their guns at Wu Mingxian. "If you make another move, we will turn you into a sieve." Faced with a dozen weapons, Wu Mingxian felt a surge of panic. While he could evade a single attacker, evading so many was impossible. After all, he couldn't withstand bullets. "Cease your actions," Wang Kai shouted urgently. "What does this mean, Captain Li?" he asked Li Peiji, who was approaching. At his inquiry, the soldiers from Lu Yingchang's side raised their weapons, aiming at the dozen soldiers confronting Wu Mingxian. Meanwhile, Li Peiji's troops rushed over to encircle Lu Yingchang's men, escalating the tension. Though Li Peiji's forces were few, their proximity meant that a skirmish would likely lead to significant casualties on both sides, a scenario Wang Kai wished to avoid. "These men are under my command. You wish to kill those I brought, and yet you question my intentions? Shouldn't you reflect on your own?" Wang Kai retorted to Wu Mingxian, urging him to stand down. Reluctantly, Wu Mingxian was surrounded by Li Peiji and his subordinates. Chen Jiahe's civilian attire appeared somewhat incongruous amidst the military uniforms. At that moment, Li Peiji was eager to depart swiftly, intending to persuade Chen Jiahe to join his ranks upon returning. With an ability user on his side, he could adopt a more assertive stance. However, Zhao Donglai's remarks were evidently an attempt to poach talent. Enraged, Li Peiji retorted, "Zhao Donglai, I brought this person here. Your men were injured because he acted first. You have no one to blame but yourself. If you seek trouble, come at me." His temporary restraint in pursuing past grievances was motivated by the fear of potential changes, as Chen Jiahe had only recently joined. He could easily be swayed elsewhere. Thus, Li Peiji felt compelled to counter Zhao Donglai's sweet words. Zhao Donglai responded with a smile, "Commander Li, what are you saying? The world is in such turmoil. I merely wish to recruit talented individuals." Li Peiji replied, "Even if I were inclined to recruit talent, I wouldn't promote an ordinary person to a military position without first reporting to higher authorities. Be cautious, Zhao Donglai, lest you play with fire." Li Peiji regarded Zhao Donglai with a knowing expression. Zhao Donglai understood that Li Peiji was referencing Wu Mingxian, yet he knew that failing to act might alienate these ability users. Unauthorized promotions could lead to severe repercussions, especially since no one knew the current status of their superiors. Once communication was restored, the consequences could be troublesome. Noting Zhao Donglai's slightly distressed countenance, Li Peiji continued, "I shall take my people back. If Zhao Donglai's men are severely injured and require medical expenses, feel free to discuss it with me at any time." With that statement, Li Peiji had already classified Chen Jiahe as his own. Zhao Donglai, realizing that haste would yield no benefit, conceded, "Naturally, Commander Li's people may leave. I wouldn't trouble you over such trivial matters." He then reminded Chen Jiahe, "Little brother, do come by to visit when you have time." Chen Jiahe merely smiled in response, remaining silent, nearly prompting Li Peiji to engage in yet another heated argument with Zhao Donglai. Chen Jiahe did not follow Li Peiji closely. Upon entering Wupiang County, he detached himself from the military green entourage. Wang Dekai attempted to retain him, but Li Peiji intervened, deeming it too conspicuous to approach with overt intentions of recruitment. After parting ways with Li Peiji, Chen Jiahe sought out Zhang Bo within the survivor group. Previously, the survivors had been too distant to recognize Chen Jiahe as the ability user who had battled Wu Mingxian, and with Chen Jiahe's low-profile return to the survivor group, he garnered little attention. Under the arrangement of the administrator, the two were assigned to a small room in a hotel, where remnants of previous occupants remained. Chen Jiahe fiddled with the faucet, but no water flowed. Zhang Bo's attempts to switch on the light met with silence as well, indicating a cessation of water and electricity. In the small room, just the two of them, Zhang Bo playfully struck Chen Jiahe's chest, exclaiming, "Jiahe, you did remarkably well. Wu Mingxian was so arrogant, yet he couldn't withstand your psychic shockwave. Had he not underestimated you and been caught off guard, I wouldn't have been so certain of defeating him. His offensive capabilities surpass mine, though I consider it a narrow victory." Zhang Bo recounted his panic when Wu Mingxian unleashed a barrage of sand and earth, which he could not evade. Yet, when the sand merely ensnared his body, he felt confident, seizing the opportunity to experiment with his new abilities, unwilling to allow anyone to interrupt. The outcome was favorable, as he found himself adequately equipped to contend with ability users of the same tier. "The power you've gained from your advancement is formidable. I wonder what abilities I might possess when my time comes. It's a pity that I exhausted the second-tier corpse crystal Zhou Fan provided me just before leveling up. Otherwise, I might have elevated you as well," Zhang Bo lamented. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Bo continued, "Currently, I'm not in a rush to level up. Zhou Fan is at the rear of the convoy and was evidently surrounded by a horde of zombies. It's uncertain whether he will escape." Chen Jiahe reassured Zhang Bo while simultaneously comforting himself, reflecting on how, without Zhou Fan, they would not have become ability users. The way Zhao Donglai regarded him indicated how coveted ability users had become. "In the horde that pursued us, I spotted a third-tier zombie," Zhang Bo asserted. Chen Jia's hair stood on end, and he quickly inquired, "Are you certain?" Zhang Bo nodded, explaining, "The energy of a first-tier zombie is gray, while that of a second-tier zombie is white. The one I saw had a faint green hue within its energy, predominantly white but far more intense than that of a second-tier zombie." Zhang Bo's ability allowed him to perceive the internal energy of others, except for Zhou Fan. Whenever he used his abilities on Zhou Fan, it was as though he were examining an ordinary person. With Zhang Bo asserting the presence of a third-tier zombie among the horde, it was certain that there were more than just a handful of second-tier zombies. Thus, even if Zhou Fan had advanced to the second tier, his chances of survival were grim. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the horde. Countless zombies were still scouring the city for survivors. Should a horde wander into Wupiang County, the existing forces would likely be incapable of mounting a defense. Sighing, Chen Jiahe reflected, "My intention in defeating Wu Mingxian was to attract the attention of those influential figures, thus allowing me to lead a search for Zhou Fan. Now, it appears we must deliberate more carefully. Despite the prowess of ability users, they cannot withstand the onslaught of a dozen armed individuals. The military strength remains formidable, and ability users are best suited for one-on-one high-stakes combat." In a vintage building, an officer was reporting to Li Peiji and his colleagues. Upon concluding his report, Li Peiji waved him away, and he exited the room. Sitting on the couch, stroking his sparse chin stubble, Li Peiji mused, "Old Wang, do you think this Zhang Bo fellow is also an ability user?" Wang Dekai took a seat and replied, "I suspect not only he but also a young man named Zhou Fan." Initially, the three of them enlisted in the reserve team, seemingly with Zhou Fan at the helm. "It's possible all three are ability users." Li Peiji lowered his hand and sat up straight, asking, "And where is this Zhou Fan?" Wang Dekai chuckled ruefully. He was assigned to the rear logistics vehicle, and that night he wandered off. Yang Tingue remarked that this fellow is quite the handful. Get to the point. Li Peiji interrupted. He was assigned to the rear supply vehicle, and during the zombie pursuit, realizing the implication, Li Peiji understood that the young man had likely perished. Having arrived together, the trio was now separated. And with one lost, the remaining two would undoubtedly harbor grievances towards his faction, especially since they had left without so much as a farewell to tea that moment. Another lieutenant colonel interjected. It's all old Wang's fault for not keeping proper records at home. Otherwise, we would have 3 ability users in our midst. Does Zhao Donglai still dare to dismiss us? Wang Dekai, exasperated, jumped to his feet, pointing at the speaking lieutenant colonel. Ho Tian, what do you mean? If you hadn't retreated, I wouldn't have even known about the existence of ability users. They don't tell me. How am I to know if they are ability users? Ho Tian slammed his thigh, standing up. While we were organizing rescues in the city, you were responsible for receiving and recording information. If your work is lacking, you can't hold anyone else accountable. Enough bickering. We don't want the soldiers overhearing this. Li Peiji interjected, quelling the impending argument between Wang Dekai and Ho Tian. They reluctantly sat down, avoiding each other's gaze, fearing they might reignite the quarrel. Li Peiji continued. This situation cannot entirely fall on old Wang. The transfer was too rushed, and many tasks were left unfinished. Ability users, when not utilizing their powers, are not easily distinguishable from ordinary people. Even among ability users, it's difficult to discern. Didn't Zhao Donglai's subordinates fail to recognize that Chen Jiahe was an ability user? Wang Dekai added, should we arrange for the 2 of them to be placed in better accommodations? After all, they are part of the reserve team. I believe we can free up a couple of rooms for them here. He was anxious, knowing that if these 2 ability users were to be coaxed away by Zhao Donglai, his side would be at a significant disadvantage. We must retain these individuals, but we can't rush it. They currently have no ties to us. Their status as reserve team members holds little weight. For now, we need not concern ourselves with them. Just ensure someone is keeping an eye on them. If they encounter difficulties, we can assist them. We'll explore Zhao Donglai's situation tonight and reconvene thereafter. Chapter 27. Compromise. As dusk descended, Zhao Donglai smiled with satisfaction following Captain Lu's report. It seems that ability user harbors a poor impression of Li Peiji, or perhaps there is some misunderstanding. We may yet find an opportunity. Captain Lu concurred. We could seize the moment while Li Peiji is here to abduct that survivor. Could you refrain from sounding like a bandit? Additionally, who would we send? Wu Mingxian is still unconscious, and Wang Kai has mentioned that individual attacks are quite unpredictable. He may not be able to defend himself. Perhaps I was being overly naive. Not your fault. I nearly ordered a kidnapping today myself, yet a forced situation seldom yields sweet fruit. I would prefer a loyal soldier to a disloyal ability user. The commander sees further than I do. I was short-sighted. All right, you may return now if possible. Convey my goodwill to him, understood? I understand. Rest assured, Commander. Captain Lu saluted and returned to Wuping County. Zhao Donglai stood by the window, gazing at the gradually rising moon, murmuring, oldly, do not force my hand. I hope for your cooperation. As night fell, the few buildings that still had lights lit up. Li Peiji and others went to Zhao Donglai's camp for a banquet. But the discussions that transpired remain unknown to ordinary folk. Upon their return, Li Peiji slammed his hat onto the coffee table, exclaiming with hands on his hips, Zhao Donglai is exceedingly overbearing. Wang Dekai and Ho Tian suppressed their frustrations. The earlier banquet had been rather unpleasant, nearly resulting in an overturned table. However, Li Peiji's ire was more pronounced, and it was best to let him vent for a while. Does he think he is a local emperor? Does he expect me to act as his gatekeeper? Is he not concerned about the repercussions once contact is restored? He continued. You all heard it. We can file a complaint against him. Commander, I believe there is no need for such outrage. We are currently under his roof and must lower our heads, Wang Dekai remarked. Pointing a finger at Ho Tian, he scolded. Ho Tian, can't you show a bit of backbone? He is clearly attempting to annex us. We are all at the regiment level. Why should we heed his orders? Li Peiji glared at Ho Tian, demanding a reasonable explanation. Ho Tian glanced between the two, took a deep breath, and said, You may think I am yielding. But times have changed. Previously, we were all equal at the regiment level, but what do we have left now? We only have 347 soldiers, and our ammunition is sufficient for merely 4 hours of full combat. We lack heavy weaponry, and we only have 12 boxes of grenades left. Zhao Donglai, on the other hand, has over 1,000 combat personnel, and you are all aware of his ample supplies of ammunition. If we do not rely on him, what are our options? We can conscript from the survivors. Zhao Donglai would not dare to forcibly integrate us, Wang Dekai countered, disagreeing with Ho Tian's perspective. With so many survivors, How could we lack soldiers? Have you considered that absorbing survivors will require substantial resources and ammunition for their training? If Zhao Donglai does not provide these, we will merely be consuming our dwindling supplies. And once we exhaust our last bullet, the very survivors we train will flock to Zhao Donglai, Ho Tian replied. Wang Dekai fell silent, realizing the enormity of the losses involved in relocating. They were currently reliant on Captain Liu from Wupiang County to manage their food supplies, effectively leaving them destitute in manpower and resources. Zhao Donglai, however, had a robust foundation, ample personnel, abundant supplies, and 4 extraordinary combatants. Despite the apparent disadvantages, Wang Dekai remained unwilling to compromise. Ho Tian continued, "Our soldiers are few. I wish to preserve them and help them survive in this apocalypse. We cannot risk their lives over the pride of our leaders. Let us disperse for now. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting with all existing officers for a vote. Please return and rest," Li Peiji declared, placing his hat on the coffee table and retreating into the inner room, prompting Wang Dekai and Ho Tian to leave as well. The banquet ended on an unsatisfactory note. After Li Peiji and the others departed, Zhao Donglai and his subordinates consumed the remaining dishes, leaving only Zhao Xiaohai and Zhao Donglai at the table. Zhao Xiaohai, with a toothpick in his mouth, inquired, "Uncle, do you think Li Peiji will either confront us or simply walk away?" Zhao Donglai rose from the table, not immediately answering Zhao Xiaohai as he walked away, saying, "I trust he will not act irrationally. My only uncertainty lies in whether he will lead his few hundred men away. I believe Li Peiji is a regiment commander, equal to you, uncle. He will not accept being relegated to a gatekeeper." Zhao Xiaohai remarked, "Precisely because he is my equal, he understands the stakes. They cannot afford to separate from us. Otherwise, the fate of Wen Wushu's regiment awaits them. Only by uniting with us can they survive." "You mean to say uniting is merely to absorb them?" "I understand your intent," Zhao Xiaohai retorted. "It is not about absorption. I could never subsume a peer. I simply wish for him to manage Wupiang County without meddling in our regiment's affairs. But if he transforms Wupiang County into his domain, would that not put us at a disadvantage?" Zhao Xiaohai questioned, expressing his concerns. Zhao Donglai chuckled softly. "If we link our camp with Wupiang County, would it not become our territory as well? I merely desire for Li Peiji to be the steward of Wupiang County, not its ruler, understand?" Zhao Xiaohai looked perplexed. While he could overpower even Wang Kai in a fight, he lacked the cunning for strategic maneuvering. Zhao Donglai placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "If you do not understand, ponder it well as you sleep." As they conversed, they reached Zhao Donglai's residence. Watching Zhao Xiaohai depart, Zhao Donglai felt an indescribable sentiment. Perhaps only this simple-minded nephew would always stand by him. The others, including Wang Kai, were somewhat reliable, but the remaining 2 were opportunists. Only once he became a more formidable extraordinary being would they truly pledge their loyalty to him. The following morning, observing the 17 officers seated in the makeshift meeting room, Li Peiji was overcome with unspoken emotions, having already made a decision in his heart. "Now that everyone is present, I shall proceed directly to the point. After discussions with Commander Zhao Donglai, we will henceforth establish our base in Wupiang County and utilize our current strength to ensure its security. Should we encounter insurmountable challenges, Commander Zhao's team will assist us. In exchange for their support, we will need to pay a price." The sole remaining major raised his hand. "Commander, what price are we expected to pay?" "Firstly, as the administrators of Wupiang County, we must not restrict the survivors' freedom. Secondly, their assistance will require us to exchange supplies. Lastly, they will periodically dispatch patrols to Wupiang County to monitor the security situation, and we must not obstruct them." While these terms appeared unproblematic at first glance, the military men present perceived the implications through a soldier's lens. Ho Tian and Wang Dekai were already aware, hence their silence. A brief stillness enveloped the room until Li Peiji rapped the table, prompting Wang Dekai to rise. "We could leave Wupiang County and seek a new locale for development. However, our circumstances are well known to all. If we abandon the city, we may face dire consequences. The number of zombies outside is unimaginable. This meeting need not be overly formal. Feel free to express your thoughts," Wang Dekai said before sitting down, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Prior to the meeting, he and Ho Tian had learned of Li Peiji's decision and ultimately chose to acquiesce after much deliberation. The officers began to whisper among themselves, and after a moment of hushed voices, a captain stood up, asking, "Commander, is Commander Zhao's approach sanctioned by higher authorities?" Li Peiji shook his head. "Teodate, we have received no communication from our superiors." "Isn't he essentially making Whooping County his colony?" another officer interjected. Noting the rising tension, Li Peiji raised his hands to calm the room, signaling for silence as the officers turned their attention to him. "The world has changed. We can no longer view issues through the lens of the past. I believe our disconnection from the higher-ups is only temporary. Securing Whooping County is not inherently wrong. As for the rest, we shall consult our superiors once communication is restored. Now, those who disagree with remaining, please raise your hands." Seeing no hands raised, Li Peiji continued, "Then the subsequent tasks will be assigned by Director Ho." That afternoon, the soldiers dispersed to establish lookout posts 5 kilometers away from Whooping County, enlisting many robust young men from the survivors to commence construction. Early the following morning, a convoy set out to search for resources and additional survivors, ensuring that the camp's supplies would remain uninterrupted. Zhao Donglai's camp was undergoing renovations as well, while another convoy, led by Wang Kai, departed in search of provisions, with their primary objective being the fruit. As for Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo, no one sought them out. Both Zhao Donglai and Li Peiji deliberately avoided them while gathering survivors for work. Having spent an entire day resting, Chen Jiahe found the boredom unbearable and convinced Zhang Bo to join the expedition for supplies. When Li Peiji learned of this, a smile graced his lips as he realized he had the advantage of proximity. Chapter 28. Wang Yiyun Zhou Fan hurried towards the survivor gathering point from his memory. Devoid of any means to discern direction, relying solely on the sun's position to approximate his course. However, as he walked, he gradually lost his sense of direction. After wandering for quite some time, Zhou Fan found himself back on the highway, which was over 30 kilometers away from the junction, with no signs of zombies in sight. The road lay eerily desolate. Following along the highway, Zhou Fan spotted a distant signpost and hastened toward it. The sign indicated a distance of 180 kilometers to J City, and upon turning it around, he saw it read 35 kilometers to C City. Kneeling down, Zhou Fan used his fingertip to coalesce a bone blade. Sketching a rudimentary map, from his observations, the direction seemed accurate. Indeed, the survivor base he recalled was situated in the suburbs between C City and J City. Lifting his gaze towards J City, Zhou Fan thought to himself, "I must hasten my pace." Shortly after he was rescued, that survivor base had been overrun by hordes of zombies, and he had managed to escape amid the chaos by climbing onto a vehicle, while Hu Run's fate remained unknown. Continuing along his path, Zhou Fan encountered a fork in the road with a sign pointing to Lulin County. He spat out the tasteless jerky he had been chewing, deciding to seek something to eat first and inquire about directions upon meeting others, to avoid going astray. Unbeknownst to Zhou Fan, the survivor base he intended to reach was the garrison of Wenweishu, which had been obliterated the previous night, leaving behind only ruins. As Zhou Fan approached Lulin County, he cautiously observed from a distance and, upon discovering the absence of zombies, gradually made his way closer. However, even upon entering the county, he encountered no living zombies. The streets were hauntingly quiet. The shops lining the streets had been completely looted, with not a single bottle of mineral water remaining. Women's sanitary pads lay scattered across the ground alongside various daily necessities. Zhou Fan collected some relatively clean items to store in his personal space. As he exited the shop, he reconsidered and returned to gather the scattered toilet paper, also taking 2 packs of sanitary pads to add to his supplies. With all production halted, these items had become non-renewable resources until production could resume. At one point, a roll of toilet paper could be bartered for a handgun or 100 rounds of ammunition. Neglecting to collect them could lead to dire consequences. Based on Zhou Fan's observations, there had been zombies in this area before, and in considerable numbers, yet they had been cleared out. The roadside buildings bore the scars of gunfire, and resources had been thoroughly scavenged, as Zhou Fan walked. A sudden impulse struck him, prompting him to glance towards the rooftop of a nearby mall, where he spotted a fleeting shadow attempting to conceal itself. As long as there were people, things would become manageable. Zhou Fan entered the mall, finding the first floor in disarray, devoid of any zombies, living or dead, save for some areas stained with unidentified goo. The entrance to the second floor was barricaded, evidently blocked by heavy objects from within. Zhou Fan could hear movement above, so he brought his fingers together to manifest a bone blade, severing the connection between the door and its frame. With a firm pull on the doorknob, the door came crashing down, sending debris tumbling to the ground, which Zhou Fan carelessly tossed aside, resulting in a loud clatter. Hearing footsteps approaching, Zhou Fan sensed that they did not sound quite right. When the figure came into view, he immediately recognized it as one of the zombies he had not seen before. Zhou Fan drew his tang knife. Against these low-level zombies, they posed no substantial threat, even when a few first-tier zombies mingled among them. One swift strike was all it took, though he felt a slight resistance. While the energy-formed bone blade was sharper, this minor skirmish could easily be handled with the tang knife. It must be said that Ding Quan's grandfather's craftsmanship was indeed impressive. Approximately 70 to 80 zombies surged towards him. Zhou Fan exerted considerable effort to fell them all, retrieving the crystal cores from several first-tier zombies before continuing up the stairs. Yet, the staircase was also blocked, and the elevator was choked with piled debris, completely sealed off. Zhou Fan had not come to play the role of a mover, although his physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. This was not a game, but he climbed out of a second-floor window, summoning bone blades on his hands and toes to ascend step by step, directly bypassing the third and fourth floors to reach the rooftop. At the rooftop's iron door, a person stood tensely watching the entrance, unaware of Zhou Fan's approach from behind. Zhou Fan retracted his bone blades and called out, "Hey!" The sudden sound startled the anxious individual, causing him to shout, "A ghost!" before collapsing onto the ground in fright. "I am not a ghost. If you're not a ghost, how did you get up here?" "I climbed up the drainage pipe." "You're lying. That pipe can't support a person's weight. One of my companions fell while trying to climb down it and was devoured by zombies, leaving nothing behind." "Look, I have a shadow. Ghosts don't cast shadows," Zhou Fan pointed out, indicating the shadow on the ground. Upon seeing Zhou Fan's shadow, the individual took a breath, slowly rising from the ground, and weakly asked, "Do you have any food?" "I'm so hungry." Zhou Fan feigned rummaging through his pockets, producing a piece of jerky from his personal space and handing it to the man in front of him. The man eagerly accepted the jerky, muttering a thank you as he began to chew. The jerky was tough and unpalatable, and Zhou Fan had grown weary of it, while the man appeared to have been starving for quite some time, resorting to desperate measures. "My name is Wang Yun." He introduced himself, gesturing to a nearby bucket filled with water. "If you're thirsty, you can have a sip, but don't drink too much. It might upset your stomach." Zhou Fan found the name somewhat familiar but couldn't immediately place it. Looking towards the bucket Wang Yun indicated, he noted it contained some rainwater, with a layer of algae suggesting it had been there for quite a while. "Wait a minute, did you just say your name is Wang Yun?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Wang Yun replied, continuing to chew on the jerky. Zhou Fan recalled a fragment from his memory. The living Yama, also known as Wang Yun. The moniker did not stem from a penchant for violence, but rather from his life energy. As long as there was breath in a person, they would not perish in his presence. However, if he chose not to heal someone, even a simple cold could lead to death at his hands. Hence the title the living Yama. "Did you graduate from J Province Medical University?" "Yes." "Did you graduate 2 years ago?" "Yes, but how do you know that?" Wang Yun asked, perplexed, as he was certain he had never met Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan thought to himself that he had struck gold. In his past life, he had only heard of Wang Yun, knowing he had graduated just 2 years before the outbreak and had inexplicably become a superhuman with the awakening of life energy. Maintaining a neutral expression, Zhou Fan replied solemnly, "You needn't concern yourself with how I know. Due to the virus, the majority of people have transformed into zombies, yet at the same time, superhumans have emerged among humanity. I am one of them." Wang Yun had encountered zombie kings before, but he had never seen a superhuman. "How can you prove that you are this so-called superhuman?" Zhou Fan smiled slightly, bringing his fingers together to form a bone blade. Stepping forward to sever the iron door's latch, Wang Yun, astonished, exclaimed, "Why did you break the door? The zombies below will come up." While speaking, he fumbled with the broken latch in an attempt to secure the door again. But Zhou Fan pulled him aside, saying, "Step back." As the iron door fell, a second-tier bone demon emerged first, followed by a throng of lesser zombies. Well, there's even a second-tier one," Zhou Fan remarked, brandishing his tang knife and tossing the dogleg knife at Wang Yiyun's feet. Protect yourself. Zhou Fan's tang knife struck the bone demon, yielding no fatal results. Only a shallow mark on its bone armor, far from the ease with which he had dispatched first-tier zombies. He dodged the bone demon's attacks while simultaneously cutting down its minions. After eliminating 14 first-tier zombies, only the lower-level zombies remained. Zhou Fan, seemingly exhausted, allowed 2 zombies to slip past him, their claws reaching out towards Wang Yiyun. "Hey, it's coming for you," Wang Yiyun shouted in alarm. Stepping back until he was nearly at the railing, Zhou Fan remained unresponsive, wholly focused on battling the skeletal demon, refraining from allowing any more zombies to pass. Observing Zhou Fan engage fiercely, single-handedly holding off dozens of zombies, one of which appeared particularly formidable, Wang Yiyun gradually regained his composure. Seizing the moment, he swung his blade at the 2 zombies before him, landing a precise strike on one's forearm joint. However, his technique was somewhat clumsy. The zombie's hand remained partially attached, swinging limply in the air. Zhou Fan had afforded Wang Yiyun ample space to fight, allowing him to maneuver against the 2 zombies. After several exchanges, he finally felled one, and soon after, the other collapsed as well, leaving only 2 zombies with a single remaining leg, struggling to inch closer to Wang Yiyun, their mouths agape in silent protest. Wang Yiyun had no time to concern himself with the zombies' silent grievances. His heart raced, breath coming in labored gasps, his clothes soiled from rolling to evade the undead. Leaning against the railing, he glanced at Zhou Fan, who had already laid dozens of zombies to rest while he himself was utterly exhausted from just toot. With Zhou Fan's leniency, yet another zombie breached the defense and charged at Wang Yiyun. Seeing the approaching threat, he resolved not to call for Zhou Fan's aid any longer, rising to dismantle the zombie as before. Were it not for the virus on the zombie's body, which prevented him from being harmed, the task would have been considerably easier. Noticing Wang Yiyun's newfound bravery, Zhou Fan conjured a bone blade in his empty left hand, mirroring the long knife in his right, and raised it high, striking down upon the solitary skeletal demon until he reached its chest cavity. The demon's energy transferred through the bone blade into Zhou Fan, a surge far greater than that of a dozen first-tier zombies combined. As for the lower-tier zombies, they yielded no energy whatsoever. Wang Yiyun beheld the slowly collapsing skeletal demon, his mouth agape. He initially thought he was doomed when the iron door opened. To his astonishment, a supernatural being could indeed take on so many zombies single-handedly. He could discern that the zombies Zhou Fan dispatched were of a different caliber than those he had fought. Even the ones Zhou Fan had effortlessly slain posed a considerable challenge for him. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to stick by Zhou Fan's side, unwilling to part ways, as Zhou Fan's figure had become synonymous with strength in his mind. Chapter 29. The Blood-Red Tavern. As Zhou Fan collected the zombie crystals, Wang Yiyun approached with curiosity, peering at the crystals in Zhou Fan's hand. Zhou Fan casually tossed one to him, and in a flustered manner, Wang Yiyun caught it, examining it closely. Zhou Fan said, "Do not linger on it. This substance cannot be comprehended in a short time. First, tell me where all the zombies in the county have vanished to." Wang Yiyun set down the crystal, explaining, "The day the virus erupted was chaotic. I happened to be here buying clothes when I witnessed someone transform into a zombie, so I followed the crowd upstairs. While moving items to block the door, I sustained a cut on my calf. Later, zombies appeared on the 2nd floor, prompting everyone to flee to the 3rd. Afterward, it was discovered that those injured on the 3rd floor would turn into zombies, forcing everyone to retreat to the 4th. I, along with 2 other injured individuals, were driven to the rooftop. The next day, we heard gunfire. The military arrived and exterminated the zombies along the way, scavenging supplies, and some survivors joined them. Before they could rescue the trapped, something from below surged up to attack them, and we became trapped here. One person, unable to bear it, jumped off, and another who tried to climb down for food fell to his death. Now, I am the only one left." "What emerged from below?" Zhou Fan inquired. "Frogs. Enormous frogs. The largest I saw was the size of a car," Wang Yiyun recounted, a hint of fear still lingering in his voice. Zhou Fan understood now how he had encountered those uneven patches on the way. "So you've been surviving on that bucket of water?" Wang Yiyun shook his head. "When we retreated, those people gave us a few bottles of water, but no food. I just finished the last bit of water this morning. What did you mean when you told me to drink that mossy water? Wang Yiyun asked, somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was our first meeting, and I wasn't sure if you were friend or foe. I thought I'd let you try it first. If it did no harm, then I could drink some too. Zhou Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and muttered, You're quite the living demon. Wang Yiyun, not catching what was said, inquired, What did you say? I said you could survive 2 days on that moss. Drinking the water would prolong your survival a few more days. Moss? What moss? The moss in the water. This morning I only saw it was slightly green, not mossy at all. Take a look for yourself, Zhou Fan said, moving to the bucket. Inside, the moss had grown into algae, subtly shimmering with a faint glow. How did it grow so rapidly? Wang Yiyun leaned closer to examine. Indeed, discovering the bucket was filled with lush green algae, feeling incredulous as he crouched by the edge of the bucket. It even glows. This is undoubtedly a new species with significant research value. Too bad I'm not a botany major. Gazing at the algae, Zhou Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Wang Yiyun and said, Drink it. Wang Yiyun cast a puzzled glance. Are you joking? We don't even know what this is. Regrettably, Zhou Fan's gaze held no trace of jest. Wang Yiyun thought perhaps Zhou Fan was seeking revenge, wanting him to suffer from drinking it. Seeing Wang Yiyun hesitate, Zhou Fan added, By drinking it, you might also become a supernatural being. You take a sip first. If you do, I will too. Wang Yiyun was hesitant to try something unknown. If you don't drink, I'll cut you down on the spot, Zhou Fan stated flatly, as if killing someone were a trivial matter. At this, Wang Yiyun hoisted the bucket and drank deeply, consuming nearly half of it in one go. As long as it meant becoming a supernatural being, he would eat anything Zhou Fan offered, even if it meant consuming something vile. Drinking a strange liquid didn't seem too daunting. As the liquid coursed through him, Wang Yiyun felt a chill spread within, and panic set in. I don't know. I might really be done for. According to my medical knowledge, diarrhea shouldn't manifest like this. Yet, his thought process became clearer. He turned to Zhou Fan, saying, Big brother, you need to save me. I feel like I'm fading. Zhou Fan produced a hope fruit, assuring him, Don't worry. If you encounter any issues, this fruit can save your life. Seeing the softly glowing fruit in Zhou Fan's hand, Wang Yiyun felt both amazed and relieved. If Zhou Fan claimed it could save him, he wouldn't let him die. After all, why would he bother slaying so many zombies otherwise? Following Zhou Fan's logic, had he not intervened, Wang Yiyun would have eventually consumed the algae-laden water, perhaps becoming a supernatural entity as a result. However, if not, the worst outcome would be transforming into a zombie, and if the hope fruit failed to save him, he could simply end his own life. Zhou Fan took an empty bottle and filled it with the remaining water, which amounted to just over half a bottle. He observed it for a moment, watching as green shadows began to grow along the bottle's walls. The water slowly diminishing, it appeared that it could not be preserved, so he tilted his head back and drank deeply. Meanwhile, on the other side, the search team led by Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo had sustained no injuries thanks to the assistance of the two supernatural beings, while also acquiring a substantial amount of supplies, having dispatched around 10 first-tier zombies. Upon exiting, Li Peiji had instructed them to accommodate any requests from Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe, as Chen Jiahe's abilities had been crucial throughout their journey, especially since they had only encountered zombies. The soldiers accompanying them were all skilled marksmen, consistently achieving headshots, rendering Zhang Bo's reconnaissance abilities somewhat less useful. All the first-tier zombie crystals collected were given to Zhang Bo, who successfully advanced to the second tier, yet the function of his newfound abilities remained unknown. Upon reaching a tavern, Chen Jiahe utilized his powers to scout the area, frowning slightly. Noticing his expression, the lieutenant leading the team inquired, Are there formidable zombies inside? None that I can detect, but something feels off. There are no zombies in the vicinity, yet the tavern is filled with numerous zombie corpses, seemingly placed there intentionally, likely by a supernatural being. Could it be that the supplies here have already been looted? Hard to say. Squad leader you should search the surrounding area first. Zhang Bo and I will go up to greet them. If they show no hostility, you can join us. Understood. Here, take this walkie-talkie. Call me if anything happens, Lieutenant, he said, handing Chen Jiahe a device. Chen Jiahe accepted it and proceeded with Zhang Bo into the tavern. After watching Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo enter, Lieutenant he summoned a soldier equipped with a sniper rifle, one of the last two snipers under Li Peiji's command. Sheng Chong, follow them if they encounter danger. Open fire, and we will rush to their aid. Understood, Sheng Chong replied, following them into the tavern while Lieutenant He and the others dispersed to gather supplies. What's wrong? Haven't you figured out what your new abilities do yet? Chen Jiahe asked, noticing Zhang Bo's silence after his advancement. Huh? Oh, what did you just say? Zhang Bo emerged from his reverie. We can contemplate your new abilities later. There may be a powerful supernatural being in this tavern, so we must remain vigilant. All right, Zhang Bo responded with a nod, summoning all his focus. The establishment was a 3-story tavern, quite expansive, with the ground floor strewn with the corpses of zombies, meticulously arranged, leaving only a narrow path to the second floor. As Chen Jiahe and his companions ascended to the second floor, Shang Chang's figure emerged from the entrance. He surveyed the lifeless bodies of the zombies, noting that nearly none were intact. Some appeared to have been torn asunder by bare hands, sending shivers down his spine. The second floor contained far fewer corpses, predominantly first-tier zombies, similarly organized yet equally mutilated. Further inside, there were also second-tier zombie bodies, including bone demons, specters, ironclad creatures, and flesh-eating women, one of whom had a gaping hole in her abdomen. Clearly, these were formidable foes, far superior to those under Zhao Donglai's command. Even as a second tier, tackling these zombies would require considerable effort. If a single individual was responsible, it would be truly terrifying. Perhaps more than one ability user was involved. They must be on the third floor. Let us ascend and investigate. The third floor of the tavern was comprised of private rooms, significantly tidier, devoid of any zombie corpses. Chen Jiahe activated his abilities to scan the area and felt a tremor run through his body. Zhang Bo, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Jiahe replied, "Nothing. I've located him. Follow me." With that, he quickened his pace toward a room deeper within, and Zhang Bo hurriedly followed suit. As they rounded a corner, Shang Chong peered from the staircase. Having not overheard Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo, he approached the corner room only to hear noises within. Gently opening the door, he was met with the sight of young women, bare and bruised, their mental states seemingly deteriorated. Shang Chong, upon witnessing their vulnerable forms, felt a flush of embarrassment and retreated, flustered, as he was still a virgin, unaccustomed to such scenes. Just as he contemplated opening the opposite door, a sudden hand clasped over his, preventing him. "Listen to me. Do not open that door," Chen Jiahe cautioned, his somber expression indicating the seriousness of the situation. Understanding that this was no jest, Shang Chong sheepishly withdrew his hand. That captain he instructed me to." Chen Jiahe gestured for him to refrain from explaining. "I understand. I appreciate the intention, but this place is perilous. Go inform Captain He to surround this tavern with his men. If we do not emerge, open fire." Shang Chong recognized the gravity of the situation. Even if there were ability users here, they likely weren't benevolent. The room he had just glimpsed provided ample evidence of that. Chen Jiahe's insistence against entering further confirmed its inhumanity. Understood. Shang Chong saluted Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo before dashing toward the staircase. Beside him, Zhang Bo remarked, "He followed well. Had it not been for your abilities, we might not have noticed him. Indeed, he possesses potential. Yet the master of this place is a scoundrel." Chen Jiahe's ire was palpable. "What did you see?" "See for yourself. I cannot describe it." Chen Jiahe stepped aside, allowing Zhang Bo to turn the handle. The scene that greeted him was one he would never forget. Naked corpses hung upside down from the ceiling, both male and female, resembling dried vegetables. Their abdomens were hollowed out, entrails heaped in a corner, exuding a nauseating stench. On the table lay a dismembered female body, her head tilted toward the door, allowing Zhang Bo to glimpse her once exquisite features and vacant eye sockets. A large vat contained coagulated blood, filling more than half its capacity. Chapter 30. Fierce battle with the third tier. Zhang Bo forcefully shut the door, squeezing his eyes shut in an attempt to erase the horrific image. Yet it grew increasingly vivid, especially the mutilated female corpse. The vacant eyes seemed to accuse him, condemning the atrocities of this place's master, causing his body to tremble in response. I must kill him. Regardless of who he is, Zhang Bo declared fiercely, clenching his fists, delivering a powerful blow to the doorframe, splintering the wooden structure. Qian Jia placed a hand on Zhang Bo's shoulder. Let us proceed. We must confront him. Zhang Bo nodded heavily, his fury unabated. Upon reaching the innermost private room, they found a spacious area furnished with a dining table and kitchenware, where several individuals busied themselves with their tasks. Qian Jia and Zhang Bo entered. Yet the workers paid them no mind, engrossed in their duties, not daring to raise their heads. Two individuals collided while walking with their heads down. Uttering not a word, a tall man near a roasting stove barked orders at the others, who complied with his requests. The imposing figure forked a piece of meat with a small knife and savored it, relishing each bite as if it were a divine delicacy. He then ladled steaming soup from a nearby pot, drinking it directly, the liquid oozing from the corners of his mouth, resembling diluted black sesame paste. After indulging, the tall man finally turned his attention to Qian Jia and Zhang Bo. New guests. I heard gunfire from afar and thought those foolish soldiers were coming. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with sparse stubble on his chin and his hair slicked back, giving him an unattractive and somewhat repulsive demeanor, an appearance that could easily frighten a child. Producing a toothpick from nowhere, he began to pick at non-existent bits of food lodged between his teeth. He addressed Zhang Bo. Why do you glare at me so fiercely? Did you not notice the zombie corpses on your way up? I was the one who dispatched them all. They simply refused to obey. He gestured toward the workers. These people live under my protection in this damned apocalypse. Just look at how respectful and obedient they are to me. That does not change the fact that you are a beast, Zhang Bo retorted venomously. Having already utilized his abilities to assess the situation, he recognized that this grotesque man was indeed a genuine third-tier ability user. The energy within him was potent yet chaotic, contrasting with the singular hue of Zhang Bo and Qian Jia's powers. Thus, if they combined their strengths, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that they could eliminate this perverse man. Zhang Bo's words ignited the man's fury. You will pay for your insolence. I have no use for disobedient subordinates. Kneeling to apologize will be futile. I will first cripple you. With that, he hurled a punch toward Zhang Bo. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Jia unleashed a mental assault. The man momentarily froze, shaking his head to dispel the daze, while Zhang Bo activated his secondary ability, howling in anguish as he clutched his head. Yet with no other visible effect. Seeing their abilities had no impact, the duo ceased their attacks, drawing out daggers instead. With their powers proving ineffective, they had no choice but to rely on close combat. The man's slicked back hair had become disheveled. Rather than charging at them, he moved to a nearby sofa, pouring himself a glass of red wine and savoring it leisurely, leaving Zhang Bo and Qian Jia at a loss. I thought so. You scowl at me because you two are ability users, he continued when he noticed their silence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Tianlin, formerly the chef of this tavern. You two possess decent abilities, but they are insufficient to handle me. Join me, and you will have meat to eat and soup to drink. Forgive me, but I have no interest in collaborating with a murderer. Qian Jia rejected firmly. Ha ha ha, Wang Tianlin laughed, shaking a finger at them. You are mistaken. It is not collaboration. It is submission. He commanded the people beside him. Drag that ungrateful fool over here. Without a word, one of the workers exited to retrieve a bloodied individual, who was unceremoniously tossed to the floor. Upon seeing the man brought forth, Wang Tianlin leaped up, delivering a kick to the man's chest, sending him crashing against the wall, where he slid down, his ribs caved in. A clear indication he would not survive. Damn it! Did I stutter? Drag him out. Do you not understand? Wang Tianlin bellowed, instilling fear in the others, who cowered in submission. The bloodied man groaned as he landed, gradually regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Wang Tianlin before him, he lunged toward the man's ankle in a desperate bite. Wang Tianlin, with a swift motion, kicked the man away. You bastard, even after having your tendons cut. You still resist, I shall knock out your teeth later. The bloodied man muttered weakly, Wang Tianlin, you will die a miserable death. I will haunt you as a ghost. I have killed so many. I am not concerned about one more. Soon, I shall send you to meet your little lover. You lot, take that disobedient corpse to the meat storage. The individuals on the floor immediately scramble to comply, hauling the bloodied man away, eager to escape the scene, fearful of facing a similar fate. Sometimes, subordinates do not listen. I apologize for the trouble, Wang Tianlin remarked with a sinister grin. Wang Tianlin's smile is indeed more grotesque than his tears, and coupled with the burned scars etched upon his face, it is likely to terrify young children. You possess the ability to save lives. Why then do you choose to take them? Upon witnessing a living man being brutally kicked to death by Wang Tianlin, Zhang Bo's murderous intent intensified. Wang Tianlin scoffed, I shall do as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? I once had culinary skills that could rival the best, yet my appearance led to repeated rejections from potential employers. Here, although I have found work, I am relegated to the filthiest tasks for the meagerest pay. I yearn for an opportunity to rise above the rest. However, the head chef, upon discovering my abilities, has sought to suppress me at every turn. When the apocalypse erupted, I consumed a luminous fruit, granting me superpowers. I can rend those wretched zombies to shreds. Indeed, I have protected others, yet my relentless struggle earns me no respect. They continue to treat me with disdain. I have come to realize that these selfish individuals are unworthy of my protection. They deserve to be enslaved by me. Now that I possess superpowers, I intend to elevate myself above all others and seize everything I desire. In his fervor, Wang Tianlin's voice crescendoed into a roar. By the way, this individual is also a superpowered being, known as, I forget his name. He arrived here with a group of about 10 people, and I immediately took a liking to his young girlfriend. However, he refused to part with her, leading to a confrontation between us. Ultimately, I captured his girlfriend, and I must admit, the physique of a young maiden is far superior to that of married women, though regrettably, they are not as resilient and expire quickly. Upon hearing of his girlfriend's demise, the man collapsed in a fit of rage, but Wang Tianlin paid him no heed. He approached the grill, picked up a knife, and forked a piece of meat into his mouth, savoring the delightful flavor. Would you care to sample it? Heh heh heh. Next to the grill lay a plate containing an eye, belonging to the very girl Zhang Bo and his companions had encountered earlier. Zhang Bo and his companion felt their hair stand on end, and Zhang Bo stammered, You are eating indeed. It is her eye. You know, the first time I laid eyes on that girl, her gaze captivated me, making me long to hold her and shower her with affection. Yet, when I had her pinned beneath me, she implored me to spare that worthless fool. Why should she concern herself with him when I am the strongest? Just moments ago, I consumed one of her eyes, perfectly roasted and bursting with flavor. Wang Tianlin unabashedly pointed to a cast-iron pot, stating, This soup is made from the flesh of a second-tier zombie. Although it lacks in taste, it is rich in energy. I can feel myself on the verge of entering a more formidable stage, at which point I shall conquer even greater territories and attain all that I desire. Consuming everything will only lead to your ruin. How are you any different from a zombie? Chen Jiahe's fury reached its zenith, vowing to slay this scoundrel, even at the cost of his own life. Do not lecture me on morality. I have no desire to engage in discourse. Before you lies a choice, submit or perish. Wang Tianlin's tone turned menacing. Perhaps we have a third option. To kill you, Chen Jiahe retorted, and in the next instant, combat erupted. None of the three possessed much close-quarter combat experience, while Wang Tianlin had ample practical experience. Having slain mostly zombies, he relied on brute force against humans, lacking finesse. Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo had learned a fair bit from their time with Zhou Fan. His altered state. Chen Jiahe could perceive Wang Tianlin's movements with clarity, while Zhang Bo fixated on the flow of energy within Wang Tianlin, anticipating his actions to evade them. Neither could gain the upper hand. After a fierce struggle, Zhang Bo managed to inflict 2 gashes on Wang Tianlin's lower back, causing dark blood to seep forth. Staring at the abnormal blood, Zhang Bo paused in shock. Wang Tianlin, in pain, threw his head back and let out a furious roar, shattering the surrounding glass, leaving Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe momentarily dazed. Chen Jiahe's mental fortitude proved strong, and he was the first to regain his senses, Witnessing Wang Tianlin swinging his fist towards Zhang Bo, if that punch connected, it would surely lead to severe injury or death. Qian Jia shouted, "Zhang Bo, watch out," while simultaneously unleashing a psychic attack on Wang Tianlin, causing him to stagger and halt. As Zhang Bo emerged from his stupor, he seized the opportunity to crouch and stab towards Wang Tianlin's abdomen. However, the dagger penetrated only an inch before he was unable to drive it deeper. Zhang Bo quickly withdrew, but Wang Tianlin, roused by the pain, swiped at Zhang Bo with the palm. Zhang Bo attempted to twist away, but the proximity was too close, and he was not an agile type of superpowered individual. The blow struck his shoulder, sending him spinning through the air before crashing onto a coffee table, shattering its glass surface. Wang Tianlin yanked the dagger from his abdomen and tossed it aside. Nearly hitting Zhang Bo, he then charged towards the recently risen Zhang Bo, prompting Chen Jiahe to rush forward and engage Wang Tianlin in combat. Zhang Bo's right hand twisted unnaturally, clearly a fractured bone, rendering him incapable of matching Wang Tianlin's strength. Wang Tianlin's might was immense. In a direct confrontation, Chen Jiahe could not prevail and had to focus on evasion. Otherwise, a single blow could result in broken bones, as exemplified by Zhang Bo's current state. "Get out of here!" Chen Jiahe shouted at Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo recognized that this was not the time for impulsive decisions. His presence here would not significantly impact the situation. He promptly dashed for the exit, racing downstairs. Wang Tianlin laughed cruelly. "What a pity. You are no match for me. Once you are dead, I shall pursue him. I have already marked him. No matter where he flees, I will track him down." The mark was one of Wang Tianlin's abilities, allowing him to leave an unseen imprint on his target, enabling him to sense their location without their awareness. Chen Jiahe remained silent, precariously aware of his situation. Their speeds were comparable, and with Wang Tianlin blocking the doorway, he found no opportunity to escape. Chapter 31. Retreat. After Chen Jiahe and Wang Tianlin exchanged blows, Chen Jiahe utilized the recoil to leap backward through the window. As a superpowered individual, he would sustain minimal injury from such a fall, perhaps just a temporary numbness in his feet. Seeing Chen Jiahe attempting to flee, Wang Tianlin bellowed once more. In response, Chen Jiahe turned and hurled his dagger at Wang Tianlin's face. The blade embedded itself in Wang Tianlin's eye just as Chen Jiahe was jolted into dizziness, causing him to plummet straight from the third-floor window with a thud, slipping from dazedness into unconsciousness. Zhang Bo had just exited through the front door when he spotted a figure plummeting from a nearby side window. Upon recognizing the attire, he realized it was none other than Chen Jiahe. He and the team led by he, alerted by Sheng Chong, witnessed this scene unfold. The group hurriedly lifted Chen Jiahe to the front of their vehicle. His face was bruised, his nose appeared broken, and his left shoulder was clearly fractured. There was no time to attend to his injuries, as Wang Tianlin leapt from the window after them. Wang Tianlin radiated a murderous aura, and his heavy footfalls created a depression in the solid concrete beneath him, yet he remained unscathed. When he raised his head, the dagger was still lodged in his left eye socket, dark blood trickling down his face. A truly chilling sight. It was evident he was the enemy, and the accompanying soldiers raised their weapons, switching to automatic fire mode, unable to concern themselves with conserving ammunition. Faced with a dozen dark gun barrels, Wang Tianlin remained unfazed, tilting his head with a grin. "Can you hit me?" As Wang Tianlin moved, the soldiers opened fire before he could give the order. Though not a speed-type superpowered individual, Wang Tianlin was a third-tier being with extraordinary physical capabilities. The knife Zhang Bo had previously thrust into him had been ensnared by his muscular tissue, demonstrating his formidable defense. Bullets rained down upon Wang Tianlin, but his swift movements made him a difficult target. Most bullets struck the concrete, sending up clouds of dust, while only a few grazed his body, having little effect as the soldiers sequentially emptied their magazines. Wang Tianlin seized the opportunity to charge at two soldiers, gripping their heads and lifting them off the ground. The others halted their shooting, fearing for their comrades' safety. Wang Tianlin's right eye, whether due to blood or injury, had turned crimson, reminiscent of a zombie's gaze. He did not use the soldiers as shields. With a single squeeze, their struggles ceased, and they fell motionless to the ground. He cried out, his eyes wide in despair, forced to witness the unfolding horror. Zhang Bo, who was tending to Chen Jiahe, also observed this gruesome scene while activating his weakness detection ability, revealing the chaotic energy within Wang Tianlin. Wang Tianlin licked the red and white substance from his hands, invigorated as if he had discovered a delectable treat, and turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals. Just as he prepared to pounce on his next target, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly sidestepped. A bullet struck the ground where he had just stood in the distance. Shang Chong, furious, slammed his fist against the top of the van, exclaiming, "How the hell did he evade that? Damn it!" Previously, Wang Tianlin had been moving at a rapid pace, lacking confidence in his ability to strike, and thus chose not to fire his weapon. When he seized two comrades, they inadvertently shielded him. The sacrifice of these two brave souls was heart-wrenching, yet he swiftly regained his composure amidst the grief of their loss, seizing the opportunity to fire, only to have Wang Tianlin evade the shot. The sound of Shengqiang's gunfire seemed to herald the onset of a second barrage, as the soldiers roared with fury, their bullets propelled by wrath towards Wang Tianlin. Squad leader, he timely commanded alternating fire, ensuring no gaps were left for him. The density of the bullets diminished, yet the relentless onslaught continued. As Wang Tianlin ran, the gunfire grew sparse, and a cruel smile crept upon his lips. He halted, several bullets striking him with precision, merely causing a few splashes of blood. Wang Tianlin purposefully endured these bullets. He tilted his head and let out a roar, causing the soldiers to roll their eyes and collapse to the ground, their gunfire abruptly ceasing. The effects of his extraordinary abilities were distinctly evident this time, yet they drained a considerable amount of his energy. He had utilized his powers excessively and had no opportunity to recuperate from the prior battles. Reaching into his pocket, his hand emerged empty, for his pocket had been shredded during the preceding skirmish, the corpse crystal within it having fallen to the ground nearby. Wang Tianlin let out a furious growl, more akin to a beast than a man, neglecting to retrieve the fallen corpse crystal as he licked his lips and approached the fallen soldier. Zhang Bo, swaying as he regained consciousness, happened to hear Wang Tianlin's roar. With the aid of his powers, Zhang Bo perceived that Wang Tianlin's energy was alarmingly depleted, while a new, zombie-like energy surged within him. In his weakened state, Wang Tianlin craved sustenance. His consciousness urged him to collect the corpse crystal, yet a stronger instinct compelled him towards the unconscious soldier, causing his steps to appear somewhat unsteady. Zhang Bo summoned all his energy, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he finally prepared to act, immediately unleashing his second ability towards the staggering Wang Tianlin. Wang Tianlin sensed a tumultuous surge of energy within him. Knowing it was the power of that annoying individual in a state of clarity, he could have suppressed the energy's frenzy, but currently, he was a body with two conflicting consciousnesses. The energy exploded violently in his chest, creating a gaping wound. Zhang Bo's energy was depleted as he leaned against the military vehicle, gasping for breath, yet Wang Tianlin remained standing. Zhang Bo had intended to direct the energy to explode in Wang Tianlin's head, but it had been suppressed, resulting in a detonation in his chest instead. Wang Tianlin spat out a dark mixture, tinged with a single streak of crimson, intermittently uttering, "No tricks left for you. You shall all perish." A gunshot rang out, a bullet striking Wang Tianlin in the head, fired by Shengqiang, who was positioned at a distance, less affected by Wang Tianlin's powers. He had awakened shortly after Zhang Bo, unaware of the explosion in Wang Tianlin's chest, but recognizing it as an opportune moment to shoot. Wang Tianlin straightened his body, exerting himself to turn towards the source of the gunfire, and another shot rang out, the bullet precisely hitting his forehead, causing him to collapse, his limbs still convulsing on the ground. One by one, the soldiers around him regained consciousness, witnessing the still twitching Wang Tianlin, and they began to fire, their ammunition depleting, their roars of rage unceasing. Even as Wang Tianlin lay in a pool of his own blood, a grotesque sight, Zhang Bo, using his remaining strength, propped himself against the military vehicle and addressed squad leader he, saying, "Squad leader, the commotion here is too loud. I fear zombies from afar will be drawn to us. Let us rescue those trapped upstairs and leave quickly." Squad leader, he glanced at the pitiful Zhang Bo and the even more wretched Chen Jiahe. Acknowledging the truth in Zhang Bo's words, the soldier's ammunition was running low, and without haste and retreat, they risked total annihilation. The soldiers, regaining their mobility, entered the building in search of survivors. The second-tier corpse crystal that Wang Tianlin had dropped was picked up and handed to Zhang Bo. Seated in the vehicle, Zhang Bo absorbed the energy while keeping an eye on the still unconscious Chen Jiahe. Sheng Qiang approached and, upon seeing Zhang Bo's gesture indicating all was well, joined the team searching for survivors. His curiosity piqued by the room Chen Jiahe had forbidden him from entering. He had seen even the naked women within, wondering what could possibly be off-limits. Soon, the soldiers returned with a total of 27 survivors. Though their pallor was grave, mirroring the somber countenance of the soldiers, as they passed Wang Tianlin's mangled corpse, some vented their rage by stamping on it repeatedly, realizing that the bloodied remains belonged to Wang Tianlin. The survivors clamored to trample upon it, including the women draped in mere curtains and sheets, oblivious to their own exposure as they unleashed their pent-up hatred. The soldiers covering their retreat ignited the tavern, utterly incinerating the place. Amidst the roaring flames, the convoy journeyed back towards Wuping County. The atmosphere in the vehicle was subdued, the only sound being that of the engine. Chen Jiahe gradually regained consciousness, and Zhang Bo hastened to offer him a few sips of water. Afterward, squad leader, he inquired with concern, "Is he going to be all right?" Zhang Bo set down the water bottle, reassuring squad leader there's no need to worry. The physical resilience of ability users far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. As long as he awakens, he should be fine. Then I shall be at ease. Having fallen headfirst from the third floor, squad leader, he had genuinely feared for Chen Jiahe's life. Otherwise, he would have returned home to a torrent of scorn. Now, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the passenger seat, Sheng Qiang gazed longingly at Chen Jiahe through the rearview mirror. While rescuing people upstairs, he had noticed a group of soldiers gathered before the door of the room Chen Jiahe forbade him from entering. He pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Let me see! Let me see!" Completely unaware of the soldiers' grim expressions, upon witnessing the scene within, he finally understood why Chen Jiahe had forbidden him. It was a sight too harrowing for most to bear, and he now stood upon the vomit of the soldier who had first opened that door. Yet he could not blame Chen Jiahe. He had been warned not to look yet had insisted on peering inside. Chen Jiahe's throat was parched but slightly moistened, and he rasped, "Squad leader, could you play a song for us?" Squad leader, he clapped Sheng Qiang, who had been lost in thought, on the shoulder, asking, "Do you still have battery on your phone?" "What battery? I tossed it out ages ago. It was useless. I see you two are of no use. Eating 3 large bowls and still throwing up a mountain." "Squad leader, please stop. Talking about it makes me nauseous again." Squad leader, he had discarded his own phone long ago but suddenly recalled something. Directing the driver, "Monkey, is there a car radio? Turn it on and see." The driving soldier fiddled with the car radio, stating, "This is a military radio. It's usually silent, and even more so now. Can't you switch to a public channel?" "Fool." Once the driving soldier adjusted it, static crackled before a gradually clear voice emerged from the radio. "All units must strive to assist the populace, preserving strength to the utmost, and may expand their ranks as needed. Awaiting further directives from the Central Command. This is the Northern Theater Command. Units in the jurisdiction may arrange for relocation based on their circumstances." Listening to the voice on the radio, the occupants of the vehicle fell into a collective silence. Chapter 32. The giant frog that can burrow into the earth. When Wang Yiyun awoke on the rooftop, the moon hung high in the sky. Beside him, Zhou Fan, who was gazing at the stars, remarked, "Awake? How do you feel?" Wang Yiyun moved his body slightly, feeling quite well and refreshed. "However," he mused, "I seem to lack your abilities. Does that mean I have not become an ability user?" Zhou Fan drank the remaining strange liquid from Wang Yiyun's container. After awakening, he felt no substantial difference, yet all his wounds from battling the zombies had healed. Typically, it would take at least 2 days for such injuries to mend, suggesting an enhancement in his self-healing capabilities. Zhou Fan approached Wang Yiyun and, amidst his puzzled gaze, used a condensed bone spike to cut his arm. "Don't be alarmed. Try to sense the energy within you, and direct it to envelop the wound." The pain in his arm felt excruciatingly real, yet Wang Yiyun managed not to cry out, displaying commendable fortitude. Following Zhou Fan's instructions, he summoned the energy akin to airflow towards the wound. To his astonishment, He saw his blood flow back into the cut, and soon the injury healed as if it had never existed. Feeling the smoothness of his skin, Wang Yiyun exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this is incredible!" He then picked up Zhou Fan's borrowed dogleg knife, preparing to slash his hand. Zhou Fan swiftly grabbed him, questioning, "What are you doing?" "I want to see if I can regrow my hand if I chop it off," Wang Yiyun replied, bubbling with excitement. Zhou Fan observed Wang Yiyun's apparent madness. It was no wonder he had been dubbed the living king of hell in his previous life. Zhou Fan cautioned him, "With your current energy, you won't have enough to regenerate a lost limb. If you attempt to force it, you might end up aging prematurely. The life energy is distinct from other forms of energy. Even when it is entirely depleted, one can still utilize their abilities, albeit at the cost of the user's lifespan, and this process is irreversible." Upon hearing this, Wang Yiyun sheathed his blade, resolutely abandoning the thought of further experimentation. He had no desire to bear the appearance of an octogenarian at the tender age of 20. Boss, where are we headed now? At this moment, Wang Yiyun had become a loyal subordinate to Zhou Fan. So much so that he would not hesitate to obey even the most dangerous of commands. Your current abilities are still rather limited, particularly in combat. Should you encounter zombies of the same rank, you would likely find yourself overmatched. Zhou Fan pointedly highlighted Wang Yiyun's shortcomings. Recently transformed into a supernatural being, Wang Yiyun brimmed with confidence and was eager to test his mettle against zombies. But Zhou Fan's words swiftly grounded him back to reality, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. "Here, take this." Zhou Fan produced a handgun, along with a dozen rounds of ammunition, cautioning that it should only be used in dire situations, as the sound of gunfire would inevitably attract more zombies. The handgun held considerable lethality against second-tier zombies and could even be fatal to third-tier mutated women and shadowy figures. However, it would struggle against second-tier bone demons, merely managing to breach their defenses without delivering effective damage. Nevertheless, it sufficed for Wang Yiyun at this stage. Elated, Wang Yiyun accepted the handgun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. You're truly kind. Do you know how to use a gun?" Zhou Fan inquired, having overlooked this crucial detail. "Of course. Just watch," Wang Yiyun declared, firing a shot into the air, the deafening crack resonating across the vast rooftop. A nearby mound shifted in response to the gunfire, collapsing to reveal a 2-meter-wide pit. Zhou Fan slapped Wang Yiyun on the back. "Well, now you know how to use it, but did you really have to fire a shot? What if you attract zombies?" "Rest assured, boss. The nearby zombies have mostly been devoured by those giant frogs. They're likely asleep now, and they can't leap up to the rooftop, so we're perfectly safe." Caution is never misplaced. Let's proceed to eliminate a few zombies for practice. Once you've acclimatized to your body, I'll allow you to advance to Tier 2. Remember, don't use the gun unless absolutely necessary. Rely on the knife as much as possible. Zhou Fan handed Wang Yiyun a tang knife and led him downstairs, where numerous zombies awaited on the 3rd floor. After absorbing the strange liquid, Zhou Fan had significantly increased his energy. The small half-bottle he consumed equated to 5 or 6 second-tier zombie crystals. He felt he was not far from Tier 3. If segmented, he was likely at the latter part of mid-Tier 2. With this energy boost, Zhou Fan's powers had also been enhanced to a degree, rendering the tang knife less effective for him. Neither its sharpness nor agility matched that of the bone blade, with the sole advantage being that it consumed no energy. Upon descending from the mall, Wang Yiyun was still panting, clutching the harvested zombie crystals for energy recovery, while his once pristine clothing had been reduced to tatters. Although the 3rd floor lacked second-tier zombies, there were still 7 or 8 first-tier shadowy figures and 1 mutated woman. Zhou Fan refrained from intervening, determined to let Wang Yiyun hone his skills. Despite eliminating all the zombies, he himself felt on the verge of exhaustion, and the pain from zombie-inflicted wounds was very real. "I'm serious, boss. That location you mentioned has likely been wiped out. There were countless giant frogs that day," Wang Yiyun warned, his disheveled hair reflecting his concern upon realizing Zhou Fan's intended destination. "By the way, do you know where the other survivor base is?" Zhou Fan inquired as they walked. "I have no idea. Even if you asked a soldier, they wouldn't know. Only the military officials would have that information." Hearing Wang Yiyun's response, Zhou Fan felt perplexed. In his previous life, that survivor base had been overrun by zombie dogs. When had giant frogs appeared? Unbeknownst to him, during the fortification of Wenweishu's base, nearby zombie dogs had launched an attack, causing many survivors to flee. The military had just quelled the assault when a supply convoy returned with a horde of giant frogs, leading to a disastrous outcome. Don't worry. Let us take a look first. If it really has become a frog nest, we'll leave immediately. Zhou Fan's declaration left Wang Yiyun with no option but to follow along, still clutching the zombie crystals for energy recovery. A peculiar sensation washed over Zhou Fan once more. Each time it emerged, it heralded impending danger. He halted, scanning the surroundings for the source of the threat, yet found nothing amiss. Suddenly, he stopped. The twilight had deepened, and Wang Yiyun, unable to see Zhou Fan's grave expression, inquired, "What's wrong, boss?" Gradually, Zhou Fan felt a faint tremor, which grew increasingly intense. He swiftly sidestepped, kicking Wang Yiyun out of harm's way just as a frog the size of a small car leapt from where they had been standing. Zhou Fan recognized the creature from his memories. In his past life, it was known as the earth-drilling giant frog, some specimens reaching the size of a basketball court, yet it was merely a medium-sized mutated beast akin to the dragon lizard. Wang Yiyun had only observed the earth-drilling giant frog from a distance and had never been this close. The creature boasted a rocky protrusion atop its head, while its back was covered in a chitinous shell resembling dirt and stone. With a row of irregular blunt spikes stretching from its crown to its tail, before Wang Yiyun could take a closer look, the giant frog landed, rearing back to emit a deafening roar. Zhou Fan instinctively covered his ears, and Wang Yiyun followed suit. Unlike Wang Tianlin, whose roar carried a degree of psychic impact, the giant frog's bellow was merely loud. After its roar, the giant frog shifted its stance, targeting Zhou Fan with its tongue, perceiving him as an ordinary human devoid of energy. Even Zhang Bo's insights could not discern Zhou Fan's true nature. Relying solely on its instincts, the low-tier giant frog had no means of discerning the truth. The giant frog's tongue lunged forth, and although Zhou Fan had anticipated the attack, he could not evade entirely. The tongue grazed his right arm before embedding itself into the concrete ground, pulling up a chunk of cement as it retracted. Wang Yiyun, armed with the tang knife, found himself positioned just behind the giant frog. He swung his blade, yet the creature had already taken notice of him, perceiving Wang Yiyun as an energy-wielding supernatural being to be dealt with later. However, Wang Yiyun had already struck, prompting the giant frog to retaliate with a lightning-fast kick from one of its powerful hind legs. Wang Yiyun was sent flying several meters back as he desperately tried to defend himself. Zhou Fan tore off the sleeve of his outer garment, which had become coated in the giant frog's viscous secretions, clearly corrosive in nature. "Be careful. It's toxic." Wang Yiyun coughed as he regained his footing, assuring, "I'm fine. It didn't injure me, thanks to your knife, boss." He raised the tang knife in gratitude. Observing that the two had time to converse even after such an encounter, the giant frog felt disrespected by its potential meals and charged at Wang Yiyun once more. "No way, it's coming back!" Wang Yiyun exclaimed, turning to flee as the giant frog pursued closely behind. "Don't run in a straight line. Circle around it," Zhou Fan shouted from behind. "Oh, got it, boss." Wang Yiyun was quick-witted, using a nearby lamp post to pivot sharply, causing the pursuing giant frog to crash into the wall of a nearby building, shaking the structure and leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. The giant frog found itself on its back, belly exposed. Zhou Fan rushed forward, seizing the opportunity as the giant frog struggled to right itself. He wielded the bone blade, slicing deeply into the creature's abdomen, which was far less protected than its armored back. With his strike successful, Zhou Fan quickly retreated. Typically, mutated creatures would retaliate upon death unless one possessed overwhelming strength. The severely wounded giant frog did not expire immediately. Instead, it rolled over, allowing its entrails to drag on the ground as it spewed venom at Zhou Fan and Wang Yiyun, though its aim was considerably off, requiring minimal evasion. After a few more venomous attacks, the giant frog appeared on the brink of collapse. Zhou Fan stepped forward, driving the bone blade into the creature's jaw, piercing its brain and finally ending its life. Wang Yiyun approached the Wang Yiyun patiently persuaded Zhou Fan, hoping to dissuade him from going, "Is grilled frog meat delicious?" Zhou Fan suddenly inquired. Wang Yiyun instinctively replied, "It is indeed delicious." As Zhou Fan seasoned the frog meat he was grilling with the spices he had found, the flavor surpassed that of any jerky he had previously tasted. Initially, Wang Yiyun had warned that the meat might harbor viruses and cause mutations, yet in the end, he consumed even more than Zhou Fan. If it's so tasty, then eat more. Shouldn't we gather some more for later? No, Chief, it's not merely a matter of eating. It concerns our lives, and I believe we must tread carefully. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Yiyun cherished his life even more. Despite having attained the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, he was reluctant to take risks. I'll just take a look. There's no danger. Once I've seen it, we can leave. Who told you to be my boss? I'm going regardless. Wang Yiyun followed in Zhou Fan's footsteps, occasionally confronting scattered zombies, which significantly enhanced his practical experience. Now, dealing with zombies of the same level alone posed no substantial challenge for him. Along the way, they encountered overturned military vehicles, from which Zhou Fan and his companions salvaged some grenades and useful supplies. Zhou Fan then asked, "Can you drive?" "I learned to drive in school, but I've never actually driven before." Wang Yiyun replied honestly, "That is sufficient. When we return, let us find a vehicle to transport these items. It would be a shame to leave them scattered on the ground. There's rice and flour here. And if it rains, it will spoil. I can't just ignore it. I know from my past life how dreadful it is to suffer from hunger." As they approached the survivor base, both proceeded cautiously. Climbing a small hill, they could see the base, which was a scene of crumbling walls and ruins, with no sign of the giant frogs. Upon witnessing the fallen base, Zhou Fan quietly said to Wang Yiyun, "Let us go." Turning around, they spotted a zombie dog glaring fiercely at them from a short distance away. Even in its undead state, the dog's keen sense of smell had not diminished, clearly having detected their presence. Just as the zombie dog tilted its head to call for reinforcements, Wang Yiyun swiftly raised his weapon and shot, piercing the dog's skull. Hearing the gunshot echo into the distance, Zhou Fan immediately sprang to his feet and ran, with Wang Yiyun hastily following. As the sounds of barking dogs echoed behind them, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Upon reaching the site of the vehicle wreckage, they found a small truck in relatively good condition, but it lacked a key. They had to search through the bodies for one. By this time, the zombie dogs were closing in. Zhou Fan instructed, "Quickly find the key and start the vehicle. I'll hold them off." Understood. Wang Yiyun rummaged through the bodies, and before long, he had gathered 7 or 8 keys. He dashed to the truck, while Zhou Fan, armed with a handgun in one hand and a bone dagger in the other, engaged the pursuing zombie dogs. Within seconds, more than 20 zombie dogs were in pursuit. Zhou Fan fought valiantly amidst them, but the relentless onslaught of the undead seemed inexhaustible. "I found the right key. The vehicle is operational," Wang Yiyun finally exclaimed. "Start it up. I'll catch up." Zhou Fan felt his energy still relatively abundant and believed he could hold out a bit longer. Each time he dispatched a zombie dog, he could slightly increase his energy limit. Though he couldn't fully keep up with the consumption, this method of fighting to sustain himself allowed him to endure longer than others. Drawing energy directly from the corpse crystals was taxing on the body. While beneficial, overuse could lead to bursting blood vessels and the risk of mutation. The small truck driven by Wang Yiyun began to move slowly. Zhou Fan unleashed a significant portion of his energy, extending his bone dagger to its maximum length, transforming it into a 40-meter-long blade. From a distance, it resembled a rope, with a single horizontal slash. It cleared a wide area, resulting in at least 10 zombie dogs being slain in that strike. Zhou Fan promptly retracted his energy and dashed away. The approaching zombie dogs hesitated, frightened by the display, granting Zhou Fan the precious time he needed to escape. By the time they regained their composure to pursue, the vehicle had a Zhang Bo chuckled twice, remarking, "In truth, we have also acquired an ability user. Albeit a rather unfortunate one, not nearly as formidable as the one you have found. Did you not mention that Chunjiahe was also injured? Let us hasten to his side," he urged. This was Wang Yiyun's first experience treating injuries for another, and she felt somewhat inexperienced, eager to practice more, much like dissecting a lab rat during her school days. "Very well, I shall escort you there," Zhang Bo said to the person in charge of reception. "Please exchange their supplies for vouchers, and have them delivered to my residence shortly." "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang," the official replied, Clearly recognizing Zhang Bo, he led Zhou Fan and the others into a military Humvee and drove directly to the hospital. During the ride, Zhou Fan inquired, "Zhang Bo, it appears you are doing quite well now, with a vehicle at your disposal." Indeed, although the last mission was rather awkward, as most of the effort came from Jia. "And by the time I intervened, I was already injured," Zhang Bo replied, covering his face in embarrassment. The driver was none other than Sheng Chong, who eagerly chimed in, recounting Zhang Bo's achievements. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital, where Zhou Fan found Chen Jiahe lying on a hospital bed. Chen Jiahe rubbed his eyes, initially doubting his vision, but upon confirming it, attempted to rise, only for Zhou Fan to step forward and gently restrain him to avoid aggravating his wounds. After a prolonged separation, the members of the Mouse Tide had finally reunited. Chapter 34. Collecting debts. Zhao Donglai gazed at the softly glowing hope fruit on his desk, taking a deep breath before asking, "How is Xiaohai faring?" Wang Kai stood upright beside him, responding, "Report, Commander. Thanks to Hu Jia's treatment, Zhao Xiaohai is nearly recovered, though he requires a couple of days of rest for full recuperation." Wang Kai had some minor injuries on his face, indicative of a recent skirmish. "After searching for so many days, we have only managed to find these two. The scarcity of ability users is quite understandable." He reflected. "How do you propose we allocate these two ability user slots?" Zhao Donglai inquired, tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. Wang Kai maintained a stoic expression, replying, "Whatever the commander decides is best. I shall not presume to voice my opinion." Zhao Donglai chuckled lightly, saying, "You have been by my side for quite some time. There is no need for such formality. Speak your mind freely. The times have changed, and the central authority has become distant. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are now lords of our own domain. Although we find ourselves in an apocalyptic era, it is nonetheless a new age." Wang Kai's gaze shifted slightly, lost in thought. Zhao Donglai continued, "I am planning a substantial expansion. The stronger we become, the greater our protective reach, thus attracting more followers. When our strength is sufficient, retaking the cities will not pose a challenge." "Commander," Wang Kai interjected, "I have observed that the stronger the individual using the hope fruit, the more powerful they become as an ability user. Perhaps we could announce a selection process for ability user candidates, which would surely draw many to our cause." Ha! A splendid idea. No one can resist the allure of becoming an ability user. This way, the youthful and able-bodied from Li Peiji's outer circle will flock to us, leaving him with only the elderly, weak, and infirm. Hardly a threat, Zhao Donglai responded with enthusiasm. Wang Kai's throat shifted slightly, as if he had something to say, but ultimately he remained silent. By the way, Zhao Donglai continued, "Those two ability users from Li Peiji's faction, didn't they sustain injuries? Have Hu Jia attend to their treatment. Even if we cannot win them over, it is wise to leave a favorable impression. We may need their assistance in the future." "Understood," Wang Kai replied, accepting the command. Zhao Donglai waved him off, and he exited the room. Zhao Donglai picked up one of the hope fruits and consumed it in a few bites. Soon after, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. The taste of the hope fruit was rather delightful. He clenched his fist, sensing the surge of power within his body, and glanced at the other hope fruit. Yet he refrained from consuming it, recognizing its value as bait to attract new recruits, an enticing bait indeed. When Wang Kai and Hu Jia arrived at the hospital, Zhou Fan was in the midst of introducing Wang Yiyun to Zhang Bo. Sensing the sudden entrance of the two, Zhou Fan thought to himself, "These two together likely wouldn't stand a chance against me." En route, Wang Kai had learned from Captain Liu that Chen Jia's missing companions had returned. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Fan, he proactively greeted, "You must be Zhou Fan." Through various channels, Wang Kai had become familiar with Zhou Fan's name. Zhou Fan, unfazed, replied politely, "Indeed, that is I. And you are?" "I am Wang Kai, and this is Hu Jia. We serve under Commander Zhao. I've heard that Chen Jiahe and Zhang Bo have sustained injuries, and since there are no ability users in Li's faction, our commander specifically instructed me to bring a healing ability user to assist in their recovery." Wang Kai explained, subtly indicating the lack of ability users in Li Peiji's group while showcasing his own faction's strength. Wang Yiyun was about to speak, but Zhou Fan gently nudged him, prompting him to fall silent. Zhou Fan stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking Wang Kai's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you immensely. Let us begin at once." for their injuries weigh heavily on my heart as their elder brother. Wang Kai found Zhou Fan's enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming. He instinctively pulled back, accidentally causing Zhou Fan to stumble to the side. Zhou Fan, with wide, innocent eyes, looked up at Wang Kai, asking in confusion, "Commander Wang, what?" Wang Kai rushed to assist Zhou Fan, apologizing profusely. "I truly did not anticipate that you were an ordinary person." "Emph, is an ordinary person not a person? Why does Commander Wang look down upon us common folk? Perhaps you should take your leave. We appreciate Commander Zhao's goodwill," Zhou Fan replied, feigning indignation and effectively dismissing Wang Kai. Zhou Fan's exaggerated performance left Zhang Bo and the others astounded. If Zhou Fan were truly an ordinary person, then what did that make ordinary people? There was no second-tier zombie he could not defeat with a single punch. If any remained, he would deliver another. Especially after witnessing Zhou Fan wield a 40-meter-long blade, cutting down a dozen zombie dogs effortlessly, it was clear he was not to be trifled with. Wang Kai felt immensely embarrassed. He had merely sought to test the waters, yet it had escalated to this spectacle. Although he would not be reprimanded by Zhao Donglai upon his return, this was not the outcome he desired. "Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Allow me to make amends," Wang Kai offered. Zhou Fan gazed out the window, responding, "Whether you apologize or not is of little consequence. What matters is the compensation. What do you propose?" At this point, Zhang Bo and the others began to grasp the situation. "Goodness, he is trying to extort us." Wang Kai contemplated for a moment, fully aware he had fallen into Zhou Fan's trap. Yet, since the words had escaped his lips, he conceded, "Very well. I shall provide each of you and your friends with a standard-issue rifle and 1,000 rounds of ammunition." Zhou Fan feigned reluctance. "Isn't that a bit excessive? Wouldn't it put you in a difficult position, Commander Wang?" Wang Kai replied cheerfully, "I can manage this much, though it is the utmost I can offer." The implication was clear. He hoped Zhou Fan would take the hint and not push for more. Sighing, Zhou Fan lamented, "We are but ordinary folk. Possessing a firearm would be futile. Besides, my brothers here are ability users. They require that peculiar hope fruit. Perhaps you could also provide one for each of them, and we can consider this matter settled." Wang Kai's eyelids twitched. "One for each? Why not just rob a bank?" Seeing Wang Kai's silence, Zhou Fan continued, "Just kidding. The hope fruit is far too rare, Commander Wang. A few corpse crystals for my brothers will suffice." This request was not overly burdensome. The military had been collecting corpse crystals since learning of their usefulness, and they had a decent stockpile. Wang Kai agreed, saying, "Very well, but I must consult Commander Zhao first." "How embarrassing. Thank you in advance, Commander Wang," Zhou Fan replied with a bright smile. Wang Kai desperately wished to strike Zhou Fan. Did he not possess even a shred of embarrassment? "Let us first attend to Mr. Chen's treatment. We must not delay any longer lest his injuries worsen." He bore an expression reminiscent of those who disregard the wisdom of their elders, only to suffer the consequences in due time. Upon returning to their residence, as the group conversed about their impending separation, the topic of their fierce battle with Wang Tianlin arose, had it not been for the assistance of the accompanying warriors. The outcome could have been fatal. Chun Jiahe remarked solemnly, "Had Zhou Fan been present at that time, we would not have sustained such severe injuries. That scoundrel was indeed formidable. Once a superhuman reaches the 3rd tier, ordinary bullets have little effect on them, and defensive superhumans can even withstand attacks unless faced with a high-caliber sniper rifle capable of delivering a lethal threat." Zhou Fan elucidated the fundamentals of superhumans. Drawing upon his own memories, by the way, at what tier can a superhuman regenerate lost limbs? Zhang Bo suddenly inquired. "Well, it depends on the individual. Some superhumans lack that ability even at the 7th tier, while others can achieve it at the 2nd tier, Zhou Fan replied, resting his hand on Wang Yiyun's shoulder. "Wouldn't you agree?" Yes, Wang Yiyun awkwardly acknowledged, hoping he wouldn't have to demonstrate, as the concept of limb regeneration was rather unsettling. Chun Jiahe immediately followed up with, "Are you suggesting that old Wang has the ability to regenerate limbs?" Zhou Fan took a sip of his drink and said, "Indeed, but why this sudden interest in this matter? Did that fellow Wang Tianlin cause you some misfortune?" As he spoke, Zhou Fan's gaze wandered over Chun Jiahe before settling on his lower half. No, it's not me. It pertains to a superhuman who was previously imprisoned by Wang Tianlin. He was maimed for refusing to assist Wang Tianlin in his nefarious deeds, and under the current medical conditions, he cannot hope to recover. Wang Yun quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? I can treat that." He patted his chest, inadvertently smearing grease onto his clothing. Upon returning, Wang Kai accurately reported to Zhao Donglai, sensing a marked change in Zhao Donglai, a connection only felt among superhumans. The situation is as follows. That Zhou Fan is nothing short of a rogue. Zhao Donglai chuckled. No matter, we can double what you mentioned for him. Additionally, discreetly inform him that as long as he registers for our selection, that superhuman slot is his. Captain, he is merely an ordinary person. Is this truly worth our effort? Adopt a long-term perspective. Those 3 superhumans are closely tied to him. If he aligns with us, we need not fear their defection. Your foresight is commendable, Captain. My vision was indeed narrowed. I shall attend to it immediately. Wang Kai was genuinely flustered. Very well, go ahead. Zhao Donglai nodded in satisfaction. After Wang Kai departed, Zhao Donglai muttered to himself while holding a second-tier corpse crystal. Stalling at the second tier is disheartening. The prospect of mental disarray upon further absorption confirms that ascending as a superhuman is no easy feat. Chapter 35. Mo Fei under the guidance of Chen Jiahe. The group reached a secluded hospital room where a superhuman lay on the bed, appearing as though he were a corpse. The nurse had just replaced the bandages, which bore only a few blood stains, indicating that his wounds had begun to heal. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang, you have arrived, the nurse said, not recognizing Zhou Fan and Wang Yiyun, but being familiar with Chen Jia and Zhang Bo. Chen Jia nodded. How is his condition? The nurse, a young woman in her 20s with a pleasant appearance, had previously worked at a hospital in City C, recruited by Li Peiji among the survivors. Now, those with skills were assigned appropriate roles, while those lacking abilities either joined the military or assisted in building walls, leaving no room for idleness. With a slight sigh, the nurse replied, "The wounds are mostly healed, but he still refuses to eat or drink, nor does he speak. He merely stares at the ceiling. You may return to your duties. We will call for you if needed," Chen Jiahe said. "But Mr. Chen, you should talk to him. Even a superhuman cannot endure such deprivation," the nurse remarked as she left, casting a glance at Zhou Fan and Wang Yiyun, assured that their presence posed no issues since they accompanied Zhang Bo. The man on the bed kept his eyes wide open, yet showed no signs of acknowledgement at their arrival, trapped in a state of despair. Zhou Fan had heard his tragic story, which indeed was sorrowful, yet his memories held accounts of individuals who had suffered even more grievously. Such a person, even if healed physically, might still seek death. It was imperative to first mend his psychological wounds to restore him to normalcy. Chen Jiahe took a seat beside the bed and gently addressed the man. "What are you thinking? Wang Tianlin is dead. Your revenge has been fulfilled. Before we departed, we burned that building, ensuring the undead could not desecrate the dead." Chen Jiahe's soliloquy yielded no response, leading to doubts about whether the man had been rendered mute by Wang Tianlin's torment. However, he had previously expressed himself with ample vigor while cursing Wang Tianlin. "I am already a broken man. Why would you bother to save me?" At last, the man on the bed spoke. "We seek to save you because there is still hope for you. Not out of any ulterior motives," Chen Jia clarified. "Thank you, but I would be more grateful if you could grant me a final journey," he said, closing his eyes. "Xiaoyou is still waiting for me over there." His words, a plea for death, prompted Chen Jiahe to continue his encouragement, but Zhou Fan placed a hand on his shoulder to signal silence. Zhou Fan then stated, "Very well, we can fulfill that request." The man on the bed opened his eyes to look at Zhou Fan, saying, "Then please act swiftly. I would appreciate it." Zhou Fan retrieved a handgun, idly playing with it, and remarked, "You are my first superhuman kill. I cannot allow you to remain a nameless ghost. Might you share your name with me? Mofei. Fei. A fine name. But alas, you are but a coward. If you intend to kill, do so quickly. If not, cease to waste my time. Death is akin to extinguishing a light. Once extinguished, all is lost. You will not see your girlfriend again, even if you are fortunate enough to become a ghost and meet her. She will not forgive." Why Wang Yiyun remarked, "You should rest for now. I need to recuperate. I will return tomorrow to provide you with treatment. I estimate that within a week, you will be able to walk again." Mo Fei nodded vigorously, and Zhou Fan and the others departed from the hospital room. As they left, Chen Jiahe specifically instructed the nurse who had attended them to bring meals to Mo Fei. Zhang Bo jested. Old Wang, you're quite mischievous, treating his third leg first. Huh? I don't even need my abilities to know that. Wang Yun smiled awkwardly. I merely wish to help him regain his confidence as a man. As the four emerged from the hospital, they were met by an officer waiting at the entrance. Qian, Zhang, Commander Li has requested your presence for a gathering to celebrate Zhou's return. Qian Jia teased. Such a trivial matter has caught Commander Li's attention. Why not have Shengqiang take us there instead of troubling you, Captain He? Oh, Qin, you flatter me. If it weren't for your company, how could I? A mere squad leader directly approach a company commander? After exchanging light banter, Zhou Fan and his companions boarded two cars waiting at the hospital entrance, speeding towards the temporary headquarters of Li Peiji. In a remote little room, an elderly woman scolded the child before her. Incompetent. You've taken the entire afternoon to gather so little. Are you trying to starve me? Speak honestly. Have you been sneaking food? I haven't eaten, Grandma. I haven't had anything all day, the little boy whimpered. Upon seeing his distress, the elderly woman tossed him a half-eaten sweet potato, saying, useless lazybones, expecting your grandmother to provide for you. In this camp, only work earns food. You're too young to labor, so you must be e.g. over 50. I refuse to do the dirty work. Today, the little I managed to gather isn't enough. I must go out myself. Navigating through several alleys, the woman arrived at the main road of the county town, her eyes scanning for suitable targets. Suddenly, two brand-new Mercedes-Benz cars approached. She recognized these vehicles, typically reserved for the wealthy. Anyone driving them now was surely affluent. Selecting her target, she waited for the cars to close the distance before dashing out, knowing that if she misjudged the timing, she could be hit. However, she was experienced. As the vehicle neared the corner, she darted into the street, causing the driver to slam on the brakes. Taking advantage of the moment, she fell to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Captain He, engaged in conversation with Zhou Fan and the others, was jolted by the sudden stop, his temper flaring. What is happening? He inquired. The driver, Shengqiang, replied, Captain, it seems we encountered a scam. Captain He, irate, retorted, this old fraud knows just when to strike. Let us clear her out. I don't want to start off on a bad note with Zhou Fan and the others. As Shengqiang crouched to investigate, the old woman grabbed him, shouting, ouch, you hit me. Don't even think about escaping. Ma'am, we are military personnel, and we have official business. Kindly allow us to pass. The elderly woman, undeterred by Shengqiang's uniform, recalled how her son had been killed by soldiers. When her son had turned into a zombie and bitten her daughter-in-law, it was Zhao Donglai's troops that had come to her rescue. Hey, everyone, come see. Soldiers hit someone and want to flee. However, her cries failed to attract any onlookers, as the streets were nearly deserted, with everyone preoccupied with their own affairs, fully aware of the situation at hand. Captain He retrieved 2 packs of biscuits from the trunk of the car and offered them to the elderly woman, saying, this is all we have. If you refuse to leave, I will have the enforcement team come, and you will end up with nothing. The woman took the biscuits and scurried into a nearby alley. Zhang Bo jested, that old lady runs faster than Mo Fei, eliciting laughter from the group. Captain He, embarrassed, replied, I apologize for the scene. With so many people, it's hard to manage everyone. Dealing with such old tricksters is tough. We can't risk provoking military-civilian disputes. It's quite a headache. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Chapter 36. Cooperation. Li Peiji's temporary headquarters was formerly the county government office, which had undergone minimal changes aside from added defensive measures. Upon arriving, Zhou Fan spotted a familiar face, Wang Dakai. With a broad smile, Wang greeted him, Brother Zhou, you've put me in quite a predicament. I've been unable to hold my head high at the headquarters lately. Zhou Fan and Wang Dakai were only slightly acquainted, and Zhou looked around, puzzled, noticing that the others seemed equally unaware of the situation. Sensing Zhou's confusion, Wang Dakai quickly added, haha, let us discuss this inside. The commander is waiting for us. Captain He remained outside while Zhou Fan and the others followed Wang Dakai inside. Although Zhou Fan lacked Qian Jiahe's keen perception, he could sense the presence of concealed individuals and, with greater focus, even detect their heartbeats and breaths. Commander, here's the situation, an officer reported in Zhao Donglai's room. Zhao, seated on the sofa, toyed with a Tier 3 corpse crystal in one hand, while tapping on the armrest with the other. I doubt Li Peiji can offer anything more enticing than becoming an ability user, but we must remain vigilant. Prepare the vehicle. I need to pay a visit and see what this Commander Li can offer in exchange for these abilities. Zhao Donglai was decisive. After all, he had completely cleared Wuping County of zombies at the onset of the pandemic. He promptly set off in a military vehicle, accompanied only by Wang Kai in a remote little room. The scamming grandmother was showcasing her spoils to her grandson. Noticing the longing in his eyes, she tucked the biscuits behind her in the cabinet, one of the few remaining pieces of furniture in the room. According to Li Peiji's plans, the houses in the county town were to be requisitioned. As more survivors gathered, there would certainly not be enough housing, making the construction of outer accommodations necessary. The internal county town would serve as their own camp or be rewarded to those who had earned it. Indeed, as he contemplated this, the notion of reward flashed in his mind. Those still residing within the county town in a few months might find themselves without a roof over their heads. The elderly woman closed the cabinet door and told her grandson, "This is enough food. I must take on extra work. If you dare to sneak a bite, I won't spare you when I return." The boy swallowed hard and nodded, watching his grandmother depart and glancing at the closed cabinet door. Slowly extending his hand toward it, as the elderly woman turned the corner, she caught sight of her grandson's action and dashed back. Startling him into retreat, she seized his hand, scolding, "Why don't you listen? I just told you not to touch anything. Grandma, I'm so hungry. I haven't had biscuits in days, and those are strawberry flavored." "My favorite," the boy wailed. The elderly woman, seeing his distress, loosened her grip, then swiftly grabbed a strip of cloth to bind his hands. "Wait for me to return. You're still young. A little hunger won't harm you." The child, bewildered as to why his usually tender grandmother would bind his hands, transformed his whimpers into loud cries. The woman closed the door behind her and paused outside, listening until the sobs subsided before leaving. Upon returning to her workplace, the elderly woman spotted Zhao Donglai's vehicle speeding past. Too late. It's all Xiao Xing's fault. Otherwise, I could have had a full meal by now. She angrily slapped a nearby lamppost. "No matter. There will be another opportunity. When I return, if I don't get 3 days' worth of food, I'll just stay down in the reception room of Li Peiji's headquarters." A table of people was enjoying a feast. Li Peiji cheerfully remarked, "Thanks to the assistance of comrades Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chun, the last resource search team they led returned fully loaded, and our supplies are currently ample." Chun Jiahe humbly replied, "Commander Li, you're too kind. We haven't done much. Rather, it's you who have taken great care of us during this time." Zhang Bo preferred not to engage in conversation at the dining table, while Chun Jiahe, accustomed to socializing due to his family background, chatted with several officers. Zhou Fan observed that Li Peiji harbored a persistent unease, but soon he would understand the source of this disquiet. The door to the reception room swung open and Zhao Donglai, accompanied by Wang Kai, strode in, exuding the unique aura of ability users. The guards outside rushed over, weapons drawn, blocking Zhao and Wang. Initially, they attempted to stop Zhao at the entrance, but upon nearing him, they felt inexplicably disoriented, and the hidden snipers could not discern the situation, hesitant to fire. The tension lingered for a moment before Zhao Donglai cheerfully stated, "Though I've come uninvited. It seems Commander Li's hospitality leaves much to be desired." Li Peiji waved his hand, commanding, "Stand down." The guards retreated, closing the door behind them. Li Peiji continued, "Commander Zhao, what brings you here? If you have matters to discuss, let us move to the conference room. Ho Tian, Lao Wang, please entertain our guest." "Oldly, I merely dropped by for a casual visit. I didn't expect to find several young brothers here as well." Li Peiji's countenance was far from pleasant, yet Zhao Donglai seemed oblivious, speaking to himself, "Previously, my subordinates were somewhat discourteous towards Brother Zhou. Although I've offered some apologies, I still brought him here to express my regrets in person. I hope Brother Zhou will not take it to heart." Zhao Donglai's words brimmed with familiarity, evoking no ill feelings. However, Zhou Fan was acutely aware of the true nature of the man before him. Zhou Fan smiled in return, saying, "A minor disagreement has led to Commander Zhao personally coming here. Truly, Commander Zhao cares for the people as if they were his own children. In the past, Zhao Donglai had turned a blind eye to the matters concerning the two men in order to avoid antagonizing Wang Yuanlang, even orchestrating several assassination attempts against Zhou Fan. Each time, Zhou Fan had narrowly escaped, and ultimately, only Li Wenwei remained from the group of brothers by his side. Zhao Donglai took Zhou Fan's politeness at face value, moving closer to lightly pat Zhou Fan's shoulder, saying, "As soldiers, it is our duty to protect the populace to the best of our abilities. How could we possibly engage in conflict with them? I have already reprimanded him for this. I didn't take to heart anything Commander Zhao said. Furthermore, I must confess, I am quite fond of the firearms you gifted me. I had never even touched a gun before. And now I possess several. It brings me great joy," Zhou Fan replied. Zhao Donglai laughed heartily, adding, "I'm glad you like them. This time, I've also brought you a 120mm rocket launcher, complete with 20 shells. If you don't know how to use it, feel free to come to me, and I'll have someone teach you." Zhou Fan feigned astonishment, hastily responding, "This gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. What is there to hesitate about? My regiment has suffered no losses. Our equipment is quite sufficient, and we have plenty more where that came from." Zhao Donglai's words dripped with mockery towards Li Peiji, who sighed internally upon hearing them. Currently, he could muster only a full battalion of troops, lacking both personnel and equipment, rendering him incapable of enticing others with grand gestures like Zhao Donglai. With the intended effect achieved, Zhao Donglai showed no intention of staying for a meal. He turned to Zhou Fan, stating, "The day after tomorrow, we will begin selecting those with abilities. Brother Zhou, you must come. I believe you hold great potential." Zhao Donglai's words served as a clear message to Zhou Fan. "As long as you come, you shall be the next one bestowed with abilities." After saying this, Zhao Donglai departed with Wang Kai, and the guards along the way made no move to stop them. Li Peiji spoke bitterly. "We have taken control of the outer survivors, but the supplies we have gathered barely sustain us. We simply lack the manpower to search for more hope fruits." Having nearly finished their meal, Zhou Fan pretended to rummage through his pockets, retrieving 2 hope fruits from his wrist space. One discovered serendipitously during his wanderings, and the other collected from the orchard at Xiangshan. Seeing the 2 hope fruits laid out on the table, Li Peiji's eyes gleamed with fervor. Though he had never tasted one, he knew well the appearance of a hope fruit. Struggling to suppress his inner desire, Li Peiji recognized that this young man before him must undoubtedly be one with abilities. Someone capable of casually producing 2 hope fruits would hardly be swayed by the temptations offered by Zhao Donglai. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Peiji said, "Brother Zhou, feel free to state what you desire in exchange for these fruits." Zhou Fan clapped his hands and replied, "Very well. Commander Li is indeed a person of stature. I had thought you might simply summon the guards to seize us." Hearing this, Ho Tian felt a pang of panic. Upon seeing the hope fruits, he contemplated whether he should attempt to seize them. Zhou Fan surely possessed more, and only what he held in his hands could be deemed his own. Others, even if persuaded, could easily be lured away with greater benefits. Li Peiji had entertained a similar thought, but quickly suppressed it. Setting aside the question of success, even if he succeeded, it would likely result in their demise. Merely providing Zhao Donglai with a splendid opportunity. If they failed, they would undoubtedly bring the hope fruits to Zhao Donglai, leading to a loss on his part as well. However, he misjudged one aspect. Zhou Fan had no intention of aligning himself with anyone. Living under the shadow of another was not his desire, and being treated as a mere pawn was a fate he would not accept. Since Brother Zhou is bold enough to present them, he surely has no fear of being robbed. We are all reasonable individuals. It's fine to speak plainly. Li Peiji endeavored to appear calm, yet he could not help but glance at the fruits several more times. Zhou Fan then stated, "I shall be forthright. During this period, I wish to express my gratitude to Commander Li for taking care of my 2 brothers. Let these 2 fruits serve as a token of thanks." Zhou Fan handed the fruits to Chen Jiahe, who placed them before Li Peiji. Li Peiji did not reach out to take them but awaited Zhou Fan's next words. Zhou Fan continued, "In about a week, we will be departing. During this time, we shall do our utmost to assist you in your endeavors." "Departing? You intend to leave. But there is no safer place around Sea City. It would be best to remain and survive together. With your abilities, you would surely be valued," Li Peiji hurriedly urged, only to be interrupted by Zhou Fan raising his hand. "I dislike living under the auspices of others. entrusting my life to them. I have my own plans. There is no need for further discussion. Commander Li, Zhou Fan's succinct statement filled Li Peiji with bitterness. He too was living under the auspices of others, yet unlike Zhou Fan and his small group, he could not simply depart at will. Not only him, but Wang Dekai and Ho Tian beside him also fell silent. They were soldiers with their own integrity, yet they found themselves unable to lift their heads in the face of reality. Noticing the silence among them, Zhou Fan continued, "If during this period there are any leads on hope fruits that we assist in acquiring, we can split them evenly. We shall not claim what we do not participate in." Zhou Fan's words piqued Li Peiji's interest. Previously, they had lacked the energy to search for such fruits. Even if they found them, they could not seize them. The vicinity of hope fruits was typically guarded by powerful mutated creatures, which only grew stronger with time. With Zhou Fan's group on their side, the emergence of new ability users could potentially allow them to contend with Zhao Donglai, thus preserving their influence. Li Peiji extended his right hand, shaking Zhou Fan's hand as they both declared, "To a fruitful collaboration." Chapter 37. The first collaboration. After reaching an agreement with Zhou Fan, Li Peiji divided his soldiers with reconnaissance abilities into smaller units, sending them in various directions to gather information regarding the hope fruits. The following afternoon, a weary soldier returned with news. Approximately 16 kilometers from Wupiang County, there is a village, in the mountain ravine to the northeast of the village. Hope fruits have been discovered, numbering at least 3. While planning the construction around the county, upon hearing this news, Li Peiji immediately halted his work and instructed someone to invite Zhou Fan and his companions to his location. It was only natural to treat those he needed with courtesy. When Zhou Fan and Zhang Bo arrived, they found Li Peiji excitedly pacing back and forth in the room, contemplating how to allocate the upcoming hope fruits. Upon seeing the two enter, Li Peiji beckoned, "Come, have a seat. You called us in such haste. You must have news," Zhou Fan remarked with a faint smile. Given Commander Li's demeanor, it seems there may be more than one. After all, this was their first collaboration. If only a single fruit were found, anxiety over distribution would surely prevail rather than this excitement. Li Peiji replied with a smile, "Indeed. According to my scouts, there are at least 3 hope fruits." Zhou Fan raised an eyebrow. The simultaneous appearance of multiple hope fruits was not impossible, yet it was more likely that a mother plant of hope fruits was present. Unlike previously harvested fruits, which disappeared once picked, the fruits from a mother plant could regenerate in his past life. The possession of a mother plant signified the potential to become a formidable force, with the trait of hope fruits often controlled by those with great power. The fruits that occasionally circulated in the market were typically those encountered by fortunate individuals in the wild, vanishing after being harvested. Now hearing news of a potential mother plant, Zhou Fan felt a surge of excitement that he kept hidden beneath a calm exterior, saying, "Since we know the location, time is of the essence. We should set out promptly." Li Peiji was taken aback. "Aren't we going to discuss how to allocate them?" As the commander, he maintained his composure and continued, "I will dispatch a company to assist you. They will gather at the county gate in 20 minutes. That's unnecessary. We can proceed as we usually do when collecting supplies. Are you not concerned about your neighbors getting involved?" Zhou Fan's words echoed Li Peiji's own worries. After some contemplation, he replied, "Then I shall have Captain He take his squad with him, along with 2 of our ability users." "Very well, let us prepare as well." Zhou Fan nodded to Li Peiji and departed the regiment's headquarters. Once outside, Zhang Bo leaned in, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "You seemed emotionally stirred just now. Is there an issue with the hope fruits?" Zhou Fan countered, "Have you ever seen a cluster of hope fruits appear together?" Zhang Bo shook his head, indicating he had not. "That is the problem. We shall discuss it later. For now, let us hurry. Bring Jiahe along, and have Wang Yiyun continue treating him au fait. I will gather some supplies. See you at the county gate shortly." Zhou Fan finished speaking and hurriedly departed. Surrounding the mother tree, there are typically formidable creatures guarding the area, driven by instinct to claim this territory, much like the unpredictable huskies in the Xiangshan orchard. One cannot foresee whether they harbor hostility towards humans. A half-hour later, the convoy slowly set off at the county gate, heading towards the target area. This location is not far from Wupiang County, and it did not take long to arrive. Yet without a thorough search, it would be arduous to uncover this village hidden amidst the mountains. Observing the village a few hundred meters away, Zhou Fan, after hearing the reconnaissance report, waved his hand decisively and initiated an assault on the village. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the zombies within the village surged forth. These second-tier zombies falling one after another under the barrage of bullets. When the gunfire ceased, the entrance to the village was littered with severed limbs. Commander He, familiar with issuing commands, directed the soldiers who were either clearing the zombie corpses or entering the village to scavenge for supplies and eliminate any remaining zombies. Captain Zhou, it's up to you now. With the zombies dealt with, Commander He's task was complete. Zhou Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, "You've worked hard," before leading his group away. Heading towards the northeastern ravine of the village, the 5-member team proceeded with utmost caution, with Chen Jiahe keeping his abilities activated, leaving no stone unturned. "Zhou Fan, over here," Chen Jiahe called out as he moved towards a pile of rubble, where they discovered scattered remnants resembling excrement, alongside human remains, indicating that these were not left by friendly creatures. Continuing onward, the group soon spotted the so-called hope fruits, hanging from a small tree taller than a person, with 4 or 5 fruits present. Far exceeding the previously reported 3, it was no surprise, considering the dark cave nearby, which appeared to have emerged recently, emanating an ominous aura. As Zhou Fan and his team approached the pile of stones, the creatures within the cave became aware of these uninvited guests. Each possessed a distinct energy fluctuation indicating intelligence, sensing danger and refraining from rash actions. However, if the reconnaissance officer had approached, it would have struck without hesitation. Zhou Fan turned to Chen Jiahe. "Can you see anything?" With a furrowed brow, Chen Jiahe concentrated his powers towards the cave entrance, suddenly shouting, "Underground, get down!" The group scrambled to evade, as a large yellow-brown snake emerged from the ground where they had just been crouching. Its forked tongue flicking coldly at them. Its body as thick as an adult's waist, coiling upward in a shape reminiscent of an ice cream cone. Li Peiji had not consumed his hope fruit. Instead, he had given it to the 2 strongest soldiers in his unit. With the accumulated corpse crystals, both had attained second-tier strength. One, namely Da, could briefly hover in the air, while the other, Wu Xiqing, could enhance his weapon with energy, increasing its lethality. However, lacking combat experience, Zhou Fan lent them 2 rocket launchers for long-range fire support. The snake's assault caused the 5 to scattered Elida, capable of brief flight, took aim at the snake from above, pulling the trigger as a long trail of flame followed the rocket towards the coiled serpent. The force of the explosion sent Lida tumbling aside. A massive explosion ensued, and the rocket detonated against the snake's belly, sending debris and bits of flesh flying. When the shockwave passed, Zhou Fan and his companions looked up to see a gaping chunk of flesh blown from the snake's abdomen, the surrounding scales splitting open like blooming chrysanthemums. Enraged by the pain, the snake, though not severely injured, was furious that these intruders had dared to harm it and vowed to make them pay. Assessing the damage from the rocket, Zhou Fan deduced the snake's precise level, upper tier 3, not far from tier 4, and promptly warned, "Be careful. It's already tier 3 and has been for some time." The others, understanding the gravity of the situation, avoided the charging snake, dying in its rampage. The snake failed to strike anyone, while Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe managed to hit it several times with their rifles. Unfortunately, bullets that did not strike true simply ricocheted off. The snake's scales were formidable enough to withstand standard bullets. In truth, for creatures above tier 3, firearms offered little threat, as only specialized abilities could provide defense. And even then, only tier 4 beings could withstand bullets, let alone target vital areas. It was evident that mutated creatures possessed defenses vastly superior to those of ability users. In the apocalypse, a common understanding prevailed. Larger creatures boasted higher defenses but lower speed, while smaller creatures had the opposite traits, making the latter significantly harder to kill. Larger beasts could be worn down over time by sheer numbers, while smaller, faster ones would pose a challenge to those lacking sufficient strength, often leading to sudden disappearances among those who underestimated them. As the enormous snake failed to harm anyone, Wu Xiqing seized the opportunity to reposition himself further away, preparing to fire a rocket. The snake turned its attention towards the silent Lida, while Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe continued to shoot, attempting to divert the snake's focus. However, the snake was determined to devour Lida first. Seizing the moment, Zhou Fan quickly pulled the pin from a grenade and shoved it into the snake's gaping wound. The snake, sensing the intrusion, instinctively contracted its muscles to expel the grenade, which tumbled out just as Zhou Fan rolled aside. Another resounding explosion followed, sending dirt and stones flying, though the snake only lost a few scales, a significant amount of blood gushing from its wound. Zhou Fan pushed himself off the ground and rolled to the side just as the snake's tail crashed down where he had just been. The snake then turned to attack again, and Zhou Fan summoned bone blades from his arms, engaging the serpent in a fierce struggle. However, given that he was still some distance from Tier 3, Zhou Fan found himself at a disadvantage, clearly overpowered by the snake. Zhang Bo and the others hesitated to fire, fearing they might hit Zhou Fan. Seeing this, Zhou Fan shouted, "Jiahe, take Li Da further away. Wu Xiqing, prepare to attack with all your might. Warn us before you fire." Zhang Bo continued to fire at the snake's vulnerable spots while Chen Jiahe circled towards the thicket where Li Da had fallen. Before he could reach Li Da, the latter managed to lift off the ground, witnessing Zhou Fan engaged in combat with the snake less than 10 meters away, and hurriedly flew further away. Li Da appeared quite disheveled, his hair and eyebrows singed, his face marred with burns, and a gash on his forehead. Though the bleeding had ceased, he had never operated a rocket launcher before, suffering burns from the exhaust flame upon firing and being caught in the explosion, resulting in a momentary loss of consciousness as he fell onto the rocks. Not far away, Wu Xiqing quickly adjusted his stance, steadying the rocket launcher as he began channeling energy into the missile, causing a faint orange glow to envelop it. As the glow intensified, beads of sweat accumulated on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He was nearing his limit. "Captain Zhou, I'm ready," Wu Xiqing called out. Zhou Fan responded, "Fire and then retreat." Without hesitation, Wu Xiqing fired the rocket, and at that moment, Zhou Fan darted between two large stones, curling into a ball as the bone blades vanished, replaced by a layer of bone armor akin to a turtle shell. A tremendous roar accompanied a brief bout of deafening silence, and Zhou Fan felt the ground shake. Zhang Bo and Chen Jiahe, though lying on the ground, were still blown away by the shockwave. Despite having distanced himself from the previous explosion, this detonation was over 10 times more potent. The stones before Zhou Fan shattered and the bone shield protecting him cracked, as the shield shattered. The residual force from the explosion sent Zhou Fan staggering. Li Da, having been further away, tumbled through the air before landing in a thicket, rising like a wild man, disheveled and in disarray. The most unfortunate, however, was the enormous snake at the center of the explosion, lying in a pit, its flesh mangled and motionless, eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close in death. Zhou Fan anticipated that after Wu Xiqing's strike, while the snake was still reeling from the impact, he would condense a longer blade to pierce through its defenses and strike its vital heart, ensuring its demise. However, Wu Xiqing's unexpected attack was entirely unforeseen. The energy he originally intended to use for assault was entirely converted into the energy for his bone shield. Otherwise, being so close would certainly have led to dire consequences. The shockwave from the explosion ravaged the mother plant beyond recognition, leaving only a few pitiful leaves clinging to the battered trunk, which pained Zhou Fan's heart. He hurriedly moved the earth surrounding the roots of the mother plant into the space within his wrist. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this space, he knew it would expand as he progressed, so he thought, why not? As long as it is useful. The 4 disheveled individuals gathered around, scouring the earthen ruins for the fallen hope fruits. Fortunately, unlike ginseng, which disappears upon being buried, the hope fruits remained intact, and with Chen Jiahe's assistance, they easily located 4 that had sustained only minor abrasions, along with a few fragments of the fruits, evidently damaged by the explosion's shockwave. Seeing this small handful of fragments, Wu Xiqing scratched his head awkwardly. None of the others harbored any resentment towards him. He had only recently become an ability user and was employing his powers on a rocket for the first time, thus lacking control over its lethality in his bid to inflict maximum damage on the giant snake. He had exhausted all his energy in one go. Hearing the fierce sounds of battle, Captain He and his team rushed over, contemplating even distant gunfire support, but they were stunned by the explosion midway. He muttered to himself, what caliber of shell could that be? When Captain He and his team arrived, they happened upon the fragments of the hope fruits in Qian Jia's hands. How did they break? Zhou Fan reassured, "Don't worry, Captain He. Only one was destroyed." As he spoke, he revealed the remaining hope fruits. Seeing the 2 fruits in Zhou Fan's hands, Captain He sighed in relief. Thank goodness, there are still 2, however. Before he could finish, Zhou Fan produced 2 more hope fruits. There are 4. Zhou Fan smiled gently. This harvest was quite substantial. Disregarding the pitiful mother plant, these few fruits alone made the journey worthwhile. Moreover, a mother plant that could yield 5 hope fruits merely 2 months into the apocalypse was certainly not trivial. Perhaps this was the very one in Zhao Donglai's possession in his previous life. Had Zhou Fan not appeared, it would have been Zhao Donglai's men discovering this place, suffering significant losses before calling in all rocket launchers for fire coverage, thereby obliterating the giant snake and leaving the mother plant as mere remnants, far less intact than what Zhou Fan had obtained. Possessing the mother plant signified that Zhou Fan held the qualification to establish his own faction. The number of ability users, particularly high-level ones, serves as a critical measure of a faction's standing. In Zhou Fan's previous life, large bases always had at least 1 6th-level ability user stationed, while 5th and 4th-level ones were abundant. Lu Huan was a 6th-level expert from Zhao Donglai's base. But even he could not contend with the impending 7th-level dragon lizard alone, necessitating significant costs to enlist other bases' experts for a joint hunt. Captain He's group began to hastily process the serpent's corpse, even collecting its blood in containers for transport. The flesh and blood of mutated beasts can enhance the physical constitution of the consumer. Although not as effective as the hope fruits, they were abundant, making them consumable even for ordinary survivors, thus leading to frequent hunting activities for mutated beasts in the apocalypse. The commotion from the battle was too great, inevitably attracting surrounding zombies. While the nearby zombies had been cleared, the number lurking at a distance remained uncertain, leaving Zhou Fan and his companions little time. After the soldiers performed a rudimentary dismemberment of the serpent's body, Zhou Fan and the others regained some strength. Zhang Bo and the others, unharmed, joined the effort to transport the serpent's remains. Otherwise, the 10 or so soldiers would have struggled to manage the 20-meter-long carcass. At this moment, the disparity between ability users and ordinary soldiers became apparent. The serpent's body, divided into 4 sections, required 7 or 8 soldiers to carry one section, leaving them drenched in sweat by the time they reached the vehicle. Despite not being strength-type ability users, Zhang Bo and Chen Jia easily carried one section of the serpent's body. The returning convoy, laden with the scent of blood, attracted a few scattered zombies along the way. The modified military vehicles mercilessly crushed them, leaving a trail of mangled corpses, while Zhou Fan and his companions were engaged in their fervent battle. The Wupiang County camp welcomed a group of unexpected guests. Li Peiji and Zhao Donglai sat at the same conference table for the first time in a calm manner. Yet at the head of the table sat a middle-aged man clad in a general's uniform, his shoulder insignia denoting him as a major general. Ever since communication was restored, various regions had been in contact with the Central Command. After more than a month, the team dispatched by the Northern leadership arrived at Zhao Donglai's location, accompanied by an entire contingent of 100 ability users. While Zhao Donglai was still pondering his own ability user team, the Northern War Zone had already assembled an army of ability users, compelling him to set aside some of his ambitions. This was precisely the purpose of this contingent's arrival, to intimidate. With the apocalypse underway, it was inevitable that some might harbor aspirations of self-proclamation as kings. The Northern Central Army had gathered forces from around the region at the onset of the pandemic and had since established the largest survivor base in the north, increasing its population and broadening the search for hope fruits, thus accelerating base construction. To bolster cohesion, the North had recruited all ability users to form 3 teams, showcasing their strength to sizable survivor bases. With promising results thus far, I have already introduced the basic situation. If there are any uncertainties, please feel free to ask, and I will provide detailed answers, the Major General remarked with a faint smile. After a brief silence, Zhao Donglai spoke first. General Yi, what you mentioned earlier about not hindering the development of each base implies that we can develop freely. Correct? The Central Command will not interfere in our internal affairs. Precisely. However, every matter has its limits. Understanding this boundary is beneficial for everyone. replied Major General Yi, casting a glance at Zhao Donglai. He recognized that this slightly younger colonel was an ambitious individual, as evidenced by his placement of purely Peiji on guard duty outside. Thus, he was willing to elaborate further, as long as you do not defy orders from the Northern War Zone or engage in the slaughter of ordinary survivors. The Northern Command will not intervene and can provide appropriate support. What level of support can we request? This was a matter of particular concern for Li Peiji, who would be among the first to encounter danger if zombies besieged their base. Timely support would ensure their safety. Major General Yi glanced at Li Peiji and stated, "You could request nuclear strikes if you wish, but it depends on whether your contributions are sufficient." Major General Ye's words stunned the officers present. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, the Central Command still wielded considerable power. He lifted his teacup for a sip, and upon noticing the silence, continued, regarding the previous discussion of survivor bases contributing supplies to the Central Command. Each base may decide based on its circumstances. Contributions can be generous, but not less than required. Various living supplies or zombie crystal cores are acceptable, and specific conversion ratios will be communicated to each unit later. Of course, if you can submit discovered hope fruits or live mutated beasts, that would greatly enhance your contributions. Zhao Donglai was well aware of the rarity of hope fruits and the challenge posed by mutated beasts. Previously, Zhao Xiaohai and his team had nearly been wiped out by a mutated giant frog while merely seeking heavy weaponry at Wenweishu's outpost, leading to significant losses. Noticing no one had further inquiries, Major General Yi stood and addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen." Everyone present rose to stand at attention, gazing at him. He continued, "This is a unique war. Although we have been driven from our homes, there will come a day when we can counterattack. We must do everything possible to protect and save every survivor, strengthen our forces to the utmost, and strive to win this war for all humanity." As Major General Yi delivered his impassioned speech, Zhou Fan and his group returned to the camp, their vehicles exuding a strong scent of blood. They faced no obstruction upon entering, but Zhou Fan immediately sensed something was amiss with the atmosphere. Zhang Bo queried suspiciously, "Why are there suddenly so many ability users? They must be newcomers. Look at how they observe the camp, as if they are tourists in the countryside. They might be military personnel." Chun Jiahe speculated. "Impossible, they are not military personnel." Wu Xiqing, who had remained quiet, interjected, "Just look at their attire. How could they be soldiers? You can tell what military ability users look like by comparing us to. They are far too casual." "Haha, Wu Xiqing, you are right, but also not entirely correct," Zhou Fan replied with a smile. "They are indeed military personnel, just that they joined after becoming ability users. For instance, Wu Mingxian under Captain Zhao is a prime example. Moreover, the only entity capable of gathering so many ability users must be the Northern Command." Captain He asserted confidently. "Currently, only the Northern Command possesses such strength. It seems communication has been fully restored. I wonder what directives the North has brought this time. Could it be an impending counterattack?" The prospect of a counteroffensive was utterly implausible, and Zhou Fan was acutely aware of this. The number of infected individuals across the nation exceeded at least 1 billion. And the zombies not only outnumbered the survivors, but also advanced in rank at a pace far surpassing that of the human defenders. If an organized counterattack could have been mounted in the short term, they would not have been languishing in their struggle after so many years of conflict. Although Zhou Fan understood this reality, he refrained from voicing it. Maintaining a flicker of hope among his companions was perhaps beneficial. However, amidst their animated discussions, their vehicle was suddenly intercepted. Chapter 39. Old friends meet as strangers. A group of external abilities users blocked their path, climbing onto the vehicle to rummage through the snake carcass. Yet, it seemed they found nothing of interest. One scar-faced man yanked a soldier from the driver's seat, demanding, "Where's the beast crystal from this mutated creature?" As the soldier's face flushed crimson from the pressure, a hand swiftly clasped the scar-faced man's wrist, rescuing the soldier. He was merely an ordinary foot soldier, devoid of knowledge regarding the beast crystals. The man who spoke was tall and fair-skinned, gently inquiring of the soldier. "Who is your superior?" Squad leader He and 2 ability-wielding soldiers had already disembarked, while Zhou Fan and his companions remained in the vehicle. Chun Jiahe and Zhang Bo, seated beside Zhou Fan, sensed his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of suppressed anger and excitement. Zhang Bo couldn't help but ask, Zhou Fan, what's wrong? Chen Jia gently patted Zhou Fan's back, saying, that scoundrel didn't he gain any advantage over us last time. There's no need to be so agitated. He felt Zhou Fan's behavior was quite unusual. In his memory, Zhou Fan was not a person prone to such volatility. However, after his comforting words, Zhou Fan gradually calmed down, and Chen Jia dismissed the matter from his mind. Zhou Fan struggled to articulate his emotions. The appearance of the scar-faced man did not stir a ripple in his heart. His outburst stemmed from the presence of the fair-skinned, handsome man, Wang Yuanlang, who, in Zhou Fan's memory, was the very person responsible for his demise. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable, and how could Zhou Fan not feel a surge of emotion? Yet he endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy. In Zhang Bo's words, he was merely playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger, as Zhou Fan, without employing his abilities, appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person to the other ability users. As squad leader, he conversed with Wang Yuanlang. Zhou Fan interjected, let us go down and take a look. Regardless of Wang Yuanlang's inquiries, squad leader he insisted he had seen no beast crystal. In the course of dealing with the snake carcass, there had indeed been a crystal the size of a fist, which squad leader he recognized as the beast crystal Wang Yuanlang referred to. However, the unfriendly demeanor of this group made him quite uncomfortable, leading him to adamantly deny any knowledge or sightings. Growing impatient, Wang Yuanlang stepped back, and the scar-faced man seized the moment, growling, Kid, if you know what is good for you, hand it over quickly. My boss values politeness, but I have no such qualms. If you don't comply, I'll search you myself, and if my comrades happen to injure your people, it won't be my concern. As his words faded, 7 of his companions closed in around him, leaving only Wu Xiqing and one other on squad leader He's side, making their numbers appear rather meager. Squad leader He, however, was a man of courage. Raising his hand, the soldiers who had already disembarked swiftly aimed their rifles at the scar-faced man and his crew, rather unfazed by the guns pointed at them. The scar-faced man continued, we are the 16th squad of the Northern Command S Abilities User Army. With just over 10 of you daring to point guns at us, your odds don't look good. Then let us see how we fare against you. Zhou Fan and his companions stepped forward from behind the armed soldiers. Having suffered a setback at Zhou Fan's hands before, the scar-faced man felt an impulse to crush him. However, upon sensing the absence of any ability fluctuations from Zhou Fan, he sneered, I thought who it was. You should be finding a hole to hide in instead of daring to show your face in front of me. Are you tired of living? Or do you think these ability users around you can protect you? On the surface, Zhou Fan appeared to have 4 ability users alongside him, while even if Wang Yuanling refrained from engaging, he still had 8 on his side, double the number. Zhou Fan replied with a smirk, it seems luck is on your side. While you didn't find a gun, you stumbled upon a hope fruit. It's truly a waste for someone like you to come across such a thing. The scar-faced man, feeling overwhelmed by Zhou Fan's taunt, was eager to resolve the situation quickly, especially with the mounting displeasure from Wang Yuanling behind him. You little brat, do you dare to face me one-on-one? I'll even allow you to use a pistol, he taunted. Zhou Fan shook his head. You're an ability user. Even with a pistol, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. He then took an automatic rifle from a nearby soldier, casually asking how to operate it, to which the soldier, feigning ignorance, explained as if teaching a novice. The scar-faced man burst into laughter, a last-minute attempt to save yourself. Even with that gun, do you really think you can hit me? Ha ha ha. Holding the rifle awkwardly in both hands, Zhou Fan calmly declared, let us do this, one-on-one. Ha! You think I'm afraid of you? The scar-faced man retorted. And in the next instant, he sprang into action, enveloped in a shimmering black metallic aura, not his own ability, but a reinforcement from his teammates. This was the very reason they had remained unperturbed under the threat of guns. With the support of his comrades, the bullet's impact would be significantly mitigated, and the residual force could be easily absorbed by the physical resilience of an ability user. It would sting, but he wouldn't suffer any substantial harm. As the scar-faced man lunged, Zhou Fan pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The scar-faced man understood. It was his leader who had intervened, and he was determined to make Zhou Fan suffer a gruesome fate. Wang Yuanlang observed with curiosity. The scar-faced man was charging at Zhou Fan, who appeared unable to fire, Yet the surrounding ability users showed no signs of intervening. Were they indifferent to Zhou Fan's safety? Or did they truly believe an ordinary person could triumph over an ability user? The next moment provided him with an answer. The scar-faced man was suddenly sent flying backward. The metallic aura surrounding him dissipated upon contact with Zhou Fan's unnamed magnetic field. And Zhou Fan's fist, charged with bone spikes, struck the scar-faced man's face with tremendous force, sending blood and possibly teeth flying through the air. The scar-faced man's body flew through the air, crashing to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. His companions failed to catch him, allowing him to land heavily, not due to a lack of unity, but because the event unfolded too swiftly. Defying their expectations, they had been on guard against Chen Jiahe and the others, never anticipating that the seemingly ordinary Zhou Fan could deliver such a blow. In Wupiang County, efforts were underway to bolster external defenses, leaving little manpower for cleanup, resulting in considerable dust on the ground. The scar-faced man, now covered in dirt and unconscious, was wholly unaware of his surroundings. Wang Yuanlang, who had been observing coldly, suddenly lost his composure. He had believed that by employing a few tricks to render Zhou Fan incapable of firing, victory was assured. He never anticipated Zhou Fan was a concealed ability user, evidently possessing the strength to contend with him. Leading to his miscalculation, it was worth noting that among the entire Northern Command's ability user army, only a handful of captains had reached the third tier. 4 second-tier ability users to ascend to the third tier. They typically needed to absorb the crystals from third-tier zombies, which were scarce, and ordinary weapons struggled to inflict effective damage on them, making third-tier ability users quite rare. To his surprise, there was a third-tier ability user in this location. Yet why would Zhou Fan conceal his strength to bully others? Wang Yuanlang, filled with resentment, spoke up, already contemplating taking action. From a distance, the roar of a motorcycle approached, and 2 figures leaped off, revealing themselves to be Wang Yiyun and Mo Fei. The latter's limbs having fully healed, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Riding a motorcycle is exhilarating. Boss, we're not late, are we? Wang Yiyun exclaimed with a cheeky grin. Zhou Fan responded with a smile. Just in time. With this, Zhou Fan's team of abilities users had swelled to 7, complemented by a contingent of fully armed soldiers. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man had lost his combat capability, and with Wang Yuanlang having only 8 on his side, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhou Fan appeared to possess a method to counter the abilities of the team member, as firearms posed a significant threat to the second-tier soldiers. That moment, a figure clad in white floated into view, prompting Wang Yuanlang to speak. Miss Shi, let us teach these ungrateful people a lesson. I'll give you the third-tier beast crystal. I only want to deal with this person. He pointed at Zhou Fan, his expression betraying malice. The approaching woman was none other than Shi Minglin, who calmly stated, I am Shi Minglin, captain of the 7th Abilities User Squad and the temporary commander of this 100-person team. I apologize for the lack of discipline among my subordinates, which may have caused offense. Furthermore, she addressed Wang Yuanlang, a mere third-tier beast crystal hardly warrants my intervention for theft. Let us not forget our mission. Should you choose to act again, I will join forces with the other squads to stop you. If you possess confidence, feel free to proceed. With the most tranquil tone, she delivered her stern message. Wang Yuanlang found himself struggling to contend with Zhou Fan and the others, and with the additional squads involved, he could not afford to take the risk. Shi Minglin had provided him an avenue for retreat, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Since Captain Shi has spoken, I shall comply. Today's events were indeed excessive on my part. Let us consider the matter settled. Wang Yuanlang spoke the title team leader with great emphasis, indicating his unwillingness to concede or apologize. Upon noticing this, Shi Minglin's expression faltered momentarily. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Fan interjected. You expect to brush this off after causing us trouble? You ought to compensate us in some manner. Wang Yuanlang chuckled and replied, ha ha ha, what sort of compensation do you seek? Even though Zhou Fan is formidable, Wang Yuanlang still looked down on him slightly. Simply put, hand over that individual in your team who can bolster defenses, and we shall consider this matter settled. Wang Yuanlang's laughter erupted, while Shi Minglin felt a twinge of displeasure, though she concealed it well. She then stated, if you desire that person, it is not impossible. These words. Wang Yuanlang's laughter ceased, and Zhou Fan felt a surge of surprise. He had merely made a casual remark. Was this woman truly so accommodating? Xi Minglin continued, as long as you join our Northern War Zone's abilities army, I can apply to have him assigned under your command, to follow your lead. What say you? Wang Yuanlang was left speechless. Xi Minglin was evidently attempting to recruit Zhou Fan. Although he did not know him well and sensed considerable hostility from him, if Zhou Fan were to join the abilities army, he would inevitably rise to the rank of a squad leader, making it difficult for Wang Yuanlang to act against him. Zhou Fan waved his hand with a smile, saying, let us just forget it. I am accustomed to freedom and do not take kindly to being commanded. Perhaps you should continue to command him instead. Zhou Fan gestured towards Wang Yuanlang. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanlang was about to erupt, but a glance at Xi Minglin's expression made him reconsider. The fact that Xi Minglin had been appointed as the temporary team leader spoke volumes. She was undoubtedly the strongest force within that team. As comrades in arms, there should be no notion of commanding one another. It was merely a matter of task allocation. Since you are unwilling to join, I shall not press the issue, yet demanding something from others is out of the question. Xi Minglin spoke with grace and composure, and Wang Yuanlang's posture seemed to straighten a bit. Zhou Fan, however, was not swayed by Xi Minglin's eloquent words. Having initiated the confrontation, he was not about to withdraw without securing some form of recompense. You have spoken of an apology, yet I see no signs of remorse or compensation. All I see is you flaunting your superiority stemming from the great base. And what do you think of this as compensation? Xi Minglin produced a hope fruit, which appeared to be of excellent quality. The audience held their breath. To casually produce a hope fruit was an indication of substantial wealth. It was known that Zhao Donglai had enticed countless individuals to join his ranks with just one hope fruit. Zhou Fan and his companions had acquired 4 hope fruits today, along with a mother plant, yet he could not dismiss the allure of a single hope fruit, as such items could become unattainable in the later stages. Chapter 40. The background of Xi Minglin. Faced with Xi Minglin's offer of compensation, no one could refuse to that moment. Wang Yuanlang remarkably fell silent, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. It seems that beautiful women are more amenable. No wonder they hail from the great base. Their generosity is evident. Zhou Fan grinned, reaching out for the hope fruit in Xi Minglin's hand. However, she preferred to avoid physical contact and simply tossed the hope fruit towards him. As an ability user, Zhou Fan certainly should have caught it with ease, yet he missed, and the hope fruit sailed past him, plummeting towards the ground. He had almost caught it. Zhou Fan harbored no ill intentions. Having the goddess he once admired before him was an opportunity to engage further, yet Xi Minglin denied him that chance. It was no wonder Wang Yuanlang had failed to forge a connection after such efforts. Zhou Fan thought to himself. In Zhou Fan's memories from his previous life, Xi Minglin's identity had always been an enigma. Many were aware that she belonged to the Northern War Zone's ability unit, serving as a squad leader, yet even her superiors dared not issue direct orders to her. She typically accepted only the tasks she deemed fit. Some speculated she was the goddaughter of the highest commander in the Northern War Zone, while others believed she was backed by a mysterious family. However, all was mere conjecture, and Zhou Fan's understanding of her was limited. Zhou Fan contemplated feigning a missed catch to claim a lack of sincerity and extract further benefits, reasoning that the northern base was affluent and such opportunities to negotiate were rare. Yet events did not unfold as he had anticipated. The hope fruit remained suspended in midair as Wang Yuanlang interjected. Aren't you going to take it? What are you pondering? Zhang Bo and the others, familiar with Zhou Fan's character, understood he was likely scheming. He was someone who would exploit any opportunity to its fullest. Seeing the hope fruit hovering midair, they surmised that Wang Yuanlang had intervened. They felt a twinge of regret at this turn of events. Xi Minglin appeared displeased, her brow furrowing, as she detested those who were insatiably greedy. Zhou Fan seized the hope fruit that hung in the air and expressed his gratitude to Wang Yuanlang, saying, "Thank you, team leader, for your assistance. Otherwise, the hope fruit falling to the ground would have been unfortunate. I have been engaged in continuous battles today and find myself somewhat fatigued. Forgive my shortcomings." Zhou Fan articulated the word team leader with precision. Although it was a gesture of gratitude, it elicited a twitch from Wang Yuanlang's brow. Leaving him unable to retaliate, Xi Minglin, hearing Zhou Fan's remarks, found her frown had vanished. the snake carcass they had brought back served as ample evidence. Even if Zhou Fan and his team had collaborated to defeat it, the exhaustion was understandable, for even she could not single-handedly contend with such a massive serpent. While she could soar through the skies, the serpent could burrow underground, and if either side wished to flee, they would find themselves at an impasse. You have returned from the hunt, and they took advantage of the situation to cause trouble, which is indeed inappropriate. You need not be overly courteous, accept it, as it is rightfully yours. This statement from Xi Minglin implied that they had adequately expressed their apologies, and since it was not a significant issue, there was no need to dwell further. Zhou Fan had merely wished to test the waters. Any additional gain was welcome, but he would not press the matter further, recognizing that he ought to take the opportunity presented to him. Zhou Fan tucked the hope fruit into his pocket, discreetly transferring it into his spatial storage, and with a congenial demeanor, he inquired, after all this commotion, "I still do not know your name, beautiful lady." "I am Zhou Fan. Might I be granted the honor of knowing your name?" In truth, Zhou Fan was aware of her name, but he could not simply utter it. Revealing any knowledge that could arouse suspicion was perilous. Should Xi Minglin's nearly 100 ability users capture him, he would likely find himself subjected to dissection to uncover the secrets of his time travel. How brazen! Do not jest with Miss Xi in such a manner. Her name is not something you should presume to know. Wang Yuanlang immediately sprang forth, assuming the role of her protector. When the team of ability users from the Northern War Zone set out, he had been struck by Xi Minglin's beauty, yet she had always maintained a frosty demeanor. He only learned her surname through conversations with others, remaining unaware of her full name. It was not a lack of courage that prevented him from asking. Wang Yuanlang possessed the ability of spatial locking, a highly practical combat skill, and he considered himself worthy of Xi Minglin. Yet he had never received a response when attempting to engage her in conversation. On one occasion, when he resolved to pursue her relentlessly, he nearly met his demise at her hands. While he excelled in spatial locking, she could fly, and even if he succeeded in locking her in place, she would remain suspended in mid-air. In the midst of employing his abilities, he could not wield any other attacks in time. He found himself at the mercy of her gun, and it was only thanks to the timely intervention of Major General Yi that he avoided an untimely end. In Wang Yuanlang's view, Xi Minglin would never entertain Zhou Fan's advances, and seizing this opportunity to humiliate him would serve as a fitting response to Zhou Fan's earlier insinuations. "Xi Minglin." A calm voice pierced the air. Wang Yuanlang froze in place, having learned the goddess's name. Yet it was through another man that he discovered this, leaving him with a tumult of emotions he could not articulate. Such a lovely name. And a beautiful person to match, Zhou Fan remarked in admiration, yet Xi Minglin had no inclination to engage in idle chatter. She turned to depart. Noticing her intention to leave, Zhou Fan called out, "Having successfully returned from our hunt, we are hosting a celebration banquet this evening. Miss Xi, if you are free, we would be honored by your presence. A banquet celebrating the hunt of a third-tier mutated beast could be deemed a grand feast, especially appealing to the numerous second-tier ability users under Xi Minglin's command. Some may have been on the cusp of advancing to third tier, perhaps merely needing a touch of high-tier energy to guide them." However, Zhou Fan extended the invitation solely to Xi Minglin, omitting the others, and given that Wang Yuanlang's team had just clashed with them, resentful glances soon converged upon Wang Yuanlang and his companions. "I have no fondness for meat, but I will make my way to Team Leader Li's gathering later," Xi Minglin stated before unfurling her wings and soaring away, her white feathers complementing her flowing white dress. Resembling a celestial angel, with Xi Minglin's departure, the surrounding ability users dispersed, and Zhou Fan and his companions continued onward towards Li Peiji's command post. Once out of sight, Xi Minglin alighted upon a rooftop, a gentle breeze caressing her as the sun set. After a brief moment, she spoke. "What progress has been made regarding the investigation?" In the desolate surroundings where not a soul could be found, a stooped figure emerged, a man resembling an old servant who bowed and spoke. "Miss, the forces here are divided into two factions. Zhao Donglai possesses far greater strength than Li Peiji from the periphery, boasting a significantly higher number of both firearms and supernatural beings. Uncle Wu, firearms are gradually becoming obsolete. Even those large-caliber weapons have limited lethality against high-level zombies and mutated beasts. In contrast, supernatural beings continue to evolve, brimming with infinite potential. They are indeed the future of any base. Firearms may suffice against zombies, but utilizing them against mutated beasts proves to be a futile endeavor. The crystalline structure of the corpse crystals makes them incredibly resilient, thus necessitating heavy firepower to clear the battlefield. However, the hunting of mutated beasts still relies on close combat by supernatural beings. Otherwise, one would be left with merely a crystal and a pile of decaying flesh. This is also why many supernatural beings have yet to taste the flesh of third-tier mutated beasts. Although the northern base is formidable, it has not yet successfully hunted down the corpses of mutated beasts like Zhou Fan and his group. Each time the battlefield is cleared, the spoils collected are insufficient to supply the higher-ups and those at the captain level. Ordinary team members have never had the privilege. Mrs. Correct. According to my investigation, Zhao Donglai currently has one third-tier supernatural being and a total of 5 second-tier supernatural beings, including himself. On the other hand, Li Peiji's side only acquired 2 supernatural beings this morning, who have elevated to the second tier using corpse crystals. Their abilities remain unknown. The old servant continued to elaborate on the capabilities of Zhao Donglai's supernatural beings, while Shi Minglin listened intently. Since the onset of the apocalypse, various changes have emerged ceaselessly, and the abilities of supernatural beings are diverse. The more one understands, the better one can respond when encountering them, ensuring that one is not caught unawares. After hearing Uncle Wu's report, Shi Minglin inquired, "Which side does Zhou Fan belong to?" Having met this individual earlier, she pondered where Zhou Fan might align. Uncle Wu tossed the question back to Shi Minglin. "This individual is quite unruly. I fear Zhao Donglai may struggle to subdue him. He hunts alongside Li Peiji's people but clearly operates independently, acting as he pleases. Their relationship seems to be one of collaboration, underpinned by a certain agreement. From her initial encounter with Zhou Fan, Shi Minglin articulated her judgment, prompting Uncle Wu to nod with a smile. The young lady already possesses her answer. Asking this old man is merely a redundant exercise. I simply wish to confirm. Thus, it seems he will not linger here for long, likely seeking to establish his own power elsewhere. Then, Miss, you have discerned this individual's ambition by distributing the hope fruits intended to cultivate relationships with various factions. Ambition? Who lacks ambition? From the highest echelons of the family and the upper echelons of Huaxia down to the common citizens of street-side markets, each harbors their own aspirations. The crux lies in whether one possesses the capability to realize such ambitions. Those devoid of ambition are scarcely different from the worthless. Shi Minglin's voice was laced with coldness, reflecting her deep aversion to the power struggles within her family, which had prompted her departure. The old servant, well acquainted with his mistress's temperament, remarked, "Miss does not favor schemes of power. The old master hopes that once everything settles, you will return. Let us speak of that later. Why then? It may be that home is no longer the place I once knew." As the sun dipped lower, Shi Minglin's shadow stretched long and slender. It was only when the sun had entirely set that she finally spoke. "Let us proceed to Zhao Donglai's location." Shi Minglin's arrival bore additional tasks. Her ability to casually present the hope fruits was not merely a reflection of her temporary rank as team leader, but rather a mission assigned by her family. To forge alliances with worthy factions while bearing the significant gift of 5 hope fruits. She had initially presumed there would be only one overseer, intending to conclude matters after Major General Ye's meeting. To her surprise, the area was jointly managed by 2 factions. The concern was not merely the scarcity of resources, but the inequitable distribution that not only failed to win hearts, but could backfire. This prompted Uncle Wu to investigate the strengths of various factions, advocating for dialogue rooted in power. With Zhou Fan's emergence, she recognized that he was not the type to remain subservient for long. Granting him a hope fruit in advance could be seen as timely assistance. When he eventually established his own base, he would likely remember this act of kindness. As for the remaining matters, there was little to worry about. The 2 factions would equitably distribute 4 hope fruits, 2 for each side, ensuring no one would suffer loss. Chapter 41. The banquet. Emerging from Zhao Donglai's reception room, Shi Minglin declined his invitation to stay, her luminous wings unfurling as she soared toward Li Peiji's encampment. Standing at the doorway, Zhao Donglai coldly observed Shi Minglin's departing figure, muttering to himself, "The Shi family. What a mysterious clan. 2 hope fruits merely serve as a token of introduction." This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Li Peiji had gathered all the chefs among the survivors, knowing that the northern representatives were on their way. He utilized an entire week's worth of provisions, orchestrating a grand banquet, albeit with rather rudimentary equipment, as the tables and chairs in the open courtyard were hastily assembled. Due to the substantial number of attendees and high personnel turnover, Li Peiji opted for a buffet-style meal, allowing everyone to serve themselves, with dedicated staff managing the replenishment and oversight. The arrival of Shi Minglin incited a stir, for as the team leader, her attendance was pivotal. Others hesitated to approach until they saw her appear, at which point nearly 100 individuals followed her into the venue. The flesh of the mutated snakes exuded immense energy. Ordinary individuals would experience surges in their blood, often resulting in nosebleeds after just a few bites, while those with stronger constitutions could consume more. Thus, most could only afford to sample a mere taste. Invited by Li Peiji, Shi Minglin ascended to the second floor alongside 9 other team leaders, where a spacious balcony awaited. Li Peiji and his companions, along with Major General Yi, were already seated there. Shi Minglin glanced around but did not spot Zhou Fan and his group. She apologized. "I regret the delay. I was attending to personal matters, causing Captain Li and Major General Yi to wait." Major General Yi chuckled. "Miss Shi, please, no need for such formality. We have only just arrived ourselves, barely settling in." "Indeed, Miss Shi's presence seems to brighten the atmosphere here by several degrees," Li Peiji chimed in. Shi Minglin offered a slight nod and took her seat next to Major General Yi. With Zhou Fan absent, Wang Yuanlang felt considerably more at ease, shamelessly positioning himself beside Shi Minglin. Li Peiji, having gathered some knowledge about Shi Minglin from his previous conversation with Major General Yi, recognized her reticence and, once everyone was present, the kitchen staff began to serve the prepared dishes. The arrival of the northern supernatural beings led to a sudden surge in demand for the dishes made from mutated snake meat. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan and his group, relishing the delicacies in a corner room, observed the supernatural team members crowded around the food station. Zhou Fan suddenly remarked, "Perhaps, once they depart, we should also consider leaving." Zhang Bo, having finished gnawing on a chicken leg, licked his fingers and said, "Old Li actually has it pretty good here. There's food and drink, and the way they interact with us is quite agreeable." Zhou Fan responded, "Our relationship with Captain Li remains strictly collaborative. We will inevitably have to depart. The apocalypse commenced only about a month ago, and the Northern War Zone has already assembled their supernatural teams. We cannot remain here, confined to a limited perspective. It is time to establish our own faction." Creating a faction, free from external constraints, to protect each individual around him, that was Zhou Fan's enduring aspiration since the onset of the apocalypse. Chun Jiahe concurred. "I support Zhou Fan's vision. Now that we possess a distinct advantage over the majority, we must leverage it to our benefit and stay ahead of the curve. I have no objections. When Zhou Fan saved my life, I, Wang Yiyun, already pledged my allegiance to you. Wherever you go, I will follow." Zhou Fan teased. "You might want to keep that sentiment to yourself. It sounds rather sappy." The group erupted in laughter. The previously silent Mo Fei, caught up in the jovial atmosphere, interjected, "I need not say much. Having escaped death, I consider everyone here my brothers. I will not treat you as outsiders. What I do, you are free to follow with that." He raised his glass and downed its contents in one go, only to cough incessantly afterward. Zhang Bo, patting his back while chuckling, remarked, "You knew you couldn't handle it. Why put on a show? I didn't expect it to be so spicy." Cough, cough. Returning to the topic at hand, Chun Jia asked, "Zhou Fan, what are your plans? Even if we do leave, we must have a direction." The 4 pairs of eyes turned toward Zhou Fan. He recalled the various renowned bases from his previous life memory. If they were to establish their own faction, they needed to secure a geographical advantage while being close to essential resource points. After a period of contemplation, Zhou Fan proposed an ideal location. "We will depart from Wupiang County and head westward, toward the confluence of L Province and J Province, to Linhai Town. Linhai Town is merely an ordinary small town. There's nothing remarkable about it." Zhang Bo interjected, "Being familiar with the area, it's as plain as can be. Yet, Linhai Town may be ordinary now, but after half a year into the apocalypse, a significant geological transformation would occur." Zhou Fan recalled from his previous life that following this transformation, Many of the existing roads would be torn asunder, the ground would expand continuously. Subsequent satellite observations revealed that the Earth's volume had increased tenfold. Currently, traveling from Wupiang County to Linhai Town might only take a day, but when the time came, it would take at least half a month to arrive. Moreover, the landscape surrounding Linhai Town has established a top 10 base in Huaxia following the earthquake, demonstrating the geographical advantages of Linhai Town. Zhou Fan did not intend to share too many memories with the four individuals. Instead, he produced a map he had previously gathered and remarked, "Look here. This place, Linhai Town, is indeed quite ordinary. Precisely because of its ordinariness, it is less likely to attract a multitude of zombies, and currently, there are no formidable forces vying for control over it. Furthermore, the area is flat. Should a horde of zombies attack, we would be able to observe them in a timely manner. Additionally, it is not far from City C and City S, making it convenient to enter the city for supplies." After Zhou Fan's explanation, the others nodded in agreement, yet Zhou Fan was acutely aware that if he had not known about the changes in the terrain, he would not have chosen this location, for it offered no defenses, leaving them with no room for resistance in the event of an attack. At that moment, Zhang Bo remarked, "Since you have researched this in advance, we trust you. I know that following you will be the right choice. After all, we have followed you all this way, ha ha." With everyone in agreement, the decision was made. However, Chun Jiahe shifted the conversation and added, "Why don't we discuss our current abilities? Otherwise, if we encounter a strong enemy, we won't know how to cooperate." Zhou Fan nodded and stated, "Understanding how to coordinate our abilities is fundamental for combat among ability users. As we gain more combat experience, our awareness will facilitate this. Now, let us all share it. I will begin. My first ability is akin to perceiving the flow of energy within my opponent, and my second ability allows me to disrupt their energy, causing it to explode within them. My first ability is environmental insight, and my second is mental impact. Mo Fei then interjected, "My first ability is incredible speed, while my second is camouflage and stealth." Zhou Fan mused to himself, "Isn't this akin to having a natural scout? Camouflage and stealth is similar to invisibility. However, while invisible, one's presence still lingers. In contrast, camouflage and stealth allows one to blend in seamlessly with the surrounding environment, though upon closer inspection, one can still be discerned." Zhang Bo inquired, puzzled, "Camouflage? Do you need to apply makeup or something?" Mo Fei, not one to dilly-dally, demonstrated his second ability before the group in their eyes. He became merely a vague human silhouette before revealing his true form. "Unlike you all, my abilities are not significantly advantageous in combat," Mo Fei said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "If only I had been stronger back then, perhaps I would not have encountered that scoundrel Wang Tianlin, and Xiaoya might still be alive." Zhou Fan comforted him. "Do not underestimate your abilities. Their utility may exceed your expectations." Mo Fei nodded. But the memories still weighed heavily on him. Wang Yun promptly chimed in, Hey, it's my turn. My first ability is healing, and my second is, enhanced healing. Yes, that's it. Your abilities should allow you to heal varying degrees of injuries at each level. So the future is promising." Zhou Fan continued. My first ability is storage, akin to having a small space to store items, while my second ability I call transformation. As he spoke, Zhou Fan's right hand morphed into bone spikes, bone blades, and bone thorns. Furthermore, my third ability is absorption. I can draw energy from my enemies upon their defeat. The four were aware that Zhou Fan was currently at the third tier, on par with those 10 squad leaders. Yet in terms of strength, Zhou Fan was confident that except for Zimmerlin, none of the others would prove to be his match in one-on-one combat. However, considering Zimmerlin's strength, which only placed her as the 6th squad leader, he pondered what the 5 individuals preceding her might be capable of. This thought fueled Zhou Fan's desire to grow stronger, yet he understood that breaking through to the 4th tier would not be a simple task. In Zhou Fan's recollection, the transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier was a formidable challenge. Many had faltered at this juncture in their previous life, including various research institutes that had struggled to develop the 4th tier serum. The development of serums for the first 3 tiers had consumed 2.5 years, while the research for the 4th tier had yet to yield results even after the same duration. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, ability users would acquire corresponding abilities, while upon breaking through to the 4th tier, they would awaken their soul essence, which would assist them in various ways during combat, enhancing their combat styles. However, after reaching the 4th tier, each subsequent advancement would serve to strengthen the soul essence and abilities rather than grant new ones. Beyond the 7th tier, energy can be projected outward, allowing for detached attacks and defenses, which is why ability users like Zimmerlin, who possess flight capabilities, hold a significant advantage before reaching the 7th tier. The banquet continued late into the night, with an entire mutated snake consumed. And once Zhou Fan and the others finished their meal, they returned to their quarters. The ability users, under Zimmerlin's guidance, escorted Major General Yi back to the Northern War Zone headquarters. Li Peiji gazed at the hope fruits on his desk. 2 from Zhou Fan and 2 from Zimmerlin. He was keen on winning Zhou Fan over, for gaining Zhou Fan would equate to acquiring 5 ability users, enabling him to contend with Zhao Donglai. However, regarding Zimmerlin, Li Peiji could only sense an air of mystery. After all, he had toiled to obtain 2 hope fruits, while for her and her family, it seemed merely a customary gift, indicating the vast power behind her. After much contemplation, Li Peiji summoned the already sleeping Ho Tian and Wang Dekai to his room. Chapter 42. Departure. The following morning, the team of ability users led by Zimmerlin escorted Major General Yi back to the command center of the Northern War Zone. Their visit was primarily to establish contact with scattered troops and to showcase the military might of the War Zone Command, serving as a warning to those with ulterior motives that even amidst chaos, not everyone could rise up against the state. In a short span, they had gathered a team of over 1,000 ability users, equipped with complete military facilities and production lines. According to Major General Yi, there were over 100,000 survivors currently sheltered under the protection of the Northern War Zone. In a post-apocalyptic world, population equates to resources. It takes at least 15 years from birth for a newborn to develop reliable combat capabilities, during which significant resources are required, often yielding unsatisfactory results. In contrast, rescuing survivors is far more efficient, as they can immediately contribute labor and, after some basic training, engage in combat, not to mention the presence of individuals with unique skills among them. In the days that followed, Li Peiji found no new hope fruits, which was to be expected. The areas that could be searched within a week were limited, and discovering a single mother plant was already a rare feat. Zhou Fan recalled that prior to the mass production of evolution serums, the ratio of ability users to ordinary people was 1 in 1,000. According to Major General Yi, the number of ability users in the Northern War Zone was indeed unusually high. The time for parting arrived without grand farewells. In the early morning before the sun had risen, only Li Peiji and a few familiar faces saw Zhou Fan and his companions off. Their hearts heavy with unspoken reluctance, Li Peiji broke the silence first. Everyone has their own aspirations. It is commendable for young people to possess ambition. I shall not hold you back further, as that would only seem contrived. During this time, I am grateful for the care provided by Colonel Li and all of you. Li Peiji waved his hand dismissively, saying, Zhou Fan, there is no need for such formalities. Our relationship is based on mutual benefit. In truth, we have benefited more, Zhou Fan replied with a smile. There will be many opportunities for collaboration in the future, so feel free to come to Linhai Town whenever you wish. Wang Dekai furrowed his brow and asked, Zhou Fan, I may be overstepping, but why did you choose to go to Linhai Town? It seems to lack resources. If there are no resources, then no one will contest this small area with me. The current trend still favors the state, and I can operate more freely there. If I were to seize any resources, even if the state does not intervene, it would be difficult to ensure that others do not become envious. In the apocalypse, the most crucial element is not resources, but safety. A secure location can attract a large influx of survivors. As the population base increases, technological advancements will gain momentum, and the number of ability users will correspondingly rise. Zhou Fan's explanation caused Li Peiji to ponder. While Wang Dekai still wished to persuade him to stay in his view, remaining would yield significant benefits for both Zhou Fan and their side. Why don't you? Enough, old Wang, Li Peiji interrupted before Wang Dekai could finish. We are all aware of our situation. If Zhou Fan and his companions stay, they would be reliant on others. It is better for them to venture out and carve out their own path. Wang Dekai, upon hearing this, had no choice but to retract his words. He understood that they were currently dependent on others, which was why he hoped Zhou Fan and his group would remain. Not to dominate, but at least to stand on equal footing with Zhao Donglai. Zhou Fan recognized that to protect those around him, he needed to establish his own power. Relying on the security provided by others was precarious, especially with a shrewd individual like Zhao Donglai. After Zhang Bo and Chen Jia bid farewell to Captain He Lian and Sheng Chong, the five of them set off in their vehicles, a jeep and a pickup truck laden with supplies gifted by Li Peiji. On the other side, Zhao Donglai and Zhao Xiaohai watched as Zhou Fan and his companions' vehicles departed from the balcony of the second floor. "Uncle, are we just letting them go like this? Shouldn't we try to persuade them to stay?" Zhao Donglai chuckled and asked, "Xiaohai, you are also an ability user. Let me ask you, if Li Peiji were to recruit you, would you accept?" "Of course not." Zhao Xiaohai exhibited no hesitation. Zhao Donglai continued, "What if he offers you a plethora of gifts? What if he is willing to give you everything he possesses? Yet, that would still not suffice. Do you know why?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xiaohai responded, "Because I have my second uncle, who is undoubtedly superior to Li Peiji. Since becoming an extraordinary being, I have discovered that the resources available to entice others of my kind are exceedingly scarce. Apart from the bonds forged between individuals, it is solely the allure of one's own strength that captivates. Clearly, despite their continuous companionship, Li Peiji and his associates have failed to retain Zhou Fan's loyalty. What then could I possibly offer to keep them? There exists no such bond between us and Zhou Fan. I can even sense a hint of animosity emanating from him. Humph. It is undoubtedly due to the conflict that arose between Wu Mingxian and Zhou Fan when they first arrived, which is why they bear us such ill will." Zhao Donglai gazed at the vehicle disappearing into the distance and sighed. "Perhaps that is one reason, but it is not the entirety of it. There are certainly factors beyond our comprehension at play," he added. "Speaking of which, Wu Mingxian and Hu Jia should be returning soon. If they have not shown up by noon, Xiaohai, you should take a team to investigate." "Understood, second uncle. The mere mention of Wu Mingxian infuriates me. A ruffian through and through, utterly devoid of merit." Zhao Xiaohai clenched his fists, yearning for a chance to introduce his knuckles to Wu Mingxuan's face. Zhao Donglai, well aware of Zhao Xiaohai's grievances towards Wu Mingxian, retorted coldly, "Currently, we are in need of manpower. He still holds value for us. Once we have a larger cadre of extraordinary beings, we shall establish our own team." He pointed at Zhao Xiaohai's chest and continued, "You shall be the one to personally oversee it." "Oh no, I meant manage it." Zhao Xiaohai understood that Zhao Donglai would not err in such matters. It was a clear indication for him. "Rest assured, second uncle, I will ensure he receives his due retribution." Zhao Donglai did not bother to correct him, but as he faced the rising sun on the horizon, there was a chill in the smile upon his face. Half an hour later, a figure stumbled into view on the distant road, making its way towards Whooping County. Initially, Zhou Fan and the others mistook it for a wandering zombie. But upon noticing the frantic waving of the individual upon sighting their vehicle, it became evident that it was a living person. As the vehicle came to a halt, the individual collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhang Bo alighted to take a look and turned to Chen Jiahe, saying, "Hey, old Chen, you were right. It really is that guy." He then directed his attention to the collapsed figure. "Isn't this one of Zhao Tuanzhang's generals? How is it that he's become so disheveled after just a few days?" The individual in question was none other than Wu Mingxian, who had previously clashed with Chen Jia in the vehicle. Chen Jia was recounting the conflict with Wu Mingxian to Zhou Fan, who, upon recognizing several familiar faces, those extraordinary beings Zhao Donglai sought to recruit, Wu Mingxian pursed his lips and inquired, "Are you all planning to leave? Our departure is of little concern to you, is it? We are not particularly acquainted, are we?" Zhang Bo teased. "In fact, we have had our share of unpleasantness." Wu Mingxian pondered momentarily and said, "If you are leaving, could you possibly take me along?" This left Zhang Bo momentarily bewildered. Why would Zhao Tuanzhang hold you in such high regard, yet you would be willing to abandon him? Humph, high regard. It is merely exploitation. Ever since our encounter, both Zhao Donglai and those extraordinary beings have looked down upon me. Now that I have botched the task assigned by Zhao Donglai, I shall undoubtedly face dire consequences upon my return. Fearing rejection from Zhou Fan and the others, Wu Mingxian rose, brushing the dust from his clothing, attempting to present himself less disheveled, though the injury at his waist sent a jolt of pain through him. Zhou Fan, having listened to Chen Jia's account, leaned out of the vehicle and asked, What task did Zhao Donglai assign to you? He instructed me to lead a team to the old garrison of the artillery regiment to salvage usable equipment. But who could have anticipated that there would be so many zombie dogs and frogs the size of trucks? Hu Jia and the other soldiers perished. I was the sole survivor. The traumatic recollection caused Wu Mingxian to tremble slightly. Haunted by the memories, lacking robust mental fortitude and professional training, just a month ago he had been a mere street thug. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in consuming a hope fruit, he might have met his demise long ago. Upon hearing Wu Mingxuan's words, Zhou Fan recognized the truth in his statement. The sight of the artillery regiment was indeed perilous. During his own visit, he had encountered hordes of zombie dogs, which had posed a significant challenge. Zhou Fan continued, "You have indeed risked your life for Zhao Donglai. While you may not have earned accolades, your efforts will not go unrecognized." Wu Mingxian shook his head vigorously. "He will only see my failures, and his nephew has never held me in high regard. He is likely plotting my downfall, having spent several years as a thug." Wu Mingxian possessed a degree of insight. He continued, "If I had not encountered you, I would have returned to nurse my wounds and then fled with the supplies. If you refuse to take me, I shall continue with my original plan." It was evident that Wu Mingxian felt no sense of allegiance to Zhao Donglai. Since he was associated with Zhao Donglai, Zhou Fan saw no reason to turn him away. "Zhang Bo, help him into the back of the vehicle, and Old Wang, attend to his injuries. We shall press on, aiming to reach Linhai Town by the day after tomorrow." Zhou Fan's words resonated with Zhang Bo, who extended a hand to assist Wu Mingxian, saying, "Brother Fan has accepted you. Now say, 'Thank you, Brother Fan.'" Wu Mingxian looked at Zhou Fan, forcing a smile. "Thank you, Brother Fan." This exchange left Zhou Fan feeling somewhat awkward as he waved his hand. "No need for such formality. Let us be on our way." Zhou Fan's 5 years of experience had endowed him with the knack for reading people. Although Wu Mingxian appeared to be a self-serving individual, prone to fleeing when circumstances turned unfavorable, such individuals often bore no malicious intent. Perhaps, after spending some time together, he might even become reluctant to leave. Chapter 43. The initial rescue of survivors. The road they traversed was devoid of villages, leading to a scarcity of zombies. Upon reaching a fork in the road, a few vehicles had collided, obstructing their path. The wandering zombies were likely the former occupants of those vehicles. The sound of their vehicle brought the zombies rushing towards them, and with their cold weapons, the group easily dispatched the dozen or so ordinary zombies. The weather remained relatively warm, and after a month had passed, the clothing of these zombies had become considerably tattered. Most notably, the corpses were in a state of decay, emitting an odor that was far from pleasant. According to Zhou Fan's understanding, within a few hours of infection, the virus would spread throughout the body, seizing control of the brain. Once a person completely lost consciousness, the virus would dominate the body. The virus would keep the corpse's cells somewhat active, prolonging the onset of rigor mortis. When rigor mortis finally set in, the zombies would become stiff and move sluggishly, marking the safest time to escape. After this period, zombies would regain their speed. If, during the transformation into a zombie, one was fortunate enough to absorb sufficient energy to evolve into a first-tier zombie, the limitations of rigor mortis would no longer apply, as the evolved zombie would be an entirely new species. "Zombies with fat, run for your lives." This phrase was etched deeply in Zhou Fan's memory. Before he became an evolved being, it had helped him avoid numerous perils. The virus's control over a zombie's movements primarily affected muscle fibers. After some time, the fat on the zombies would decay and fall away. Thus, if one encountered an overweight zombie after a prolonged apocalypse, it was sure to be an evolved one, and ordinary people should run without hesitation. The dozen or so zombies lying before them were in the process of decomposition, continuously wafting a nauseating stench. Ignoring the foul odor, the group moved the obstructing corpses and vehicles aside to continue their journey. As Chen Jiahe surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly brightened and headed towards a slanted power pole at the roadside. "Zhou Fan, look at this. Doesn't it resemble the G-Class that Lu Jintao's father bought for him?" Zhou Fan hurried over for a closer look and remarked, "It's not just similar. It is indeed his. I remember his license plate number." Curious, Wu Mingxian chimed in, "Who is Lu Jintao? Is he your friend? His family seems quite affluent." Zhang Bo draped an arm over Wu Mingxuan's shoulder, pulling him closer. "Why are you so full of questions? I never noticed you were so talkative before." Has old Wang's treatment worked wonders on you? You're not exactly lacking in questions yourself, Wu Mingxian retorted, mulling over the fact that Wang Yiyun's healing abilities were indeed impressive, far surpassing Hu Jia's. Just this alone ensured his own survival, prompting him to remain low-key as a newcomer, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with others. Chen Jiahe addressed Zhou Fan. There's no one in the car. They must have fled. Should we search the area? No need to look. This car has been broken down here for at least a week. Besides, why would we bother searching for them? Zhou Fan had little attachment to Sun Miao Miao. Perhaps in the past, he had felt some reluctance or resentment, but after 5 years of surviving in the apocalypse, he subconsciously recognized that in this world, power and connections mattered far more than sentimental ties. The priority now was to establish his own influence. Jiahe, check if the car is operational. If it is, let's take it. Zhang Bo and the others, come with me to scavenge the supplies from these wrecked vehicles. Chen Jiahe descended the rugged path in a few strides, diving into the vehicle to tinker with it. Meanwhile, Zhang Bo and his companions, after a thorough search, managed to procure some everyday essentials, along with an electric saw and a crossbow, albeit with only 7 bolts. The G-Class, which Chen Jiahe had managed to drive onto the road, showed no significant damage aside from a layer of dust and a slightly bent bumper. Even the key remained in the ignition, indicating that Lu Jintao had made a hasty escape. Zhang Bo, cradling the crossbow, exclaimed with delight, "This is splendid. With this vehicle leading the way, we need not fear any zombies blocking our path." The journey earlier had not encountered many zombies. Yet they had still collided with a few, resulting in a slight deformation of the vehicle's front. Zhou Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Jiahe, you shall drive this vehicle ahead of us. Let us first seek a place to rest for the night and continue our journey at dawn." As the afternoon wore on, traveling at night proved to be an unwise choice. At that moment, Wu Mingxian interjected, "Approximately 200 kilometers ahead lies a motel where we can spend the night." "Is the area safe?" Zhou Fan inquired. "Rest assured, there are hardly any zombies in that vicinity. The nearest town is several miles away, and only a few households are nearby," Wu Mingxian assured, patting his chest confidently. "Very well, let us hasten there while daylight remains, clear the area, and then rest." Chen Jiahe and Wu Mingxian cheered excitedly in the G-Class, barreling through any zombies they encountered, the vehicle's speed hardly diminishing. With this vehicle leading the charge, the group's pace significantly quickened, and they eventually arrived at the motel Wu Mingxian had mentioned by dusk. Before them stood 2 rows of modest cabins surrounding a large yard. Characterized by simple construction and amenities. 2 large trucks, covered with tarpaulin, were parked in the yard, their cargo a mystery. Wu Mingxian explained, "This place usually sees little traffic. Only long-haul truckers stop here to rest. That 2-story building over there houses a dining area and a shop on the ground floor, while the upper floor is where the owner's family resides. The row of single-story houses is meant for drivers, though they sometimes leak." Zhang Bo casually asked, "How do you know this so well?" Wu Mingxian replied with pride, "Once a wanderer of the streets myself, it's quite normal to siphon a bit of fuel from the trucks when funds run low." "Just a fuel thief, are you?" Chen Jiahe quipped. "You're not afraid of making us laugh to death. If not for dire circumstances, who would willingly engage in such activities? I know it's unscrupulous. I only did it twice with my former boss before I ceased." There was a hint of apprehension in Wu Mingxian regarding Chen Jiahe's unpredictable power. Zhou Fan silently assessed Wu Mingxian, noting a semblance of conscience, albeit minimal. "All right, Mo Fei and Wu Mingxian, you 2 scout the perimeter. Lao Wang and Zhang Bo, remain here on guard and check what supplies are in the vehicle. Jiahe and I will clear the premises." Zhou Fan delineated the tasks, and the group dispersed in pairs. Under Chen Jiahe's extraordinary abilities, no living creature could escape detection. The small cabin proved devoid of zombies. The only ones remaining were in the 2-story building. 1 zombie trapped beneath a fallen shelf, another confined within an upstairs room, and a third dragging itself towards Zhou Fan and his companion, trailing its intestines. "Survivors!" Zhou Fan exclaimed, spotting an adult and 2 children in the upstairs compartment. He unsheathed his tang knife, severing the limbs of the 2 incapacitated zombies downstairs. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, the zombie inside, alerted by the scent, lunged against the door. Chen Jiahe seized the tang knife from Zhou Fan's hand and thrust it with force at the zombie's head. creating a hole in the wooden door that aligned perfectly with the zombie's skull. After disabling the lock, they entered the room. Zhou Fan wiped the blood from the blade before sheathing it. Despite the convenience of his spatial abilities, they chose to carry cold weapons discreetly, with the newly joined Wu Mingxian unaware of Zhou Fan's extraordinary power. Chen Jia knocked on the door, announcing, "You may come out now. It is safe outside." However, no response awaited them within. "There is an adult and 2 children inside," Chen Jia continued. "All food has been exhausted, and the monsters outside have been vanquished. We will stay for the night and depart at dawn." As they turned to leave, the door creaked open slightly, and a pair of eyes peered through the gap, confirming safety. The woman in her 30s emerged, leading 2 boys, seemingly twins of about 6 or 7 years old. Their faces were gaunt, and their expressions weary, lips cracked and dry, with remnants of dried tears on their cheeks. Zhou Fan opened his mouth to speak, but one boy dashed towards the zombie's corpse, crying out, "Daddy!" The woman held back the other child, whose eyes brimmed with tears but who did not approach. The mother hurried forward to pull her sobbing son away, saying, "He is no longer your father. He has become a monster like those men outside. No, Daddy is sick. See, he is not biting anyone now." The boy whimpered. "He is dead," the mother uttered, fighting back sorrow. "He is not dead," the other boy insisted. "Daddy is really dead. He stinks." "No, he doesn't. He stink," the crying child protested, leaning close to his father's corpse, taking a deep breath and immediately retreating in disgust. Zhou Fan and his companion stood by. At a loss for words, the woman, regaining her composure, lifted her retching son and approached Zhou Fan and his companion with her 2 boys. "Come, bow to your saviors," she said, prompting the children to kneel. Zhou Fan and his companion hurried to assist them. "No, please, Ma'am, you must be starving after such a long time. Eat something and rest. We will help you bury your husband shortly, if not for your timely arrival. My children and I would have either perished by his bite or starved within this room. We are truly grateful to you." Just then, Wang Yiyun rushed downstairs, and Zhou Fan seized the opportunity to say, "Lao Wang, you've arrived just in time. Please check if they are unwell." After examining their wrists and checking their breathing, Wang Yiyun remarked, "Fango, my ability is to heal injuries. They are merely weakened by hunger and will recover in a few days. How is the situation below?" Zhou Fan's intent was not to have Wang Yiyun use his powers, but rather to shift the conversation. Upon hearing that serious matters were being discussed, the middle-aged woman led her children down the stairs, assisted by Chen Jia to prevent any mishaps. Wang Yiyun exclaimed, "Fango, we struck gold, 2 trucks brimming with canned goods. Zhang Bo and I took a quick look, and there are both meat and vegetable cans, as well as fruit." This unexpected boon was indeed fortuitous. Once the Linhai town established its foothold, they would inevitably attract many survivors. With 2 trucks of food in reserve, they would not have to worry about sustenance in the early days. The mother and her 2 children were merely the first survivors they had rescued. There would certainly be more to come. Zhou Fan did not consider himself a savior. He wished only to protect those close to him, yet he would not easily abandon those who chose to follow him. Chapter 44. A nighttime escape. Zhang Bo and Chen Jia dragged the zombie corpses to the side, dousing them in gasoline before setting them ablaze. The woman tidied the disordered kitchen, preparing a meal for her 2 children, who occasionally cast curious glances towards Zhou Fan and his group. Chen Jia learned that the woman's name was Liurni, and she and her husband, Tang Cheng, managed the motel. The 2 boys were named Hu and Xiao Hu, with Tang Xiao being the one who had cried the most. Earlier, several truck drivers had been dining when red rain began to fall. One driver, having left the door ajar, stepped out to close it, but shortly after returning, chaos erupted as he lunged at his companions. Biting one eye in the ensuing struggle, the bitten driver succumbed to his injuries, and Liurni rushed upstairs to find medical supplies. The bitten man gradually lost consciousness, yet Tang Cheng desperately held his neck, as if trying to preserve his fading life. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. Tang Cheng initially felt hope. He can be saved, but was soon filled with dread as he noticed the man's red eyes, culminating in agony as he felt the bite on his forearm. The other 2 drivers, witnessing the transformation, fled without a backward glance. Tang Cheng seized a nearby cleaver and struck the zombie, then hurried upstairs, pursued by the creature. when it caught up with him on the second floor. He kicked it down, breaking its leg in the process. Afterward, Tang Cheng himself transformed, while Li Ernie and her children took refuge in the children's room, surviving on the snacks and drinks the children had secretly stored. As the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, Zhang Bo remarked, Mo Fei and Wu Mingxian should be returning soon. How? Before he could finish, a distant gunshot rang out, followed by 3 rapid shots. The group sprang to their feet, and Li Ernie halted her preparations, gazing towards the source of the gunfire, which fell silent thereafter. Zhou Fan recognized that the gunfire was Mo Fei's. He would not fire unless absolutely necessary. Jiahe and I will investigate. Zhang Bo, Lao Wang, you stay here in a state of urgency. Zhang Bo and his companion exchanged a brief warning to be cautious before refraining from further discussion. Zhou Fan and his partner followed the trail left by Mo Fei and his group. Encountering a few individuals returning from a rescue mission, Mo Fei and Wang Yiyun, having saved 2 people, felt a flicker of gratitude upon seeing Zhou Fan and his companions approaching for support. What happened? Why was there gunfire? Wu Mingxian asked, his expression awkward. Let's return first and discuss it, he added. Seeing that the 2 were unharmed, Zhou Fan's anxious heart finally eased. Jiahe, you stay back and check if anything is following us, he instructed. Chun Jiahe responded affirmatively and ran in the direction from which they had come. Zhou Fan and Wu Mingxian hurried back to the motel, and before long, Chun Jiahe returned, reporting that nothing was trailing behind them. After completing their patrol around the motel, Wu Mingxian suggested they venture further to clear out some nearby houses, preventing any zombies from stealthily approaching the motel at night. The duo saw this as an opportunity to demonstrate their abilities and thus visited a dozen or so households. They indeed encountered a few zombies, but as both were endowed with supernatural powers, they dispatched them with ease. Furthermore, they discovered 2 survivors. However, on their way back with the survivors, they were confronted by a pack of vicious dogs. Surrounded by a few zombie dogs, they realized that while they could hold off these creatures momentarily, the 2 weakened survivors were at risk. Just as the trembling survivors were about to be attacked, Mo Fei raised his weapon and fired the initial shot, hitting one of the zombie dogs in the hind leg. The creature staggered back but quickly resumed its charge toward the survivors. Mo Fei fired 3 more shots, finally striking the creature in the head, causing it to collapse lifelessly. After Wu Mingxian eliminated 2 more zombie dogs, the remaining ones fled in haste. This is how it transpired. I don't believe we did anything wrong, Wu Mingxian asserted, lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of the others. Zhou Fan remained silent, for speaking now would only breed annoyance. It was better to educate through action. So he simply remarked, well done, everyone. Let us eat. Sister Li has been busy for quite a while preparing the meal, and it will get cold soon. Indeed. I'll go fetch the dishes, Li Ernie said as she stood up and headed for the kitchen. Followed by De Hu and Xiao Hu, the food at the motel had long spoiled, and what was deemed a meal consisted merely of canned goods heated up after being retrieved from the vehicle. However, for those who had been starving for an extended period, even canned food was a delightful feast. The 2 recently rescued survivors stared in disbelief, having subsisted on raw sweet potatoes while hiding in a vegetable cellar for days. They were famished. Had they not witnessed the prowess of Wu Mingxian and his companion, they would have lunged at the food without hesitation. The white rice paired with the warm canned goods was quickly devoured by the group. Once the survivors were settled for rest, Zhou Fan began organizing the watch duties, pairing individuals into teams to rotate every 3 hours. Zhang Bo and Wang Yiyun took the first shift, followed by Zhou Fan and Chun Jiahe, with Wu Mingxian and Mo Fei taking the last watch due to their greater exertion. The first watch passed without incident. Zhou Fan and Chun Jiahe relieved Wang Yiyun and Zhang Bo for rest. Chun Jiahe quietly inquired, "They didn't wake you up, so you woke up first. Did you not sleep well?" Zhou Fan gazed into the inky darkness and replied, "Both of them are doing this for our small team. We can't let them feel unappreciated for their efforts, but we can't let them act independently all the time. Can we?" Chun Jiahe countered. Zhou Fan chuckled softly and patted her shoulder, saying, "Jiahe, we are not soldiers. We needn't adhere to such doctrines. We are merely fortunate survivors in this apocalypse, striving to stay alive. Whether now or in the future, we must exercise our own judgment in deciding what actions to take, always considering whether the consequences will be favorable or detrimental, and if we can bear the outcomes. for our choices often significantly impact those around us. Chen Jiahe fell silent, and Zhou Fan continued. I understand your perspective and your desire to change their thinking, but I believe that facts often speak louder than words. What do you mean? Chen Jiahe asked. As far as I know, zombie dogs do not ambush or retreat. At this, Chen Jiahe's hair stood on end in alarm. Ambush? Retreat? Zhou Fan affirmed, indeed. They charge indiscriminately into battle. Unless they suffer significant losses, they won't halt. Even then, such losses only momentarily deter them. Within seconds, they will resume their assault on their prey until one side falls. Chen Jiahe recalled hearing from Wang Yiyun about Zhou Fan's astonishing feat of dispatching over 10 zombie dogs in an instant, murmuring, so, what Mo Fei and the others encountered were not zombie dogs. But wolves, precisely. They only encountered a handful of zombies, all confined indoors. Outside, there were neither zombies nor other animals. The cattle pens and pigsties were all deserted. Where have those livestock gone? Zhou Fan pondered. No wonder you had those survivors sleep in the vehicle. If they couldn't fight, at least they could flee swiftly. Being prepared for all contingencies is wise. I hope the wolf pack doesn't come tonight, allowing us a restful night, Chen Jiahe replied with a wry smile. It seems that won't unfold as you wish. They have already arrived. Chen Jiahe activated her abilities to scout the area, detecting several zombie wolves within a 50-meter radius. Chilling wolf howl echoed. And a dozen figures emerged from the shadows. In the poor visibility, they could only discern that the yard was encircled by dark shapes, which continued to shift restlessly. The wolf howl roused the others, including Zhang Bo and Wang Yiyun, who had just settled down to sleep and hurriedly exited their vehicle as the wolf pack launched a surprise attack on them. Zhou Fan wielded his tang knife, slashing left and right, merging his actions with the techniques ingrained in his memory. In no time, he had severed 6 or 7 zombie wolves in half. As the battle raged on, the techniques he recalled became increasingly fluid with his movements. Wu Mingxian pressed his hand against the ground, causing spikes to erupt randomly, impaling several wolves, while larger zombie wolves were merely nudged without being pierced, indicating they were of a higher level. Mo Fei darted around Wu Mingxian, persistently harassing and attacking the zombie wolves attempting to approach the pickup truck, while Li Ernie clung tightly to the 2 children in the back seat. 3-tier zombie wolves, at least 3 of them, along with over 10 2-tier ones. That's what I can see, Zhang Bo shouted. We must retreat, Zhou Fan. We cannot handle this many wolves. Chen Jiahe, utilizing her abilities, perceived that the number of zombie wolves was 2 or 3 times greater than what Zhang Bo had reported. Aside from Zhou Fan, the rest of the group were all at a lower level and stood no chance against the pack. Before Zhou Fan could respond, the 2 men in the jeep revved the engine and surged toward the wolf pack, attempting to break through. Damn it! These 2 fools! Didn't they say they couldn't drive? Wu Mingxian shouted angrily, unable to call back the 2 determined to flee. Zhou Fan, feeling equally frustrated, called out, Jiahe, you take the G-class, Lao Wang and Mo Fei, get in the pickup, start the vehicles, and we'll cover you. The escaping jeep drew away a portion of the zombie wolves, alleviating some of the pressure on the group. They managed to fend off several charges from the zombie wolves, and both vehicles successfully ignited. Zhang Bo and Wu Mingxian take the lead in the G-class, and Mo Fei follow closely in the pickup, as Wu Mingxian continued to attack. Zhang Bo yanked him up, urging, hurry. The longer we delay, the more danger Zhou Fan is in. With that, he jabbed at an approaching zombie wolf, and with a cracking sound, Zhang Bo's makeshift spear was reduced to a mere stick. Wu Mingxian glanced at Zhou Fan and then hastened into the vehicle. Chen Jiahe also started the engine, and the zombie wolves in front of the G-class were blinded by the bright headlights, some being struck down without a chance to evade. Mo Fei quickly followed in the pickup, while Zhou Fan, after dispatching a few surrounding zombie wolves, sprinted to leap into the truck bed. The G-class charged forward, pursued by the wolf pack. Zhou Fan pulled out a grenade, yanked the pin, and tossed it behind him. The explosion illuminated the area, revealing a first-tier zombie wolf flung into the air, along with over a dozen second-tier ones chasing from behind. Zhou Fan promptly retrieved the rocket launcher gifted by Zhao Donglai and fired at the spot he had just seen, creating a large crater upon impact, sending limbs of the zombie wolves and asphalt debris flying. Suddenly, he noticed a small shadow darting toward him, but it was too late to evade. The intense battle had nearly drained all his energy, and the shadow pierced his body, causing him to stagger backward, his head striking the top of the pickup truck before he slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 45. Arrival at Linhai Town. Wake up, wake up. Zhou Gu is awake. Tang Xiaohu, who was watching over Zhou Fan, shouted excitedly as he dashed outside. Zhou Fan opened his eyes to find himself lying in a bed, with another bed in the room occupied by Chun Jiahe. Jiahe, Chun Jiahe? Zhou Fan called softly. But there was no response from her. A strange sense of weakness enveloped him, something he had not felt since the onset of the apocalypse. Zhou Fan propped himself up on the edge of the bed, surveying the room. It was somewhat disheveled, having only been tidied up superficially. Traces of blood still marred the floor, and sunlight streamed through the window, indicating a pleasant day outside. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, Zhang Bo and the others entered the room. I told you. My treatment was bound to be effective. Zhou Fan merely exhausted himself. One of them remarked, "Come on, this is the first time I've seen someone perform surgery with a dog-leg knife." Zhang Bo said indignantly, "Are you not familiar with my medical skills? I can heal even the most grievous injuries, let alone the wound from which Zhou Fan needs to extract shrapnel," Wang Yiyun replied confidently. Fortunately, Mo Fei was not present. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Zhou Fan inquired, "Where exactly are we, and what is the situation with Chun Jiahe?" Zhang Bo was the first to speak. "We are at the mental hospital outside Linhai Town. Yesterday, Jiahe maintained his extraordinary ability to drive until blood began to seep from his eyes. He refused to stop until he collapsed here. Just like you. The physical constitution of an ability user is superior to that of an average person, but if they continue to exert their powers after exhausting their energy, it can place immense strain on their bodies, leading to a fainting spell, which is quite normal. In the midst of an emergency yesterday, Zhou Fan had utilized the rocket launcher empowered by Wu Xiqing, resulting in an explosion that not only injured Zhou Fan but also left several scars on the rear door of the pickup truck. What about the others? Everyone is fine. There were only a few dozen ordinary zombies and 8 first-tier ones, which we have already cleared out. Currently, Mo Fei is on watch at the main entrance." At that moment, Tang Dahu rushed in, saying, "My mother has prepared a meal and is calling everyone to eat." Zhou Fan's stomach finally reacted, growling in response. He needed to consume energy-rich food to regain strength. "How about it, boss? Do you need my support?" Wang Yiyun asked with concern. "No need. I can manage on my own," Zhou Fan replied. After sharing that pot of water with Wang Yiyun, his self-healing abilities had significantly improved. With Wang Yiyun's treatment, his injuries were no longer severe. He merely felt weak from overexertion. "Big brothers, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Brother Chen. If he wakes up, I'll run to get you." Tang Xiaohu volunteered to stay and watch over Chun Jiahe. Zhang Bo rubbed his head and remarked, "Xiaohu is really sensible." What about me, Brother Zhang?" Da chimed in. "You're sensible too. Both of you brothers are doing great." Although they had not known each other for long, Zhang Bo and the mother and sons had grown familiar. Hearing Zhang Bo's praise, the two brothers smiled happily. Upon reaching the dining area, Li Ernie invited everyone to sit down and then brought over a large pot of mixed grain porridge. Due to the zombie wolf pack's assault the previous night, the 2 trucks of canned goods had been left behind, and a significant portion of the supplies sent by Li Peiji had fallen on the way. What remained was enough for several people to eat for about half a month. The steaming mixed grain porridge paired with pickled vegetables and fermented tofu was quickly devoured by Zhou Fan and the others. After the meal, Zhou Fan went to check on the still unconscious Chun Jiahe. Chun Jiahe had expended much more energy than Zhou Fan and would require considerable time to awaken. They could only wait patiently. Zhou Fan then wandered around the mental hospital, holding 2 second-tier zombie crystals, absorbing their energy as he strolled. The place was not large, consisting of only 4 buildings, surrounded by walls over 5 meters high. With only the main entrance available for entry and exit. Mo Fei, stationed at the gate, nodded in acknowledgement when he saw Zhou Fan, remaining silent, while Wu Mingxian, who was busy burning zombie corpses, immediately turned away. Lowering his head to concentrate on his task, Zhou Fan meandered to Wu Mingxuan's back, observing him from behind as he incinerated the corpses. "Here you are, Zhou Fan," Zhang Bo called out from a distance. Old Wang extracted the essence from those fruits and injected some into Jiahe. He should wake up soon. After the meal, Zhou Fan handed over the hope fruits he had obtained from the Xiangshan orchard to Wang Yiyun. These fruits had sparse energy, insufficient to empower a person, but they were excellent for recovery. Zhang Bo glanced at Wu Mingxian and continued, "He worked hard last night. Nearly half of these zombies were eliminated by him. And he hasn't rested since. Sister Li even brought him food, but he wouldn't eat." Listening to Zhang Bo, Zhou Fan softly called out, "Wu Mingxian." Wu Mingxian stood up upon hearing his name, turning to face Zhou Fan. His eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were tattered, with rips from wolves as well as scratches from zombies. "Yesterday, I claimed I was right, but now I realize I was wronged. I shouldn't have incited Mo Fei to act on his own, putting everyone in danger." Zhou Fan patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. We are all brothers. There's no need to dwell on it. Besides, everyone is fine. Don't be too hard on yourself." In the past, when Wu Mingxian was with his old gang, making a mistake would lead to a beating, but despite being a newcomer, Zhou Fan treated him as a brother rather than a subordinate, striking a chord within him. The explosion from last night did not reach Linhai town hundreds of kilometers away. But this morning, Zhou Fan's group drove into the mental hospital, drawing the attention of the survivors in Linhai town. Deng Xinsai and Lu Yao were employees at the Linhai town branch. During the outbreak, they were at the counter assisting customers and were curious about the red rain outside. Shortly after, they heard chaotic shouts, followed by a bloodied person bursting in, attacking a customer without warning. Quick-thinking colleagues rushed out to restrain the assailant, leaving Deng Xinsai and Lu Yao frozen in shock until a colleague shouted for help, prompting them to remember to call the police. The line was chaotic, making it difficult to hear anything. Just then, more bloodied individuals rushed in, attacking their colleagues, and even the two previously bitten customers staggered to their feet to lunge at the downed bank employees. Deng Xinsai felt a chill run down his spine as he grabbed Lu Yao, fleeing to the second floor, locking the door just before the zombies reacted. After a struggle, they finally got through to the emergency line, but all they heard was to wait for rescued. By the next morning, as Deng Xinsai leaned against the window, two officers in uniform appeared in his line of sight. He waved eagerly, and once the officers avoided the zombies, they climbed into the room where he was. "It's chaotic outside. I thought you wouldn't come to rescue us," Deng Xinsai exclaimed. "Officers, what on earth is happening out there? Why are those people attacking others like zombies?" The two officers awkwardly pulled their hands away, confirming, "You're correct. Those people have turned into zombies. However, we are not here to rescue you. The police station has fallen, and it is now overrun with zombies. We managed to escape." Lu Yao panicked, asking, "What about rescue? With such a large-scale incident, surely help is on the way?" The older officer shook his head, saying, "I fear it's the same everywhere. We have lost contact with the outside world. From now on, we can only rely on each other to survive." Learning that there would be no rescue, Lu Yao's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, crying helplessly. The middle-aged officer introduced himself, "I'm Zhang Shengjun, and this is my apprentice, Lin Chun." However, at that moment, Deng Xinsai and Lu Yao were uninterested in introductions. They had initially thought these were rescuers, only to discover they were also fleeing, with no firearms at their disposal as police officers. What hope could they have? Their disappointment was palpable. After the supplies from the vending machine were exhausted, Zhang Shengjun and Lin Chun took the initiative to scour nearby supermarkets for food, risking their lives each time, yet returning with little. Deng Xinsai set up a pole on the balcony, hanging a white sheet marked with SOS, hoping someone would see it and come to their aid. But there was no rescue, only more desperate residents seeking refuge. Their arrival intensified food consumption and increased the number of surrounding zombies. During one food search, Lin Chun and another survivor did not return, and that night, Zhang Shengjun sat by the window in silence for a long time. The locations for easy food access were now swarming with zombies, and the supermarkets further away were even more perilous. The previously stored food was dwindling. Just then, headlights appeared in the distance before dawn, immediately catching the lookout's attention. While Zhou Fan's group sat together discussing their next course of action, the survivors on the second floor of the bank were also deliberating their escape. "Our food is limited. Once we finish today's supply, we will go hungry tomorrow. We lost another person searching for food yesterday. This is like trading lives for mere sustenance. We can no longer afford to sit idly by." Zhang Shengjun broke the silence. Deng Xinsai asked, "Uncle Zhang, Are you suggesting that our group of 10 or so must venture through the zombie blockade outside to reach the mental hospital? How many of us will survive that? I am not trying to argue, but even if we make it, whether they will take us in is another matter. After all, with so many mouths to feed, we know how heavy the burden is. Another survivor chimed in, if we can hold out here a little longer, and if food remains scarce, we still have him. The person pointed to a figure sitting in the corner, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, his face obscured. The survivors regarded him with a mix of trepidation, not because he had committed any heinous acts, but due to his possessing abilities beyond those of ordinary people, marking him as an outsider in their eyes. After all, a normal person scratched by a zombie is destined to become one themselves. The several rips in her clothing unmistakably indicate that she had been clawed by the undead more than once. Chapter 46. Fu Hong was raised solely by her grandmother, as her parents had been working away from home for many years without returning or inquiring about the family. After completing junior high, she dropped out of school to assist her grandmother in farming. The environment in which she grew up shaped her reclusive personality, making her reluctant to engage in conversation with others. Terrified by the sight of her neighbors, who were now frenziedly attacking anyone in their path, she and her grandmother hid in their home, afraid to make a sound, until the next day when the commotion subsided. Tentatively peering through the window, she observed that the neighbors were still wandering outside. Fu Hong was bewildered. How could these individuals, with their intestines trailing behind them, continue to roam? Why could some, whose legs were reduced to mere bone, still crawl with such tenacity? The neighbors, who had greeted her just the day before, were no longer human. They had transformed into monsters. With the phone lines down, Fu Hong climbed up to the attic of the old house. Treading lightly to avoid making noise on the bamboo floorboards that might attract the attention of those creatures, she intended to slip out from beneath the old peach tree at the back of the house and quietly make her way to the police station to report the situation. However, lurking beneath the peach tree was a creature she recognized. Aunt Zhou from next door. A large chunk of flesh had been bitten away from Aunt Zhou's face and neck, and dried blood stained the nearby stone wall. The previous day, after being bitten, she had clambered over that wall, crying out for help, but both Fu Hong and her grandmother, paralyzed by fear, had not dared to venture outside. Gradually, Aunt Zhou fell silent. Once a woman of pleasant appearance, Aunt Zhou now prowled the backyard with a grotesque visage. Fu Hong cautiously climbed the old peach tree, causing the branches to creak and leaves to flutter down. Though the tree retained some green after being drenched in the previous day's crimson rain, it lacked vitality. Even the slightest movement caused its leaves to drop. This immediately drew Aunt Zhou's attention, and she howled as she lunged at Fu Hong, crashing violently into the old peach tree. The impact caused the tree to sway, shedding even more leaves. Startled, Fu Hong cried out, gripping the trunk tightly to avoid falling. Yet her voice attracted other transformed neighbors who were scrambling over the wall. Eager to feast on her flesh, Fu Hong's grandmother had not slept all night and finally dozed off when the morning grew quieter. Hearing Fu Hong's cries from the backyard, she jolted awake. Hong, what's the matter? In her heightened state of tension, Fu Hong hardly registered her grandmother's voice, while her grandmother, frantic from hearing her granddaughter's screams, disregarded the door latch and hurriedly opened the back door. By then, two of the neighbors had already climbed over the wall, their limbs stiff. They stumbled and fell before rising unsteadily, only to discover Fu Hong's grandmother at the open door. Aunt Zhou, no longer colliding with the tree, turned her attention to the grandmother along with the other intruders. Fu Hong sensed the tree had stilled, and through the sparse leaves, she glimpsed her grandmother at the open door. Don't come out. Grandma! Quickly, go back. The elderly woman, upon hearing the voice and seeing Fu Hong in the tree, noticed the grotesque neighbors and hurriedly retreated into the house, closing the door as swiftly as she could. Trembling as she secured the latch, gasping for breath against the back door, at that moment, the slow-moving neighbors caught the scent of the living and hastened their pace, crashing against the flimsy wooden door. Fu Hong's grandmother, startled by the noise, screamed and hurried away. Fu Hong, clinging to the tree, fell silent, knowing that the louder she cried, the more agitated these monsters would become. Seeing her grandmother secure the door brought her a measure of relief. The scent of flesh was a powerful lure for the zombies, who slammed against the door with frenzied intensity. Despite their stiff bodies, they possessed great strength. The latch, merely a wooden stick the thickness of a thumb, could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of the undead. Eventually, after several impacts, the latch snapped with a crack. "Grandma, run! They're coming in!" Fu Hong shouted desperately. Yet her cries failed to draw the zombies away. They surged inside, heading straight for her grandmother. Hearing her granddaughter's voice, Fu Hong's grandmother, though aged and unable to climb to the attic, removed the latch from the front door and rushed outside. The zombies outside, drawn by the commotion, turned to face her. Although over 60, Fu Hong's grandmother was still more agile than the stiff zombies, managing to run several dozen meters before, in a moment of misfortune, she was tackled to the ground by a figure lunging at her. Surrounding zombies quickly descended upon her, tearing into her flesh. The poor old woman was bitten in the throat, and apart from a single gasp of "ah," as she fell, she emitted no further sounds. Hanging from the tree, Fu Hong wept softly, too afraid to cry out loud. Through her tear-filled eyes, she noticed a faintly glowing fruit at the far end of the old peach tree. "Am I imagining things?" Fu Hong pondered, wiping her tears with her sleeve to take a closer look. The fruit indeed emitted a gentle glow. The rain had stripped the old peach tree of its fruits and even most of its leaves. How could one solitary fruit remain? Driven by curiosity, Fu Hong carefully climbed over to pluck the fruit, which resembled a peach but had a slightly yellow skin encircled by a luminous aura. As she picked the fruit, the few remaining leaves on the tree fell away, leaving it bare. Shortly thereafter, Fu Hong noticed several zombies climbing near the wall, and one emerged from the back door, heading straight for the old peach tree. Understanding that she could not linger on the tree, she tucked the fruit away and climbed back to the attic. The zombies, following the scent, pursued her inside, howling with a ravenous desire to sink their teeth into her flesh. Such a close distance, Fu Hong not only saw their grotesque faces, but also caught the putrid stench emanating from them. Her stomach churned, and she gagged, expelling only bile. Having eaten nothing all day, there was nothing left to vomit. Crouching in the corner of the attic, Fu Hong tried to remain silent, yet the zombies below continued to claw and snap at her. Even without making a sound, her living breath was enough to attract them. At one point, Fu Hong contemplated jumping down, letting these monsters end her life. No one cared whether she lived or died. After all, with so many dead, who would remember her? The growl of her stomach pulled Fu Hong back to reality. The attic held only junk. All the food lay below, trampled by the horde of zombies. If she was to die, she might as well die full, as the television often claimed. Thus, she took out the glowing fruit, disregarding its oddity, and devoured it bite by bite. After swallowing the last piece, her hunger subsided somewhat, but soon she felt a warmth spreading through her body, and her mind grew hazy. Indeed, it must be poisonous, was Fu Hong's final thought before she succumbed to unconsciousness, in the fog of her dreams. Memories flashed by like scenes in a lantern slide. Fu Hong saw her parents, who had been away for years, their faces gradually fading until they vanished. She witnessed her classmates distancing themselves from her at school, ostracizing her. Finally, she saw her grandmother, beaming with pride, calling her the most understanding and good child. Then, grotesque zombies appeared around her grandmother, tearing into her flesh. "No!" Fu Hong screamed, bolting upright, but apart from a soundless gasp. Only the zombies below stirred with increased excitement from her cry. "I'm not dead. I'm still alive," Fu Hong declared, clenching her fists. It seemed her strength had increased. If she was alive, then these monsters would be sent to hell. Even if she were to die, she would not perish in their filthy jaws. Fu Hong stood resolutely, leaping down to grasp the bare old peach tree and nimbly descended. Confused by the changes in her body, she seized a hoe leaning against the wall. It must have been that fruit. "It has made me stronger." As Fu Hong gazed at the zombies emerging one by one from the back door, she swung her hoe with fervor, targeting the head of the foremost creature. With a swift motion, the hoe sliced into the top of the zombie's skull, carving a path down to its chin, effectively removing its entire face. The zombie collapsed to the ground, dark, viscous brain matter oozing from the remnants of its head. pooling onto the earth below. The grotesque scene nearly made Fu Hong retch. It was far more repulsive than the times she helped her grandmother sift through manure. Yet, the other zombies showed no regard for their fallen comrade, continuing their relentless advance towards her, denying her even a moment to vomit. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, Fu Hong readied her hoe once more, aiming for the next zombie's head. These creatures possessed remarkable vitality. Even with broken legs or a shattered torso, they could still move. But only a blow to the head would render them permanently incapacitated. Fu Hong had often found herself in brawls with other children since she was little, frequently facing multiple opponents alone. If she did not strike with sufficient force, she could hardly intimidate them, leading to many instances of children returning to their grandmothers with bruised heads to complain. Thus, she fought and retreated, and within a few minutes, a dozen zombies lay lifeless in the backyard. The hoe in Fu Hong's hands had transformed into a shovel. During the skirmish, she had damaged the hoe, and a rake had become embedded in the skull of one zombie, while her shovel had become severely warped. Observing the scratches on her arms, Fu Hong wondered if she too might become a zombie. The undead in the old house had been drawn to the backyard, and after dispatching them, she returned indoors, securely bolting both the front and back doors. Wrapping her wounds with a white cloth, Fu Hong scavenged for some clean food and prepared herself a pot of rice. Whether she turned into a zombie or not, she could not afford to starve. After the battle, she felt as though every cell in her body was clamoring for sustenance, every organ crying out in hunger. After a hearty meal and a night's rest, Fu Hong experienced no transformations. Changing into a fresh set of clothes, she departed her home, venturing into town to seek assistance. The zombies were no longer as sluggish as the day before. They had become more agile, and she encountered several grotesquely shaped ones along the way. After a frantic escape, she ultimately reached the second floor of the bank, where she had been living alongside other survivors ever since. Chapter 47. Zhang Shengjuan's decision. Zhang Shengjuan cast a glance at Fu Hong, who sat in the corner. The young girl had initially frightened him quite a bit when she first arrived, her body marked by several scratches. The others were apprehensive, fearing she might mutate, and thus isolated her on the balcony. However, to their surprise, she not only remained unharmed the following day, but her wounds began to heal as well. During subsequent food expeditions, she did not exhibit the same reluctance as the other women. Instead, she proactively participated. Zhang Shengjuan had even been saved by her on 2 occasions, recognizing her as a unique individual. Albeit one who preferred silence, she executed her assigned tasks with remarkable efficiency. Fu Hong possessed a rather exceptional constitution. While she could not be infected by the zombies, any injuries she sustained required a few days of recovery. They could not rely on her alone. Zhang Shengjuan then turned to Deng Xinsai, saying, "Based on your observations, you noticed children running between the floors of the psychiatric hospital. This indicates that they must have cleared out the zombies inside, suggesting there are others with special constitutions like Fu Hong among them, perhaps more than one. Furthermore, we are trapped here. Our only options are to starve or be bitten to death when the zombies breach the iron door. Escaping offers us a glimmer of hope. Remaining here is merely waiting for death." Deng Xinsai replied, "I have been watching closely since this morning. I indeed saw children running in the hallway, and there has been smoke rising from the back of the building. They might be cooking, which implies they have a substantial amount of food." At that moment, Lu Yao interjected, "Are you suggesting, Director Zhang, that you have a plan to get us all out of here? Or do you intend for everyone to charge out and leave it to chance? If that's the case, we won't be participating. We understand just how perilous it is outside, if safety cannot be guaranteed. We would rather remain here than become fodder for the zombies." Zhang Shengjuan felt his temper flare at Lu Yao's sarcasm, especially as he noticed the women around her nodding in agreement, seemingly endorsing her sentiments. Danger was indeed omnipresent. Where was it not dangerous in their current predicament? However, he believed that escaping to the psychiatric hospital as high walls would be significantly safer than their current location, at least preventing the kind of calamity they had faced 2 days prior. He glanced at Fu Hong, recalling the harrowing incident when those who had ventured out for food returned, followed by a uniquely clawed zombie that leaped to the second floor, rampaging through the room. Had it not been for Fu Hong's courageous confrontation with that creature, only 2 lives would have been lost. but the cost was that Fu Hong had sustained several new wounds. The most severe being a claw puncture to her abdomen, which continued to bleed profusely. According to your reasoning, everywhere is dangerous. Even if we escape, we might just be waiting for death at the psychiatric hospital. Perhaps even worse than staying here, Lu Yao spoke on behalf of the women behind her. Zhang Shengjun would not let her remark slide, retorting, remember, I am Zhang Shengjun, not a saint. I cannot address every one of your concerns. His outburst momentarily stunned Lu Yao, who found herself at a loss for words despite having a retort poised on her lips. Zhang Shengjun continued, of the 16 people present, those in favor of escaping, please raise your hands. Only half of the group raised their hands at first, 7 men and 1 woman. To his surprise, Fu Hong, who had remained silent up until now, also raised her hand, earning her additional respect from Zhang Shengjun. The remaining members exchanged glances and gradually raised their hands, including Lu Yao, who did so reluctantly. Very well, since we are all in agreement, let us work together to devise a comprehensive plan to ensure everyone's safety. Zhang Shengjun understood that while everyone had consented and practice, few would dare to rush out, likely only Fu Hong would have the courage to do so. Now, I will outline the tasks. Today, Guolin and Wu Jiang will venture out to search for food. Deng Xinsai, take 2 others with you and devise a more conspicuous distress signal to attract attention. The 3 of you women will take turns observing with binoculars, reporting any developments. The 4 of you will scour the entire 2nd floor for anything useful, whether as weapons or armor, and gather everything you can. Lu Yao, you are familiar with this area. You will oversee this task. Lu Yao responded with an unenthusiastic okay, but Zhang Shengjun paid no mind to her attitude. Continuing the assignments, the 2 remaining will construct makeshift bridges between the rooftops, moving as close to the edge of town as possible. Lu Yao retorted sarcastically, oh, we're left to do all the labor. And what exactly will you, Director Zhang, be doing? After witnessing Fu Hong's fierce battle with the monstrous zombie, Lu Yao hesitated to provoke her, conveniently ignoring that Zhang Shengjun had not assigned her a task. Zhang Shengjun sighed, I will join them in building the route if possible. I will first attempt to make contact with the individuals at the psychiatric hospital and enlist someone like Fu Hong to assist us. The room fell silent at his words, and Zhang Shengjun added, all right, that's settled. Everyone, please stay safe. In Zhou Fan's recollection, he had never visited Linhai Town during the apocalypse, but he had heard that the renowned survivor base was located nearby, not within the town itself. When the earth shifted, a significant portion of Linhai Town would vanish, forming a unique, spoon-shaped terrain, akin to an isolated island surrounded by a deep trench nearly 100 meters wide, with redirected rivers creating a natural moat. The psychiatric hospital stood at the handle of this spoon, the sole access point to the island. Thus, their immediate tasks were twofold. First, to return to the motel from the previous day to retrieve the 2 vehicles laden with canned goods, and second, to search for survivors within Linhai Town. With a population of several thousand, it was unlikely that all had perished. There would surely be those who had managed to survive, as life always finds a way. Under the influence of Wang Yiyun's special serum, Chen Jiahe regained consciousness and successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. His enhanced vision allowed him to spot Deng Xinsai and the others working on a distress signal from the window, as well as their efforts to move planks between the houses, attempting to bridge the distance. Following their discussion, Mo Fei volunteered to make contact with the group of survivors, while also scouting the zombie situation in the town. As a 2nd-tier survivor, Mo Fei could move swiftly, evading even the 2nd-tier zombies with ease, allowing Zhou Fan to feel secure in sending him out. Watching Mo Fei dart away like the wind, Wu Mingxian felt an anxious urgency, desperate to redeem himself. Zhou Fan and the others had not held it against him, but he could not shake the feeling of guilt. His demeanor amused Zhou Fan and the others, who said, don't fret. You have other tasks at hand. You need to figure out how to bring back those 2 vehicles of canned goods. Wu Mingxian felt as if a weight had been lifted, declaring, I will take care of it right away, as he rushed to the vehicle. Zhang Bo pulled him back, saying, why the rush? You can't possibly drive 3 vehicles back all by yourself. Wu Mingxian tilted his head in contemplation. Aren't there only 2 vehicles? Good heavens, are you planning to leave the car you drove behind? Is that how wasteful you are? Zhou Fan chuckled, we are short-staffed right now. It's best to wait until Mo Fei returns before making any moves. The woman assigned to observe spotted Mo Fei sprinting towards them. Having never witnessed anyone run at such astonishing speed, they were momentarily rendered speechless, only regaining their composure to remember the need to report to Zhang Shengjun. Zhang Shengjun, along with 2 survivors, constructed a rickety bridge within the building, extending it awkwardly towards the outskirts of the town. However, the once broad and bustling main street now left them feeling utterly helpless. The area remained lively, albeit the chaos was now attributed to the zombies. Zhang Shengjun and his companions were left empty-handed, having exhausted their supply of boards, with 200 meters still separating them from their escape. As Zhang Shengjun observed one of the women assigned to watch sway unsteadily towards them, he promptly turned back. After listening to her report, he took the binoculars from her hands and glimpsed Mo Fei, who had already reached the town's entrance. It became evident that these individuals possessed extraordinary abilities and were also eager to make contact with him. This realization brought Zhang Shengjun a sense of relief. It was not merely his own one-sided yearning, but a mutual pursuit of survival. However, upon noticing the throngs of zombies densely populating the street, Mo Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Surrounded by an unending horde, he knew that his fate would not be any better. Consequently, he leaped onto the rooftops, deftly maneuvering between the low buildings, making his way towards Zhang Shengjun, in Zhang Shengjun's eyes. As long as Mo Fei could reach the opposite side of the main street, their distant communication might suffice. The glimmer of hope was inching closer. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed several shadowy zombies emerge behind Mo Fei. He recalled the heavy toll they had paid when confronted by such creatures, which had cost them 2 lives and left Fu Hong severely injured. Concern for Mo Fei surged within him. Drawing the tang knife given to him by Zhou Fan before his departure, Mo Fei felt the sunlight glint off the blade, illuminating its golden hui in a flash. The knife shimmered as he dispatched the shadowy zombies, their bodies collapsing to the ground and inciting a frenzy among the surrounding undead. Impressive. Far more skilled than Fu Hong, one of the men beside Zhang Shengjun murmured, unable to contain his admiration. Despite the distance, he recognized those specific zombies. Had Fu Hong not intervened in time, he would have been the next victim, a visage he would never forget. In a nearby room with all the windows boarded up, a pair of eyes observed the glint of Mo Fei's knife, filled with both confusion and excitement. After vanquishing several zombies, Mo Fei intended to press forward, only to be confronted by 2 second-tier shadow zombies blocking his path, with a 3rd-tier bone demon zombie pushing through the horde from a distance. Given the situation, even if he managed to reunite with the survivors, the zombies would likely follow him, jeopardizing their escape. Thus, Mo Fei decisively turned, clashing with the 2nd-tier shadow zombie before deftly sidestepping it, activating his camouflage skill, and sprinting towards the town's exit at lightning speed. The zombies, losing track of him, gradually settled down. As Zhang Shengjun and the others witnessed Mo Fei's abrupt disappearance, confusion washed over them. They quietly retreated to the 2nd floor of the bank to avoid drawing the zombies' attention. Chapter 48. The rescue begins. Mo Fei returned to the psychiatric hospital unscathed. Collapsing breathlessly into a chair upon entering, "I can't believe there's a 3rd-tier zombie in this small town. If it weren't for my speed and camouflage ability, I would have met my demise today." After recounting his discoveries to Zhou Fan and the others, they fell into deep contemplation. An individual 3rd-tier zombie was not particularly terrifying. With Zhou Fan and Chen Jia both being 3rd-tier themselves, they could handle that threat together. However, the multitude of ordinary zombies, along with an unknown number of 1st and 2nd-tier zombies, posed a dire predicament. Being surrounded by zombies only led to a dead end. The previous military rescue had been halted due to the relentless tide of zombies. The cacophony of gunfire would attract all nearby zombies, mindlessly charging forward. Even if comrades fell, they would consume their fallen companions and continue their assault. While the numbers of the undead might dwindle, their quality would rise, leading to annihilation on one side. Hence, it was imperative to incinerate zombie corpses post-battle. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhou Fan's mind. Let's proceed this way. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengjun and his group huddled in the bank's 2nd floor, acutely aware that their presence was now known. The paths they could take had reached their limit, and everyone awaited Zhang Shengjun's guidance. Under the influence of another young man's fervent praise, Mo Fei emerged as a figure of incredible prowess. He had effortlessly dispatched several of the unique zombies that had inflicted heavy losses on their group, vanishing from the zombies' sight as if he were a phantom. Gazing into the hopeful eyes of his companions, Zhang Shangjun felt reluctant to extinguish their flickering hope. Through the binoculars, he discerned that the two zombies now approaching appeared significantly stronger, and he spotted another zombie moving toward Mo Fei from the other side of the building. That zombie revealed only its head, yet it was indicative of a towering height of over 3 meters. Should that creature reach them, the bank's second floor would offer no protection, and Mo Fei would stand little chance against it. His only option would be to flee. Aside from that formidable zombie, the two others were also beyond what Zhang Shangjuan's group could contend with. Fu Hong was their strongest fighter, yet the very zombies she had fought so desperately against had been easily dispatched by Mo Fei. If Fu Hong could barely withstand a blow from such creatures, how could she hope to confront them? Thus, after Mo Fei's retreat, Zhang Shangjun quickly gathered everyone, urging them to remain indoors to avoid attracting the zombies' attention. At that moment, Zhang Shangjun felt as though they were but small ants on a leaf adrift in a vast ocean, with even the slightest wave threatening to capsize them. The weight of responsibility bore down heavily on him. Having once believed that the shadowy zombie was merely an extraordinarily rare variant, he had assumed they would primarily face ordinary zombies. With a well-laid plan, even if outside assistance did not arrive, their group could endure losses and fight their way out. However, it now seemed that he had been overly naive. The dangers outside were far beyond their capacity to handle. If they dared to act recklessly, none would escape unscathed. Clearing his throat, Zhang Shangjun announced, "It's getting late. They are likely just scouting us. Perhaps they will come to rescue us tomorrow. Everyone should rest well. We must be prepared to flee when they arrive." Zhang Shangjun could only place his hopes in the strength of the psychiatric hospital group. Otherwise, he saw only a path to certain doom. As night fell, many remained too exhilarated to sleep, dreaming of the delicacies they would indulge in once rescued the next day. Envisioning themselves as powerful as the man who moved like the wind, they whispered among themselves, their hushed laughter occasionally breaking the somber atmosphere. Standing on the balcony, Zhang Shangjun took a moment to smoke his last cigarette. When a figure approached his side, "Fu Hong, how are you? Is your injury healing?" Zhang Shangjun extinguished his cigarette with his bare hands and pocketed the remaining half. Fu Hong nodded. "I'm feeling better. The bleeding has stopped. Then you should rest. Regaining your strength is vital. I can keep watch here and call for you when needed." "Uncle Zhang, you surely have something to say that you haven't shared with everyone. I want to hear it." Zhang Shangjuan's expression shifted, and he waved his hand dismissively. "There's nothing to discuss. Everything is fine. Just focus on resting." Fu Hong, however, remained undeterred, gazing intently at Zhang Shangjun, observing Fu Hong, who was roughly the same age as his daughter and whose bandages were stained with blood. Zhang Shangjun sighed, "I haven't spoken because I feel powerless. All we can do is hope for rescue from the outside. We cannot rely on ourselves to escape. Those people must be formidable, right?" Zhang Shangjun glanced at Fu Hong. Noticing her somewhat despondent expression, he reassured her, "Fu Hong, you are quite formidable as well. I believe you will grow to be as strong as they are." Fu Hong offered a faint smile, non-committal. The two stood on the balcony, gazing down at the writhing mass of zombies below in the moonlight. After a long silence, Fu Hong finally spoke. "What exactly are we? We cannot be infected, and that person during the day possessed extraordinary powers. Are we still human? Perhaps like them, we are no longer human. Zombies are zombies, and you are you. Do not isolate yourself simply because you feel different from ordinary people. The world we live in is increasingly inhospitable to regular humans. Perhaps it is individuals like you, with unique abilities, who will survive better. You are the hope for humanity's future." Having witnessed Mo Fei's prowess and the zombies' might, Zhang Shangjun began to envy Fu Hong. Although she lacked any particularly extraordinary abilities at present, who could say what the future held? Eventually, the two fell silent, awaiting the arrival of someone to take over the watch in the dark hours before dawn. A colossal feline creature was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies, as the higher-tier zombies in the town sought to capture it. Despite being only a second tier, its agility allowed it to deftly evade the horde. The second-tier wraith was unable to catch up to it, while the higher-tier Bone Demon zombie could only rage impotently. As for there was no need to even mention them. Their ranged attacks often merely struck the nearby low-tier zombies, producing a hissing sound. The howls of the zombies had long since wearied the survivors. Even when distant roars faintly echoed, those on guard dismissed them as mere ordinary cries. After all, in over a month, they had only encountered a special zombie once. As dawn broke, the second-tier big cat, gradually exhausted, was preparing to flee when a third-tier wraith suddenly lunged from the shadows, its sharp claws aimed straight for the cat's heart. With no leverage in midair, the big cat barely twisted its body, allowing the wraith's claws to land on its non-fatal shoulder. The second-tier big cat was knocked down, and the surrounding zombies surged forward. The Bone Demon also hastened over, positioning itself alongside the wraith to block the cat's escape. The big cat, no fool, recognized its disadvantage against the third-tier wraith and chose to break through the Bone Demon's side. Injured, it could no longer toy with the third-tier Bone Demon as it had before. Seizing the opportunity, the Bone Demon swung its massive, bone-like fist at the big cat, and despite the shock being absorbed by its fur, a powerful impact still reverberated through the cat's organs, sending it crashing into a nearby building. The zombies surrounded the area, having battled the big cat for so long. Victory was finally within their grasp. Once, there had been more than just this one mutated creature, but after the relentless pursuit of the zombie horde, those who could flee had, and those who could not had perished, leaving only the big cat behind. A crimson figure erupted from the building, dashing away at an incredible speed, prompting an enraged roar from the Bone Demon, while the third-tier wraith let out a bellow and gave chase. The survivors had risen early, gathering on the balcony to await rescue. As the sun climbed higher, there was still no sign of Zhou Fan and his group. Mo Fei and Wu Mingxian, following Zhou Fan's orders, had circled around to the west side of the town, their bodies laden with weapons and ammunition. This was Zhou Fan's strategy, to draw the majority of the zombies to the west with intense gunfire while the others, except for Wang Yiyun who remained behind, swiftly cleared zombies from the east to assist the survivors. Wu Mingxian pulled the pins from grenades, using his abilities to gather sand and fix it to the ground. This way, when they retreated, once they had moved a certain distance away, his control over the sand would dissipate, causing the grenades to explode. When Zhou Fan and his companions appeared in the telescope, the survivors on the second floor of the bank erupted in cheers. Completely disregarding how their noise excited the surrounding zombies, even distant zombies began to converge towards their location. They had indeed come. The telescope passed among the survivors, each eager to catch a glimpse of their saviors. Could just the three of them manage? Surely they could. Yesterday, one had almost succeeded. We will soon be leaving this place. I am nearly sickened by these foul zombies. I can smell the stench of them on myself. Weren't you supposed to stay? Why the excitement now? Lu Yao, feeling cornered, shouted, "Who said I would stay?" I raised my hand to rush out. I have no desire to remain in this cursed place. Amidst the clamor, Zhang Shangjun frowned, observing everything, but a distant figure caught his attention and held his gaze firmly. "Everyone be quiet, get inside," Zhang Shangjun shouted urgently. The crowd, perplexed, fell silent in an instant, staring at him in astonishment. Following his gaze, they all saw the towering silhouette 100 meters away, a figure as large as a truck advancing towards them. A woman could not contain herself and cried out, prompting Zhang Shangjun to swiftly cover her mouth and drag her inside. "Get in, quickly!" Zhang Shangjun was genuinely anxious. The combat prowess of the three outside was one thing, but from the distance alone, this zombie would reach them first, not to mention the thousands of zombies they would soon face. Chapter 49. A race against life and death. Just a moment ago, the excited survivors were once more huddled in the upstairs room, now filled solely with apprehension and unease. As the tremors intensified, the footsteps of the third-tier Bone Demon felt like they were pounding upon their hearts, each step tightening their breath. With Zhou Fan's trio's vision, they could indeed see the Bone Demon advancing towards the bank from 2 kilometers away. However, charging in directly would place them in grave danger, surrounded by the horde. Zhou Fan would not sacrifice himself for the sake of strangers. Moreover, if those people kept quiet, the Bone Demon would not wander over for a while. All they needed to do was wait for Wu Mingxian to create a commotion to draw the zombies away, allowing them to rescue the survivors easily. Why haven't Wu Mingxian and the others started yet? Zhang Bo asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Let us wait a bit longer. If we act now, we won't make it in time. It's not worth trading a brother's life for a stranger's. Besides, they don't seem particularly clever, Zhou Fan replied half-jokingly. In this apocalyptic world, human lives were the most scarce yet most expendable resource, easily traded for a morsel of food. It wasn't worth risking a brother's life. The future of humanity, the greater good of the nation, were matters for those at the top to ponder. Zhou Fan merely aimed to safeguard those close to him. Qian Jia's eyes sharpened. They've made contact. At a distance of over 100 meters, the bone demon had not traveled far. When its head appeared on the balcony, the people inside stifled their voices, even holding back their breaths. Yet, at such close quarters, the scent of blood was enough to attract the zombies. It roared, and low-tier zombies could be seen hastily approaching from afar. The people inside were stunned by the roar, their ears ringing. The bone demon extended its massive hands, clapping them together and demolishing half of the bank's second-floor balcony. In its grip, the reinforced concrete structure was no different from a mud wall. With a mere swipe, it tore away a large section. Zhang Shangjun was still reeling from the ringing in his ears when he heard someone shouting. Though he knew that the louder they yelled, the more excited the zombies would become, he could not afford to care. His vision was blurred, unable to discern who was calling out, but faintly, he thought he could hear gunfire. After establishing a retreat route, Wu Mingxian and his companion, each armed with a Type 95 rifle, stormed into Linhai town from the west, shooting at zombies on sight. If one shot didn't kill, they fired again, treating it as practice, for Zhou Fan had instructed them not to conserve ammunition. The louder the noise, the better. The gunfire drew an increasing number of zombies, and Mo Fei was the first to throw a grenade into the densely packed horde, erupting into a blossoming death of severed limbs and shattered bodies. Conventional weapons still possessed immense lethality against ordinary zombies. The deafening noise attracted the zombies in the small town. Even the low-tier zombies rushing towards the bank turned around, racing towards the source of tea. The man instantly felt as if he had been crushed by a truck. The bones in his lower body shattered simultaneously, and blood gushed forth from his mouth. "Help me!" he cried out to his companions, but they did not pause for a moment, fully intent on fleeing. As they glanced back, they could see the vast expanse of the street beyond the corpse of the bone demon, mere steps away from salvation. Just 2 more steps, and they would be free. However, the massive form of the bone demon suddenly lurched to the side, colliding with one of the survivors and sending him hurtling against a parked car, the alarm blaring in chaotic protest. While he lost consciousness, the remaining zombies nearby rushed toward the unconscious survivor, seeking to snatch a meal from the jaws of the bone demon. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan and his companions finally arrived, having left behind a trail of over 100 slain zombies. With swift and decisive strikes, they decapitated several zombies, rendering the area around the bone demon devoid of any others, marking the official commencement of the hunt. "Zhang Bo, check on that man. If he is still alive, move him to the side to avoid any accidental harm later," said Zhou Fan. Zhang Bo sheathed his dull knife, lifting the unconscious survivor to safety. With Zhang Bo's extraordinary abilities, he could discern multiple fractures and internal bleeding. But the survivor's life force still flickered. Without further ado, Zhou Fan and Chen Jiahe charged toward the bone demon, who, having finished its last bite, sensed the powerful energies emanating from behind. Turned to confront Zhou Fan and Chen Jiahe. Its hunger piqued by the allure of their vibrant life forces and advanced toward them. Though the bone demon moved with relative slowness, its strength was formidable. Zhou Fan struck decisively and immediately evaded, refusing to engage the bone demon head-on. Their primary objective was to draw the creature away from the bank, creating an opportunity for Zhang Bo to rescue the survivor. Chen Jiahe moved with effortless grace. Within his domain, every action of the bone demon was within his perception. The only drawback was that his well-used entrenching tool had become deformed, leaving only shallow white marks upon striking the demon's bony exterior. The bone demon's impressive defense rendered even Zhou Fan's tang knife incapable of inflicting substantial harm. If he wielded his energy-infused bone knife, he might penetrate the demon's weak points in its bony armor. But targeting such a towering creature, standing at 4 meters tall, proved exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, Wu Mingxian and Mo Fei had successfully drawn the attention of the majority of the zombies. However, their firearms posed little threat to the wave of corpses. After launching their final 2 rocket projectiles, they swiftly turned to flee, the explosive shockwaves billowing behind them, a spectacle that needed no witness. Leading the charge out of the smoke were a dozen second-tier phantasm zombies. Firearms remained effective against their relatively poor defenses. Mo Fei and Wu Mingxian alternated their fire, while the phantasm zombies, in their attempt to evade the bullets, slowed their pace, gradually merging back into the horde. Lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike, as the zombie throng reached a small mound of earth, Mo Fei and Wu Mingxian instinctively ceased fire and retreated at the fastest pace. At the same time, Wu Mingxian released his control over the mound, causing it to transform into quicksand, revealing the grenades concealed within. Lacking external restraint, the grenades launched into the air with a clattering sound. Moments later, the sound of explosions echoed, marking the last wave of attack from Wu Mingxian and his companion. Regardless of what transpired with Zhou Fan and the others, they could not linger any longer. As the enraged horde emerged from the smoke, Mo Fei and his companion had already distanced themselves, while the phantasm zombies that could pursue had suffered significant casualties and retreated begrudgingly back into the town. The incessant harassment from the 2 small figures drove the bone demon into a frenzy. The sensation of being unable to hit or grasp them reminded it of the large cat from the morning. In its fury, it stomped its foot, unleashing a tremendous roar. Zhou Fan staggered momentarily from the force of the demon's bellow, while Qian Jiahe's energy state was abruptly disrupted. Disoriented, Zhou Fan quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the bone demon's descending fist. Qian Jiahe, closer to the fray, found himself in jeopardy as the demon's massive hand lunged at him. He rolled to evade the attack, then slid sideways to escape the demon's range, but the bone demon, undeterred, swung its hand again in pursuit of Qian Jiahe. Reactivating his abilities, Qian Jiahe perceived the bone demon's new move and swiftly turned to brace himself with his entrenching tool against his chest. An overwhelming force surged forth, propelling him backward over 10 meters, where he tumbled twice before dissipating the impact, but his tool shattered into 2 pieces. Chapter 50. Unexpected joy in the wake of the violent explosion. Silence enveloped the western side of the town. Zhou Fan and his group needed to act decisively, for should the zombies return, they would be in grave danger. Zhou Fan sprinted toward Qian Jiahe, handing him his tang knife while his own arm surged with energy, morphing into the shape of a long sword. "You've figured out its attack pattern, right? Remember our earlier plan." The 2 then launched a coordinated assault on the bone demon, engaging while retreating, successfully drawing it away from the bank by at least 20 meters. "Now," Zhou Fan commanded, and Zhang Bo unleashed the energy he had been gathering, detonating the energy within a zombie's body at the knee of the bone demon, sending a chunk of flesh flying. The sudden assault caused the bone demon to stumble, and seizing the opportunity, Qian Jiahe struck at the breach, nearly severing the demon's right calf, with its balance compromised. The bone demon crashed to the ground. Zhou Fan leaped onto the creature's back, raining blows upon the back of its skull, the clash of his bone blade against its bony armor resonating like the sound of metal striking metal. Zhang Bo, after releasing his energy, dashed into the remains of the bank, shouting to the survivors still trapped on the crumbling second-floor platform, "Hurry down! The zombies will be back soon." Zhang Shangjun was the first to respond, urging everyone to descend the staircase without crowding. The staircase, damaged and reduced to half its length, saw several robust survivors grasping the edge of the roof and leaping down it to a height of 1 story. As long as they avoided landing headfirst, the risk was minimal. In less than a minute, the remaining 13 survivors evacuated, and Zhang Bo led them outside, where Zhou Fan and the Bone Demon's battle drew their attention, particularly that of Fu Hong, who was astonished to witness such a powerful zombie being challenged, its pitiful state suggesting a losing battle. "Stop staring, 2 of you. Carry him and let's move." Before leaving, Zhang Bo did not forget the unconscious survivor. Though he could do nothing for the one crushed by the bone demon, there was no time to recover his body. a throng of survivors hurriedly fled the town, while hidden eyes observing from the shadows emerged to join the fleeing crowd. Zhang Bo was taken aback by the number of survivors still alive. As they had traveled, Chen Jiahe had spotted a few, but his abilities only extended so far. With so many people, Zhang Bo could no longer monitor everyone. Scattered zombies began to encroach, and he had to forge a path ahead to ensure the group was not overwhelmed. Fortunately, Fu Hong and another newly joined female survivor stepped forward to assist. Although both female abilities were at Tier 1, they managed to handle the ordinary zombies, alleviating some of Zhang Bo's burden and allowing the group to maintain a swift pace. Just as they were about to escape the town, Zhang Bo exhaled a sigh of relief. His energy was nearly depleted, and hope spurred the survivors to accelerate. Suddenly, a first-tier phantasm zombie appeared behind them, driven by the scent of humanity. With a horrified scream from the rear, Zhang Bo halted abruptly, glancing back to see the phantasm zombie. Some survivors turned, witnessing a fellow escapee fall into a pool of blood and fled in terror, opting to ignore the deadly chaos. The frantic escape caused disarray within the group, with older individuals and women and children lagging behind, vulnerable to the phantasm zombie's assault. Stay calm, Zhang Bo shouted anxiously, seeing a woman topple, trampled by the panicking crowd. Others stumbling over her. Yet death loomed just behind. The chaos rendered his words futile, and even those who had fallen scrambled to their feet, limping forward with several large footprints marking their bodies.